Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 301-320. Text Chapter 301 Words are sharp to sell the old. Sir Hokage, the matter between you is not too late. With us here, Sasuke Uchiha can't run away. Right now, we still need to get down to business. Heihei168.com. HMPH, let's talk now. Deep look at Susanoo's second Tsukuko and Naruto. The fourth Hokage waved his hand away from the crowd. Sitting down again, his face was ashen, Mifune coughed and looked around, without saying nonsense, and directly announced the start of the meeting. But after what happened just now, everyone was on fire, and no one wanted to speak first. You don't talk, I don't talk, he doesn't talk, and everyone doesn't talk at all. Guy's head hurts and he opens his mouth. After smacking Kiba several times, he can't find anything to say. Finally, Gaara looks around and says, "Since you don't want to talk, let me do it." Coincidentally, Akatsuki's target was also the first to attack. "We Sunagakure, I say, you listen. Kage kid, sitting in the shadow of the village at such a young age, it seems that your father is really good at teaching, but he didn't teach you the proper etiquette. First praise, then derogatory words and accusations. The 3 generations of Tsuchikage sold their seniority." Gaara didn't get it at all. "Maybe it's just like you said that I can sit here." "Ha, ha, ha, you're so thick-skinned," the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage said again with a pistol and a stick. The beauty couldn't stand it any longer. "Tsuchikage-sama, please don't interrupt at will. Kage-sama, please continue." "That Tsuchikage, it's annoying to look at his old-fashioned way. Don't talk, Ying's ears are very good. Just listen, he can bite me." Kankuro pouted in disdain. Sunagakure wasn't afraid of any soil hidden. "Brother with a face, I seem to hear you speak ill of a bird. Baidu Interesting Academy. When?" The girl who suddenly appeared beside her, holding a round iron ball in her hand, Kankuro's eyes widened, and she took 2 steps back in panic. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, and the iron ball fell to the ground. Ears, and Kurathashi bit his lip in astonishment. I didn't mean to. Yeah, it's going to blow up. It's going to blow up the bird. It's going to kill the bird. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. The transparent barrier that suddenly appeared turned the ground in front of Kankuro into nothingness, together with the bomb, and Onoki was pitch black for 2 days. "Grandpa, what are you doing, Grandpa? Granddaughter's fireworks don't have Grandpa. Don't make trouble, this is not the place to make trouble. Grandpa." The old eyes stared at Kuratsuchi and stopped what he wanted to say, and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage sat back to his place as if nothing had happened. Kankuro glanced at the open space that was not even half a finger away from him, and his face was covered in cold sweat. It was Jinten particle style created by Tsuchikage, the 2nd generation, by merging Doden earth style, Futon wind style, and Kaden fire style, by using blood to eliminate, a kind of ninjutsu that combines attack and enchantment. It can separate the opponent into an atomic state that can no longer be repaired. What a dangerous ninjutsu. What a horrible Tsuchikage. That old guy was much more terrifying than he imagined. The 2nd generation Tsuchikage has blood and is eliminated, but this old guy doesn't. In other words, he used his identity as an ordinary ninja to learn the ninjutsu that can only be performed by the elimination of blood, and he is a genius in the true sense. Really want to compare, the old man can't compare to him. Tsunade-sama, the old man in your mouth. His name is Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are talking about 3 generations of Hokage. He opened his mouth in astonishment, and Kanjuro's bowels were all regretful. You said he had nothing to do with that horrible old guy. Traveling in the world of ninja, the first condition to abide by is not to provoke a powerful person easily. 3rd generation Tsuchikage powerful. At the half-pulled platform that disappeared without a sound, the Sunagakure puppet master wanted to buy a piece of tofu and hit him to death. Kage kid, what else to say? I'm getting old and I'm not as good as I used to be. Is this old guy Li Wei? Gaara glanced at Onoki, who was leaning on the old man, and crossed his hands against his chin. I was originally a Jinchuriki column force, and I was once captured by Akatsuki and took a tailed beast, and I lost my life because of it. Wait, you said you died. This has nothing to do with the present. Because of the experience of death, I think Akatsuki's existence is extremely dangerous. I have asked you for help several times before, but I have not received an answer except for the previous Hokage. It's too late to say union. Kage kid, you are still too young. The third generation Tsuchikage snorted coldly. Even if the hidden villages of the major countries lose the tailed beast, they will not make a sound, because it is a great shame, and only secret investigation is the right way to get it back. How can it be to other countries? The reason for asking for help. Only an immature brat like you would do such a shameless stupid thing. How much is face worth? Puff. A sip of strong tea spewed out all the way, and 3,000 tears flowed out. Husband Kun, can you tell me when you handed over your brother Bad? Listen to me about Tamari, it really doesn't matter to me. One sentence, the third generation of Tsuchikage choked to death, and in 2 days, Onoki's beard and hair were all turned upside down. Kage kid, you actually equate the face of the national hidden village with money. You are. Pedant old man. You. Okay, Lord Kage, Lord Tsuchikage, it's not all because of face that the tailed beast is taken away. To control the tailed beast, technology, knowledge, and time are all indispensable. If the human Jinchuriki column force wants to control the tailed beast, you must growing up with it. Even so, it is not easy to control them. In fact, there are only 4 who can really control the tailed beast. No, now it is 5. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, the 4th generation Mizukage Kureya, and the 4th generation Raikage Sama's younger brother Killer Bee, and finally that kid. Eyes swept to Naruto. Terumi Mei's voice did not fall. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes changed color. Little girl, there is something wrong with what you said. This kid is fundamentally different from the 4 people you are talking about. This old man is not being he controls it. Humph, if you dare to insult the old man again, the old man will kill you. QB 9 Tails. This guy is QB 9 Tails. What happened? When did Konoha have this technology? Wrong. This is not normal. This kid. 7 shifts and 4. There are still 3 chapters update volume. The cloud is working hard. Brothers and sisters have fun at night. On Christmas Eve, let's eat a big apple. It's crunchy, and it's a crime. Text chapter 302_Sparks Splash Talk. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's abnormality, except for his own who knew the inside story earlier, one of the others was considered a complete circle. The tailed beast in turn controls the human Jinchuriki column force. The thought that suddenly arises is immediately dispelled. It is unreasonable to say that, if the tail beast is the controller Jinchuriki column force, he will run away. But if not, what about the QB 9 Tails kid Konoha? Looking at the second floor with a blurry forehead, Uzumaki Naruto yawned. Well, QB 9 Tails Fox yawned. Although the old man doesn't deal with those 8 guys, we are all tailed beasts anyway. Since they are bad luck, the old man can't just watch it. Let me give you some news. QB 9 Tails to provide a message. What message will it provide? Hearing the words of Uzumaki Naruto, the 5 shadows of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder were all stunned, and then narrowed their eyes again. There is a blood contract between the old man and Uchiha Madara. The guy was still jumping around a few years ago, but he has lost touch in recent years. But based on the old man's understanding of him, this guy must be planning something. Who are you talking about? Countless thunders slammed down, and the 5 shadows were all shaken. QB 9 Tails, the fox dismissed them. That guy just makes you so scared. A bunch of cowards. You. The 4th generation of Raikage looked at QB 9 Tails' stinky fart, and his head burst into blood. You are not afraid, you are not controlled by him. Bastard, will the old man be controlled by him? Was exposed, and the QB, Nine-Tails, fox was instantly furious. Dead boy, open the door, the old man will kill him. Kurama, don't be angry, okay. Mobile reading is more convenient m.heihei168.com. Can't you drive, dead boy? If you don't open the door, don't blame the old man for not helping you in the future. Can't I drive? Fourth generation of Reikage, Uzumaki Naruto pondered. No matter what QB, Nine-Tails, he aimed at, whoever loves will die. The door of the seal that was opened slowly opened, and the QB, Nine-Tails, fox grabbed his front paws and was dragged inside by Naruto. When he opened his eyes again, two bloody Yuhi's beast pupils appeared, and the 7 erected tails danced wildly, frightening all the companions around. The tailed beast runs wild. No, it doesn't seem to be the same. Damn people, go to hell. Angtian roared and launched a collision. Seeing QB, Nine-Tails, volleying down, all the shadows of the 5 kingdoms ran away, and the one who didn't run was a fool. One blow, just one blow, all 5 stone chairs flew. QB, Nine-Tails, Demon Fox and 2 chakra claws quickly ran behind Reikage. Protect Reikage-sama. Go to hell. Heavy thunderstorm. The collision of the fox paws and the tip of the elbow, the fight between chakra and chakra, and after one blow, QB, Nine-Tails, opened his mouth and played Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto, who saw this, jumped out quickly. Hey, Kurama, don't be impulsive, there will be a big mess. Don't you want this guy to die too? Let the old man kill him. Would you like to take a look at the situation around you first? Condition. 3 generations of Tsuchikage holding Jinten, particle style. 5 generations of Mizukage double escape. Gaara watching a play. Might guy wait and see. QB, Nine-Tails, the fox looked at this state, squinted his eyes and suddenly smirked. Just sell your face, you humans, listen carefully, Uchiha Madara is still alive, and it is likely that Akatsuki's leader behind the scenes. Next what to do, you can discuss slowly by yourself. As he said it, after QB, Nine-Tails, finished speaking, he immediately kicked Naruto out. QB, Nine-Tails, walks gracefully, but the problems he leaves behind are troublesome. The news that Uchiha Madara was still alive hung overhead like a sharp blade. Who is Uchiha Madara? That is a ruthless man of the same generation as Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is known as the god of ninjas. The second person after the 6 paths, Uchiha Madara can compete with him, and it is conceivable to have a lot of benefits. It's really unacceptable that such a person has come out of history. It's like, those who believe in Buddhism have seen Sakyamuni, and those who believe in God have seen Jehovah. However, Wayne did not doubt the accuracy of the news. The fact that QB, Nine-Tails, is a psychic beast of Uchiha Madara is recorded in each village. Compared with this pervert, there are other psychics in the ninja world. One is counted as one, and they are all children who have not grown up. Not to mention QB, Nine-Tails, not even other tailed beasts, such as Jiraiya's toad, Orochimaru's viper, Tsunadiheim's slug, not to mention, any tailed beast can crush them. With this stinky fox testifying, the news from Uchiha Madara cannot be wrong. How to do? Standing in the ruins and looking at each other, the 5 shadows look at me, I look at you. As the host, Mifune wanted to say a few scenes, but he didn't know how to say it. In the end, he could only tell everyone to exercise restraint, which was completely useless nonsense. Let's unite. According to the sudden suggestion of the great beauty, to face such a legendary monster, fighting alone is courting death. Senju Hashirama created the current ninja world with his own power, and Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as him, can naturally have all of them. Ruined, we must unite. ... Mizukage little girl, you have a good idea. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage snorted coldly. What is left of Kurigakure now, saying that it is union or not pulling us together. Then let's get out of Kurigakure. You are even more ruthless. Terumi said and looked towards the second floor. Since Tsuchikage-sama doesn't agree, let's say goodbye. Ow, Chojuro, pack up and go back to the village. Mizukage-sama, please wait. Seeing that Mizutaka was about to leave, Mifune hurried out to smooth things out. The matter hasn't been resolved yet, and now is not the time to get angry. Look at her attitude. My attitude. The tone of accusations from the 3 generations of Tsuchikage behind him. Terumi suddenly turned around. What's wrong with my attitude, old guy? Our Kurigakure village has lost a lot of strength, but we don't allow others to be easily insulted. What do you want, old lady, to accompany you? Don't be impulsive, please don't be impulsive. Seeing that things were going to get worse, Mifune quickly stood in the middle. The theme of this meeting is to discuss how to deal with Akatsuki's problem, and other personal grievances should be resolved after this matter. Snort. X2 with 2 snorts. Terumi gave Onoki a stern look, and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage didn't give it for nothing, just slapped the back of her head and tried to force it. For a while, the talks were still in a deadlock again. The 4th generation of Reikage looked around, standing in the rubble, and ran away. If we don't talk about it in the end, we'll go home and die if we don't talk about it. I don't have time to accompany you here. 7-3, the cloud continues to work hard. Text chapter 303 _ put down the proposed proposal. Sir Reikage, please calm down for a while, there must be a protocol for the meeting. Interesting academy. The master craftsman Mifune of the Iron Country glanced at the beauty. Mizukage of the 5th generation proposed to join forces. Everyone can discuss this matter. As a neutral party, I think it's necessary. Form a coalition. The 4 generations of Reikage looked at each other with sharp eyes. Konoha, rock, sand, fog, Akatsuki members are all from your village's escaped ninja, and there are even shadows of the past. This Reikage kid is not cute at all. Is it interesting to reveal the old bottom at this time? Speaking of which, we Konoha suffered the most. The talks are in trouble. The 4th generation of Reikage continued to accuse. Not only that, through our Kumogakure investigation, we found that some of you have used Akatsuki, with 283, and so on. How do you let Lao Su trust you, not to mention coalition forces? Quote. I called you here today, just to ask you, what is faith? As for the rest, please explain these things first. Lord Reikage, what do you mean by using it? Gara was a little confused after hearing Iyai's words, and she couldn't believe it. 4 generations of Reikage got angry. As Kage, you don't know. Go back and ask the old guys in your village, you used Akatsuki in the war. Kid Reikage, don't lose your temper with the newcomer, it's also a no-brainer. Old man Tsuchikage, do you still have the face to say that? Iyai immediately diverted the artillery fire when she saw the 2-day scale Onoki jumping out. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage, who was spitting on his face, snorted, boy Reikage, don't blame here and there. Now all the major powers and villages are engaged in military austerity, and only you Kumogakure are expanding wildly, looking for patience all over the world. Hitting Akatsuki is a no-brainer in order to deal with you. Quote. Bastard. What do you mean by that? Please don't get angry. Seeing that the flames were about to ignite again, Mifune hurriedly stopped. He figured out that among these bullshit hidden villages, there is no one who is good to anyone. He really turned over the old account. All he was aiming for a lawsuit. Akatsuki's matter is important. Snort. Ha what ha. Hearing the 4th generation Reikage snorted coldly, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage sneered and said, speaking of Akatsuki, I'm afraid no one who is sitting here can tell the difference. Reikage boy is not staring there. Although there are no ninjas in your village, you are here. Engage in military expansion. Quote. The old saying raised Yuhi's nose again, and the 3 generations of Tsuchikage did not wait for Reikage to speak, and continued to preach, because all countries are conducting military contractions. When the atmosphere of swords and crossbows is eased, conflicts rarely occur, and ninjas are tools of war. It has become a heavy financial burden for the major countries, and the number of ninjas cannot be reduced. Quote. In the past few years, the old ninjas have been unbearable, and the young ones have not been baptized by war. In the event of a sudden war, these recruits will become unknown, and defeat may be difficult to avoid. To avoid this risk, hire professional organizations. Just a good choice. Quote. Old man Tsuchikage, don't be sloppy here. What kind of professional organization? It's not Akatsuki. Kid Rakage, don't you know what it takes to raise a good ninja on your own? Not only does it take a lot of time and money, but it also takes a lot of energy. Compared to that, the cost of hiring Akatsuki is negligible. With low investment and high return, everyone will naturally make a wise choice. Quote. The wise choice of shit, because of the wise choice in your mouth, things have happened to the point where they are out of control today. Okay, Lord Rakage, Lord Tsuchikage, please say a few more words. Regarding the issue of responsibility, let's not fight for now. How to solve Akatsuki is the top priority. Back to the topic with a slap in the face. These hidden villages are so fucked up, the next time I ask my father to tell my ancestors, he will not do it. 4 generations of Rakage listened to Mifune's words, gave up and continued to choke with Tsuchikage, and turned back and spit at Gaara again. Sand used Akatsuki to destroy Konoha. Although Orochimaru didn't know if he joined Akatsuki at that time, the 4th generation of Kazekage and the 3rd generation of Hokage died because of him. There may be a mastermind behind this. Who had seldom spoken since entering the room, and Rakage, who had blasted Tsunagakure, turned to Terumi-mei. The most hateful one belongs to you, Kurigakure. You are isolated from the rest of the world, and there are rumors that Akatsuki was born in you. There. Don't talk nonsense about things that Mr. Rakage has not confirmed. Terumi-mei was not polite when facing Iyai's accusation. The 4th generation of Mizukage in our village is indeed suspected of being manipulated. In this matter I have nothing to say. But I'm afraid it's not our Kurigakure's turn to talk about responsibility, don't you think, Hokage 6th generation? One shot, the topic turned to Konoha, and Shitame launched an outrageous attack. Might Guy, who has always remained silent, knows that he can't stay out of it. This beast, who usually has problems with his brain, showed shocking political wisdom at this moment. Aha, why are you all looking at me like this? Youth is not allowed to shirk. Regarding Akatsuki's problem, we at Konoha do have an inescapable responsibility, but we also suffered the consequences. Quote. First of all, it was a gag, and then I admitted my mistake, and when it was over, I didn't forget to complain to everyone. Might Guy's meaning is obvious, we Konoha are responsible, but now that the village has been destroyed, don't hold on to it. At present, the main enemy is to discuss countermeasures. Ahahaha by this guy who is so stupid on the outside and thief on the inside, the atmosphere in the 5 shadows is finally a little calmer. Seeing it, Mifune quickly seized the opportunity to speak. As the chief of a neutral country, I would like to say a few words. The leader of Akatsuki is well versed in the development of the times, and exploited the suspicion between countries to develop his own strength in this quiet time. The terror of our country of iron will only depend on blessings and misfortunes, and it is a great blessing for the 5 shadows to gather together today. Quote. What do you want to say? Sir Rakage, just like what Mizukage of the 5th generation proposed earlier. In solving the Akatsuki matter, I think it is very necessary to form the world's first ninja coalition. That's a good proposition. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Let's kill Akatsuki together. We, Kurigakure, voted in favor. Terumi-mei smiled and looked left and right. Anyway, both of them have been hit hard, so how can you feel better? Tsunagakure expresses support. Gaara was silent for a while, but also stood up. 2 days scale Onoki Yayui eyes face darkened. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Rakage, what do you think? 7 more 4, there are still 3 chapters, the cloud continues to work hard. Text chapter 304 Amorous Stinky Man. The Coalition Army, I don't trust them. What kind of coalition army? The 4th generation of Rakage is still insisting on his point of view. Third generation of Tsuchikage snorted. It doesn't matter if we Iwagakure, but who will set up the coalition? One didn't want to do it, the other wanted to turn his head. The 4 generations of Reikage and the 3 generations of Tsuchikage expressed their positions one after another. Sanchuan's head hurts again. It is imperative to establish a coalition army, and only in this way can the current chaotic situation be ended. As for how to choose the leader of the coalition army, please listen to your humble opinion below. As a neutral country, we respect everyone, and please also ask everyone. Respect us. Stop talking about those useless things, just say who the leader of the coalition army wants to be. The noisy voice reached the 2nd floor, and Anko pushed the lewd man in boredom. What are we doing here, just listening to them making noise? Wait someone. Wait. Liamong nodded his head. If the situation is not right in a while, you can use the reverse spiritism to escape immediately. Brush. Fu-kun. Brother. Stinky boy. Is something bad going to happen? Seeing the waves hidden under Liamong's calm appearance, the 3 girls tightened their hearts. The ruins of the bottom house, the 3 ships looked at the 5 shadows in front of them one by one. The only person left today is the Jinchuriki column force only Kyubi, 9 tails, of Konoha, and the coalition forces will definitely take him as the most important. In this way, the leader of the coalition forces best. Wait. The 4th Reikage glanced at Guy coldly. Don't you want to propose this guy to be the leader? Aha! Lord Reikage thinks I can't do it. I'm Konoha's might hero, a blue beast that never stops. With me as the leader of the allied army, I'll definitely lead everyone to victory. Let's honor Akatsuki in the name of youth. Attack! Gaara. Terumi Mei. 3 ships. Then why do you think I didn't say anything? A piece of black thread slipped from the top of his forehead, and Mifune was humiliated. Guy was excited when he heard this. What's wrong with me being the leader of the coalition army? Look at my body shape, look at my muscles, and look at my mental outlook. Who else is more suitable for the coalition army than me? Chief. First, the dance pose is disgusting and half dead, and then the clothes are open to make people disgusting. Finally, the big Kiba's shining might guy rushed out of Asia and went to the world, writing the legendary history of a mental patient into a hymn. The 4th generation of Reikage was Spartan at the time. 5 generations of Mizukage's face suddenly turned green. Generation Kazekage and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage froze in place like zombies, the old brain crippled with a stroke and a small torn foreskin. The stinky guy looked at them so strange. You don't talk, do you agree? Who is that? Where is the director? Quickly deal with this guy, I can't stand it anymore. Look, I want to vomit. Honey bunny. Oh rabbit. Everyone vomits together. Will it work? Are you giving me something to say? You'd better stay where it's cool. 3 generations of Tsuchikage waved. This old man can't stand it. Terumi Mei nodded. I can't stand it either. Gaara didn't speak. Yayui wanted to do it. Guy sees this as not right. What's the matter? You don't agree when I'm the leader. Then who do you want to come? 3rd generation Tsuchikage coughed twice. This old man is the oldest and has the most experience. The leader of the coalition army is well deserved. The 4th generation of Reikage laughed when he heard this. You are old and experienced, but what if you die? Kid Reikage, what do you mean? Old man Tsuchikage, you said that you were the oldest, did I hear it wrong? Reikage of the 4th generation looked at the little one with malice. 3 generations of Tsuchikage's nose twitched. I'm too old to be the leader of the allied forces, can you do it? Of course. 4 generations of Reikage looked down on the audience. No one in our village has joined Akatsuki, so it's a matter of course for me to be the leader of the coalition. I'm afraid this won't work. The sudden objection interrupted Reikage's fantasy. Mifune coughed and said, I'm sorry, Lord Reikage, your temper and character are really not suitable for the leader of the coalition army. Led everyone to a dead end. Quote. Mifune glanced at the dilapidated venue, and the meaning he wanted to express was self-evident. Then who did you say? Kid Kazekage, or Girl Mizukage? Kazekage-sama is too young to convince the public, and Sunagaku's affairs are enough for him to be busy, not an ideal candidate. As for Mizukage-sama, Akatsuki was born in Kurigakure, and the intelligence problem is worrying. In addition, it also involves spies, nor is it suitable. Then what do you mean? The 6th generation of Hokage is not good, and my temper is not good. The 3rd generation of Tsuchikage is older, the 5th generation of Kazekage is younger, and the last Mizukage is not good. Who should be the leader of the coalition forces? A series of babbled and sung words spit out, and the 4th generation Reikage picked up his arms. Mifune coughed lightly and said, because considering the disputes between the various hidden villages, if any party is the leader of the coalition army, there may be disputes, so. Do you want to be yourself? No, as a neutral nation, we don't get in on something like this. I mean her. Suddenly turning his eyes to the 2nd floor, Mifune raised his hand and pointed at Senju Tsunade. The chick playing with slugs. 3rd generation of Tsuchikage crooked his neck and declined to comment. 4 generations of Reikage pouted and did not speak. If it's Princess Tsunade, we, Kurigakure, agree. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up, and she gave Liamong a wink without a trace. Gaara nodded slightly. Sunagakure is fine. So it's your turn, Konoha, Rock, Cloud, what do you mean? Aha, well, Master Tsunade is the leader, that's Master Reikage, Master Tsuchikage, what do you mean? The words turned abruptly, and Might Guy played the trick of pretending to be crazy and selling stupid again. 3 generations of Tsuchikage's turbid old eyes flashed with light. The little girl who plays with slugs does not belong to any hidden village now. Who will be convinced if she is the leader of the coalition forces? That's right, we at Kumogakure are here just to clarify the problem. It has nothing to do with us. Lord Reikage, Akatsuki's goal is the whole world, and you can't stay out of it. Hearing the quarrel below Bahuo wrapping himself in, Senju Tsunade slammed his fist over the platform. Have you finished your fight? When did this princess say that I want to be your leader? Don't be sentimental there. 7 and 5, there are still 2 chapters. The Cloud continues to work hard, aim. Text chapter 305 _ The Son of Vengeance arrives. Slug playing chick. Princess Tsunade. Tsunadeheim. 3 different names, from the shadows of 5 villages. Seeing the gazes of men, women and children from below, Senju Tsunade thought to himself, if you want this princess to be the leader, this princess has to be the leader, and that princess has no face. The leader or something, let him die. Princess Tsunade, please consider carefully. At this critical moment, it is the time for you to step out. Needless to say, it's inappropriate for this princess to say it's inappropriate. Since none of you are willing to be the one, let me be the one. Who? Chishushua turned their heads to look at the shadows, everyone just turned their heads, and there was another change behind them. The monster that broke out of the ground, White Fang, is like a flat saw, and the half-body that looks like a fire is tangled and tangled. Who else could it be if it wasn't White Zetsu? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My Lord Akatsuki, Intelligence Officer, White Zetsu of Akatsuki, salutes you all. Leave this to me. The words were finished, the person came first, and the 4th generation Reikage lifted White Zetsu up with a slap on his neck and looked at the darkness. Nice speed, really fast. With 2 slaps, the dark yellow Uzumaki-like mask was revealed, and Ah Fei, who had only one eye, tilted his neck. White Zetsu in his hand was thrown to the ground, and Reikage killed him instantly. Everyone in Akatsuki should be damned. The shining thunderlight passed through the body of nothingness. Ah Fei did not hurt a single hair. Today's protagonist is not me, the son of revenge is advancing. The shadows of the 5 kingdoms, open your eyes to see clearly, your existence is for the world after all. What did you bring? Revenge has begun. The illusory body shrank to the one-eyed like a vortex on the sea surface, and Ah Fei's sudden departure was strange. The fourth generation Reikage, who was slammed into the air, looked at the sky, and then looked at the ground, and the dead white Zetsu seemed to be laughing. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. What did he mean by just saying? What son of vengeance? Sky, flying snow, fire clouds on black background. Only by unifying the world can we usher in true peace and well-being. As a god, it is necessary for me to steer the world in the right direction. Suffering is only temporary, but happiness is forever. For eternal happiness, temporary suffering will become necessary. God said, the world will go to peace. You will meet death. God Luo Tianzheng. The figure floating high in the sky, the wind blowing his hair, standing in the sky and looking at the ground, Sanlang Mountain is but a slap. 6 Paths Pain, Akatsuki, S0, Heavenly Path Verdict. When Shinra Tensei Almighty Push hit the ground, everyone in the venue was shocked. In the face of this terrorist attack like a natural disaster, everything is given for nothing. Don't run around. 100 Blossoms Ultimate Chi Mask. If you have any means of defense, use it all at once. The defensive barrier that came out through the body wrapped everyone in it like an upside-down sea bowl, and the flowing eyes raised their heads sternly. The rumbling rubble smashed into pieces and disintegrated, and the golden enchantment surging with thunder light kept flashing ripples. Sweden, Water Style, Water Formation Wall. Yoden, Lava Style, the art of dissolving monsters. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Core Movement. First water, then soil, plus a dark green strange solution. The 5th generation of Mizukage and the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage ninjutsu fell, and others followed suit. What about this wall and that escape? Everything that can be pushed up will be pushed up, and if you can't push it, you will not be able to do it. Come on. Quick. Make it work. What are you doing standing there stupidly? I am a physique type ninja. What about the one over there? I am a medical ninja. Fake, don't you have a ninjutsu type? Come and help. Mokuden, Wood Style, 4-pillar prison technique. Looking at the roof, he couldn't resist, and Yamato Tianzang made his move. It was a big help when he released the rotten wood, and the tree poles that rose from the ground passed through the crowd and gathered together above their heads. With this powerful ninjutsu support, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. What happened? It's so dangerous, I almost lost my life. He coded it, and I will apply for retirement when I go back. Karen. Hope. Green. Hinata. Reacted and called out 4 names. Byakugan added his perception and inquired about the information. The little secretary was startled as soon as she raised her head, and even more shocked than her was the one-eyed dragon Onion. It's that guy. Who? The leader of Akatsuki who attacked Kurigakure Konoha, a madman who calls himself a god. What? It's him. Was that move just now by Shinra Tensei Almighty Push? Let the rotten wood escape that boy, and quickly make away. We must hurry up and return to the ground. No, I'm out of strength. Yamato Tianzang was panting, leaning on his knees, as if he had been fished out of the water. What a piece of junk. Seeing Yamato's appearance, the 4th generation Reikage kicked the stones in anger. A rotten wood escape is a rotten wood escape, and it is really unreliable. Forget it, it seems that I have to rely on me. Myself. Wait, Kid Reikage, what do you want to do? 3rd generation of Tsuchikage looked at Yi-Yi's whole body, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Rush out, of course. Fake, you idiot. Saying a word, he leapt up like a cannonball, and the 4th Reikage turned into a sharp arrow and passed through the defense. It doesn't matter what he wears, the big guy's previous efforts are all in vain, and he is about to finish playing with the creaking roof. Tsuchikage with a pouting beard raised his head, pointed at the hole twice, and bit the mouth full of old kiba and folded his hands. If you want to go crazy, then go crazy together. Jinten Particle Style, Split Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. Open it to my husband. The transparent square barrier that was so large to the extreme wrapped the piled-up gravel on the top of the head. After a flash, it shattered into nothingness. The sun is shining brightly, and the 4 generations of Reikage that have been killed before are releasing dogs, male dogs, female dogs. Where did these dogs come from? Those are psychic beasts. Watch out for sneak attacks. Fighting more and more hellhounds, the 4th generation Reikage, who was surrounded by Wang Wangchang and Chakra, lost his mind. When he first came up, there was only one thing, but now he was aiming at dozens of them. 1 punch becomes 2, and 1 kick becomes 3. Is there anything more shameless than this in the world? Seeing that the 4th generation Reikage wanted to do something but didn't dare to do it, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage touched Yuhi's nose and scolded him. Impulsivity is the devil, Reikage boy, take it slow. 7th and 6th, Union will update the book first. Brothers and sisters who are interested can come and have a look. The Rise of the Infinite Comprehensive Fat Man, asks for support, asks for flowers, and takes aim. Text chapter 306 _ condemn you and others in the name of God. It's really a terrifying method. Interesting academy. Looking at the crowded venue from a distance, Kisame Hoshigaki showed Kiba, a shark shaped like a razor blade. Sasori of the Red Sand died in battle, Hidan Kakuzu perished, Uchiha Itachi was in the hands of his younger brother, and Deidara was recently lost. What do I think these do? Shaking his head to expel his thoughts, the ghost shark sank into the ground against the broadsword. Tsuchikage flying off the ground was facing the air, and white flowers lit up between his hands. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. The square enchantment that Zio appeared covered towards the stationed heavenly path pane, and the 2-day scale Onoki sneered. It's Grandpa's trick. That guy is dead. Seeing the heavenly path pane wrapped in the barrier, Kurathashi jumped up excitedly. Come on, Grandpa, you are the best grandpa. This bad old man, he is so old and likes to show his power so much. His head and looking at the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, the 4th generation Reikage snorted coldly while dodging the group of dogs. The purple-black Rinnegan looked at Onoki with Yuhi's nose through the barrier, and Pain said silently, humans will never defeat God. The arrogant junior, dare to speak stubbornly when death is imminent, turn the old man into ions. Ping! The barrier shattered, and the sneer of 3 generations of Tsuchikage came from the empty sky. This is the leader of Akatsuki. It's too simple. Hey, old man, what are you pretending to be there? Come down and help, that guy isn't dead yet. What? Not dead yet. As Jinten particle style, still alive. Idiot old guy, have you seen the master die and the psychic beast still alive? A group of mad dogs were chasing him, and the 4th generation Reikage ran and scolded him. Facing such a monster that he fought more and more, no matter how talented he was, it would be for nothing. Interesting academy. Get rid of them quickly with your slow technique. Kumogakur boy, are you ordering this old man? Turning his head to look at the shouting 4th Reikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage was very dissatisfied. Is a senior, a terrible 2-day scale Onoki. You, a junior, also gave orders to the old man. Who do you think you are? Okay, old man Tsuchikage, how long do you have to wait to get rid of them? Be careful, someone is coming over there. There was no ghost in the open ground, and everyone was stunned by Hinata's little secretary's shout. What happened? Enemy. Where is the enemy? Underground. Looking down at the ground, everyone was wondering when the 2 warriors standing in front flew out. A big tongue that was licked and covered with leprosy was shot like a sharp arrow. Spread. All spread out. In times of crisis, there are all kinds of tricks. The Avatar's chaotic skills came one after another, and he retreated to a safe distance to concentrate, and a large lizard with green skin and protruding eyes appeared in his eyes. This is a psychic beast that is more than 10 meters high and more than 50 meters long. The woman standing on the top of the head is a black fire cloud robe floating, orange embroidered hair hanging down, and a white face symmetrically wearing an iron rod. People feel a pain in the ass when they see it. Pain 6 paths on the animal path. Psychic. With a single palm shot, a large thick fog burst into the void, and the howling cold wind mixed with flying snow drifted past, and 5 figures were slowly revealed. Looking at Heavenly Path Pain who was leading the way, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage was startled. This is impossible, wasn't that guy dead just now? Man can never defeat God. Raised his purple-blue nails and pointed at the old man Tsuchikage. Heavenly Path Pain's tone was always so calm that people wanted to beat him. Kankuro said he was very upset. Karui said she was also not happy. Kurathashi jumped and ran over to propose, or let's blow him up. Bombed him. Kankalong Karui was a little confused. Kurathashi smiled and took out a big bomb from behind. The silver, white metal casing had a big exclamation mark on it. It was not a good thing at first glance. This thing's been ringing, do you two want to hear it? Kuratsuchi, don't mess around. With his hands behind his back to stop his granddaughter who wanted to step forward, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage realized that something was going on. The general of the Kingdom of Iron looked around at the venue that was completely in ruins, and asked with a strong temper, did you do that attack just now? Mortal hatred. What a humble thing. Bastard, don't speak in that high-spirited tone. Wanton destruction of other people's existence has become evil. You are not qualified to be called a god. Heavenly Path Pain looked at the 3 ships indifferently. How can you understand the greatness of God as small as you are? It is God's original intention to exchange temporary sacrifice for eternal peace. Let your lives stop the war. Kill them, God's verdict. In the name of pain, sentence you and others guilty. Kill. Strange arm rocket. The bent elbow fired more than 10 bullets in a row. Knowing the benefits of this thing, he winked at his own people and ran away. The rumble of fire started the prelude to the war, and Pain 6 Paths brazenly launched an attack on the 5 shadows. Will he succeed? Looking at the battlefield from a distance, the white Setsu of Akatsuki who broke out of the ground showed half of his body, and Ah-Fei sat on the stone with 1 foot bent and 1 foot drooping, dragging his chin. His one eye couldn't tell the complexity. He's dead if he succeeds or not. This is the path he chose. He's strong. Yes, but he's just as stupid. That kind of thing should be called a dream. White Setsu sighed. His milky face was indescribably strange. Aphilu's one-eyed outside showed a little sneer. Dreams are always dreams. I never believe in dreams. My dreams have long since died. Therefore, I only believe in strength. Only absolute strength can accomplish my goals. But some things can never be undone. Dreams, ridiculous things. Quote. More than 10 psychic beasts jumped out of the thick fog in a row. Bulls with wings, strange birds with big mouths, giant crabs blowing bubbles, centipedes with 100 feet, pandas eating bamboo, all kinds of strange things. The only thing that is not strange is their eyes. The purple-black Rinnegan, anyone who sees it has to throw a pestle. These people have to be separated. It's not going to go on like this. 7th and 5th, the cloud continues to work hard. Everyone cheers. The chassis fan is buzzing and screaming. I don't know what's wrong. Find time to take a look. Text chapter 307_substitution is strongly requested. The ninjutsu was absorbed, the weapon was thrown into the air, and the hell in the human world caught whoever died and whoever died. In less than half a minute of fighting, more than 10 ninja warriors died under Pain 6 Paths. Interesting Academy first release. You know these are not belly. The belly has long since died in the forehand of the previous Shinra Tensei Almighty Push. Are toxins ineffective against these guys? Another attack was fruitless, and cold sweat broke out on Kankuro's gaudy face. He mainly faced Shiradao, who was also a puppet master during his lifetime. 3 heads and 6 arms, with a long knife on the back, the strange weapon shaped like a broad-blade giant sword is full of barbs, and it swings around flexibly. The ninjas who want to get close are all pushed to the side. Like a fatal sign. What's even more speechless is that this thing also has an automatic tracking system for him. Dude, are you from Gundam? We don't like high tech. You see, Everyone is a kunai shuriken. Why are you so embarrassed to use a firearm? And he used a missile to aim at it. You say you still want face. Do you say you still want FEIs? He aimed. You still let it go. Kukusho pressed Matsuri again to make a killing move, and every time the rocket of the strange arm was fired, it could be leveled. Although with the current strength of the survivors, they may not die, but no one can stand it. The crows and black ants that Kankuro summoned first have all been turned into tatters, and the Sanjiao fish has also become a lame cripple. The only thing that can be used now is the husk of Sasori of the red sand. However, it was obvious that Kankuro couldn't use this puppet's maximum power. Compared to when Sasori used it himself, it was a formidable difference. Catch that guy. Futon, wind style, Itachi. Kaden, fire style, big flame bullet. More than a dozen ninjutsu techniques flew into the air in a row, and the animal path that rode around on a psychic beast just couldn't be beaten. When any companion is in danger, she will recruit psychics, and she has rescued the human realm, which was mainly targeted by everyone, 3 times, and the hell realm as many as 5 times. Separate them. Another ninja shouted the previous words, but the words were light, but it was impossible to do. With the realm of beasts, dividing the battle is a joke. The realm of hell does not die, and the other 5 realms can regenerate indefinitely. And there is a more terrible point of Liamong not to mention. Even if it is slaughtered first, it is useless. Uzumaki Nagato itself can also summon Yama, and after repairing it, it is channeled from the animal path, which is the undead ring. Saying 1,000, saying 10,000, still have to destroy these 2 guys. But, it's almost impossible. 6 paths pain with the same heart, Rinnegan without dead ends. Demonic illusion is ineffective. Ninjutsu absorption, taijutsu, well, this thing seems to be useful, but the premise is not to let people catch it. There are already several unlucky ghosts trying it out. How much? When did your mother and your father born you? What's the name of your grandmother's grandmother? Don't answer his questions. Idiot, it's all said. Answer wrong. Picking up a quack in one hand is cold, and the Hell Road asks a question once and kills a person. In comparison, the human way is simpler. Whoever catches the brain will be finished. Boss, why are you running? Stop this nonsense. Looking back at the raging battlefield, Liamong pulled all his people out. As soon as they moved here, the rest of the family also became crooked. Gara Kankuro is just 2 people, ready to retreat at any time. Terumi Mei and his party are no more than 3. Konoha and Kumogakure, who had the most staff, were suffering, and pain took care of them the most. Bastard, I fought these monsters. Beast Ninja Anthropomorphic Ninja. Shadow Clone 3-Headed Wolf. Shadow Clone, which was separated from several consecutive family secret arts, was stacked into building blocks. After the completed Inazuka Kiba screamed, it turned into a giant wolf with 3 heads. Aburame Shino quietly found a corner. Wuyaya released the bug. Kurenai Yuhimite Yamato and Tenzo also had their own unique tricks. Hinata, Karen, it's over to you. Find out the location of Uzumaki Nagato. Running to the edge of the battlefield, he turned around suddenly, looked at the 4 directions with alertness, and opened his consciousness to the maximum. Compared with the ability of the 2 girls, this thing is like a sniper. One has a range, and the other can exceed 0. Look carefully, he must be approaching. Previously, Kurigakure's revenge had to be avenged, and Liamong gave up when he saw pain, and he must kill Uzumaki Nagato. As for the 6 paths below, let them play by themselves. Nagato is immortal, pain is infinite. There. Closing his eyes for a moment and then turning around, Karen turned to look northwest. Hinata confirms numbers. I also discovered that there are 2 enemies, one of which is very large in chakra. That's right, how about Tsunade-san? Go crazy together for a while. What about them? Senju Tsunade frowned and glanced at the rest of the girls. Liamong smiled confidently. Originally the best way is to let them leave with reverse psychic, but now there is no need to hurry, let's take off. West wind. Morning dew. Brother be careful. Tsunade-sama, please be careful. Let's go. With a slap on the back of Naruto's head, he charged forward, although Liamong didn't believe in fate, but the ready-made guy didn't need to be too sorry for himself. Strange things may happen, and the darling who is favored by the power of the world always has inexplicable luck. Ellipsis. Uzumaki Naruto So does Uzumaki Nagato. Aren't you going to help them? You're so ruthless. How can you be any better than me? Only when he is dead can our plan go smoothly. White Zetsu creaked his mouth open and closed. I really want to repay his corpse, it must be very delicious. Afei was disgusted. Put away your disgusting appearance, let's go back. Where's Yoshio? Leave it to the ghost shark. Even if the Jinchuriki column force dies, the tailed beast will come back to life. That guy is a real ninja. Little ripples spread out with the wave of the arm, and White Zetsu saw Afei leave, sinking into the ground boringly. In the battlefield, the battle between the 5 shadows and 6 paths pain has been approaching sublimation. Bastard, these guys are endless, die for Lao Su. It wasn't a cool fight at all. The old man will kill them one by one. Aha, let our youth boil. Night Moon Eye. Onoki. Terumi Mei. Gaara. This idiot is our comrade. He ain't, did he make a mistake? Director, we ask for a substitution. In the 6th chapter of the 7th update, brothers and sisters ask for support. Union will go to get the new book first, and then go back and continue to the 7th chapter, The Rise of the Infinite Comprehensive Fatty, if you are interested. Text chapter 308 _ I am happy and proud. The world of Hokage is a crazy world, and there are many people with chunibile diseases in this world. Such as OSS Uchiha Madara, such as 2 boss Uzumaki Nagato, 3 boss Uchiha Generation Soil. In addition, there are many small bosses, and these bosses without exception will have all kinds of magical escape techniques, not to mention Futon, Wind Style, Kaden, Fire Style, Maiden, Shade Style, not to mention Jinten, Particle Style, which is a dazzling thing that can live for a long time in vain. If you really want to talk about it, you can't understand it for 3 days and 2 nights, which one is stronger and which is weaker. However, Lu Meng felt that the sum of these escapes was not as good as a single escape. This escape is proprietary, it is unique, it is domineering. It can tell the dead to be alive, the living to be dead, Zhao Benson to be lame, and Guo Daju to be squeezed. What kind of escape is it? 830 inches is the most invincible, brainless, and most arrogant in the Hokage world. It can make the world go backwards and Jordan can play table tennis. The owner of the mouth escape, Uzumaki Naruto, is also. Then what, Naruto, if something happens, it's all up to you. Don't worry, boss, I'm sure I'll be fine. With a smile, he retracted his gaze and nodded his head, and Liamong let out 2 wicked laughs. Dead boy, you've been tricked. In the Spirit Sea, the QB 9 Tails Fox opened his eyes. Naruto, who was running, was stunned for a moment. Who's counting on me? Just the guy just now. He's my elder brother. It has something to do with him counting you. QB 9 Tails raised the corners of his mouth contemptuously. Uzumaki Naruto got angry. Stinky Fox, stop talking nonsense, big brother, he won't hurt me. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Dead boy, you're still young. QB 9 Tails sighed. Naruto blinked. I believe him anyway. Nagato, someone is coming outside. Conan frowned slightly when he looked at the 3 figures running outside through the barrier. In the dimly lit space, Uzumaki Nagato sat on the metal seat and opened his eyes. It doesn't matter, my body is strong enough to support the battle. It's better to be careful, it's not easy to come here. Legend Sanin Tsunade Heim. The source of trouble is rotten wood. QB 9 Tails, Ren Jinchuriki, Column Force Uzumaki Naruto. The teacher's teammate is also here. Yeah. Then send her to accompany the teacher, so that the lascivious guy will be alone. But in the end, he is a strong man of the same generation as the teacher. Take the time to prepare. Nagato you. Conan, I don't have much time left. These potions are amazing, but not everything. Looking up at the glass bottle he drank, a strange color flashed in Uzumaki Nagato's eyes. It's ironic to think about beating you with a potion you made, and it's time to learn about a Megakure village. Right here. The mountain wall, which is almost no different from the outside world, reached out and touched, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Senju Tsunade impatiently pulled him aside. What kind of ink is there in this kind of thing? It's over if you don't open it. Heavenly foot of pain. The jade feet raised suddenly were raised above his head, and after a short pause, he slammed down. Is this the rhythm of thunder? It's raining, hurry home and pack your clothes. Senju Tsunade smashed down with one foot, and the rippled barrier didn't matter much. The rock next to it collapsed first, and the rumbling fragments rolled into gourds. When the muffled sound of the ding-ding-ding and the dust and smoke of the clatter diminished slightly, the enchantment that appeared in front of him was no longer effective. Combination of divine powers, Conan, Nagato, an angel, a deity, the stinky can't go through the stinky anymore. But really speaking, Sister Nan is still beautiful, and she is definitely the best choice for Sister Yu. That sad, melancholy and lovable temperament, that charming and eye-catching beautiful face. Of course, in the end, the fiery figure hidden under the sleeves of the robe must be added. This is a woman that people can't forget once they see it. Not that she can't forget her beauty, but that special temperament. Seeing a lot of beautiful women, that's what happened. Korean sticks have undergone plastic surgery since the age of 20, and they are still the same bird when they are old, and Lee Hayuri is also the same. The same goes for Sister Nan. Seeing Sister Nan appear, Liamong was excited. The result is good, patronizing Conan, not noticing Nagato. But it's really not surprising that Lu Meng is talking about this matter. Who would leave a beautiful woman to look at a disabled person? Just like Uzumaki Nagato, I'm too sorry for the society. Naruto cried as soon as he saw him. I said what happened to you, brother, let the thunder strike or let the crab boil, you look too abstract. Nagato was stunned when he heard it, thinking who are you, can you control what I look like? Naruto, who wiped his eyes and wiped his tears, didn't care about that, looked left and right, the one who cried was sad and had a broken lung, and the one who cried was called going to the toilet and didn't consume. Later, Conan couldn't take it anymore and kicked him. Fly. And Tsunade were sluggish by the side for a long time and finally recovered. 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, stood in pairs, Liamong staring at Conan, Conan staring at Tsunade, Tsunade staring at Nagato, Nagato staring at Liuman, all staring at Turn the Wheel. For a long time, Liamong suddenly made a move that shocked everyone, only to see him holding his head high and his chest strutting up, squatting 2 steps and kneeling in front of Conan, hugging his thighs and not letting go. Sister Nan. I love you like the mouse loves rice, and I can't live without you in my life. Conan said, you let go. Liamong told her, if you promise me, I will let go, or if you promise, I will never let go in my life. Conan is in a hurry, why are you shameless? Liamong told her, what are you doing with shame? Sister Nan, haven't you heard that sentence? A tree without bark will die, a person without face is invincible, and a person without shame is invincible in the world. Conan gasped when he heard this. Tsunade looked at him with eyes straight. Uzumaki Nagato was just like his name, he really became Uzumaki. After a while, Conan said anxiously, you let go of your hand. Liamong shakes his head wildly, I won't let go, and I won't let go if I kill him. Conan's silver kiba, who didn't come out after pulling it twice, clenched it tightly and kicked the other foot when he lifted it up. Who knows that this kick doesn't matter? The other leg is also hugged by Liamong, and Liamong said, Sister Nan, you are so kind to me, one leg is not enough, and the other leg is also sent over. I thought that it would be enough for us to have one leg, but now I have 2 legs, I am happy, I am proud. 7 more 7, Union went to sleep. Tomorrow's first night at 9 o'clock, The cloud set the alarm clock at 6 o'clock, aiming at it. This thing can't be done without it. Brothers and sisters, work harder. Text chapter 309 _ You must die quickly. It will be too late if you don't die. The Hulala's cold wind blew across the border of the snow country and the ruins of the Three Wolf Mountains. Rakage of the fourth generation, who was chased by the dog, said, "Old man Tsuchikage, are you still not helping me as an immortal?" Third generation Tsuchikage said, "Boy Rakage, if you want to help, you will help." The old man has no face. Baidu Interesting Academy, you can run slowly, don't worry, the speed of those mad dogs can't bite you. But you have to be careful, these mad dogs, it looks like you haven't had the rabies vaccine. If you get rabies, tetanus or something, you're screwed. So, you have to be careful and be careful. Old man Tsuchikage, hurry up and get your street sweeper out. Why? Hearing the resentment in the fourth generation Rakage's words, the third generation Tsuchikage snorted, "This old man is a street sweeper, so what are you?" This old man casts spells from a long distance and has enough attack power to fight long distances. It can solve the opponent, it is a noble, it is a glory. What is it like your bristling ninjutsu, jumping and jumping like a gorilla when you are an adult? Do you know, long-range strikes are all masters, and close-range strikes are trash. The fourth generation of Rakage became furious when he heard this. "Okay, you old man Tsuchikage, how dare you call me a waste?" Third generation Tsuchikage pouted. The old man said, "What a waste, you can't do it yourself. Let me tell you, you're not a waste. Why did you get kicked out by a dog? Look at your character." Okay, I call you character, right? What are you doing, Rakage kid? Seeing the fourth generation Rakage running towards him with the dog, the third generation Tsuchikage was angry. You stop for the old man, do you hear me?" Hearing the anxiety in the words of the third generation Tsuchikage, the fourth generation Rakage's beard was curled up, and he pushed back with one sentence, "If you let me stand, I will stand, how shameless I am." Okay, good you Rakage kid, you are ruthless, are you ruthless? It's a pity, the old man can fly, see you, the old man can fly. The old man can fly, Fei. Dumbfounded, stupid, say you are a waste, can you fly? No, you still want to take a dog to bite me, just your two brushes, you can count me Onoki for 2 days, I am a terrifying third generation Tsuchikage. Interesting, the Academy's premiere. Okay, Grandpa, stop stinking, you won't be able to go home anymore. What's wrong with Kuretsuchi? Hearing his granddaughter's complaint, the third generation Tsuchikage turned to the first question. The quirky Kuretsuchi pointed back, and Onoki was dumbfounded when he turned around. Wait, what is that thing? Ha, old man Tsuchikage, aren't you a nobleman? You are really kneeling now. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Make the moon. Looking at the dark light and the yellow scum, the three-generation Tsuchikage with puckered beard and brows changed his job to a lower Reba. This can't be done, we have to discuss it. Do it again, do it all over again. Gaara said, this can't be done. Why not? Terumi smiled and said, no way. Third-generation Tsuchikage looked at this from the left, and looked at that from the right. You are cheating on the old man, aren't you? You are jealous, you are aiming at jealousy. Gaara nodded. Lord Tsuchikage, you can rest assured, we will help you deal with the funeral, like erecting a monument and writing a biography, we will find someone to take care of it. Don't worry, we are not short of money. Yes, we are not short of money. Terumi also followed, her eyebrows curled with a smile. You see that you are so old, you should have lived enough, so hurry up and go. The glory of your great death can only be admired by your old status. Think about how glorious it would be if you died here in battle. Ah, the third generation of Tsuchikage died on the first day of the establishment of the Ninja World Alliance, and died in the Three Wolf Mountains of the Snow Country. He made an indelible contribution to the establishment of the Alliance, and at the same time shed his blood to fight against the world's terrorist organizations. We must keep in mind all 3 generations of Tsuchikage have done. His brilliance and history will always be remembered in our hearts. Quote. Sincerely, salute. Come here, hurry up, bow to Lord Tsuchikage. You won't have a chance if you don't bow, so what are you going to do? Follow my command. A bow. 2 bows. 3 bows. Lichung. Okay, Tsuchikage-sama, you can go with confidence and boldness. Mizukage girl, the old man isn't dead yet, so you're going to get this for me. Terumi-mei said, you're not dead now, it doesn't mean you won't be dead in a while, don't you think you're going in soon? Go in. Yeah, Terumi-mei pointed to the sky, you can't get out of that thing if you go in. Iron doors, iron windows, iron chains, don't open your eyes again when you enter. The old man will go in. Aren't you going in? I'm going in. Why should I go in? The 3rd generation Tsuchikage stared and turned into a 0-watt headlight cannon. Terumi-mei asked, aren't you the 3rd generation Tsuchikage? Aang, yes, the old man is the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage. Terumi-mei asked again, aren't you Onoki, the terrifying 2-day scale? Yes, the old man is Onoki. Then why don't you hurry in? Why? Why, depending on the greatness of life and the glory of death. Terumi-mei turned around and glanced at his companions. You old man see that we have bowed, sprinkled flowers, and saluted. If you don't die, we don't. Is it all in vain? Besides, at such a critical moment, if there is no heavyweight pressing the field, he is not like that. Quote. Look at it, Kazekage is too young to be suitable, and I am not suitable for being a woman. Guy is mentally ill and no one wants to deal with it. It's just you and Lord Rakage. But you two stand together, you are still old. You have a great reputation for your face, and besides, you have lived a long time, and you should have lived enough. If you die, you will die. Once you die, you will shine for a lifetime. It's worth it. It's worth it. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage raised his beard. It's worth it. Why is it worth it? We are young. Terumi-mei said of course. Kazekage hasn't married a wife yet. I haven't found a husband. The 4th generation of Rakage has not given birth to a son. Guy simply doesn't have a wife. And you always have a granddaughter, who won't you die? Die. It's enough to live so old. Hurry up. If you don't die, you won't be able to catch up with the cars on the road. We are all waiting. Wait, what are you waiting for? Wait for you to die. We will definitely give you a grand funeral when you die of old age. The 5 major countries will hold a funeral for you to show your identity. Haven't you always emphasized that you are a noble? I am honorable to die, and death is honorable to die. 7 Shift 1. The cloud is working hard. Brothers and sisters are rising. Let us fight the present. Text chapter 310 _ this thing can't be run. That's not it. Heihei168.com. Terumi-mei rolled her eyes at the 3rd generation Tsuchikage charmingly. Yan Yuhi's lips pursed into a moon kiba. You are old and dead, you are more interested in Taishan than a feather, and the ninjas of the 5 kingdoms will not forget it. Yours. Who are you, Onoki, the terrifying 3rd generation Tsuchikage 2-day scale? You see, we are all watching from below. The old man Tsuchikage was getting mad with all the work for nothing, and the appeal of Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, became stronger and stronger. Onoki stared at Terumi-mei, who was smiling in a rage, and really wanted to kick this little girl to death. Your little girl's family is not a thing. Why do you have to call me an old man? Oh, I'm so old, I'll be damned. I have a granddaughter, so I should die, so why don't you get on? Also, he is aiming for no wife and no husband. The old man cares whether you have a wife or a husband, and this old man quits it. 3rd generation of Tsuchikage threw his hands and wanted to run, but Heavenly Path Pain, who made a big move, quit. It's hard to catch one. How can you run away? Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Suction force is not enough to make another one. Pain's powerful secret technique cooperates with the gravitational force of Earth's storm star, and Gabang fixed the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage in the air. Smothered Yuhi as if poking a river. The third generation of Tsuchikage's big nose and Yuhi's brain shined brightly, twisted his old face, stared at his old eyes, and his cheeks were shaking and shaking. Shake, not shake. Second shaking, not shaking yet. 3 shakes, quacks, and he screams when he finishes moving. My waist. His arms and legs were stretched out like a thunderclap, and the flashing old Tsuchikage turned into a fried hedgehog in an instant, and all the eye hair, chicken feathers, armpit hair, creaking, and squeaking all over his body were tied together like thorns. Baidu Interesting Academy, especially the gray hair, instantly changed from the Pacific Ocean to the Sea of Pineapple Emperor, from Wumingda to Shujinjiang, the hair was thorny, and it was prickly. Seeing that Grandpa became like this, the quirky little girl Kuratsuchi screamed and bit her fist, and let go of her throat. Grandpa, Grandpa, you have to hold on to Grandpa, Grandpa, what's wrong with you Grandpa? Tsuchikage, who was floating in the air, shuddered twice. Grandpa, Grandpa has flashed to the waist. His hands behind his back and covering his waist, the old man Tsuchikage was covered in white sweat. Heavenly path pain hits the back, it can also make you run. Bansho Tenon, universal pull. The first one can't lead, and then the second one. Tsuchikage, who was twitching in his waist, flew over, screaming, and shouting while flying, let's discuss and discuss, let the old man recover, let the old man recover, you guys too have no virtue of respecting the old and loving the young. Terumi Mei stood at the bottom and said, Tsuchikage-sama, please stop shouting, hurry up, we have even prepared flowers for you. Chojuro, bring the flowers here. Hearing the call, Chojuro ran over with 2 large flower baskets half a meter high. Mizukage-sama, which do you think of these 2? Which one? It has both yellow and white. Yellow and white. Yes, both yellow and white. Then let's give it to him together. It's not easy for Lord Tsuchikage to die once, so we can't be too stingy. But I have to tell you about Changiro. Next time I buy flowers for the dead, you can't buy flowers, you know. Chojuro was surprised. Mizukage-sama, why don't you buy flowers? Terumi Mei patted Chojuro on the head and told him, you are still young, you need to buy paper flowers to buy flowers for the dead, and he can't take them with you. Jujuro suddenly realized, oh, it's like this, Mizukage-sama, I understand, I'll go buy paper flowers now. Terumi Mei instructed him, you should have both yellow and white. Chojuro agreed as he ran, understood, both yellow and white must be available. Third generation of Tsuchikage listened to the question and answer above, and vomited blood before he could inhale the Earth storm star. Afterwards, a reporter interviewed the beauty and asked her, it is said that Mr. Onoki was mad at you. Is there such a thing? Terumi Mei didn't give the reporter a good look. Who told you the news? The old man Tsuchikage died at the hands of Pain of Akatsuki. Reporter said, no, they all said that Onoki-sama was mad at you before he became the moon. Terumi Mei was furious when she heard this, and flipped the table on the spot. Which bastard made the rumor about an old lady? Can the old man Tsuchikage vomit blood to prove that he is dead? Then if he goes to the gynecological medical treatment, will he pay him back? Can you get pregnant? Reporter listened to Terumi Mei's drink and asked, and immediately became Sparta. But when he woke up, he leaned over excitedly, Mizukage-sama, can you comment on how Onoki-sama entered the gynecological hospital? When did he enter and when was he born? Terumi Mei looked around, lowered her voice, and whispered to the reporter, this news, I won't tell him to ordinary people. Reporter was anxious, Mizukage-sama, I'm not from the first class, I'm from the second class. Are you really from the second shift? Terumi Mei looked at the reporter curiously. The reporter nodded his head vigorously, yes, I graduated from the second class of the second grade. It was a good time for my graduation. In the September issue of Heavenly Path, they all said that it would be a good day to go out. Sounds auspicious. The September issue, 9, is the second. I said why are you so second, so the second is here. After hearing this, The reporter turned the topic back and asked about the battlefield information that day. Terumi thought about it and told him that when the old man Tsuchikage became the Moon Man, we were all stupid. One of the old ninjas below were dumbfounded. Reporter asked anxiously, what happened next? Next. Yeah, next. Next, after 3 minutes and 12 seconds of careful consideration, we decided. Decided to avenge Lord Tsuchikage. Decided to smear oil and run away. No, Lord Mizukage, how can you run away? The reporter's microphone shivered anxiously. Terumi glanced at him. Is there something wrong with us running? That's not right. Lord Tsuchikage has died in battle, how can you run? The reporter said in a fiery tone, at such a critical moment, you should all stand up. Top up. That's right, go up. You top. I top. 7th and 2, brothers and sisters, let's work together with the clouds, a better tomorrow is waiting for us. Today there are 5 more yo, the cloud is powerful. Text chapter 311 _ you are still dying. Pain 6 paths to death outside, Liamong hugged Conan inside the barrier and cried. Mobile reading is more convenient m.heihei168.com. I said mother, I can't live without you. You let go. Conan pushed Liamong hard twice, but Liamong didn't let go until the fool let go. Sister Nan is such a beautiful person, with light blue purple hair, orange-yellow sad eyes, straight and slender legs. She is very comfortable to hold in her arms, especially her delicate fragrance, which runs her nostrils and eyes towards her head. In the drill, the gods and horses were fascinated by it. Conan lowered his head and looked at Liamong, who refused to let go of life and death, and said, you won't let go, right? If you don't let go, I'll go. The snow-white pieces of paper fluttered from head to toe, and the arms were empty and wept, and the crying was sad, and the tears flowed, one train and one train. Sister Nan, why did you leave, Sister Nan? You can't leave. What should I do if you leave? Conan, get rid of him. Uzumaki Nagato gave the death order after listening to the 3. Liamong, who was lying on the ground crying for his father and mother, became violent when he heard this, and when he got up, he scolded, okay, you are a classic cripple, what do you have to worry about when you say you look like this? You can't fight against women. I'm sorry, I forgot, you can't get into a pit like this. Your legs are broken, your eyes are blind, and the water pipe is bent. I said big brother, you should wash and sleep. Andu's Thunder Fist. Fighter's Nikaido Yuhimaru was used in the form of a cannon. As soon as this side started to work, there was no idle time. Conan and Tsunade fought together, and the fight was flying sand, stone, sun and moon. Senju Tsunade, with his fists and feet, will be ruined wherever he touches, and he will suffer wherever he hits. Originally a good mountain, it turned into 3 in a blink of an eye. There is a gap in the east and a gap in the west. From a distance, it looks like a nod carrot. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is Strange Bull Rocket. Compared to 6 Paths Pain, Nagato's body is invincible, and Liamong was beaten out without waiting twice. Heihei168.com. Nagato, whose legs and feet are not very convenient, staggered and flew into the air, and the 2 hemp-like legs were crippled. Coupled with that skinny body without 2 or 2 flesh, wow, go, this is still called a person. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, where have you died? This guy is handed over to you. Don't worry, boss, I'll go down and change my name first, and I'll help you when I'm done. What did you change your name to? Boss, I don't know which deflated only son engraved my name wrong. I'll go underground and change it, and I'll come out after I change it. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm not in a hurry, your sister. Of Pain 6 Paths and Recruiting Pervert, Psychic Golem, Liuman doesn't want to fight Pain to the death. He aimed, aren't you about to hang up, why are you still so fiery? I said big brother, this rhythm is not right. According to the script, as soon as I come in, you will die, how can you still live until now? Nagato said that it is not good to die too early, he has to persevere. Liamong has the heart to die when he hears this. You persist. If you persist for 2 more times, brother will die. No, this pervert thing can't handle it on its own, it has to lead him out of the crowd. 100 Blossoms Nyan Chi Mask. Dance of Lightning. Sayonara, goodbye, bye-bye, we can't chase after them. Depend on. Didn't you say you can't chase it? Why are you chasing it again? Wiping 2 cold sweats on the cat's waist and running away, Liamong touched the battlefield again like a weasel. Nagato left the chakra launcher, and 6 Paths Pain, who had no support, retreated decisively. Terumi Mei and the others, who were also about to run away, saw it and quickly chased after him. During the pursuit, Konkuro asked Kuretsuchi very strangely. He said, "Sister, aren't you able to fly? Why don't you fly?" This little girl Kurathashi is very old-fashioned. She said, "Brother, you think I'm as stupid as you, isn't it courting death when you fly? That idiot old man of my grandfather has died. If I go up again, won't it be for nothing? I think you are good, brother, why don't you go up?" When Konkuro heard this, he quickly shook his head. "I won't get on." "You are not stupid, am I stupid? At this time, whoever rushes faster will die faster. Captain Samui, our time has come." Yunliu Fujuan. The left hand flew forward from the side of the knife, and Kurui, who had flat-chested Yuhi, launched a charge. Samui's eyes were straight from behind, and Omoi, who couldn't see anyone, said, "According to scientific theorem, the possibility of Kurui returning is infinitely close to 0. Then you're not going to help?" "Captain, it's not that I don't want to help, it's that I can't help. You see she's dead." The kung fu girl who was talking fell down, and Karui was silent like a kite with a broken string. Yuhi's face was smashed and his hands were crippled, most of his body was stained with blood, and Yuhi was about to die. Samui was very excited, and he continued to shoot and shake for a while. "Kurui, wake up, Kurui, wake up. Captain, I can't do it anymore." "Don't talk nonsense, you can do it for sure." "I really can't do it." With a weak smile, Karui's eyes gradually dimmed. A few Kumogakure around were nervous. Just when the big guy thought she was going to die, Kurui opened her eyes again. "For the sake of my dying, don't forget to burn me paper." Samui said, "Don't worry, I won't give you any worse during the festivals." Kurui blinked. "I want 2 more clothes." Samui told her it was fine. Karui also said that she wanted Chanel's, which she had never worn in her life. Samui bit Kiba. "Okay, Chanel is char." Karui was moved. "Captain, you are so kind." Samui said with blood dripping in his heart, "Who made me your captain? You're dying, so with such a small request, how can you be the captain?" Kurui cried, tears streaming down her face. She cried, and Samui cried too. After crying, Kurui said, "Captain, since you are so funny, I'm welcome. You see, I don't have anything to watch when I go down, or you can give me another watch, Cartier's." Samui hugged her for a long time without saying a word. Karui was anxious. "Captain, why don't you speak?" Samui patted Karui on the shoulder. "You should still die. If you don't die, I will die. On the 7th day of the 3rd day, Union will continue to work hard, and brothers and sisters will work together. There will be an outbreak tomorrow, and strive for 20,000, that is, more." Text chapter 312 Where did that guy go? Kurui's death was just the beginning, not the end. When Liamong shouted that it was raining, and everyone rushed out to fight the boss, Uzumaki Nagato appeared in front of everyone. "Interesting academy. Is this his body? So ugly. Really long. Much uglier than Grandpa. The gray-black skin is wrinkled, and the face is emaciated. The more he looks like a mythical beast. Legend has it that there lived a group of monsters called grass mud horses on the Malago Prairie. Uzumaki Nagato was not much different from this thing. Celestial river crabs were their natural enemies, and the grass under the sun was their food. The worst thing is that there is sun and grass in Hokage, and there are no river crabs in his sight. Uzumaki Nagato is invincible, he is really invincible. Heavenly Path in the front, hungry and evil in the back, the human world on the left, hell on the right, with a beast on top, Axio on the bottom, a big wheel in all directions, no one can do anything about it. Liamong, who ran far away, looked back, and changed his job to become a Spartan berserker. This is unscientific, you have left the chair, how can these 6 guys still move? The Jinchuriki column was plugged into the back, and the top of his head was struck by lightning. Uzumaki Nagato's strange appearance can scare people half to death. The wind is blowing in Sanlang Mountain, and it is cool and whizzing. When the wind blows, the snowflakes fall down, and the cruel battlefield is decorated with a chilling beauty. Liamong looked at Uzumaki Nagato like that, and felt a chill in his heart. There was a mistake in the plan, and it would not be a problem if it was just dealing with Nagato. If you want to kill a lame and disabled person, there are some tricks, and it is an excellent choice to hit a sap. Okay now, isn't this killing people? Not to mention the appearance of the main body, the 6 clones have not fallen yet. It's bloody, it's bloody. Interesting academy. Little friend, where did you bring him out? Turned his head to look at Terumi Mei. Liamong's mouth was bitter. Where did I bring him out? Do you think I want to? Okay, sister, hurry up and find a way to kill him. Kill him, come on. Terumi Mei rolled her eyes. Liamong shrugged his shoulders with a dry smile. Let's come with the big guys. You are all people with ID cards. Which round will you get me? Right, Lord Rakage. With Lao Su here, of course I don't need you. The barrel of gunpowder was almost empty. Hearing Rakage say this, Liamong smiled. Okay, the big guy is all up to you. Dig a hole, fill it with soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sir Rakage, are you here? The 7 in 1 were linked together, and the 6 paths Pain and Nagato, who were drifting in the snow, suddenly launched an attack. Before God, mortals are not qualified to stand, all kneel down for me Shinra Tensai, almighty push. And lick the face of the zombie. Heavenly Path Pain's lower hands smashed the snow into pieces. The 2 warriors of the Iron Kingdom who were not in a hurry to dodge were out of luck. They were crushed into cans without even screaming. The little girl Karafashi bit her fingers and asked something that made Mifune vomit blood. How much is this thing, and does it come with a discount? Heavenly Path was arrogant, and Shira Road followed, and the roaring rockets collapsed and flew away countless rocks and debris, and the only remaining ruins of the country of iron were gone in the blink of an eye. Looking around, except for a ring-shaped pit with a radius of several hundred meters, there is no trace of existence. The sky is snowing again, the snowflakes are more and more, and the storm is blowing and colder. In the cold wind of howling ghosts, yuhi-colored fire, blue thunder, and dark yellow soil were one after another. Samui Omoi, who wanted to avenge Karui, quietly touched his back and launched a surprise attack from left to right. But these 2 drowning guys seem to have forgotten that Rinnegan has no dead ends. Not to mention the 6 paths Pain and Nagato's main body, the summoned beasts that are only 30 to 50 meters long have many young and old, and it is better to be stared at by so many eyes. Yunli Ulixia slash. Cloud flow flash. The staggered ninja knives slashed towards the neck of the vest, and Samui Omoi's smile remained on his face forever. One blow, just one blow, the repulsive and gravitational force of the positive and negative crushed them into crumbs. The blood and bones collapsed, the fresh yuhi was sprayed with pale white, and the few ninjas who were close all vomited. Broken, broken. The almost dehumanized corpse fell to the ground, and the 4th generation Rakage's face was black, like a flashlight, and his eyes glowed green. Go away for me. Leiwa pierced forward in the right hand with the arm guard, and Rakage, who had unfolded again, smashed the Shira Road into the air, and before it landed, countless parts collapsed. Quickly kill them and get on together. Go. Kill them. Avenge the brothers. Xiao Yuhi, Xiao Huang, Xiao Bai, you are watching from the sky, Lao Su will avenge you. Mind bomb. The body that fell into the air grabbed the waist and turned his head down, and Raikage's eyes showed a ferocious look. What about Lousy? The two big slaps that were about to be smashed spread out in front of him, and the fourth generation of Raikage lost the complex of the Asura Road. Yama, who was invisible to ordinary people, called out and threw the damaged body inside, and after a while, he came out alive again. The ninjas who were preparing to encircle Europe were dumbfounded. Is there still a fight in this battle? Resurrection as soon as he was killed, but let people pass by. Destroy that square face, and if you kill him, you won't be able to revive. Thinking of the information he had obtained earlier, Terumi pointed to the Hell Road. Liamong reminded with a bitter face, it's useless to kill him now, there's still a Nagato. 6 paths puppet invented by Nagato. As long as the body still has chakra, you can fight infinitely. Is there anything more shameless than this? Centipedes with yellow shit rumbled out of the ground, giant pandas waved copper bamboos, bulls, lizards, and countless vicious dogs. Looking at these things, my claws became numb. I said, Uncle Raikage, where did you get these dogs? And let's not let people live. What's the matter with me, old man Tsuchikage, are they blaming me for not taking care of them? With a middle finger from hell, Onoki's ghost cursed at the old lady. Raikage boy, wait for the old man, wait for the old man to go back, and see that the old man will not kill you. Where's Sasuke Uchiha? The old man Tsuchikage pulled the car, and Liuman thought of Ursuke again. Looking around, everyone was stunned. Sasuke is gone. 7 shifts and 4, there are still 3 chapters, the cloud is working hard to finish writing and sleeping as soon as possible, and it will break out tomorrow. Text chapter 313_ won't let you fight alone again. Onoki, the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage, died in battle in 2 days, and the 2nd classmate unexpectedly disappeared. Heihei168.com lost the means of one-hit kill, and trying to kill the group of hellhounds became extremely troublesome. Who will do it? The big guys looked at each other, and a teenager stood up. Leave it to me. The dark panda eyes looked at the psychic beasts around, and Gaara took over the burden. Both hands pressed down, the sand sea rising from the ground rushed into the air, and the war started again. Psychic Beast was besieged by the sand waves. Pain Nagato didn't notice, his eyes were calm like a quiet lake. Separate them. A shout was thrown out of the net, and Liamong opened the prelude to the war. The azure blue energy web with undercuts came into view, and Heavenly Path Pain stretched out his right hand. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is. It's now, everyone, hurry up. It's useless. The Shinra of Heavenly Path Pain is over, and there is Shinra of Uzumaki Nagato, 2 people who have the same heart and soul together perfectly. 5 seconds into seconds, can people still live? The inexorable ability shows the terrifying murderous intention. Several attacks were unsuccessful, and the ninja warriors fell again. This unfortunate conqueror was almost cut in the middle by Shiradao. Compared with his luck, the guards of the 4th generation Raikage were beaten a lot. That sentient medical ninja named Shi was hit by a bomb like he stepped on shit, and his legs and left half of his body were smashed to pieces. The big guy is gone. Encountering this kind of inexplicable enemy, there is absolutely no way to do it. The fastest 4th generation Raikage keeps surrounding 6 paths and wants to start. But every time they would be forced to retreat, and the blood of the great beauty did not play any role. With the presence of twin Shinra, it turned into nothingness without waiting to be surrounded. As for ordinary ninjutsu, it's not enough for a hungry ghost to stuff Kiba's seam. Nagato suddenly opened his mouth, and the hoarse voice was able to make a person angry. In the presence of God, mortals do nothing. Damn, it's such a high-pitched tone again, he really thinks he is a god. Interesting Academy first release. Puppet live drama thousands of machines. Flat eye butterfly shining liberation. Gale style, storm style, black Madara difference. My blood is able to paralyze people, seize the opportunity. The big lips parted and the white bangs were lifted, and Tarui stretched out his 5 fingers and ripped his throat. When everyone hears this, what are you waiting for? Go. Fuck him. Fix these nasty guys. All gods and gods must die. Raiden, Thunder Style, Suiten, Water Style, Futon, Wind Style, all the messy ninjutsu was thrown in the past. Uzumaki Nagato still looks like he is about to die, and I will defeat the enemy with one move if you change anything. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, who can attack and defend without any dead ends, once again let people know what despair is. In the eyes of God, you are like an ant. Asshole. How can I kill this guy? Brother. Fu-kun. Stinky boy. What are you doing down here? The figure that floated from the sky behind him fell to the ground, and Enko Tamari Hanada shook his head. We're not going to let you fight down there by yourself. Once was enough, this time we decided to come together. Brother, please don't reject us, I can't lose face in front of the people I like. Escape is not Sunagaku ninja style. Fu-kun, please respect our choice. You. What a bunch of crazy women. Both moved and angry, Liamong really didn't want to let the 3 female ginseng get involved in such troublesome things. But right now. Be safe. Don't underestimate us, Miss Enko, we can start. Haishuyu Shenwei. Psychic. Hey, contract girl, can you stop us from doing such a dangerous thing? Are you calling me? Big Cat, it's up to you. He raised his palm and scratched his chin. During the time he stayed in the pinecone forest, Enko had already figured out the habits of these big raccoons. A raccoon is a lynx, and a lynx is a raccoon. These things in domestic cats have the same virtue. The long-tailed big cat squinted his eyes and whimpered twice in enjoyment. But when it sees what's around it, it quits immediately. Little girl, what is this place? The yellow sand in the sky is surrounded by giant beasts, and Mukuro can be seen everywhere. An arm is lost in the east, a thigh is left in the west, and the dark yuhi is mixed with gray, mud and blood, which is extremely dazzling. The long-tailed cat looked at these things, and all the hair on his body exploded. Enko pinched his waist and gave a 5 bag of grilled fish fillets. The big cat stretched out its paws and patted on the ground. Enko was annoyed by the number, most. No, don't do it without it. How much I add, how much you subtract. Enko was helpless, all right. The long-tailed big cat curled one paw. Enko was dying of anger. I said, what about you? That won't work. Don't think I don't know. Your human mouths are used to curse people. Look at it. When did cats become so smart? After negotiating the conditions and walking to the front, the long-tailed big cat suddenly regretted, and it may have been less just now. We use the wind, you use the fire. The 8 bouncing ferrets stood beside the shoulders against the broadsword, and the long-tailed cat nodded with both ears open. We only have a chance to strike, so run away immediately. I know, you're so long-winded, let's get started. Kaden Fire Style Pine Fire Bomb. The pine tree fruit collected from the pine cone forest spit out the oil of the pine tree. It is said to be Kaden Fire Style, but in fact, this thing sprays out sticky explosives. Like hot asphalt, whoever encounters is unlucky. The long-tailed cat made his move, and Hachiko was not idle, and when he resisted the big sword, it turned into a strong wind. As elves born in the wind, these little guys cheered and jumped, surrounded the pine cone oil bullets, and changed the color from dark yuhi to golden white in a blink of an eye. The fruit, encased in turpentine, exploded, and the cracked core shot at 6 paths with a splash of oil. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is. It was the blood-spitting ninjutsu again, and Kaden Fire Style, who was shot in front of him, was forced to scatter around. Did it fail again? Do not. Enko and Tamari have long been optimistic about it. Pain Nagato's ninjutsu looks invincible at first glance, but it is not without flaws. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is not a continuous ninjutsu. Although it can deflect all attacks at once, it cannot be maintained for a long time, so there is a chance. Quick, throw anything in there, there's only one chance. More 5, the cloud rested, got up and continued, and slept for an hour. Text chapter 314 An unreachable dream. Mortals, your ignorance is ridiculous. The sticky pine resin, various ninja tools, and miscellaneous attacks were all sucked in by Earth Stormstar. Seeing this weird trick again, Lu Meng rolled his eyes. Showing that the enemy is unprepared to attack it with weakness, it is time to solve it. A small colorless crystal block quietly turned into nothingness, and a dazzling brilliance appeared on the battlefield. The cold wind was silent, and Bai Shui sighed for it, as if he had transformed into an epic hero who shot a sharp arrow, dashing back and forth 7 times at a speed that broke the sound barrier. 7 attacks, 7 whistles, and the burning ground was scratched with a giant Uhex by Dark Yuhi's lava, like a primary school student's reward for writing a wrong homework. Will it work? Good pervert speed. Very strong attack. This kid has been hiding all this time. Hu with panting and holding down his knees, the extreme martial arts he reluctantly used was a huge burden. Liamong opened his eyes, and along with Liamong, there was Conan in the smoke. Your gigantic power is ineffective against me, teacher's teammate. I want to say one thing to you. Don't mention that toad to me. Sunadiheim shook off her ponytails and twisted her wrists while standing in the smoke. His wings fluttered slowly, hula hula, and sadness flashed in Conan's melancholy eyes. I thought you who have suffered the same way can understand, but now it seems that you can't. Baidu Interesting Academy. Little girl playing with paper, what are you talking about? God's will, I thought you could understand God's will. Conan floated quietly in the air. There is enough suffering in the world, people are driven by profit to commit countless sins, and countless families are torn apart. Children, losing parents, wives losing husbands, hunger and cold, suffering and separation. Those who are filled with hatred will raise the butcher knife again and repeat this cruel cycle. Quote. What are you talking about with these boring things? Senju Tsunade glanced at Conan lightly, and simply found a stone and sat down. Don't you want to end it all? It's over, what joke are you talking about? Tsunade looked up. People's stances are different, and countries are different. So, what's the end? Teacher Jiraiya once said that if people in the world can understand each other, the world will go to peace. That toad still said something like that. Senju Tsunade folded his arms, and the out-of-tune teammate appeared in front of him. Conan slowly fell from the sky. Tsunade was a little surprised. This little girl is really brave. Do you understand? In pursuit of world peace. It's just a joke. No, he's our lifelong goal, Conan said seriously. Senju Tsunade put away his contempt. Just because of that toad's words, you are going to pursue peace. Yes, this is our common expectation. We have suffered too much and suffered too much when we were young. Family members, parents, have all left us. Therefore, we must end this never-ending hatred for the world. Bring true peace, will you help us? Conan extended his hand to Tsunade. Her hand was as white as her clear eyes. However, the hands were stained with blood. Tsunade was suddenly a little cold. For the so-called world peace, you killed so many people. Kurigakure, Konoha, and now the Iron Country. It is righteousness to exchange temporary sacrifice for permanent peace. Rather than let the disaster continue to exist, it is better to let it disappear completely. You should be able to understand it. Conan folded his wings and sat beside him. Because of the teacher, we investigated you when we grew up. Princess Tsunade, your younger brother, and your lover all died in the war. This kind of pain is no different from ours. Why? Not willing to work with us to create a better future. Quote. Little girl, you just want to convince me with such an empty thing. Sunadiheim rolled his eyes at Conan. Although I have no reason to fight you to the death, and I didn't do my best just now. But the same, I will not crazy for your so-called ideals. This princess is no longer young, and she is too old to pursue her dreams. Besides, you can't do things like people at all. What if it was a god? God. Yes, God, pain is God. Conan's tone was unusually calm, as if he was telling reality. The two women were completely silent. It's been a long time. Conan suddenly spoke again. The food you gave us back then was delicious. I forgot about this kind of thing. You are still as tough as ever. Master Jiraiya said that you are a knife-mouthed tofu-hearted person, and gentleness is hidden under the violence. Jiraiya. Tsunade pouted and took a deep breath. Little snowflakes fell, connecting the two together. When we first met, Mr. Jiraiya chose to help. Although you were not on our side, you were not on the other side. Thinking about it now, it was really dangerous at the time. Jiraiya, he's an idiot. Tsunade looked at Conan and sneered twice. Is it because he died at the hands of the gods? Conan's tone was very calm. Tsunade sneered, to be killed by the children who once rescued and taught students, only that kind of fool would do it. You're wrong. Conan shook his head. Although the teacher died in the hands of God, he also pinned his hopes on us. He passed away with a smile. Remembering the look of hope in Jiraiya's death, Conan folded a paper flower. Give it to you. Tsunade was stunned. This is my thanks to you, Nagato, and Mian. Who died? Tsunade heard something wrong. Conan shook his head. It doesn't matter who dies, what matters is the wishes we carry while we are alive. Do you want to come together and work for world peace? Little girl, stop talking about these boring things. The reason why this princess is wasting time by staying here with you is because this princess has no reason to fight. It just so happens that the kid asked me to stop you, that's all. If you want to fight, we have fought before. If you don't want to fight, this princess is also lazy and useless. As for whether it is peaceful or not, what does it have to do with this princess? I, Senju Tsunade, will not pursue that kind of vain dream. Quote. More 6. The cloud continues to work hard. Brothers and sisters, work together. Please leave a message if you have any comments. Text chapter 315 No reason to fight. Why do you, who have suffered as well, don't want to seek peace for the world? Conan was very puzzled. She and Tsunade were in a very strange state now. Interesting academy. Senju Tsunade moved lazily. She wasn't sure, so she came up with this unwise way to kill time. If you can get it, it is good, and if you don't get it, there is no loss. Tsunade chewed on his fingertips for a long time, and finally gave Conan a shocking answer. Does other people's life and death have anything to do with this princess? Child, you are really a small child. Human nature is selfish. Who told you I have suffered the same as you, and I have to make the same choice as you? But you think that you have seen the essence of the world, but you are actually deceiving yourself. A little bastard once told me that the world will be divided for a long time, and if it is divided for a long time, it will be united. If you don't have the impetus of the emperor, don't go. Fuck that boring idle heart. You do yours, I live mine, and that's what it will be like in this life. Familiar figures slid past his eyes, and finally settled on the ruins of the land of Vortex. Senju Tsunade let out bursts of sneers. The people that this princess cares about are almost dead, and there is no reason to work hard for irrelevant people. I am not as great as the two grandfathers, and I don't want to inherit the will of fire. As for world peace, it is more like this princess. It doesn't matter. After a few words, he remained silent. Tsunade did not speak, and Conan did not speak. The two women just sat silently in the wind and snow, letting the white snowflakes blow, recalling the past and the past. Kill them, Orochimaru said suddenly, looking at the paper flowers that Conan brought over. The child in the rain was stunned. I've seen a lot of orphans in war, and they usually end badly. It's a relief to kill them now. Shut up, Orochimaru. Jiraiya glared at her companion angrily, then turned to look at the guarded child. You and Tsunade go back first, I'll take care of them. What? Take it as compensation. I will take care of them until they become independent and go back. The short-lived memory was awakened when a cold wind blew across his cheeks, and Conan suddenly understood what Orochimaru was doing at the time, kindness in cruelty. Heihei168.com. If it wasn't for Jiraiya, perhaps death would be their best option. War brings suffering and torture forever. So, we're going to end him. Stinky boy, can you do it again? Anko panted and looked at the opposite. No, Liamong shook his head with difficulty, holding back the big move he made for a long time, and he couldn't solve Nagato even with the cheapness of the sneak attack. It was really dying. Just a little bit to blow your head off. But it is this that is doomed to different results. Why miss? This is completely unreasonable. Liamong knows his abilities, so he made this plan to kill Nagato when he was restrained by others. Unexpectedly, the skills will be missed. At that moment, the surprise attack that should have been fatal, but at the last moment something changed. What was the factor that caused such an accident? Is this the blessing of Child of Destiny? What he was aiming at, how could there be such a bizarre thing in the world? Where did those two bastards go? Sasuke, aren't we going to fight? Uzumaki Naruto frowned as he looked at the dusty battlefield from a distance. Uchiha Sasuke's expression was unusually indifferent. Do you have a reason to join the war? Where are our friends? Friend, who are you talking about? Boss Liamong, Shino, Hiba. A series of names were announced, and Naruto raised his toes in worry. Sasuke still had that cold look. You really like to meddle in your own business. It's no business, they're friends. But the friends you mentioned were not with you when you needed them. Naruto, you are Jinchuriki column force from Kyuubi, Nine Tails. I am an orphan of Uchiha, and I am an existence that is feared by the village. They have family and parents, we don't. When it comes to choosing, they're not on your side anyway. Sasuke. Damn boy, that guy was right. Kurama, even you. Human nature is full of betrayal. Think about the days you lived from childhood to adulthood. Dead boy, since the old man told you the old man's name, I don't want you to die inexplicably. Besides, if you are in the past now, you are only going to die. Impossible, isn't it still you? Ha 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 ha. Although you said that this old man is very happy, but this old man is not arrogant. That guy has Rinnegan, born to be the nemesis of tailed beasts. The old man is incompetent in front of him. You don't expect the old man to be able to help. How could this be? In the consciousness space, Kyuubi Nine Tails' pebble-sized beast pupils flashed complex divine light. Because that's Rinnegan. No, we can't beat him. Another wave of attacks failed, and the panting ninjas went into despair. How long? How many attacks? Ninjutsu is invalid. Demonic illusion is invalid. Physical surgery is simply to die. Is such a person really something we can defeat? Or, is that guy really a god alive? It's hilarious, that we're fighting a living god. Jiro, what are you doing? The ninja sword, which suddenly crossed his neck, slashed hard under the shocked eyes of his companions, and the ninja called Jiro committed suicide. We have no future, and fighting the gods is only death. Ellipsis. Hateful. This coward. The sudden suicide attacked the originally low morale to the extreme. Except for a few strong-willed people, the few remaining ninja warriors were desperate. Seeing that Liamong was in a bad situation, he quietly made a retreat gesture to protect the three girls behind him, and stared at Nagato without blinking. Today, he finally learned the benefits of Destiny's Child. Going against such a guy is like going against the whole world. Accidents, surprises everywhere. He tried to kill several times, but was stopped by strange circumstances. Maybe a rock, maybe a snowflake, maybe someone threw it out of ninjutsu. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything between heaven and earth, excluding all factors that could lead to Nagato's death. This can't be beat at all. Send a code to Gaara and run away immediately. No Fu-kun. The 3-star fan dance kicked the rebounded kunai into the air, and the corners of Tamari's mouth overflowed with a hint of fresh yuhi. Without Gaara's obstruction, those psychic beasts can kill us all. Then you go first. We don't. Be obedient. Liamong stared at the 3 girls in a rage. Hinata's little secretary shook his head stubbornly. Mitarashi Anko simply pretended not to hear. Tamari smiles and says no. Impatient, Liamong was so angry that he was so angry. You guys hurry up. You bastards, hurry up and hurry up. More 7, there are still 3 chapters. The cloud continues to work hard. Brothers and sisters, come on together, take aim. Text chapter 316 _ friendships gained and lost. Tamari Ankoaneda was reluctant to leave, and was half dead in a hurry. But some words are not easy to say clearly. He can't tell his woman. You can run away. I'll run after I'm done, so I can use Rakage as a quilt. These words can't be said in public at all, and the little abacus can't work out and is in a hurry. Asshole, anyone who doesn't obey should be spanked. There is also Uzumaki Nagato, the dead ghost. You are aiming to die quickly, can't you? The director should kill him quickly. Man is dead and the bird is in the sky, and the immortal Eternal has lived long enough. What he aimed at, it was unscientific. Lord Cascage, trap those psychic beasts, and I will solve them. Zhao Dame observed for a long time, and finally became arrogant. As soon as he made his move, he aimed at the most troublesome psychic beast. Yoden lava style, the art of dissolving monsters. Of the water and soil chakras softened into 283, entered the sand, and the animal husbandry road pressed his right hand with disdain. Psychic. You want to kill, I'll summon whoever. The union of Gaara and Chirumi may became a joke. Whenever the yellow sand entangles the giant beast, it will be summoned to leave. It doesn't work at all. Even Lord Cascage and Lord Mizukage can't do it. What can we do? This is not a battle we should be fighting at all. Thinking of the 3 generations of Tsuchikage who died, the few remaining ninja warriors, and the 4 generations of Rakage who stood in front of them, all felt bitter. They have been reduced to cannon fodder since the battle. Do not. It should be said that they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. The general of the Kingdom of Iron, Mifune, carried a long sword, and there was blood on half of his body, and the bones under the damaged samurai uniform made people tremble. Interesting academy. That was the end of the sneak attack just now, and was cut by Shira Road. If it was meant for the rescue of the 4th generation Rakage at the last moment, it would have been lost. It can't go on like this. We lack the strength to win with one blow. Don't hide anything and make fun of it, or everyone will be ruined. I'll deal with the summoned beasts, you block them first. Terumi Mei's Yoden lava style needs the cooperation of Gaara, and the art of Chow Mist is greatly discounted due to regional reasons. After thinking about it, Liamong had to take over. You 3 be careful, if you can't, run away quickly. Husband Kun rest assured, we'll be fine. Brother Hinata is also very strong. Stinky boy, you still care about yourself. After taking a deep look at the 3 girls leaving the front line, without the support of Liamong, the pressure suddenly more than doubled. Fight fast. 5 small colorless crystals turned into dust. Liamong grabbed the big crab and turned it into a whirlwind, and the ninjas who retreated to the back row were all dumbfounded. So strong. When such a big psychic beast said it turned. Brother, I will apply for retirement when I go back. This world is too crazy. Oh my god, is that guy really human? It is more than 20 meters high and the 8-legged Yuhi shell is at least 50 square meters. What happens when it turns? You can see what happens when you look at the typhoon image. Even Liamong himself did not expect that his skills would produce such unexpected gains. Bring it all in for Lao Su. A crab is not counted, and a green-skinned bulging-eyed chameleon is pulled in. This disgusting person is the most annoying guy who pretends to sneak at every turn. Take you first. Sasuke. The distant roar of the storm came to his ears, and Naruto Uzumaki said solemnly, "I've decided, go and help." "If that's the case, then you can go, you don't need to ask me for instructions." "Sasuke, anyone has the right to choose their own path. Naruto, you are different from me after all." Yuhi's Sharingan closed slightly, and Sasuke waved out. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then chose to leave. Ursukuko opened his eyes again. The hexagonal snowflakes were decorated with fringe patterns. After Uchiha Madara, another pair of such eyes was born in the world. "I'm sorry, brother, when the closer friends I used to have a good relationship with, the more I understand you, the more hatred I feel for the Konoha who caused you pain. And that hatred has grown deeper than ever. I know what you want me to do. It is because you are my brother that you deny me, but it is also because I am your brother that nothing you can say can stop me. He chose to leave, I chose darkness. Goodbye, brother. Forgive me for not being able to inherit your will, although we are brothers, but in the end we are different, just like the fool who just left." Naruto's footsteps are getting farther and farther, and Sasuke's heart is getting darker and darker. "Creating a peaceful future with my comrades. I actually believe this idiot's words. I really let that idiot influence me. You who say you want to help me, but you still want to help others, but you seem to have forgotten that you are only yourself. Naruto, there are many people in need in the world, you can't help all of them. Goodbye, may the memories we once be forever." The cloak raised high covered the whole body, and Ursuke finally chose to walk alone. The Avengers do not need companions, they live for hatred and die for hatred. Discrimination against the Uchiha family. Force my brother to kill his parents. Whoever the upper class of Konoha who pushed Itachi to such a degree, whoever trampled on the dignity of our brother, deserve to die. In front of me is hell. Brother, I hope you live happily in the kingdom of heaven. Step by step into the icy wind and snow, turning her heart into ice again, Urzuzi resolutely chose to leave. Naruto, who was rushing towards the battlefield, turned his head slightly under his feet. For some reason, he felt throbbing, and there was a feeling of rushing back immediately. What happened to Sasuke? The problem of choosing one of the two is the hot battlefield on the one hand, and the best friend to pursue on the other. The friendship that I finally got hold of is crumbling in this wind and snow. Who to choose? Uzumaki Naruto bit Kiba and rushed back to the battlefield. Sasuke will be fine, he is so strong, he will be fine. Princess Tsunade, what do you think of the war? Looking out at the roaring ruins of the storm, Konan suddenly broke the silence. Senju Tsunade regained consciousness from his memory and stretched his waist. War is war. One side attacks the other side for the sake of profit. You think too much. It's not that I think too much, it's that I have experienced a lot. As a female ninja, I really want to get an answer from you. It's a pity that you can't seem to answer my question. Do you really want to know? More 8. Brothers and sisters in the cloud are working hard, everyone is moving forward together. Text chapter 317 _ The horror of the force of fate. For female ninjas, Senjutsu is tantamount to the existence of 6 paths immortals. Because of their gender, they definitely won't worship 6 paths the most. Konan wanted to get answers from Tsunade to prove her beliefs. Before getting the answer, she had fantasized about Tsunade's words more than once, and was ready to listen carefully. However, when she actually got it, she found that the previous guesses were all wrong. Tsunade's answer to Konan was simple: war, kill and be killed. There are no long speeches, no deafening speeches, and some, just 2 concise words: kill and be killed. Perhaps seeing the confusion in Konan's eyes, Tsunade, who was in a good mood, said a few more words: war has no meaning for civilians, either kill or be killed. They don't need to think about why war is happening, because they don't have the qualifications to decide. And the same goes for ninjas. Konan, you are a beautiful girl, you should not pursue these ethereal things. Remember the words of this princess: grasping the eyes is the most important thing, and you will regret it later. The reason why a dream is called a dream is precisely because of it can't be achieved. What can really be achieved will not be called a dream. Senju Tsunade, who patted his clothes and shook off the snow, got up and left after secretly calculating the time. It's finally resolved. As the last centipede psychic beast was twisted into a twist, Liamong breathed a sigh of relief. These damn things are not only troublesome, but also numerous, and ordinary ninjas can only be reduced to cannon fodder in front of them. How many people have died? Looking back, there are not many who can survive the tragic battlefield. 4 generations of Mizukage Terumi Mei and her 2 bodyguards, Ao and Chengjuro. Late Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoki, S. granddaughter Kuratsuchi, apprentice Kitu. 4th Reikage and his escort Tarui. The half-disabled 3 boats have simply become bare rods. Sunagakur puppet master whose chest collapsed was silent. Konkuro is dead. The centipede's leg in his hand snapped into 2 pieces, and there was a life-threatening voice in Liamong's ear. Baidu Interesting Academy. Bansho Tenon Universal Pull. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push is. 1 positive and 1 negative suction swept across the audience. Looking at the pretty figure floating high, the running man suddenly widened his eyes. Hinata. Damn, put her down on me. Extreme martial arts tyrannical fist. Heavenly path pain forehead to forehead. Stinky boy. Fu-kun. Be careful. Give me back the Hinata. Bite the Kiba pass and launch a desperate attack. After a loud bang, Liamong looked at his chest. It was a piece of iron rod. A piece of iron rod that went through the heart. All resistance is futile before God, you can die. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push is. Elder brother. A big mouthful of blood spurted out, and the Liuman that had been protecting Hinata in his arms fell and flew out. Is the power of destiny really so powerful? Fu-kun. Stinky boy. The increasingly heavy eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds. And the cold chest seemed to have a cold wind blowing. Hinata, Anko, Tamari were all sluggish. It's not true, tell me, it's not true. Get up, brat, can you hear me? Elder brother. Medicine, yes, we still have medicine. Several times before he felt out the healing potion and poured it into his mouth, Tamari slumped to the ground. Hinata, Anko panicked. I was horrified to see that iron rod that went through my heart. Cough, take me home, please, I haven't been home for a long time. Okay, go home, let's go home. The arm that was raised with the last ounce of strength quietly fell, and Liamong fell into the eternal darkness. Hinata, Tamari, Anko, froze in place. Zhao Dame avoided 2 attacks and looked back, her shoulder slumped and she went all the way out. Reikage, whose fists are hard to match, fought and retreated, and fell into the scene of being surrounded by people. What exactly is destiny? In the darkness of no color, no form, no self, this is the only thought left in Liamong. I'm going to avenge the stinky boy, you take him home. Sister Anko. Be obedient, you two take him home. No, brother, there's no home when my brother is dead. And I'm going to. Hinata. Tamari, who wanted to resist, was speechless, and when he turned his eyes, his heart was completely broken into 8 petals. Husband Kun died, and his younger brother died, and Konkuro's collapsed chest became the last straw that broke the camel's back. A husband Kun. Come on together. 8 trigrams. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Futon, wind style, Itachi. Are these 3 women crazy? Up to now, the troops who have been beaten to a bare level have barely left a few fingers. Tamari Hinata Anko went mad, and the rest of the people looked at each other and decided to die. Lay abuse hands flat Chio dance. Yoden, lava style, the art of dissolving monsters. Rock golem big bomb. Use whatever you can, we'll fight. Fight. Fight him to death. Hai Shuyu Shenwei. Psychic. Toad boss, let's go. The shadow that leapt high drew out a sword like a bright moon, and Toad Wentai made a strong appearance with a pipe in his mouth. Before the knife was chopped out, the text was too proud, but after the knife was chopped out, it became numb. Dead boy, I tell you, I'm not finished with you. Hey, Toad Boss, you ran backwards, Toad Boss. 2 big thick legs galloping and 3 vertical jumps rushed outwards, and countless cold sweats fell on Toad Wentai's forehead. The rocket artillery that was in hot pursuit rumbled over a large piece of sand and gravel. Suddenly, Wen was too immobile. Naruto standing on top of Wentai's head was very strange. He shouted while patting, Boss Toad, what's wrong with you, do you hurry up? Go on your sister, my ass has won the jackpot. Big drops of fresh yuhi dripped to the ground, and Wentai's butt became Lu Zhang's sister Lu Yuhi. Naruto listened to the words of Toad Bunta very strange. The butt won the jackpot, can the butt win the jackpot? She stabbed from her forehead to her back and looked down, her bleeding ass turning the ground into a lake. Naruto was stunned. Mr. When did you become sexual? This is too ferocious, it's about to catch up with the beasts of the flood. You are strong, you are really strong. Update 9, there is one more chapter to go. Union suddenly remembered that the new book has not been updated yet. Come back when it is finished. Text chapter 318_Toad brother is stupid. The night gave me black eyes, but I used them to find light. Interesting Academy. Since Liamong rescued Gaara and woke up unexpectedly, he has been favored by the gods. There is no good thing to say, but he is still unlucky. If it weren't for the skill, it would definitely be the end of the car accident scene. This time, it was unlucky to win the grand prize again, and I was fortunate to pay for the horror of death. Senior sister, aren't we going to help? Uzumaki Karen asked while looking at him, with his head half open. Shizune shook his head, don't make a mess, all we can do is rescue the wounded after the fact. You have to remember that you are a doctor first, and a ninja second. But, affectionately rubbing Karen Yan Yuhi's hair, Shizune said, no, but we are not Tsunade-sama, we will only make trouble if we go. I feel like the big bad guy is dying. No, have you forgotten what Tsunade-sama once said, he is no longer a human being. The puncture on the front chest and the back, piercing the heart opposite, and suddenly feeling the shimmering rays of light coming towards him, it is a very wonderful thing. They are as splendid as the flaming worms in the evening of summer night, and as brilliant as the beacon of the starry sky in autumn. What are they? The faint brilliance awakened the power of the atrium, and suddenly it became bright in the dark. The weak fingers stretched slightly, and Liamong suddenly understood the origin of this kind of thing. They are the chakras of Uzumaki Nagato. These blips are actually the chakras of Uzumaki Nagato. The energy pouring in through the piercing of the atrium and flowing through the blood vessels throughout the body, an inexplicable feeling flooded into the heart. The shackles of the world were quietly broken, and the repulsion in the shadows disappeared without a trace. Has it been recognized? It's ironic to be recognized this way. HeyHey168.com. With the power of immortal energy to break free from bondage, Liamong opened his eyes when Uzumaki Nagato's chakra flowed all over his body. The war continued. The 4th generation Reikage had 2 bloodstains on his right arm, and Terumi Mei's thigh was blue. Chojuro. Tarui. Back off. Almost indistinguishable from each other's orders were issued at the same time. Terumi Mei and Yiyai stood side by side. Pain 6 paths surrounded him alive and kicking. Uzumaki Nagato coughed twice, his gray face stained with an abnormal yuhian. He is sick, seriously ill. Eyes, Terumi Mei and Yayui had a bottom line in their hearts. This guy can't see it like that, but also, pervert's ability cannot be supported indefinitely. A bottle of medicine. A very familiar bottle of medicine. Seeing the reagent that Uzumaki Nagato was holding in his hand, Terumi Mei had the heart to drag the ray up and dry it to death. That's Fu-kun's stuff. Damn. Brother. Watching Uzumaki Nagato drink the reagent to recover a little bit of energy, all the ninjas present scolded the old lady. This bastard. Idiot. How can such an important thing be sold casually, and sold to the enemy? This is the enemy of capital, this is a serious enemy of capital. He swallowed the bitter fruit he sowed, unable to move or even speak, and now he has no strength at all. Uzumaki Naruto rushed over, and Uzumaki Naruto rushed over on a big toad. The toad boss, who was accidentally beaten by the stone, got a Kabuto loincloth from nowhere to wrap it around and stepped down, which was indescribably funny from a distance. Grandson, I'm here for revenge. The pipe in his mouth spit out large pieces of thick smoke. What Wentai wanted to do most was to know that his short knife would open the back door for Nagato. Dare to use a rocket to blow me up, dare to crush me with a stone, even if you crush me twice, you still dare to collapse into that place. You don't want to get better. You don't make Master Toad feel better, and Uncle Toad can't make you feel better. Dead boy, hurry up and summon the brothers to Lao Su. Boss Toad, your brother, which brother are you? Who else, of course, is Toad Hero and Toad Gien. Ah, Boss Toad, I see. You wait, and I'll call you here. Bang, bang, 2 psychics were used, and after Toad Wentai, 2 more big toads appeared. The one on the left is an idiot with 2 knives on his back, the one on the right is an idiot with a pot lid, and the 3 brothers are idiotic at that station. The 1 knife toad is stupid, the 2 knife toad is stupid, and there is a foolish toad with black pants. The 3 toad brothers, please enter. I'm Toad Boss, Bunta. I'm the second toad, the Toad Wide. I'm Toad's third child, Toad Gien. The guy who hit Lao Su's ass with a stone just now has something for Lao Su to stand up for. The handheld single knife was thrust into the ground, and Toad Bunta rubbed his arms and legs. The big guy looked at these 3 big guys, all of them fainted. Wentai didn't talk about it first. The guy on the left with his arms around his eyes looking up at the sky was too much of him. You said that you are a big green-skinned toad, and you have nothing to do with such a shape for anyone to see, and you are not too tired to panic. After talking about the left and right, let's talk about the right. The toad on the left is pretending to be aggressive, the toad on the right is stupid, and he is born like a big fool. This can be seen from its equipment, who can use a Zen staff if its brain is not ill, and the shield that looks like a pot lid, the more it looks like a bowl for begging. Finally, let's look at his monk's robe. Brother who sells high, may I ask you, are Sha Wujing making a cameo? Boss Toad, the rest is up to you. Looking at the opposite side with a short knife in hand, Wen who couldn't answer was too angry. Fuck you guys. I'm not fast, I'm clumsy. It doesn't take much to kill someone. The 2 knives were unsheathed and swung forward. Toad Guang's 2 blades danced away, greeting his head like chopping melons and vegetables. Toad Gien, who was a step behind, held Dundun in his left hand and his cane in his right hand, and smashed it in the face. Toad Bunta, who was 1 step ahead of the 2 of them, used the famous technique of toad cutting, jumping up and drawing the knife downward. It's not so much a slash, it's a hard chop. Kabuto, a large blade of more than 10 meters, slashed his head, and Heavenly Path Pain raised his hands. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push is not good. Something is not right. I'm clumsy again. The short blade that slashed towards the forehead, the double blade that slashed towards the waist and the eye, and the Zen staff that smashed into the door, all collapsed and flew out after a pause. With just this blow, the trio of demented silly toads lost their combat effectiveness. The 4th generation of Raikage grabbed Naruto's collar and was so angry. Boy, are you here to be funny? Just as he was getting angry, a figure climbed up. It's even more deadly. When my head is dizzy, it's really slow to code. Go to sleep, see you tomorrow. Text chapter 319_ The son was beaten by the father. Stinky boy. Fu-kun. Brother. It feels so good. All the invisible restraints dissipated. Feeling the energy in the body, Liamong smiled at the 3 girls. Interesting Academy first release. Pain lowered his eyes and aimed at his chest. You can't die if you pierce the heart, and you are not an ordinary person. Gaba broke the pitch-black iron rod and threw it away, and Liamong snorted, I really want to thank you. This world used to hate me very much, and now it has finally taken back that hateful power. What are you talking about? Ha ha ha, there are times when the gods don't understand. The words sneered and took out a kiba stick and bit it. The cold wind blew the shattered windbreaker, and the dust-stained hair fluttered unruly, if not the care of this world has long since died. Uzumaki Nagato, lost the bondage of the mighty power of the world, and there is no influence in the shadows, you and I can finally let go of our hands and feet to fight. The 5 scumbags will always be the 5 scumbags. Summoning and Judgment Golden Thunder Tiger. 100 Flowers Thunder Dragon goes to the sea. The azure blue dragon that jumped out from under his feet shone with lightning in his eyes, silver Yuhi, and the golden tiger of judgment jumping out from behind was cast in bright yellow gold. Seeing these two things, Nagato's eyes changed, and an inexplicable crisis made him feel deeply uneasy. Dai me. Extreme Wuba Emperor Quan Longhu Shao. The power of the world cannot always favor only one person and die for me. It's completely different from how it felt before. What the hell happened to that kid? Hinata, don't go there. Interesting academy. The little secretary who wanted to charge, Enko slowly shook his head. In this kind of battle, our intervention can only add to Fu-kun's troubles. Not only will it not help, but it will distract him. Tamari bit Yuhi's lips unwillingly, we are still too weak. Lord Rakage, Wu Qing's blackened thighs throbbed, and Terumi Mei took aim at Yi Yai who was panting. Fourth Rakage covered his injured arm, looked forward and said, you are not suitable to move now, hurry up to recover, we have to believe in that kid's ability. Where's Lord Kage? Slumped on the ground weakly, Gaara, who was severely exhausted, looked at Pain. The first one. Die for me. The Liamong swinging fist that increased the speed to ultimate slammed into the Shira road. Accompanied by the fist of the Phantom of the Tiger, with a squeak, the 3-headed and 6-armed mechanical puppet shattered into pieces. The parts and gears that smashed out were complaining one after another. The Golden Thunder Tiger pounced, the blue dragon leapt up, and with these two giant beasts joining in, Pain's 6 paths finally separated. As long as you are not together, there is a chance. Next, hell. He stomped his toes to the ground and flew into the air again. Liamong broke through the sound barrier and came to the square face. After his death, this unknown religious leader still maintained the majesty of a superior, and people wanted to beat him when they saw him. Dance of lightning. Of consecutive attacks in a second, blasting every inch of his body, Rakage outside the battlefield narrowed his eyes. This kid's speed is so fast that it even surpassed himself in full force. But, thinking of the man she met on the battlefield, Yi Yai's pupils shrank. The kid in front of him is just speed, and he can use his speed to ultimate, no matter how fast he is, there are traces to be found. But that man can no longer be called speed, if the two of them meet. Hey, Toad Boss, please wake up. Uzumaki hurriedly raised his eyelids as he ran all the way to Wentai's side. Wentai, who couldn't move his body up and down, looked at the little yellow hair in front of him, and really wanted to swallow him in his stomach and kill him. Damn bastard, next time I get Lao Su into such trouble, I'll kill you. Ah, Toad Boss, how can you do this? Didn't we drink swastika wine? The younger brother is in trouble, can the boss succeed? I'll go to your pot, and you don't even look at who you are provoking. You bastard, I can't deal with that guy, so call the old man over quickly. Old man. Naruto blinked confusedly. Wentai said angrily, the old man is my father. Ah, you're talking about immortal Fukasaku. Naruto was pleasantly surprised. Immediately, soon. Biting through his thumb and flipping through his fingerprints, the smoke of spiritualism drifted past, and a green-skinned toad the size of a palm appeared in front of him. Wentai is tens of meters, he is only a few tens of centimeters. Wentai is fat, he is thin. Who would have thought that they were father-son relationship if it hadn't been known in advance? Little devil, what are you calling me for? Old man, I was bullied. Wentai. Yuhi came out of Bumata's ass. Shenzuo glanced anxiously. Little lady, where are you hurt? Old man, don't move. Can I not move? If you are cut, how can I explain to your mother? Don't worry, it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt, let me see. Old man, I'm all grown up. I'm not your father when you grow up, turn over and pout. The two thin little arms exerted an astonishing force, and Fukasaku just turned Wentai upside down. Naruto was dumbfounded by the side, watching the dog snatch the shit. The boss toad launched a fool. Fukasaku jumped up and looked at the place where his son was injured, and slapped him with a slap, and he said that it didn't hurt the vital point, but it was smashed and the vital point was not hurt. Can you still be a male toad? If you can't be a male toad, what will the female toads in Mount Myoboku think of you? What will your daughter-in-law think of you? And what will your mother think of you? Quote. Old man, can you stop being long-winded and avenge me quickly? Vengeance. Shenzuo turned his head after listening to Wentai's words. Little devil, let me ask you, who beat Xiaotai like this? Over there. Over there. Looking in the direction Naruto pointed, the battlefield where the cold wind whistled turned upside down. Bang 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 dozens of times in a row, and the square face with all the shattered bones fell to the ground. 3 seconds, or 5 seconds, and Pain, who was the second out of 7, was missing too. Uzumaki Nagato, surrounded by the azure blue dragon in the center, looked around, the purple-black Rinnegan turned savage, and Conan, who was flying in the distance, was terrified. No Nagato. Chapter 1, Brothers and Sisters, please leave a message if you have any comments. Let's watch the performance of the cloud, let's refuel together, and aim. Text Chapter 320 The game does not play like this. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. What the hell is that? The giant human-shaped beast that rumbled up from the ground was hundreds of meters high, with a radius of 10 feet. The 7 terrifying eyeballs exuded a light that was enough to make the soul tremble, and the body like dead wood showed a color that withered the world. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. The 10 protruding strips Jinchuriki column behind m.heihei168.com are inserted into the sky, like the roots of an ancient tree that has been cut down. Who ran halfway, dragged 2 pieces of dirt and ashes, and ran back desperately. Toad immortal, wait, you can't run, this. What is this? Do you know what it is? You don't know what to shout. Little devil, I tell you, if you want to survive, run away, we can't deal with that thing. Toad fairy, what is that? You bastard, get the hell out of here, there's no time to ink with you now. The 2 giant shackled hands paused for a moment and then smashed to the ground. The rumbling sand and stones shot towards the surroundings like a torrential rain, making a crackling sound. Fukasaku, who accidentally fell somersault, bang. It turned into white smoke. Toad Wentai, Toad Guang, and Toad Jien also disappeared. Naruto Uzumaki, who became the bear commander in the blink of an eye, fell on his horse with a wow scream. More than a dozen of the desert floating dragged the surviving comrades into the air, and fear flashed in Gaara's eyes, who had recovered a little. The Nagato. Don't be sad, Conan, you can get used to your belief in yourself at the last moment of your life. It's not a loss in this life. The skinny slap gently stroked the soft hair. Uzumaki closed his eyes and looked at the blue sky dragon, the Mons Sparta standing on top of the dragon's head. I thought that losing the bondage of the world would solve everything, but it was the beginning of disaster. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, or Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, infused with the 7-tailed beast chakra. Dude, can we discuss that you are dead? Don't bring such a fool. Conan, I'll leave it all to you in the future. It's easier to read on your phone m.heihei168.com. Today's things are not normal, watch out for that guy. If that's the case, you just leave and don't carry these heavy dreams anymore. Long Gate. Seeing the sad look in Conan's eyes, Uzumaki Nagato sighed. You will be the only one left among the 3 of us. I hope you are more happy than the world. Mian must think so too. Live well. Quote. Finally, looking at his close friend who had been by his side, Uzumaki Nagato rose into the air. What is he going to do? For the peace of the world to meet the judgment of the gods, your death will be an opportunity for the world to move towards peace. Let it end here, the shadows of the 5 great nations, you who built your own peace on the destruction of small nations, are the root of all evil. Today, I will judge you in the name of God. This lunatic. His brain is abnormal. Be careful of those dragon beasts, they will die if they are broken. The huge mouth that suddenly opened, 9 long snake-like dragon heads jumped out one after another, and the Liyuman who knew the details of this thing issued a warning. Defeating Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, is simply impossible, and there are not enough people to send food right now. In the face of this kind of super boss, the best way is to pile on the crowd. Now that it's good, Mount doesn't have enough, the main output is not enough, and there is less nurse to add blood. He aimed, this is a fart. But fortunately, as long as Nagato is killed, this thing should be. Wait, what is he going to do? Open arms, he slowly leapt back into the mouth of the golem, and Uzumaki Nagato disappeared from sight. Eaten. The eyeballs are all over the place and the brain is twitching. Is this the situation of Shenma? Losing the master of Uzumaki Nagato, do you have to deal with Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path? Looking at the pervert-like human-shaped behemoth, countless grass and mud horses appeared in everyone's mind. Lemons Sparta. Gara Shkoda. Taruni me Guo Maida. Da, it's all da. This day is over. The screaming Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, controls 9 long snakes to intersperse, and Liyuman rides the azure blue dragon and turns into a Heian in the storm. If you are not careful, you will die. Roar. Judgment Jin Leihu strikes and rushes towards Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Compared with the golem, the originally huge golden tiger was like a cat pounced on an adult. Bang. One kick. Just one kick. With a casual kick from the shackled big foot, the golden tiger was kicked out of the circle, and the scars left by Zhang Qiba's dancing claws before falling off were quickly restored at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it was as good as before. Good pervert resilience. Very powerful physical attack. Judgment Jin Leihu was seriously injured and defeated, Azure Blue Dragon was exhausted again, Liamong now wants to die. How difficult is this game? 4 generations of Reikage Yayui. 5 generations of Kage Gara. The 2 leaders of the 5 major countries, sitting on the top of the floating roof, started to be silly. How to deal with this thing? Hit with a fist, or take a kiba bite. The ant and the elephant didn't do that either. In the rush, he turned his head and glanced at the long snake that was chasing behind him like a mad dog, and Liamong angrily smashed the colorless crystal block. Bring it on. Big monster, buddy, let's get an Ultraman today and maintain a cosmic peace. Gather energy cannon. The right hand that was raised above the top was suddenly pressed under the ribs with 3 spinning thunder balls, and the livid kiba closed tightly and filled the colorless. Individual. 0. As more and more small crystal blocks were filled, the gathered thunder light became louder and louder, and the numb and swollen right hand was reflected by the leaping Leihua's colorful Madara. Fu-kun doing. Brother, be careful. The brat definitely has a way. The silver-colored hair that stood upside down fluttered, the squeaking clothes were bulging, and the Liyuman roared and slammed out the chi cannon that had gathered to the extreme. Look at my otherworldly version of Turtle School Qigong, brother is going to kill the moon with this thing. Die for me. The light Jinchuriki column shot out like a judgment issued by the gods of the heavens, and 9 long snake-shaped dragon beasts intertwined and turned into nothingness. The psychic golem turned its head, and its huge head slanted to the side when it couldn't be let out. The shining light Jinchuriki column brushed past, the shackled right hand slammed to the ground, and the milky white liquid overflowing from the break kept rolling and making people nauseous. Good boy, do it again. Come again, he aimed, you think it is to eat and drink water and come again. Enduring the piercing pain to cover his unconscious right arm, Lu Meng clenched the Kiba pass in anger. Looking at each other, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, opened his mouth again. Those are more too, so tired. Cloud takes a nap, wakes up and continues. 1 hour is fine, aim. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 321 to 340. Text Chapter 321 _ The Rhythm of the Plane. Yuhi, Yamato, take them back. Baidu Interesting Academy. The loud rumbling sound kept knocking on the surrounding trees. Might Guy suddenly lit up and Kiba said to the two teammates. Kurenai Yuhi Yamato Tenzo was shocked. Guy I'm the 6th generation of Hokage from Konoha. Might Guy gave his friend a thumbs up, and then looked at Tianzang, who had little contact with him. Where there are leaves flying, there will be fire burning. I still remember the 3rd generation of Hokage-sama. Did you say anything? Wherever there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout, and the true power of the ninja will be revealed when trying to protect the people he cherishes most. Leaving with the future of the village and protecting them means protecting our future. We can go together, Kurenai Yuhi exclaimed. 580, Guy shook his head. Yuhi, you should understand that I have to stay here. Why Teacher Guy? Lee Rock interjected suddenly, tears welling up in his eyes. Idiot, the teacher is Hokage. Boom. His fist hit the top of his head and hugged little Lee into his arms. Guy burst into tears and was speechless. Sakura, Inazuka Kiba, Tenten, Aburame Shino, the top 4 shrank side by side in the corner, and a chill poured into their hearts. Kurenai Yuhi and Tenzo looked at each other and closed their eyes sadly. What Guy meant, they understood that at the time of the 5 Shadows talks, if Konoha didn't show any notable performances, he would definitely fall into the limelight, and there would be countless troubles in the future. One bad thing is the fate of destroying the village and destroying the clan. They can choose to run away, others won't say anything, and they won't get caught. But Guy can't go. Hokage's identity predestines him to fight side by side with the rest of the 4 shadows, even if he dies, or Konoha will become a target of public criticism. Baidu Interesting Academy. Lee, be obedient. In the future, when the teacher is not by your side, you have to work harder. The name of the blue beast is entrusted to you. Mr. Guy. Lee, let's make an appointment. The big Kiba flashed his thumb again, and Might Guy choked and said, if the teacher can go back to Konoha, I'll treat you to a big meal. Mr. Guy. Not posing in the same pose as before, Lee Rock lowered his head silently. Guy rubbed his disciple's forehead vigorously. You are still young, your shoulders are not broad enough, don't think about revenge for your master. Remember, before you really grow into a man, the first thing you have to do is live bravely instead of being a coward who will die for nothing. Lee, look at me, don't think about anything else until you become a teacher. Mr. Guy. Promise, Guy said and raised his hand. Lee Rock wiped away tears. Promise. The fists that were slammed together slammed hard 3 times. Might Guy nodded to Yuhi and Tianzang. They will ask you, for the future of the village, you must go back alive. Mr. Guy. Master Guy. Lord Hokage. Aha, it's finally recognized by everyone. Listening to Tenten Inazuka Kibasakura's shout, Might Guy exhaled the big Kiba excitedly. Aburame Shino pushed his sunglasses and walked over to Guy and gave a deep salute. He was doing the etiquette when a subordinate came to meet a superior. Action. The team that sank deep into the ground was divided into 2, watching Might Guy rushing towards the back of the sun. Lee Rock's tears flowed into an ocean. Mr. Guy. The footsteps paused slightly during the run, and Might Guy smiled at the sun. Lee, you are the best. My teacher has always believed that you can become a great ninja. Live with the blessing of being a teacher, and the youth without regrets will burn. I'm Konoha 6th Hokage, the blue beast Might Guy. The 8th inner gate's 6th gate view gate open. That's Hokage. I thought this guy took the opportunity to escape. Haha, the warriors of Konoha will never leave their comrades and flee alone. Lord Rakage, Lord Mizukage, Lord Kazekage, leave it to me. Did this idiot figure out the situation? Leave it to him, what can he do? Terumi stared blankly at Guy, then pointed back, are you going? Okay, I'll go, where is the enemy? Eyes wide open, Might Guy looked left and right strangely, didn't see the enemy, only saw two Jinchuriki column suns. When did this thing appear? Gaara was speechless. Look up. Up. Slowly raising his head, the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, kept waving his hands. Guy glanced at the pervert thing, and put it out in an instant. He is a human, not a god, how can that kind of pervert fight? The ground, and shortly after Might Guy emerged, the ray managed to kill an arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. But before people could cheer, the guy opened his mouth wide. Looking at the seven monsters slowly showing their true shapes, Terumi, Gaara, the fourth generation of Rakage, and Might Guy were not calm. Tailed beast. He actually summoned the tailed beast. That's the three tails. There's no mistake, it must be the three-tailed Asada, and that one, even the six-tailed thunder beast came out. That said, big drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks. Terumi was shocked on the spot. They should all be tailed beasts. Gaara looked at the seven monsters, looked at the civet cat on the far left, and said, that is just one tail of our Sunagakure village. I used to be his Jinchuriki column force, I will never admit it wrong. No more guessing, our village's two-tailed cat is also inside. Yiyai shook her arms and looked at the two-tailed black cat. One-tailed Shukaku, two-tailed cat, three-tailed Isota, four-tailed shark, five-tailed Penghu, six-tailed thunder beast, seven-tailed raccoon dog, and the seven monsters that appeared, roared in the sky. Spartan's gleaming light rode on top of the blue dragon's head, almost breaking two dragon horns. He was aiming. Who did he provoke? Do you need to play like this? Tailed beast bomb. 7. Let's all go to the plane together. 1. Kill you little Guangxi. Brother, stop playing, okay. As if he was dodging back and forth in the arcade plane game when he was a child, Liuman was beaten by the light from the seven-tailed beasts, Jinchuriki column, and fled in embarrassment, holding his breath while escaping. Brother just hit you with a cannon. As for you, are you still playing Kuno? You look at brother and wait, you look at brother and wait. More 3, wake up and hurry up, brothers and sisters, come on together. Recovering well, aim. Text chapter 322 _ cross peaks in the dark. Let's go help. Heihei168.com. Chased into a dead dog by tailed beast bomb, Terumi couldn't sit still, and rushed to the battlefield regardless of her aching right leg. Just as he was about to stand up, his shoulders were pressed down. Who? I think you need help. Two golden ponytails fluttered slantingly, and a woman with blonde hair and eyes came into view. Seeing the person coming, Gaara, Terumi, and the fourth generation of Rakage all changed their expressions, and Might Guy opened his mouth and turned into a hippo. Senju Tsunade. Tsunadiheim. 3 minutes for an injury like this. Spirituality slug. Split, heal them. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The 30-centimeter tall slug crawled to the crowd, and Tsunadiheim set his sights on the battlefield. It will send you news at any time and heal your body. With the floating of the Kazekage Kid, we can completely contain those tailed beasts. You can't win like this. Terumi looked at her knee-length hair, and pointed to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path's half-grown arm. It's very resilient, it's exhausting. We can only die in the end. Quote. You want to retreat. Tsunade heard a voice over. Zhao Dame lowered her eyes and said, this is also impossible. This can't be done. We have to get rid of it. Rakage of the fourth generation slammed the ground hard. We are already the strongest ninja group in the 5 countries. If we can't solve this guy, there is no point in escaping back. Therefore, it must be fought to the death. Quote. The leader of Akatsuki is seriously ill, and it is wise to choose to retreat. Terumi May suddenly raised the previous discovery and said, "This kind of enemy can be dragged to death as long as possible, and there is no point in fighting. Are you afraid of dying?" Reikage raised the tone contemptuously. Terumi May was furious. "I'm not afraid of death." "You're not afraid of death and you would choose to run away. Humph. Girls are girls, and they are really unreliable things. Bastard. You'd better make it clear." Yiyai was embarrassed when she saw Tsunade Haim suddenly get angry. "I was patronizing the 5th generation Mizukage just now, and I forgot that there was also a woman next to me." Terumi May narrowed her eyes with wrinkled eyes. "I'm not afraid of death. From the moment I became a Mizukage, I had the consciousness to die. But the current situation is not like this. Knowing that I will die is unwise. We don't need to be buried with them. What if he doesn't die?" Yiyai also has her own considerations, saying that any righteousness is false. Now that Konoha destroyed Kurigakure, they and Sunagakure were left intact. Akatsuki attacked again, only to choose one of two. Compared with the two, Sunagakure without the tail beast will obviously not be targeted by Akatsuki, only their Kumogakure will be the first choice. 5 generations of Mizukage, you are really calculating, and women's minds are indeed vicious. The bifurcated mustache pouted twice. Yiyai looked at Terumi May deeply, and did not let her look at the big beauty. The silent war broke out suddenly, and Senju Tsunade raised the corners of his mouth in contempt. "This is the village, this is the shadow. Obviously, disaster is imminent, and they still do not forget to calculate each other. Even if you can dodge this time, you can dodge the next time. So what if Uzumaki Nagato died? Don't forget, there's an old monster that hasn't come out yet. Tamari, Enko, Hinata, come here." Shizune. Quietly beckoning to the 3 girls to follow, Shizune took the person back to the hiding place. This is a stone cave on the edge of the battlefield. You can see how it came from looking at it. Seeing Enko, Hinata, Tamari coming in, Uzumaki Karen pouted. On the battlefield, Liamongia drove the azure blue dragon to dodge back and forth. Not to mention the other tailed beasts, they were all ground species. 3 pairs of wings hooted, a long tail pouted, and a long, bifurcated horn grew on the top of its head. If you look at it carefully, it looks like a bug, but if you look carefully, it's just a bug. "You bastard, you're welcome to chase me again." The continuous tailed beast bomb shot out from the ground. If it wasn't for the azure blue dragon as an energy body, it wouldn't matter much if it was hit, and Liamong would have been hit long ago. Even so, the space for counterattack was lost. Wait until they run out of chakra. Depend on. This is really the most bullshit thing in the world. The tailed beasts have been fighting for several days, and they have been fighting with them to find death. Just when Liamong was desperate, the support team flew up. 5th generation of Kazekage Gaara, the Slug Princess Tsunadeheim, the 4th generation of Reikage Yayuii, the 5th generation of Mizukage Terumi May, and the 6th generation of Hokage Might Guy. Soon as he flew to the side, Terumi May said, "Little friend, do you think we should retreat?" "Mizukage you. Don't be angry, I'm just asking casually." The charming folded her hair and blinked her eyes. Jiaodame deliberately angered Reikage, and when she got angry, she sold it again. Okay, the tailed beast underneath. 1 per person, 6 tails to me, my Yoden lava style just restrained it. Quote. "I'll come at the end." Gaara nodded to her old nemesis. Might Guy thought and pointed to the 3 tails, "Leave that to me." A group of powerful villains know how to pick soft persimmons. You've all chosen, I'll go deal with her way. 4th Reikage glared angrily, turned around and killed the cat. Don't look at this black cat with few tails. The truth is difficult to deal with. I am afraid it is only under the 8-tailed Kyubi, 9 tails. The name of the Grim Reaper pet is not for nothing, and the dark attribute is something that many ninjas can't touch. Terumi May in the 6-tailed Thunder Beast. Gaara vs. Shukaku Aikyo. Might Guy slams Mighty. Tsunadeheim thinks about getting the 5 tails under his subordinates. The five-tailed beasts were restrained and turned around with a sigh of relief. Grandchildren, it's time for me to be your grandfather. The azure blue dragon rushed to me. Nagato. Mian. One paper crane after another was folded, and Conan shed tears in the air. More and more paper cranes were flying around, and the slower and slower golems gradually slowed down. Nagato is about to die. Breaking through the soil and drilling out of the ground, Akatsuki's white Zetsu's eyes were awe-inspiring, and Ah-Fei, who appeared in the eddy current, also sank. What to do, in case the tailed beast escapes, our plan. 4. Cloud continues to work hard. If you have any comments, please leave a message in the comment area or group. Cloud will read it every day. Friends who have made comments, please write a little more detailed, a sentence or two. I really can't understand the Cloud, please. Text chapter 323 _ the long-winded monkey. They can't run. Morning peacock. Yoden, lava style. Chakra enhanced strength. Thunder abuse level Chio dance. Who opened the sixth door, threw rounds of fireballs like machine guns, and Might Guy bombarded Sanway. Asada fluttered three tails, and a single eye glowed brightly in the middle of the shell-like head. Terumi Mei, who was not far away, had a Doden earth style and a sweetened water style, which merged into a dark green mucus, and a piece of smart mist spit out from his mouth, blocking the bubble, spitting slug in front of him. As a female ninja, Senju Tsunade is much more violent than Terumi Mei, chakra-enhanced strength, heavenly foot of pain, wide open and close to attack with five tails. This is a white animal with horns on its head that looks like a deer but not a deer. His favorite thing to do is hit people with brain seeds. In history, this thing has been used to injure an eight-tailed bull. However, when I came across Senju Tsunade today, it was bad luck. One hit, one slap. One hit, one slap. Senju Tsunade was very smart and didn't push hard. He flashed his fists and kicks in a flash. Penghu, who could only put his head on people, fell over a dozen times in a row, and was so dizzy that he couldn't find Bei. Compared with Tsunade's leisure, the fourth-generation Raikage is going to be much unlucky, and the two-tailed cat has only two tails. But this cat demon with big pointed ears and sparkling sawtooth Kiba is a monster with dark attributes. This is the fourth generation of Raikage to hold the Thor armor. If you change someone else, you will have a bad luck, and it is very likely that you will not get better in your life. Raikage and the cat barked again and again. Gaara and Yue stared at them with big eyes and small eyes. Yue didn't attack, and Gaara didn't move. The cross-star pupil met the panda's eye, and he didn't get stuck for a long time. Are you still alive? Shukaku stared strangely at his predecessor, Jinchuriki Column Force. Interesting Academy first release. Gaara nodded and said nothing. Shukaku was depressed. He aimed. How can we say that we have been together for so many years? Can you die if you say a few more words? Forcefully suppressing the feeling of vomiting blood, Shukaku said, Little love, let's discuss something. Gaara said that his name is not Xiao-Ai. Shukaku grinned, what about Ronaldinho? Gaara said he is not called Ronaldinho either. Shukaku is annoying, so let's call you a personal head office, right? Gaara looked at Shukaku and said something that made the civet cat almost change the prince. I'm not called Xiao-Ai, nor Xiao Luo, let alone Xiao-Ai, my name is Gaara. Shukaku vomited blood after hearing that. Did I know that your name is Gaara? Okay, Gaara is Gaara. That Gaara, shall we discuss something? Say. How about you let me out? Shukaku patted his big belly and sprayed yellow sand into the distance. Feeling the tailed beast's control waning, Nagato, the cat in Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, knows he's running out of time. Uzumaki Naruto, who couldn't poop and slam the drum, turned into a Saiyan. 5 minutes, a full 5 minutes of preparation, with the help of Kyubi, Nine Tails, the person Jinchuriki Column Force, once again completed the so-called useless ninjutsu. Boss, I am here. You big monsters, listen to the uncle. Your uncle, surnamed Uzumaki, Naruto, is the son of Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato and Bloody Yuji Pepper Uzumaki Kushina. The responsibility of protecting world peace is handed over to Mila. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where did this idiot come from? Are those horses painted on his face? There are 2 white strokes on the left, 2 black strokes on the right, and a slag ash in the middle. This face looks like a fool horizontally and a melon vertically. When combined, he looks like a fool. Uzumaki Naruto, will you have a serious time in your life? A staggering almost fell from the top of the blue dragon's head, and the Leuman was completely helpless. It is unreasonable to be super invincible in such a world, and to become a child of destiny. Boss, you all see what I do. Do you all envy me? Do you all admire me, and then all fall in love with me? Love you. Liamong glanced at the shameless man below, who filled his head with water to raise goldfish, wiped his nose and hurried away. People must not compete with mental illness, because they will first pull your IQ as low as theirs, and then use their rich experience to beat you. Naruto is such a thing. Turning the dragon's head and pounced on Shigeki Naneo, Liamong raised his fist against Tailed Beast Bomb. Come on, grandson, brother will give you a free surgical operation. See how inconvenient your 3 pairs of wings are. Can I reduce you to 1 pair? If you don't agree, I'll take it as your agreement. Grabbing the wings with both hands and tearing them apart, Naneo Shigeki, whose wings were pulled, danced the figure dance. Uzumaki Naruto stood under a awning and was thinking about how to get up, when Kong Kong with only 4 tails fell in front of him. Wow, what a big monkey. It has 4 tails, are you 4? Anything with 4 tails and 4 tails, I also have a name, okay. The stinky brat heard it clearly. I am the Monkey King of Shuiliandong, the king of the Monkey King Sun Wukong, who was given the surname Sun by the 6 Paths Immortals. A series of bombardment-like names were sprayed in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto stupidly raised his fingers. Water curtain, monkey hair, fairy monkey, great sage, no space. What's your name? What's my name? Don't I understand? Humph. Humans are really idiots, and they can't even remember a name. They're not as good as apes. Stupid brat, you heard it clearly. My name is Sun Wukong, the great sage of the sky, Sun Wukong. This monkey is so long-winded. Naruto touched his head. This is Chi and Sun's. What's his name? What a mouthful monkey. Not cute at all. Stinky brat, did you listen to me? Ah, listen, Chi monkey. Monkey Chi. Isn't it right, the water monkey? Water monkey. Isn't that right? Naruto's eyes. Chi monkey is wrong, and water monkey is not right. Ah, I want to understand. Your name is Sun monkey, right? Not Chi monkey, nor water monkey, is Sun monkey, referred to as Sun Tzu. Quote. Roar. Stinky brat, don't change other people's names. You idiot and retarded, forget it. Anyway, humans are like this. Smart monkeys shouldn't care about idiot humans. Sun Wukong, you are still the same fart monkey. Who dares to tease your grandfather? Your grandfather has not farted for decades. It's me. In Chapter 5, the Cloud continues to work hard, and the next 2 chapters may be delayed. But there will be, believe in the Cloud, credit guarantee, aim. Text Chapter 324_Toad Family Meeting. Dead Fox, I knew that no one would be so boring except you. Heihei168.com, the king of the apes, who claimed to be the Monkey King, plopped down and sat on the ground, begging his ass. QB Ninetails opened his eyelids slightly and said, Fart monkey, don't say you don't know anything. If you didn't find this old man, would you come here? Dead Fox, call me old man in front of me, do you have the qualifications? I am used to farting monkeys. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Che, whoever wants to see you, a dead fox, knows how to play tricks all day long. It's called IQ. It's impossible for you to catch up with me because of your innate nature. Dead fox, don't talk about those useless things. The king of the fairy ape groaned twice. Quickly think of a way to save the brothers. I can't help it. QB Ninetails glanced at Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and flipped through the Byakugan. You should know what that is. We're from there. And Hagoromo said, one day in the future, we will have to make a choice. Quote. Do you want to be one again? The king of the apes roared angrily. QB Ninetails is still the same thing that doesn't matter to him and hangs up high. Fart monkey. What are you arguing about? My chakra is only half now. And this kid can't fully play. I want to help you naturally, there is no way. If you don't help me, I'll put you into. Cut. Up a fox claw and showing his middle finger, QB Ninetails made no secret of his disdain. Can you beat me? Besides, the bull is not here. What's the use of that thing if it catches me? It's not afraid of blowing up when it is sealed inside. Got it. Damn dead fox, you say help or not? He's dying. QB Ninetails pouted and said without looking up, you have to be in such a hurry. We won't be able to get out when he's dead. Only then will we have a chance. Dead fox, don't say you can't see it. So what? Hey, please stop arguing. Sun monkey, how should I help you? In extreme astonishment, he lowered his head and looked at Naruto's licked smiling face. The king of the apes was stunned. You said you wanted to help me. Yeah, aren't you and Kurama friends? Naruto said as a matter of course, if a friend is in trouble, of course we should give our all to help. You said you and this dead fox are friends. The king of the apes pointed at QB Ninetails with a frantic laugh. I never admit it. Kurama, hearing QB Ninetails' disrespectful words, he jumped up and down. We are all friends, why do you say so? I don't want to have an idiot friend like you. I'm afraid of being infected. Idiot. You think you're smart. Okay, you too, stinky brat, are you really going to help me? Of course. Naruto patted his chest towards the four tails. Tell me what you want to do. For Kurama's sake, I will definitely do it. Dead fox. The two big kiba protruded out of the lips, and the four tails glanced at QB Ninetails with some envy, and then looked down at Naruto. Stinky brat, listen carefully, we are all locked up in 10 tails now. In the shell, if you want to let us out, you have to weaken the binding force of this shell when he is about to die. Then what shall I do? Naruto glanced at the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. I don't know. What? You said you didn't know. Yuhi with four tails and an old face said, I don't know if there is anything strange. I need to know that I still need to beg this dead fox. Kurama. Don't ask me, I don't know, this kind of troublesome thing be damned. Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, and suddenly stood up, the QB Ninetails demon fox let out a terrifying roar. Kurama. It's the guy, yes, I feel it, it's the guy. Who are you talking about? A nasty bastard. He. Dead boy, it looks like we're in big trouble this time. What are you talking about? Remember what your father told you, QB Ninetails reminded very earnestly, that was when you were born. You mean? QB Ninetails nodded gloomily, that's right, that guy, he's here again. I'm going to kill him. The old man also wanted to, but he couldn't. Why? The big enemy was right in front of him. And Naruto was anxious. Kurama, you are not too. Bastard, are you an idiot? He was able to control me back then, so what's the use of letting me out? Then what should I do? Naruto's eyes flashed to Yuhi. Unite. QB Ninetails filled his chest with resentment and stretched out his claws. Fusing your chakra with this old man's chakra, the old man will help you wake up your bloodline. It should have allowed you to get used to it for a while. But now don't care about that either. Dead fox, brat, what are you talking about? Four tails roared twice angrily when QB Ninetails and Naruto were thrown aside. QB Ninetails rolled his eyes. Fart monkey, we don't have time to answer you now. Dead boy, prepare to open the seal. Door that just opened. QB Ninetails, two front paws facing his chest, his pointed ears pointed upwards, his big waving tail slammed on the ground, and his two vertical pupils gleamed coldly. No one wants to control the old man anymore. Remember, dead boy, you only have 5 minutes. Yang Tian let out a roar. Chakra twisted the clouds, and turned his head in astonishment with Nanao's life-threatening Liuman. That's Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto with 9 tails swaying behind him greatly changed. Senju Tsunade. Might Guy. Gaara. Terumi Mei. One by one, they all looked sideways, and the 4th-generation Raikage Yayui Haoshuan bit his tongue off. Bai, this is the same as Bai. No, it is a more powerful force than Bai. How did this guy from Konoha, Jinchuriki Column Force Kid, do it? Transformed, Kyubeat 9 tails, chakra merged, and Uzumaki Naruto seemed to hear the mourning of all cells in his body. Dead boy, you are in a wrong state, quickly vent chakra out. That Naruto was gradually collapsing, Kyubeat 9 tails quickly reminded him. Spiritualism. Bang 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 bang. Numerous bangs, Uzumaki Naruto, who almost summoned all the famous toads from Mount Myoboku, held a festive concert around him. The 3 toad brothers who have just been bandaged, the immortal Shima Fukasaku who is ready to eat, the toad power who can't tell the gender of the lip boss, the toad loyal with a necklace around his neck, and the best friend Toji. Seeing these toads, Liamong's head turned into 2 big ones. Is this kid ready to do the magic horse? More 6. There are 4 chapters, the cloud continues to work hard. Text chapter 325_sudden change. Uzumaki Naruto. Quack, 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 quack. Extremely angry, Toad's words were repeated. Toad Wentai, Toji and his son, Tojien, Toad Hero, and Shima Fukazuo Toad and his wife, all looked at Naruto with fire in their eyes. Being stared at by these old toads, Naruto, who laughed twice, scratched his head. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I accidentally called too many. Accidentally summoned too many. Well, if you are not careful, I will let you be careless, right? The children obey the orders. Go up and beat him up for Lao Su. Yes, boss. Naruto, who responded in unison like underworld gangsters and turned the fire, turned to look at Fukasaku, understood why Wenta was so virtuous. The 2 couples, Shima Fukasaku, are simply the reincarnation of a chartered public servant and a chartered wife. 2. He is not aiming at people. No, they were not human at all. It should be said that they are not toads. Daddy. Fuck the kid. How do you deal with this kid? The toads roared in unison. Listen to the boss. Shenzuo waved his small paw. Put him. Let's go back to the mountain after we're done. Yes, boss. Countless toad legs descended from the sky, thumping and stomping on, and the army of toads who finished stepping stood behind Shima Fukasaku and closed their shadows, coming and going in a hurry. Spartan's Liamong grabbed a 7-tailed elytra in one hand, and really wanted to jump down and kill this kid. Don't be stunned, get rid of these guys quickly. Senju Tsunade, who had untied the yin seal, was panting as he slammed the 5 tails into the air. With the cooperation of the tailed beasts, the 4 shadows, who had done their best, gradually took the initiative. HeyHey168.com. Stinky brat, why don't you hurry up and help? Fart monkey, it's not that we won't help you, it's that we can't help now. Go of all attention and alertness, Kyubeat 9 tails, and Naruto suddenly turn around and head southeast. They seem to have spotted you. It doesn't matter, I'm about to go there anyway. The illusory body appeared above the head of the psychic golem with the swirling vortex, and the half-running Kyubeat 9 tails stabbed and dragged 2 smoke dragons. Turning around slowly, murderous intent surged in Yuhi's eyes. It's that guy. Kill him. Is this the murderer who killed father and mother? Take your life. With his feet dashing forward, he dashed forward along the rigid outsider demon, and Uzumaki Naruto's sharp arrow rushed towards the top of the golem's head. Seeing Ah-Fei's appearance, Liamong tore off the last wing of Nanwei. Everyone turned their heads, Ah-Fei lowered his head, and Naruto, who was running wildly, suddenly fell into the tiger's mouth. Did this idiot get his head kicked by a donkey? Quickly get rid of these tailed beasts, and take the opportunity to cut that thing. With several big moves in a row, the tailed beast that wanted to break free was knocked flying, and Lu Meng and others came to the foot of the golem. Looking at the golem that is shocking enough from a distance, wait until the feet are good, even the tallest 4th generation Hokage does not have a small toe. How to deal with this thing? Such a big guy, even if he stood still and let him cut him, he didn't know when he had to cut him. What do you do when you talk so much? How can you know if you don't fight? Thunder abuse level Chio dance. High with the handmade knife, the 4th generation Hokage snarled and chopped down the handmade knife, which seemed to be extremely lethal. But looking up, that's not the case. For such a huge monster, it makes no difference whether or not such a wound exists. Bastard. There's no way around this. I'll try it. Hokage didn't work. Mizukage appeared. Terumi May gently opened Yuhi's lips and spat out a large amount of dark green mucus. Yoden, lava style, the art of dissolving monsters. The blood of the combination of the chakra of the earth and water continued to fall to the wound that was cut just now, and white smoke rose up. It looks fierce, but the actual effect is not obvious. Relying on this kind of corrosive power to kill the outer golem, it will take almost 100 years. What shall we do? Hokage can't do it, Mizukage can't do it either. I didn't try it because I liked it so much. What about Tsunade Haim? Looking up at the giant demon, and then looking down at his own little fist, the beautiful legendary fat sheik turned Byakugan. Who is coming? Chishishua's eyes fell on him, and Liuman was helpless. Why should you leave such troublesome things to me? One more time, last time that thing. 4th Hokage pointed upwards at the broken arm of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and everyone's eyes lit up. Liamong looked left at this, right at that, and stretched out his right hand in front of Tsunade. Do you see that I'm still capable of launching an attack like that? No, this kind of injury takes at least 3 days. Tsunade double-checked and frowned. You can't either. 4th Hokage looked at the eye golem in annoyance, and slammed 2 more punches in annoyance. Losing the ability to kill with one hit, he shrugged his shoulders, and Liuman took a closer look curiously, and touched the juice overflowing from Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, some sticky, some cool, some... Little friend, what's wrong with you? Asshole boy. Is this guy stupid? The dark space lit up with 2 candles from afar, and the flowing light in front of him blinked subconsciously. Where is this? Silently looked around, except for the candlelight in the distance, there was nothing. Nothing but black. Would you like to go take a look? The thought that suddenly arises can no longer be suppressed. Although I know that it may be a trap, compared with the darkness around me, those 2 points of light are undoubtedly more worth pursuing. 1 step, 2 steps, the faster and faster footsteps finally turned into running. Liamong kept running, and at the end only left running. Why run? I don't know. The only remaining thoughts control the body to run wildly. Maybe one day, maybe 1 year, Liamong finally came to the candlelight. These are 2 very ordinary wooden candlesticks. What is unusual is the weird patterns all over the candlesticks. The 4 rings are set together, 1 ring and the other occupying a 10-meter radius, which is exactly the brightest range that the candle light can illuminate. Liamong took 2 steps forward curiously, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. What was the thing under his feet? Looking down with the help of candlelight, an image that shocked him came into his eyes. 7 and 3 chapters. The cloud will update the book first, then go back and update the volume. No matter what time it ends. Brothers and sisters who are interested in The Rise of the Infinite Manga Fat Man, come and have a look. Text chapter 326_First Sealed Land. This is Tomo. The innermost hexagon of the 4 ring is hexagonal, and the 6 vacancies are filled with 4 Tomo, and there is a little gap in the middle of each Tomo. Baidu Interesting Academy. This damn place. This is the place of the original seal. The sudden sound came to his ears, and Liamong, who suddenly turned his head, saw 7 phantoms surrounding him. "You're like this. It's so funny. Are you here to sell yin?" 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 little tailed beasts playing with sweaters, and the big body outside has become so short here, which is shocking and speechless. "Hey, stinky boy, what kind of eyes are you looking at?" "Okay, we don't have time to waste sighting." Turning his head and glancing at the 7-tailed Jinchuriki column force, Shukaku patted his big belly and said, "Human boy, how about we make a deal? Trade." Shukaku stared at Liamong and said, "You let us out, and we forgive you for the mistakes you made earlier." "Is there anything I need your forgiveness?" Lu Meng scratched his ears casually. "Was provoked, you bastard human stinky boy, you scatter my 6 wings, how dare you say that you are not wrong? We were beaten a lot too. You have to make up for us." The 7-tailed beast repeatedly accused the 2-tailed cat, "If we hadn't squeezed our chakra with all our strength, do you think you can still live to this day? Come on, you have to ask for something in court." The interesting academy said, "What do you want to do?" Liamong continued to pick up his ears one by one, and then he picked up the left side and the right side. "Angry, bastard human stinky boy, what is your attitude? Why are you so angry?" Liamong blew his fingers after picking out his ears. "If you have something to say, you have to tell me where this place is." "Didn't I just say, this is the place of the original seal?" Shukaku rolled his eyes angrily, and the civet cat made of sand licked its big belly. Lu Meng frowned suspiciously, not quite understanding what it meant. The 2-tailed cat took over the words again. "This is the spiritual sea of 10 tails, and the place we are staying now is the magic circle left by the old man when he divided the spiritual body." "The old man you said was Otsutsuki Hagoromo." The cat stared at Liamong with playful eyes. "Isn't it shocking that you call him the 6 Paths Fairy?" "I'm not a ninja, I'm shocked. What do you mean by these things?" "What a nasty human kid. I think we got it wrong. Compared to this guy, the one from the dead fox seems to be more reliable." "Fart monkey, I don't have time to talk about this right now. Human boy, listen carefully, we'll only talk about it once." He lowered his head and stared at Liamong, and the 2-tailed cat glanced again. The old man stole the holy tree's holy tree. The fruit was born, and the old man was born, which is what you call 6 paths. The holy tree who was stole the fruit was angry and wanted to find the stolen child and turned into a monster, which is what we call 10 tails. Quote. Shukaku sighed. The old man defeated 10 tails with the power of the fruit and sealed it in his body, and later split 10 tails into us when he was about to die. That is, the 9-tailed beast. Now someone wants to reintegrate us back, you know what that means. I'll go to hell with those things. Lu Meng looked around impatiently. Tell me how to get out of this hellish place. You can't go unless you can help us. Threat me. Liamong became angry, his eyes flashing ruthless. The 4-tailed fairy ape burst into flames. This is not a threat. Since you have entered the first place, you will naturally have to take on this mission. This is what the old man predicted earlier. 6 paths again. The old man said that no matter where we are scattered, we will eventually become one again. We didn't believe it at the time, and we fought often for this reason, and finally we simply walked away from the other side. It's gone. The cat licked its paws again and squinted. The old man said that when something happens, someone will guide us. That person is me. Liamong felt that the world made a big joke with him. Why did such trouble fall on him? The 7-tailed beast was suddenly silent, and after a while, the 4-tailed opened the mouth and said, We don't know if you are that person, but we see hope in you. Let us go out, or you won't even think about playing 10 tails. Shukaku's eyes flashed a savage look. We are still merging against distance, and the dead fox and octopus haven't been caught. Once all the tailed beasts gather, the 10 tails will come back to life when someone comes here to gather us, and we must carry out that mission too. Quote. What are you going to do? Take back your own children and devour all the descendants of the 6 paths immortals. Then you can do it. The matter is already hanging high, and Liamong doesn't think that such a thing needs to be worried about. The seven-tailed beast was annoyed. Do you think things would be so simple? The things the old man did has completely angered the holy tree. After taking back his child, he will take revenge on the entire human race. In other words, destroy the world. We don't know if the people who want to integrate us have this power. But we know that if everyone really gives up self-selective integration, it will definitely be much stronger than before. Come out. Seven-tailed beasts and 6 people, Jinchuriki column, except for the girl who spoke first, the girl with blue hair, green hair and tan skin, and 5 more came out. Liamong also saw an acquaintance inside. Yu Gao. And spitting out 2 bubbles as a chair, Jinchuriki column forcefully raised his eyelids. The human heart is very complicated, and our minds are even more complicated. The original 10 tails were very simple in purpose. Clear. But now it's different. After all these years of division, each tailed beast has its own mind, and with the rest of us, we can imagine what the fusion monster will become. Is it something to do with me? Yes and no. Shukaku glanced angrily. Say yes, and the 10 tails may kill you and all the people you hold dear. Say no, such a thing won't necessarily happen. After all, we can't be sure. How strong is the guy who plotted this thing? However, he is definitely not as good as the old man. Aha, what do you guys want to do with such a big nonsense? Tell me, I'm in a hurry. I woke up late in the morning, the cloud worked hard, and at the beginning of the month, it broke out and asked for support. Brothers and sisters, if you have a vote, please cast your vote. Thank you in advance. Text chapter 327_ Who Fooled the Beast's Entrustment. Conclude a psychic contract. And when the guy outside is dying, psychic us out in one breath. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spat out half a meter. Liamong took out 2 balls from his bag and threw them to Shukaku and Maoyu. Good boy, go home and play balls. Asshole. What do you mean? Please, first of all, I'm not a ninja, and the contract may not work. Second, do I have that much energy? Reach out and tap the 7-tailed beasts one by one. And they are so happy. How do these guys have long heads? How much energy does it take to come up with such bizarre ideas and channel them out in one breath? You are tailed beasts, although not the strongest, but the number is there. 7 spirits in one breath. He ain't. Do you think Lao Su is an immortal? You can. His claws. He rubbed the ball that rolled under his feet, and the Shukaku cat fell in love with it all at once. You roll, I roll. You roll again, I roll again. The heads of the 5-tailed beasts next to them saw black lines from sweat, as if 3,000 crows were croaking. Goo roll, goo roll, goo roll. You 2 fools really think of themselves as cats. Bang, bang, 2 muffled balls exploded in a row, and the cat, Shukaku, raised his head and looked at the 4 tails, who were stingy, and rushed towards him. Fart monkey, you rotten monkey. Always so annoying. Flatten him, fuck him, beat him to death. You 2 stupid cats are really brain damaged, not even as good as apes. One paw held the other and cursed, and the 4 tails threw 1 and 2 out. The cat on all 4s said angrily, we won't catch up with you, you dead monkey who likes to fart, who couldn't move his legs when he saw bananas. I'll see that bananas can't move their legs. That's better than the 2 of you pissing and playing with mud. Hey168.com. Aim, who do you mean to pee and play with mud? These 3 idiots. Cats and monkeys are really unreliable things. The cat is a traitor, the monkey is a slut, it's better to be like me. Nanao Shigeki was lying on the ground, feeling good about himself. His answer was a row of raised middle fingers. Spartans livid stood beside him for a long time, running through thousands of grass and mud horses in his heart. Sign the contract. 7 claws slapped in front of him, and the 7-tailed animal hair that had been hit enough also stabbed, and his butt was pouted, either his mouth was crooked, or his eyes were slanted. He looked at these big guys absent-mindedly, and there was a thundercloud and lightning in his head. Is it safe to sign a contract with them? Human boy, the above matters will be solved by a dead fox. After you go out for a while, be sure to check the time, and be sure to activate the psychic when the guy is the weakest. It won't work if it's too early, it won't work if it's too late, we won't be able to go out early. It will also cause the seal to bounce back and lose the chance. If it's too late, that guy dies and we'll go back to the moon, you understand. It's so long-winded, just say something like this once. Raising his right hand and pressing the seven-tailed beast together, Liamong suddenly felt an unstoppable energy rushing in. Don't resist, this is our chakra. Human boy, don't forget to buy us 2 more balls in the future. Idiot silly cat, you all know balls, bananas are the real good thing. The 4-tailed ape licked its monkey face and put it in front of Liamong. Can you buy me 2,000 bunches of bananas? Fart monkey, what do you want so many bananas for, Zwei? Asshole. Okay you 3, human boy, remember our names. 5 Tails sang loudly and stopped the noise, looking at Liamong seriously. My name is King Mew. My name is Han. The tall man wearing a Yuhi-colored hat, Yuhi-colored armor, and a smoking reed on his back waved. 5 Tails and his people Jinchuiki column force just finished introducing. Other tailed beasts also appeared. I'm the lucky number 7 Chongming. My sister's name is Fu. Feather High. Rhinoceros. Isota. Korea. What? Killed at such a young age. Boy, I sympathize with you. Hearing the introduction of the 4th generation of Mizukage, Liamong couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid is so capable, not only is he short, but he is also leaning on crutches. Damn, don't think I'm a child, I'm an adult. Well, you're an adult. He reached out and touched Mizukage's head, and glanced at the flowered walking stick behind Mizukage. If you say that you are an adult, who would believe it? Don't touch my head, the president is not tall. Do you still want to grow taller? Quack, 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 countless crows flew across the sky. Liamong and a group of beasts all turned over with laughter. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Don't laugh, well, we don't laugh, we don't laugh. Ha 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 ha. Patting his round belly, Shukaku sat on the ground with a smile. You know the name of this uncle, I won't say it. Aim, my name is Yulu. Niyugito, go out and speak to Reikage for me, I will avenge him in my next life. Chest that was beaten, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki column folded his arms. The only king of the apes who didn't express his position thought about it and said, my name is Sun Wukong, and the stubborn old man above his head is called Lao Zi. Without raising his head or opening his eyes, the old man who was sitting like a Buddha nodded his head, as if he didn't even bother to speak. Introducing their names, the 7-tailed beasts and 6 people, Jinchuriki column, stood in a circle and signed the contract. How am I going to get out? After signing the contract, Lu Mang, who felt fooled, asked the most crucial question. Shukaku overturned him in one sentence, extinguish those 2 waxes. It's that simple. Liamong opened his mouth in disbelief. Shukaku nodded with a smile, it's that simple. I rely on your sister, me, who said it was difficult to leave. Compared to snuffing out the candle with 2 middle fingers, the speechless Liuman left the original place with a big bag full of foreheads. Seeing Liamong leave, the 7-tailed beasts all fell silent. Will we succeed this time? Shukaku asked his companion in confusion, patting his big belly. It's better to fail than to do nothing at all. You're right, we always have to fight. Sanwei agreed with Erwei's words very much. Siwei raised his head and looked overhead. I still think the dead fox's side is more reliable. But we don't have time and it's up to him now. Open your eyes. 7 should be updated today, and there will be an outbreak at the beginning of the month. Text chapter 328_10 is a little more, 3 is a little less. When I opened my eyes, I saw heaven. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Little friend, what's wrong with you? Terumi Mei shouted nervously, and Senju Tsunade also came over. Seeing the concerned eyes of the two women, Liamong smiled happily, and the depression calculated by the tail beast was swept away. Two sisters, now is not the time to talk, let's step back quickly. Have you found a way to deal with it? Fourth Hokage turned his head upon hearing this. Liamong smiled and shrugged, there is a way, but the main force of this way is not mine. Naruto, whether you can solve this thing depends on your mouth. Senior brother, you're dead, you can't live if you don't die. In Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, mouth, Uzumaki Naruto hugged Nagato with snot and tears. Nagato was not happy when he heard this, why do I have to die? Naruto said, Senior brother, 227, that's how the script was written, it's too late if this episode doesn't die. Nagato pushed Naruto angrily, why do I have to die? I think I can persevere. Senior brother, you can't hold on any longer. Naruto cried and hugged Nagato's thigh, you look like this, how can you keep it going? Nagato patted Naruto's head with the back of the pole plugged into the wire, it is precisely because I am like this that I have to insist. Little junior brother, as a senior brother, let me tell you, in this life, if you can't live forever, you will also stink eternal. Otherwise he will be dead. Naruto was excited after hearing this. Senior brother, do you still want to live forever? For world peace. Naruto cried, rushing, Senior brother, you don't want to play like this, let's discuss it, you can die quickly. Nagato shook his head resolutely and said, no. I can't help it. Naruto collapsed, Senior brother, you can't die if you don't die. If you don't die, how will the director see you, the audience will see you, the readers will see you, and the big guys will see you, at this time. You must die. Baidu Interesting Academy. Have to die? Nagato asked, leaning over his head. I must die. Naruto nodded fiercely. Nagato's mouth crooked, then you will die for me once. I'll die for you once. Naruto pointed to himself. Nagato graciously said, you die for me once. Is there a substitute for death? Naruto suddenly raised the tone. Nagato said, don't you want to be so excited? I'm not excited. It's okay not to get excited, Naruto. Senior brother, if you have something to say, as long as you don't let me die for you, you can do anything. Do anything, Nagato confirmed. Naruto nodded, you can do anything. Nagato leaned over and said, look, our surname is Uzumaki. Yes, Naruto nodded, our last name is Uzumaki. Nagato added, we both have no father or mother since we were young. Naruto continued to nod, well, yes, we both grew up with no father or mother. Nagato then said, we are both Jiraiya's apprentices. Naruto said yes, we are both apprentices taught by that scumbag. Nagato sighed and turned back his words, you see that we are so similar, you can't die for senior brother once. Death once. Naruto looked up at Nagato, who was hugging him, senior brother, this can't be done. Why can't you do it? You see that we have the same experience. You let your senior brother enjoy it, and you die for senior brother once. Naruto shook his head, this can't be done. This can be done. It really doesn't work. Really not. Not really. Nagato's anger surged up and pressed Naruto's shoulder. I said little brother, why are you so stubborn? Our two brothers are both Uzumaki, and you even die for your brother once. Can't you? Naruto was about to be tortured by Nagato and cried, senior brother, it's not that I won't do it for you, he really can't do it for you. No, 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 no. Nagato's face darkened after a series of incomprehensible words. Little junior brother, are you looking down on senior brother or what? If you feel that you will suffer by dying for senior brother gave you the Akatsuki leader. Leading the leader of Akatsuki to me. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Nagato nodded, yes, Chief Akatsuki will give it to you. Is this true, brother? Naruto was excited. It's true, as long as you die for me once. Die for you. Naruto hesitated. Yes, die for me once. Naruto hesitated for a moment, why? Come, Come, you sit here. Yes, this is it. Nagato said as he pulled Naruto onto the chair. The bottom of his butt was cold, and Naruto twisted uncomfortably. Nagato said don't move, it's not over yet, you wait for senior brother to process it for you. And processing. Naruto was surprised. Nagato said don't be nervous, just plug in 2 wires. Plug in the wire. Naruto jumped up at once. Plug in the wire. Can't plug in the wire. Plug in the wire on the head, so it's not a lightning rod. If a lightning strikes, it won't be all bad. Nagato said that you won't be struck by lightning when you plug in the wires. You see, my brother plugged in so much, and he didn't get struck by lightning, right? If you feel pain, plug in less. Less plug. Less interruptions. Then can you see one? Naruto raised a finger with difficulty. Nagato looked at him. One is a little short. Those 2. Naruto raised another one. 2 will do. 2 is not enough. Those 3 are enough. Naruto gestured for 3. Nagato's face swayed. I'm not telling you, little junior brother, you can't add 1 by 1, at least 10. No. Naruto looked at the wires in Nagato's hands and shook his head. 10 is too many. The 8. Nagato dropped 2. Naruto still quit. 8 more. Then how many did you say? Nagato was annoyed. Naruto thought about making a gesture of 5, brother, 5, split in half, not 3 or 4, no 3 or 4, let's make a 5. Okay, you sit down, senior brother will plug it in for you. Put it in. Don't shiver. I'm not shivering. Why are you shaking when you're not shaking? I'm shaking, I'm not shaking. Naruto swayed left and right. Nagato said angrily, why are you shaking without shaking? I'm shaking, I'm shaking. Sit down. Nagato pressed Naruto onto the chair, and before Naruto could react, he stabbed him with a wire. Ah, brother, you stabbed too much. Third, continue to work hard in the cloud, brothers and sisters, come on, may Mother Earth fool you. Text chapter 329 God opened his eyes. A wire stabbed in the back, so that the sky was overturned. Heihei168.com. The furious Naruto looked at Nagato sadly, his face twitched and his eyes slanted. Senior brother, you are really my brother. Come on, try to control 6 paths. Nagato said as he summoned 6 paths. Naruto's eyes lit up. Control 6 paths, how to control it? You put your hand in that tube first, and then put your leg under it. Senior brother, there won't be any danger, right? Naruto sat on the chair and looked at this weird thing. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't feel safe. Nagato clicked his tongue. Can senior brother still cheat on you? You have been pitting me a lot. It's definitely not a pit this time. It's really not a pit. Hurry up. With both hands and feet in place, he shook the stick, and when Naruto was seated, Nagato explained to him, you have to do this again. Senior brother can't do it. Naruto called out Nagato after 2 attempts didn't work. Nagato looked at him and said that your eyes are wrong, so you have to buckle it down and change it. When Naruto heard this, he quit. Change your eyes. Don't change them, you can't change your eyes at will. Nagato was annoyed. If someone wants to change me, why don't I change it with him? Then you can find someone else to change it. I won't change it anyway. Really not. I won't change if you kill me. Don't change it. Don't change it. You try to control this. This is different from those. Nagato said and pushed Shira Road. This guy was a puppet in his lifetime. He didn't need eyes very much. Try it. Hey, this can move. This thing can move. Is it fun? Nagato asked when he saw Naruto driving the Shira Road. Naruto said, fun. Can you play? We'll play. Have you never played before? Senior brother, what did you say? Naruto was embarrassed by Nagato. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Don't say anything, just die for me now. Is this going to die for you? Naruto glanced at Nagato. Yes, right away, I will hand seal. What's the matter? You can die. Why? Naruto was unhappy when he heard that his death was so happy. Nagato said, this means that your brother is in the interests of you. Are you interested? Yes, I'm interested. You're ready, we'll start right away. Wait. After Nagato said he was about to start, Naruto smiled and wiped his nose. Is there no line or something? Lines. Do you want lines? Naruto didn't want to. I'm going to die for you. You can't let me say 2 lines. Nagato said okay. What lines you want to say, you can say it. Naruto excitedly said, then senior, wait, I'll make 2 poses first. Do you want to pose? Nagato was completely speechless. Naruto raised his neck. That's right, we can't die in vain. We have to show up anyway. Are you still showing up like this? It's hard to get on the pit, but it's still appearing. Senior brother, I'm lit. You're bright. As soon as I light up, you go up. Good. I see it. This little brother is really ink. It's started. Go away quickly. I made a first appearance, folded my chest, raised my head, raised my arms. Since you ask the question sincerely, I will tell you with great compassion. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, to carry out love and real evil, cute and charming villain, I am the boss of Akatsuki who is active in the ninja world. Beidong, white tomorrow is waiting for us, that's it. Senior brother, come on stage. Are these all god horses? Hey, senior brother, you ran back. Here, come on. Naruto beckoned to Nagato who wanted to run away. Nagato looked back. Okay. Up, I'm up. Senior brother, is it you who brought me here? Seeing Nagato play, Naruto asked a question that he wanted to ask a long time ago, but never had a chance to ask. Nagato's waist is straight. For the peace of the world and the well-being of the suffering people, the organization needs your dedication. What does the organization need from me? Your life. Nagato spit out 3 words coldly. Naruto was shocked. You want my life? When you die, the world is at peace. Senior brother, are you deceiving ghosts? If I die, will the world be at peace? You're almost dead. Nagato said, Naruto, you have to believe. 1 Uzumaki Naruto fell, and thousands of Uzumaki Naruto stood up. Naruto was extremely speechless. Senior brother, are you sure it's me you're talking about? It's you, Naruto. Ready, I want the hand seal. As soon as I end, you will die. Okay, brother, let's tie it up. I'm done. Snapped. Nagato made a handprint as he spoke, and Naruto fell down. Sudden pass. Half a second has elapsed. Nagato said it was wrong. What's wrong? Naruto, who fell down, got up again. Nagato looked at him and said, Junior brother, you are acting like this. Do you know how to do Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life? First time hearing this name. Do you want to learn? It's in the old interest. Naruto CC Kiba, what is the law of interest? Nagato said mysteriously, this technique is unusual, he can resurrect the dead. Really? If you don't believe me, you can try it out. If you don't know it, you'll know. Senior brother, can you revive 3 generations of old men with this technique? What did he do to resurrect him? Nagato was very strange. Naruto folded his hands and slammed his head twice. I have a question to ask him. What's the problem? The old guy took our master's hand before he died and said, Jiraiya, after I die, Konoha will be handed over to you. Our master told him, you can rest assured to die. I can't worry about it. I'm afraid that if I die, my old brothers won't listen to you. Our master said, don't worry, old man, if they don't listen to me, I will let them go with you. Now that our master is dead, and 2 of those old guys are still alive, I just want to ask if I can let them die together. Okay, then I'll teach you. Brother, you are so kind. The art of Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, it looks like this. Nagato talked for a long time, and Naruto fainted for a long time. Senior brother, can you repeat it? I don't understand it. Nagato looked at Naruto. Okay, I'll say it again. Once again. 3 times. 5 times. 50 times. Naruto was very embarrassed when he looked at Nagato's broken mouth. Senior brother, I'm a stupid person, or you can demonstrate it to me, and I'll be able to demonstrate it once. Nagato, who was tortured and mad by Naruto, sat back in the chair and slapped his fingerprints. The Art of Rinne Tensei, Samsara of Heavenly Life. God, open your eyes. Chapter 4, Continue to work hard. Text chapter 330 God is blind again. Grandpa. Konkuro. It's now. Ha ha ha, this uncle is out again, aim. It feels so good to see the sunshine again. Heihei168.com. You 2 dead cats stay away from me, the monkey king of Shuiliandong is here. Cats and monkeys are really unreliable things. 7 bangs in a row, 7 giant beasts in a row, watching Liamong's summoning technique, all the ninjas were Spartans. Senju Tsunade, Terumi Mei, the 4th generation Raikage, Might Guy, together with the newly resurrected 3rd generation Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoki all launched the stay. Gaara turned the corner of her eyes to look at Yitai, and turned her gaze to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. King Yama opened his eyes, and from his huge mouth, countless balls of light flew towards the corpse. No matter how broken the corpse was, the corpse stood up anew in the violent collapse. 327, opened his eyes, and the world became more beautiful. Little junior brother, the piece of the world will be handed over to you. Thousands of paper cranes fluttering, one by one, year after year. Nagato, let's go home. The hula flying paper wraps his body, and Conan sheds blood and tears in sadness. Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Nagato. Lend your friend to use it. The Uzumaki-shaped mask disappeared in the eddy current, and Uzumaki Nagato was also missing. Brothers, get rid of this thing. Tailed Beast Bomb 7. The sand-shaped raccoon, the big black cat with pointed ears, the 3-tailed turtle, the 4-tailed ape, the 5-tailed red deer, the 6-tailed slug, and the 7-tailed giant insect all opened their mouths. Interesting academy. In the roar, the 7-tailed beast bombs joined together as if kneading dough, forming an incomparably huge ball of light. Blast it. Even if it can't be destroyed, let it be restored in a short time, so we don't want to become 10 tails. God, what the hell is that? One of the newly resurrected ninjas lost his jaw in shock, and his eyes were all over the floor. Such a battle, why should we pull us? Selling high, I'm just an ordinary ninja, I was only promoted to Jonin in my 20s, I'm not a genius, and I'm not an elite, I'm just an ordinary man, an insignificant existence. I should wash and sleep. Countless grass and mud horses rushed to my heart, endless crows hovered above their heads, and the ninja warriors swallowed their saliva and stepped back. Sudden. The X7-tailed beast bomb has launched. Will it work? The giant light Jinchuriki column shot out with a rumble, slammed straight into the chest of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Just when the big guy opened his eyes wide and wanted to observe the result, the monster that spoiled Joss suddenly disappeared. Aim. It's all your fault, you shot too slowly. Tailed beast bomb failed, Shukaku took the lead in attacking his comrades. The tailed beasts, who were also in a bad mood, looked at him, and all roared. Bitch cat, don't just talk about us, how can you be better? That's right, this bitch just needs to be beaten. Brothers flatten him. When he was born, this guy likes to lift other people's tails, and this time we will lift him too. The farce from his childhood appeared in front of his eyes, and the king of fairy apes stared at the tail with bad intentions. Shukaku was horrified. Mao. What do you want to do to this uncle? Don't bully the cat, Mei. Chongming, grab it, don't let it run away. The tailed beasts that rushed over, one after another, were stacked on top of each other, and were pressed against the bottom tail, crying father and mother, slapped with both palms. Boom, boom, bang bang bang. Bully the cat, you all bully the cat. Do you still dare? Don't dare. Aren't you still being rude? No more. Then you say you need to clean up. I owe, no, I don't owe. Late. Brothers beat him. Sanway, I'll take my right leg. 4 tails, I lift my tail. 5 tails, then I will come to the one on the left. 2 tails and 7 tails, I left it to us. Stretching arms, legs and tails, and making twists with big cheeks, are they doing magic horses? I don't know either. Hearing Senju Tsunade's question, a black line appeared on Liamong's forehead. After a violent beating to vent his grievances, the 7-tailed beasts aimed their eyes at the crowd. The ninja warriors are all nervous. These 7 monsters are not easy to deal with. Don't look at them now that they are recovering as before, and even the dark wounds on their bodies are fully recovered. But if they want to fight these 7 monsters, they are also going to the toilet to fight. Lantern, there is no discussion about courting death. Who got them out? What the hell is going on here? That's the tailed beast of our village, didn't it defect? Countless questions and shocks came to mind, and just when the ninja warriors didn't know what to do, Lu Meng walked out of the crowd. Human boy, thank you this time. But it's best not to call us in the future. Staring at him with big eyes one after another, Shukaku with a blooming face said viciously, although we have a contract, don't try to control us. We've been tired all these years, it's time to find a place to rest, don't come again. Spare us, or you know the consequences. Che, do you think I despise you? Hearing Shukaku's unfriendly threat, Liamong pressed his middle finger, if you have to go, go quickly, don't let anyone catch you. They are all big, and they are still here in a day. Being chased all over the world at night, you are not ashamed, I am still ashamed. Quote. Damn human boy. The middle fingers were raised one by one, and the king of the fairy ape was compared to 4, and even his feet were raised. What are you looking at? I made gestures for the brothers. Didn't you see that many of them have no hands? After gesturing and patting his butt with his middle finger, the king of apes finally glanced at Liamong and turned to go. In the sky, Conan excitedly put Naruto down. Watch out Madara, he took Nagato away. What? Nagato was taken away. The shocking news hit his heart, and Liamong's head instantly grew bigger. Things are big, and things are going to be big now. Why Ah-Fei took Nagato, the fool knows. Rinnegan, how long does it take for him to transfer Rinnegan? Thinking of Pervert's ability, Liuman suddenly felt a thunderous explosion above his head. 7-tailed beast, you look at me, I look at you, and you want to run away when you throw a duck. The sky was snowing, and a figure came out of the large snowflakes. The first update, brothers and sisters, come on together and make the list tonight. There will be more updates after midnight, and those who have tickets hope to support them. Text chapter 331_ The longer you live, the more insane the better. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. The drama that rumbled to the ground again opened its mouth wide, and before the 7-tailed beast woke up from the shock, it was bound by the chain that was shot out of its neck. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Damn, what have you done to us? Chakra, which is difficult to mobilize, stagnates as the chains become tighter and tighter, and the tailed beasts roar with tears in their eyes. Stop him. There is no need for Liamong to shout, and everyone who wakes up also knows what the result of letting the tailed beast be mastered by the other party again at this time. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. After the wounds of old age were fully healed in Rinne Tensai, Samsara of heavenly life, the 2-day scale Onoki was old and strong. Without back pain, who can stop my terrifying Onoki? Let you see the interests of this old man. Big Yuhi raised his nose, his round eyes protruded, and the boxy enchantment covered his whole body. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail, let the old man die. Ping! With a crisp sound, the barrier collapsed, and before everyone was happy, Onoki was kicked and flew out. The high-raised feet slowly dropped, and the Sharingan, who was exposed outside, spun rapidly. Something is not right. Be able to channel Getomazo, demonic statue of the outer path, must have Rinnegan. Is it hidden under the mask? The narrowed eyes flashed a trace of doubt, and the chaotic flow of the plot was also unclear. What the hell is this guy doing on behalf of the soil? Hey, that guy above, what about you, what do you do? Little face stinks and raises his head, Uzumaki Naruto asks off-face strangely. Daidu didn't pay any attention to this idiot. Today I just want to take back these prey. You'd better not get in my way. Baidu Interesting Academy. Bastard, you can't take the tailed beast away again, and cut off those chains. Thunder Abuse Level Chio Dance. The whole body turned into lightning and raised his right arm. Raikage's eyes widened suddenly. Passed through, actually passed through. Who are you? What are these chains? I am Uchiha Madara. The name like Judian Shinlei shocked all directions, except for Liamong, who had already known it. Everyone else was horrified. Uchiha Madara. Are you Uchiha Madara? Don't make futile attacks, your abilities can't hurt those chains. I accept the seven-tailed beasts. The humanoid drama with a height of hundreds of meters bent down on the pole, and two big palms caught the tailed beast like a rabbit. One tail, two tails, 5 tails, 7 tails, one tailed beast after another, just stuffed it into the mouth in public. The fourth generation of Raikage did not move. 3 generations of Tsuchikage did not move. The rest didn't move. It's not that I don't want to, but it's meaningless. The biggest threat right now is not that giant, but this little guy in front of me. He really Uchiha Madara. It's unimaginable that an old monster like you can still be alive. What do you want to do? The old man Tsuchikage slapped his hands behind his back. Jinten particle style failed. He had lost his one-hit ultimate move. The Eye of the Moon Project. The illusory figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared next to the rocks not far away, and the counterfeit cargo came down on its knees. Don't be impulsive. First listen to what he has to say. Out of the corner of his eyes, he stopped the 4th generation Raikage who wanted to do it, and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage turned his attention to the rocks. Liamong yawned boredly, took out the banknotes and counted them. Sleep until you wake up naturally, count money until your hands cramp. Without these dying mental illnesses, he should be able to live this kind of life, right? Coup. 151, 2520, 3530. Look at this money. How could my brother have the opportunity to get this old money before? Money, it's a good thing. This idiot. He's more brainless than Naruto. What is the Eye of the Moon? With your strength, you shouldn't need such trouble, right? Onoki glanced at Liamong, and turned his eyes to the masked man who claimed to be Madara. If it is really Uchiha Madara, one person is enough to sweep the entire ninja world. This is not a joke, but the truth. I was badly wounded in the battle with Hashirama, my strength was weakened to the bottom, and now it's just an empty shell. You want to regain your strength. Onoki's old eyes froze and seized the center of gravity. Uchiha Madara smiled. Well, that's one of them, but it's not all. My main purpose is to end this troubled world. What do you want to do? Raikage of the 4th generation asked, biting the big kiba, and now what he hates most is hearing such seemingly great ideals, because those who have them are mentally ill. Uchiha Madara raised a finger and shook it. Do what Hashirama didn't do back then. You want to rule the entire ninja world. Onoki's face twitched. Senju Hashirama did have such an opportunity back then. But he finally chose to give up. Does the man in front of him want to bring up the old thing again? Crazy people are really crazy. The longer they live, the more crazy they become. No, unifying the entire ninja world is completely meaningless for peace. Even if the ninjas die, the world will not go to peace. What I want to do is to seek the true eye of peace. Asshole. Then what is it? Uchiha Madara slowly got up and threw off the sleeves of his robe. At this moment, he seemed to be taller than ever before. I merge all things in the world with me, and become a complete body of the unity of heaven and man. Shock. Shock. Can't be more shocked. The people who were shocked were puzzled again, and the heaven and man were united and merged into one. Although I don't know what kind of fusion method, but thinking about it, I know that it is not a good thing. Terumi Mei, Gaara, Onoki, Might Guy, Yayui, and the shadows of the 5 kingdoms of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder all narrowed their eyes. What is the unity of heaven and man, and what is the unity of man? What exactly are you talking about? Don't worry, we can talk slowly. Raising his finger again and shaking his head, Uchiha Madara explained to the crowd, the Uchiha family has a stone tablet passed down through the ages, which is still hidden in the ground of Konoha. The secrets written by the 6 Paths sages, but they cannot be read without pupil power. In the order of Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, the content will keep increasing. Quote. What are you talking about, 6 Paths sage? Why don't you just say God of creation? He did exist. Uchiha Madara glanced at Onoki contemptuously. That stone tablet is the best proof. What kind of steel is not a steel? What does this have to do with your plan? Rumble smashed the rubble with his fist, and the 4th generation Raikage roared angrily. Uchiha Madara put up his hands indifferently, and asked condescendingly, do you know why the 6 Paths Immortal is called the god of ninjas and is worshipped by the world? That's what I want to do. Hateful. You made it clear. The second update, brothers and sisters, come on, there are votes to support after the midnight, the cloud will thank you first. Text chapter 332 _ the 1000-year-old account has been lifted. Don't be arrogant, Lord Raikage. Heihei168.com. Terumi Mei waved her hand to stop the roar of the 4th generation Raikage, and turned back to the impostor and said, Uchiha Madara, you have Mangekyo, and the one just now has Rinnegan. It seems that you do know everything. Quote. Hehe, there is still a reasonable person. Yes, I do know everything. The reason why the 6 Paths Immortal is a god and is worshipped by the world is because he once saved the whole world from a monster. Fuck it. It sounds like listening to a fairy tale. Not necessarily, such legendary guys have come out, and it is not impossible for myths to appear in the world. Are we going to fight this guy? Jiro, I want to retire. I want to go back now. They exchanged glances with cold sweat on their faces. Ordinary people don't care who saved the world, what they think about is how to save their lives. I've already died once, so I don't want to die a second time. What is that monster? Uchiha Madara looked at Gaara playfully. Look at your appearance, you seem to have guessed something, but as the carrier of this monster's seal, it's not surprising. The monster you're talking about is Shukaku. The 4th Raikage sneered. A tailed beast is still the last tailed beast. If you can defeat such a guy and you can be conferred a god, then there are too many gods in this world. Uchiha Madara shook his head condescendingly. Of course I'm not talking about 1 tail, but 10 tails. 10 tails. Isn't there only 9-tailed beasts? Where did the 10 tails come from? The old face of the 3rd generation Tsuchikage floated off the ground with a gloomy look, and the robes rattled in the cold wind. Baidu Interesting Academy. Uchiha Madara smiled under the mask. Together with all the tailed beasts as 10 tails, 1 tail to Kyubi 9 tails is nothing but chakra separated from it. He was rescued from the claws of Kiba, so he was revered as a god. But he is immortal, and he will die one day. In order to prevent the evil 10 tails from breaking through the seal and causing harm to the world after their own death, the 6 Paths sage divided the power of 10 tails into 9 types and sent them all over the world before dying. This is the 9-tailed beasts. He also banished the 10 tails, chakras remaining husk into the sky that no one can reach, that is the moon. Are we listening to the scriptures? This sounds too unreliable. Looking up at the dim silver plate in the snow, the ninja warriors swallowed involuntarily. Don't take things that you can't accept as impossible, as a 10 tails Jinchuriki column force, 6 paths immortals have long since become beyond human beings, and that's what he does. What a terrible script. Is that why Akatsuki is collecting tailed beasts? Kankuro touched his chest, which seemed to be still throbbing, and stared at Uchiha Madara. 6 paths immortals once developed a kind of ninjutsu in order to save the world from the claws of 10 tails. This is the Jinchuriki column force seal technique that has been secretly inherited and passed down to this day, and the 6 paths immortals themselves are 10 tails. People Jinchuriki column force. Quote. Quack quack. Enough. Stop talking about these useless things. Senju Tsunade looked at the quartet with sullen eyes, and finally cast his resentful eyes to the shadows of the 5 great powers. Uchiha Madara smiled scornfully. Hashirama's last bloodline in the world. What are you angry about? Are you angry about the ingratitude of these people? What do you mean by that? Gaara turned her eyes suspiciously, not understanding why Senju Tsunade suddenly burst out. 3rd generation Tsuchikage's old face is ugly and the eyebrows are twitched, and the 4th generation Raikage's expression is also very unnatural. The sealing method of the human Jinchuriki column force is what Hashirama asked from the country of Vortex to give to the 5 countries, and he wants to seek world peace. He believes that under the deterrence of the powerful force of the tail beast, the countries will never start war again. But the fact is in the past, the major countries that got the tailed beast did not become what he hoped, but instead used the tailed beast as a weapon of war. And the country of the Vortex was destroyed because of this. Quote. Uchiha Madara said here and turned his attention to Onoki. The 3rd generation of Tsuchikage, the annihilation of the country of the Vortex that triggered the 3rd Ninja War, you have contributed a lot to it, right? There are 4 generations of Raikage, you should also have a foot in it. What? The 1,000-year-old account was opened, and Gaara Terumime was completely shocked. Uchiha Madara looked at them playfully. Don't be surprised, your village also participated in that battle, and the 3 generations of Mizukage, who are rarely recorded, died there. Shocked. Puzzled. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Senju Tsunade's pretty face was completely cold below freezing. I don't care about your business. Princess Tsunade. Tsunadeheim. The green coat with the words, Gamble, on the back was lifted high, and Senju Tsunade walked into the wind and snow with his head down. Liamong shoved the banknotes lid in his arms into his arms and quickly followed. My good sister, why didn't you call me when you left? Well, it's not worth getting angry with those idiots. If you want revenge, tell me, whoever you want to kill, I'll kill whoever you want. He smiled and glanced back at the ninjas of the 5 kingdoms. The strange eyes before Liamong left were deeply imprinted in their hearts. Uzumaki Naruto stood sluggishly in the snow, as if the world had left him at once. The master craftsman of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune, looked around and asked in a deep voice, we have no control over how to seal tailed beasts. I just want to know what you are going to do to collect tailed beasts. According to what you just said, what do you mean? To gain that power beyond mortals. That's right, I plan to resurrect the 10 tails and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki column power. Use that power beyond mortals to strengthen my pupil power and activate a spell. Launch a technique. Launch what technique? What do you want to do? Uchiha Madara glanced at Onoki with contempt, and looked up at the moon. I will project my pupil power into the moon, thus casting an unprecedented super demonic illusion infinite Tsukuyomi, including everyone in the world and me. To be one is to unite the whole world into one. Quote. From now on, there will be no barriers or disputes in the world, and everything will be integrated with me to achieve the ultimate oneness. This is my Moon Eye plan. In the 3rd update, brothers and sisters will update and ask for tickets at 0:100. Please support those who have tickets in hand, and the cloud will thank you first here. The beginning of each month is very important to the author. I didn't understand it before, but this time I count on everyone. Text Chapter 333_Aoli Feng Shui's Declaration of War. What a joke, how can you put the world in your hands like this? Rakage of the fourth generation roared and pursed his beard, his mouth full of excitement. Hey168.com. Demonic illusion is an illusion after all, and it only makes sense if it is realized in the real world. Gara folded her hands, obviously disagreeing. That's just escaping. Terumi May exclaimed excitedly, what's the meaning of existence in such a world? There is no dream, no hope, all existence is fake. You lunatic, do you want to play with everyone? The third generation of Tsuchikage explained the essence of the matter. Manipulate everyone under demonic illusion. Use your will to influence them, even if the world is peaceful. That's just it in the world of puppets. This old man will not let you succeed. Youth should be accustomed to the will of the self. If you lose yourself, you are no longer a human being. Might Guy finally spoke, clenching his right fist and looking at Madara, betting on the name of the sixth generation of Hokage. Even if you spell this, I want to stop you with my life. His mask, he raised his head and laughed violently. Uchiha Madara laughed enough to look at Wying and sneered, what are you doing so excited? In fact, you know in your heart that this world is long overdue. Hope and giving up are gone. Any difference, it's just a perfunctory statement. Hand over Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and Yao, and let me complete the Moon Eye project. Otherwise, war will come. War. What does this lunatic mean by that? Is he going to start a war? Crazy, crazy. Is this world crazy or are we crazy? Uzumaki Naruto, are you going with me by yourself, or do you want me to take you by force? Slowly withdrawing his eyes from the ground and raising his eyelids, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Madara, with a silent expression. What Moon Eye plans or what war has nothing to do with me now. I just want to ask you a question. A few years ago, did you lead the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, attack on the village? Who else was involved? You already know and ask. Interesting academy. Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes at Naruto in disdain. Uzumaki Naruto got angry. You did it, you bastard. Don't be impulsive. The five figures circled around. Terumi May, Gara, the fourth generation Rakage, Might Guy, and the third generation Tsuchikage together to protect Naruto in the center. Kid, calm down, you can't beat him. Shadow of the Five Kingdoms, do you want to protect this kid? Uchiha Madara smiled and looked at the coalition forces, where the tall Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, stood like an ancient god. Do it. The five shadows that have been experienced once are not even 30% sure. Uchiha Madara looked at the fearful eyes of the ninja warriors, and became more and more disdainful. What's the point of you doing this? Even if I am not strong now, but with the seven-tailed beasts in hand, you have no chance of winning. Give it up, put it. He handed it over to me, and the world will go to peace. Quote. You are right, the world will move towards peace. But it is not the peace you said, and we will not give up hope. Gara's eyes stood firmly in front of Naruto, and there was a decisive decision in his words. Kage Kid is not afraid. Of course I am not afraid of the old man. The 2-day scale Onoki wiped Yuhi's nose with force. Fight and fight. Kumogakure never fears any challenge. Fourth generation Rakage furiously pouted his mustache. You must be punished for what you did to the village of Kurigakure. Terumi May took a step forward with a sullen expression. The will of fire burns my youth, and the blue beast of Konoha is willing to die. Might Guy said and opened the 8 inner gates. Fire, water, earth and thunder, the shadows of the 5 kingdoms expressed their positions one after another, and the general of the neutral country, Mifune Chu, took out his sword and shouted, Samurai, draw your sword. For our beliefs. Willingness to get used to peace. War. Fight to the death. The high aura penetrated the freezing cold wind, and the ninjas looked at the samurai standing in front, bit Kiba and drew their weapons. Die or die. Not bad this time anyway. Rather than being toyed with as a puppet, it's better to fight one another. I don't want to be someone else's toy. That must be a terrible feeling. Yuian, forgive me, I may not be able to go back this time. Daughter, I will marry a good man in the future. Mom, take care of yourself. The last words and the entrustment of the last words. The ninjas are undoubtedly much worse than the firm will and belief of the samurai. But they are also not lacking in the heart to pay for death. When they are on a dead end, even the ants dare to swing a knife at the elephant. Let's fight. Fight to the death. Either he died or I died. Fuck him. The murderous intent rushing straight to Shaohan is like a raging wave in the deep ocean. Uchiha Madara bowed down with his hands on his back, and the one eye behind the Uzumaki-shaped mask showed a look of contempt. If that's the case, then, in the name of my Uchiha Madara, I announce the beginning of the Fourth Ninja World War. Are you serious? The fourth generation Raikage took 2 steps forward, a heavy pressure on everyone's heart. Uchiha Madara didn't answer directly, leaving a message in the wind. I'm not a fool to joke about this kind of thing. Next time, we'll see you on the battlefield. Kyubi, Ninetales will be with you first. Wait for me. Find Yao and pick it up. The frigid wind howled through the dilapidated ruins, and the ninja warriors looked down at the open space in front of them. It seems that there is really no room for recovery. The old man showed helplessness on his face, and the third generation Tsuchikage suddenly felt a little disappointed. What a life full of gunpowder smoke. Born in World War I, grew up in World War II, became famous in World War III, and finally faced 4 world wars. In this life of this old man, he alone has a predestined relationship with the war. He was born in World War I as a child, worked hard in World War II when he was older, dominated the Third World War as an adult, and was about to die and rushed the last train to the Fourth World War. 4 battles, deadly battles, maybe it's not bad to die here. Hands on his back and looking at the sky and snow, the 3-generation Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoki suddenly gave birth to boundless pride. This old man's life should be regarded as a legendary life. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you can't compare to me in the end. What's next? Long silence, Terumi May asked the most important question. In the endless snowstorm, Liamong opened his arms and rushed towards Hinata, picked up the little secretary and made several circles. Circle by circle, year by year. Stinky boy. Fu-kun. Tears of excitement slid down his cheeks, bursting joy filling his chest. Are we going home? Yes, let's go home. It's time to bring out the previously hidden things. This time we want to let the world know that the days of ninjas are over. Chapter 4. Brothers and sisters, today is the last day of the month. The cloud will be updated at 0, and I hope capable friends will give more support. Thank you for the cloud first. The beginning of the month is very important to the author. Your support is the biggest driving force for the cloud, aiming. Text chapter 334 arguing and resolving Guy, SIQ. The Three-Wolf Mountain, where the cold wind is raging, Yayui, Terumi May, Gaara, and Might Guy sit in the earthen fort temporarily built by the 2-day scale Onoki. Mobile reading is more convenient m.heihei168.com. Mifune sat in the middle and asked, what do you guys suggest about the war? Coalition. Gaara's words are always so simple. If you want to deal with the 7-tailed beasts, you can only form a ninja coalition. I agree. When Gaara's voice fell, Yi expressed her stance. Lord Raikage, Terumi May asked very strangely, didn't you always oppose the coalition forces before, why this time? It was before, now is now. Yi hugged her arms and snorted, thinking about Killer Bee, you bastard, waiting for Lao Su to find you, an iron fist that wants you to eat love. Seeing that the 4th generation of Raikage was unwilling to explain more, the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage coughed and looked at Naruto. I want to stop Madara's eyes. Eye of the moon. The moon doesn't care whether he has the moon eye or the sun eye. In short, to stop his plan, he must protect Kyubi, 9 tails, and 8 tails. Now that 8 tails is not here, this kid must be optimistic. Otherwise, if 10 tails really wants to, I'm afraid we'll be resurrected. Onoki looked around as he spoke. Although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone understood what he meant. The resurrection of 10 tails also means that the war is lost, and that kind of guy is no longer capable of manpower. I'll tell you to go down to find Killer Bee immediately. Kumogakure needs your help in this matter. Yuyai looked one by one and lowered her body for the first time. Then let's start with our country of iron. Mifune squinted his eyes and swept behind him. Zu, Changsho, you are responsible for this matter yourself. Green. Terracotta. Konkuro. Send a signal to the village and try to find Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. Interesting Academy first release. What? Guy wanted to send a letter after seeing Feng Shui Tuying's statement one after another, but he looked left and right but couldn't find anyone. Reikage glanced at him angrily. Looking for Killer Bee is an important thing, and I hope you can do more, please. Kid Reikage, we don't need you to tell us about this, we will do it with our hearts. The third generation Tsuchikage gave Yayui a hard glance, and then changed the topic. However, Madara has the power of 7-tailed beasts together, and it is not to be taken lightly. He must have the ninjutsu or trump card to control the tailed beast. Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant. The old man suggested that this kid be involved in the battle. This is not possible. Gaara looked up at Naruto. The reason why Madara used the collected 7-tailed beasts to start a war is most likely because with his current weak strength and the remaining Akatsuki members, he was unable to capture the 8-tailed beasts. And Kyuubi, 9 tails. That's why he wants to consume through war, which is evident from his retreat when he has the upper hand. Quote. What Mr. Kazekage said makes sense. Now that I think about it, Madara's previous actions are indeed problematic. Terumi May frowned and crossed her long fingers. If you choose to retreat when you have an absolute advantage, there must be something in Madara that we don't know. Weakness. Quote. Is it the Colossus, or is it the 7-tailed beast? Reikage of the 4th generation also found something strange. I have fought with Erway several times before, and I found that its power was not complete during the battle, probably only less than half of the usual. Quote. The tailed beast is out of control. That's good news. Not necessarily. Terumi May answered in a deep voice. After all, the tailed beast's thinking is different from ours. Who knows what they are thinking? Little human girl, in front of the old man, say this and that, do you want to die? Of the fire Yuhi that appeared suddenly shrouded the round table of the talks, and the shadows of the 5 kingdoms froze instantly. Kyuubi, 9 tails. This fox has come out again. 1. The old man and this dead boy have an account to deal with. That guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Also, let me remind you that he is not some Uchiha Madara. What? What? You said he wasn't Uchiha Madara. Of course he won't be Madara. Kyuubi, 9 tails, bit Kiba angrily. There are only 2 people who signed a psychic blood contract with the old man. One is Uchiha Madara, and the other is the one who attacked Konoha 16 years ago. Black Hand, that guy is the latter. The induction between contracts will not go wrong, and the old man will not recognize the wrong person. After the call, the crowd was terrified, and the shadows of the 5 major countries were all gone. A long time. Onoki said sternly, since he's not Madara, why did he play this name? Is it simply pulling the flag and pulling the tiger's skin, or? It's better not to be. Terumi May's pretty face was livid and she spread her hands. If Madara is really controlling all of this behind the scenes, we will have 2 top players to deal with. 3rd generation Tsuchikage squinted at the big beauty. Mizukage little girl, war must be considered in the worst way. Since this possibility exists, we must be prepared. Lord Tsuchikage is right, but we don't have to worry too much. Since they didn't choose to attack from the front, it means that they still have consideration. Guy's 2 big round eyes puffed out excitedly. If they dare not attack, they must have weaknesses. As long as we find them out. It's easy to say, how to find it. Onoki snorted twice, making no secret of his contempt. Might Guy jumped onto the round table. Of course we use our fiery youth. Youth is not allowed to retreat. Youth is about discovery. Let's work hard towards youth together. Night Moon Eye. Terumi May. Gaara. Onoki. This is Konoha's 6th generation Hokage. I suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this coalition. Me too. With such a brain-dead guy, can we really win? Hey, what kind of eyes do you guys have? Am I right? Guy looked around and lit up the big kiba. Don't lose confidence, big guy, we're the best. This guy. Feeling that the depressing and dull atmosphere in the venue was dissipated, Onoki faced Might Guy for the first time, and it was not easy for this 6th-generation Hokage to be able to use this method to boost morale. Idiot people use idiot tricks. Such a man is not handsome at all. Tell me, what to do next? Do you want to let this kid go to the battlefield? It still won't work. Gaara completely ignored the gazes of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and Naruto. This war is a battle to protect Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and the Eight Tails. They must not participate in the war easily. Why don't you let me fight? Just because we are the shadows of the 5 great nations. Happy New Year's Day to everyone. The beginning of the month is very important for writers. The clouds are rolling around and asking for a monthly pass. Brothers and sisters, ask for your support. Text chapter 335_ who said he was not qualified. I order that the country of snow will enter a state of war immediately. Interesting Academy. I ordered that the sealed arsenal be fully unlocked. I order that all ministers will be dispatched immediately around the movement aid order. If there is a delay, kill them. Liamong stood beside Kazuhana Koyuki and issued 3 orders in a row. 3 Teifu stood at the front of the group of ministers and handed over. Master Kuchiki, I don't know why you gave such an order. Liamong let out a sullen breath. The 4 wars have begun. What? With a blast of thunder hitting their foreheads, the ministers of the snow country all stunned their eyes, and even the nobles who felt that their behavior was more than dissatisfied were not in the mood to be angry. Master Kuchiki, can you say it again? The Minister of Finance was wiping cold sweat with a fluke, and his whole body was shivering. Liamong's words made them die. You heard right, the 4th Ninja World War has begun. The war has really begun. Sky. After getting Liamong's affirmative answer, the crowd became a mess. This time there is no need to explain, everyone understands the importance of the problem. Santeifu hurriedly asked, which country is at war with which country? Not a war between the 5 great powers. Ga. Not the 5 major countries, not the 5 major countries, what is the 4 wars? Deadwood Master. Have you heard of Uchiha Madara? Lu Meng let out a long sigh and explained the matter slowly. With his introduction, the faces of the ministers became worse and worse, and finally all turned into rigid stone statues. Baidu Interesting Academy. Ridiculous, how could such a ridiculous thing happen? Master Kuchiki, are you sure you're not mistaken? The minister who asked aloud had an old face with Yuhi, not so much a question as it was difficult to accept the reality. Liamong didn't even look at him, and continued with his fingertips. Right now, the 5 countries have formed a coalition to discuss the issue of dealing with Akatsuki. This war will change the pattern of the world. As ministers of the snow country, you must have this whoever did not speak up immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless at that time. Whoever dares to delay the fighter plane and delay the work, I will take their head. Quote. The extremely cold eyes swept across the crowd one by one, and the ministers of the snow country were horrified. Kazuhana Koyuki stood up and spread out his long sleeves and said loudly, officially announced in the name of the Lord of the Snow Country, from now on, Master Kuchiki will officially take over as the general, and he will take care of everything during the war. Wait. Hearing Kazuhana Koyuki's order, the ministers were anxious. Your Majesty Koyuki, after all, Master Kuchiki is not from our snow country, how can you entrust such an important task to him? Do you have an opinion? Do and dare. The ministers secretly glanced at Kazuhana Koyuki, then turned their eyes back to Kazuhana Koyuki. Sir, we naturally dare not disobey your orders. However, if the position of general is given to outsiders, it is bound to fail to convince the public. Even if we agree, we will be resisted by our subordinates. What happens at that time? We will be small if we turn around, and if the country's affairs are broken, it will be bad. I didn't see it. you are still some loyal ministers. Kazuhana Koyuki narrowed his eyes coldly, and the minister who spoke below trembled. No matter how beautiful the words are, they can't change their selfishness. They still don't want Lu Meng to take the throne. My lord, we are all for the good of the country. For the good of the country, a good one is for the good of the country. Kazuhana Koyuki sneered 3 times and stared at the ministers who refuted these rebuttals. What if Ben Gong insists on insisting? Your Majesty Koyuki, if you insist, please allow the old minister to resign. I am also willing to resign. The nobles who stood up Hulala knelt down. Liamong looked at these guys, raised his hand and wiped his nose. Kazuhana Koyuki looked at each other in silence, and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere in the palace became more and more depressing, and the howling cold wind was no less dull than the one in the room. Kazuhana Koyuki's head hurts a lot. If it was normal, she would have done these guys with a cruel heart, and there is no trouble in the country of snow. But right now, it is absolutely impossible. Without these guys, many things will be paralyzed. If newcomers want to get familiar with their work, they will not even think about it for a year and a half. Are you going to kill them? The sudden rise of murderous intent shot downward through both eyes, and the nobles, big and small, shuddered. Having had previous experience of chaos, the above is not a little girl who doesn't understand anything. On the contrary, her wrist is more ruthless than anyone else, and she is never soft when it comes to killing people. But it is impossible to ask them to obey the liar. This is the bottom line of the nobles. Long stalemate. Kazuhana Koyuki suddenly laughed. You said that Master Kuchiki is not from the snow country. Yes, Your Majesty Koyuki, no matter what Master Kuchiki is, he is not a person from the snow country. The position of the great general has never fallen into the hands of outsiders since ancient times. It is not because of lack of ability, but because of tradition. Aloud, the minister raised his eyelids carefully, and wisely pushed the responsibility to tradition. Kazuhana Koyuki smiled, and the smile was gone. Who told you that Master Kuchiki is not from the snow country? As the husband-kun of this palace, what's wrong with him being a general? What? Is he your husband-kun? Your Majesty Koyuki, such a joke is not allowed. When did you hear that this palace would joke? Kazuhana Koyuki stared silently below. The ministers were Spartan. This is not right. Liamong turned his head, and Kazuhana Koyuki had pleading in his eyes. After half a day, the ministers who could not find any other reason to refute bowed down and retired. In the empty hall, only Koyuki and Liamong were left. I need an explanation. For a long time, Lu Meng spoke first. Kazuhana Koyuki looked at him mournfully, looking at a girdle that had torn off his waistband. The flying silk sash floated into the air, and the robe symbolizing power fell to his feet. Koyuki didn't wear shoes today, and her smooth jade feet were very eye-catching. What was even more eye-catching than her jade feet was her snow-white and transparent skin. Liamong was dumbfounded. In his dull eyes, Kazuhana Koyuki came over like an elf in the snow. Master, will you give me a child? Happy New Year, rolling in the clouds and snow for support, brothers and sisters all rely on you. Upstairs, the old lady of the Xi'an ethnic group made a cake to celebrate the New Year's Day. Text chapter 336_ninjas have to endure fools, you sang wrong again. When a woman, a beautiful woman, a naked beautiful woman leans in her arms and tells you that she wants a child, 3 options pop up in Liamong's head. 1. Get on her. 2. On her. 3. Still on her. Well, Liamong really misses her. But, Your Majesty Koyuki, can you tell me why? No reason, I just want a child. Kazuhana Koyuki leaned on his chest with a smile, and drew a circle on his chest with his flexed fingers. Liamong felt that his head was getting bigger. The cold wind blew white snowflakes and sprinkled the world, and a touch of fresh yuhi overflowed in the cold palace. Do you regret it? Liamon caressed Koyuki's eyebrows lovingly, the beauty tightened in pain even more charming. The choice of the king has no regrets. 837, Koyuki spit out a little fragrance from the charming cherry lips. I have waited for this day for 3 years and 18 days, love me. Little bit of sweat mixed with the breath of silver fans drifting around, and the three beauties by the fire were silent. She should have succeeded. Anko gripped the teacup angrily and didn't take a sip for a long time. It feels really bad to watch your man cheating. We promised her. Tamari raised her beautiful big eyes and sighed. That position is destined to be lonely, we don't need to care too much. Small, Koyuki's sister is actually, really bitter. Hinata, you're too kind. Anko angrily glanced at the little secretary who was speaking for outsiders. You'll only spoil that brat like this. It's easier to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. Brother, my brother won't. Hinata lowered his head weakly, and the milky white pupils were filled with the sweetness of happiness. Anko is speechless. Tamari smiled smugly. Maybe it was the little secretary that made her get along with Anko peacefully. After this war, they can be together forever. War is a fucking shit. A fist slammed on the table and made a muffled sound. Hearing that the five shadows would not let him participate in the battle, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist angrily. I am in charge of my own affairs. That guy killed my father and mother. I have to ask him for an explanation myself. Naruto, Might Guy exclaimed in a deep voice. You have to keep calm. The village of the fourth generation of Hokage will decide for you, and now is not the time to act with anger. Shut up. Naruto turned his head with cold eyes. You will decide for me about my father, what a big joke. Naruto, you. It's been years. In the past year, I, who bear the name of the demon fox alone, have suffered from your Byakugan and cold treatment. Is this how you take care of the hero's son? Naruto's voice was very cold. I'm not my father. I can't love the village like he does. I have tried my best for this more than once, but how did you do it? Naruto, Might Guy opened his mouth with a livid face, not knowing what to do. The village also has concerns of the village. This is their protection for you. Ha ha ha, protection. Naruto raised his hand and stroked his golden hair, and laughed angrily in public. Protection? What protection? The protection of imprisonment. Might Guy's face turned blue. Naruto pointed to his nose and asked loudly. Eugenion's resentment burst out. My father, my mother, all died in a conspiracy. Remember the surname Uzumaki. He ripped off his coat, and Naruto slapped it on the table. Look at this sign, look at this pattern. I've never felt so disgusted in the village as I do now. Enough. Guy stood up, breathing heavily. Let him pass the past, now we should be talking about war. You can go there, but I can't. Naruto sneered as he put on his shirt, turned his head and wanted to go out. Gaara stepped back and pressed his shoulder. Don't be impulsive, you can't fight that guy with your own strength. If you can, how about a guest at our Sunagaku? Kage kid, that's a good calculation. The third generation Tsuchikage slapped twice. This has nothing to do with calculations. Gaara glanced sideways at Onoki. As a former one-tailed Jinchuriki, column force, I can understand his mood. Naruto, stay here, we will all help you. That's right, yellow-haired boy. Kankuro also expressed his stance. That guy is Uchiha Madara. Even though he is a fake, you should also know his interests. Gestures and gestures of the huge Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, the Sunagaku puppet master lived in vain, and the atmosphere in the earthen fort was condensed again. Naruto, if you think our Sunagaku village is not good enough, you can go to other villages. Gaara turned her eyes sincerely. The fourth generation of Raikage, the third generation of Tsuchikage, and the fifth generation of Mizukage were all startled, and they were overjoyed at first, but immediately frowned. I'm not going anywhere, I'm going to the battlefield. This can't be done. Gaara looked at Naruto resolutely. As a high-end power and the enemy's first choice, you must act together with everyone. The war is not a one-on-one battle between two people, and the individual's combat power will become weak in the war. Although you are strong, you are not strong enough to lead victory by yourself. For your safety and the safety of the coalition forces, don't be impulsive. Quote. The dead boy listens to him. Although the old man also wants to take revenge, the old man does not want to die in vain. Kurama, why even you? I have participated in more wars than you know, so I won't suffer from listening to this old man. Kyubi, Ninetails, opened his eyes in the sea of spirit and said seriously. What's next? 3 generations of Tsuchikage looked at the silent Naruto and brought the topic back. Be careful, you must not let Yaoi and Kyubi, Ninetails, be exposed to the enemy casually. And, Raikage of the 4th generation paused. My brother Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column Killer Bee is not the same as fighting. Even ordinary people can't understand his thoughts. If you really let him go to the battlefield, it will only make a mess. You will never imagine how nasty that guy can be. Stupid, you sang wrong again. Standing on the big bear's head and waving his fists, his uncle Doubting, who was not tall enough, taught Killer Bee a lesson. The essence of rap is not to speak, nor to sing, but to emotional outbursts and releases. Quote. Learn from me and do it again. Ninja, hold back your tears. Killer Bee looked at his uncle Doubting and raised the grass mud horse gesture high. Ninja, you have to endure, yay, death is delayed, oh yeah. Idiot, you're wrong again. Is grateful for the support of the brothers who can't afford to hurt. There will be 5 chapters in the main text today, aim. Text chapter 337 preparation under the undercurrent of tenderness like water. If you want to rap and sing well, you need to practice. Pay attention to the tail sound of the nose, and the abdominal tremor should not be less. Bye, what's the matter with you? Someone. With a braid on the top of his head and a pair of smelly insoles under his feet, Killer Bee's rap teacher tilted his head. Medicine, check out. You can't have a shark head. Medicine, check out, it's not good to be 8 feet tall. I'm Asan, who are you? You'd better stay on your side, shivering old man, I'm here to find him. Kisame Hoshigaki pointed at Killer Bee with a terrifying smile. I've been looking for you for a long time, Yaoi. Yo, looking for me. Killer Bee was very strange. It's not good to be found out. Oh yeah, Mr. Asan, you step back, this guy is not wonderful. B, is he dangerous? It's not dangerous in general, oh yeah. Killer Bee's face dignified thinking of the ghost shark, and their eyes collided for an instant. Fix him. The first 8 knives bees flying and picking peony. Yaoi, you're still so irritable. The phantom stabbing attacked in front of him, and Ganshi blocked it with a large knife, but it doesn't matter, I'll deal with you right away. Sweeten, water style, water colliding wave. Teacher Asan, let's go. Seeing Kisame Hoshigaki zooming in, Killer Bee immediately made a retreat gesture to Asan. The rumbling water waves spewed out from the mouth that opened to the limit, and the ghost shark stood on the top of the wave and raised the big knife. Killer Bee's face darkened. How does it feel to be a lord of a kingdom? There is no spring in the snow country, and Liamong stayed at the door as soon as he returned home. Interesting academy. Enko shook the cup of hot tea in his hand. I am very happy to have the love of the lord of a country. That what? Fu-kun, we didn't blame you. Tamari smiled and blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes flickering like a goblin. His Majesty Koyuki is very lonely, I will spend more time with her in the future. A muffled thunder struck his forehead, straying into Sparta. Before coming back, he thought about many possibilities, but he didn't think of this one. Did Enko Tamari take the wrong medicine? Fu-kun, what are you doing? You don't have a fever. Liamong's forehead touched Tamari's forehead, very puzzled. Enko's face twisted strangely, and he sprayed tea water in the little secretary's low laugh. It's dazzling, they are. His Majesty Koyuki has already told us the conditions, so you don't need to worry. When it comes to you, you are not allowed to run around in the future. Enko put one hand on Liamong's broad shoulder and bit down, no longer allowed. Leave us. Big drops of tears soaked the placket of his clothes, and his heart was broken. I will never leave you again. Pull hook. Anko curled his little finger boyishly, looked down at her with Liamong, leaned over and kissed Zhaoyan. Don't do anything wrong. Anko gave a slight push. They're still watching. Liamong laughed. Then come together. Brother, brother. Fu-kun. Ha, here I come. In the turbulent night, the moon covered half, and the stars shone on the face. Brother, Hinata likes you very much. The little secretary whispered and hugged the pillow tightly. In the village, my father always scolded me, and my mother seldom took care of me. They always said that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family needs to be strong. But Hinata really can't stand up. Until I met you. The body curled up in his arms raised his head slightly, and the little secretary looked at Liamong fascinated. My brother's chest is very warm and solid, and it is very reassuring to lean on it. Promise Hinata, please, brother, never leave Hinata's side in the future. Hinata really needs you very much. Little fool. Liamong bowed his head and kissed the little secretary lightly, pulling her into his arms with both hands. Tamari Anko pretending to be sleeping looks at each other and smiles. The stinky boy is so cute. Unexpectedly, husband Kun also has such a tender side. Quick, load these weapons into the car, don't move those over there, they will be transported away on the next shift. Asshole, who told you to mess around with things? That's the equipment of the 3rd Regiment. In a country that snows all year round, tension is spreading. In fact, the whole continent is like this. Kurama, what do you mean by being alive? Naruto sat in the pool and looked at Kyubi, Ninetales, with his chin up. Yugi Fur Fox, who folded his hands as a pillow, yawned. How old are you? You bastard, just think about things that only old men like this need to think about. I suddenly became confused. Naruto stared at the front, his blue eyes lost focus. When I was young, I wanted to be a Hokage, thinking that as long as I sat in that position, I would be supported by the villagers. Gradually growing up, this belief has gradually shaken. Jiraiya teacher, father, mother, they all want me to protect the village. I also worked hard for this, but... Let's go, Naruto. The icy words shot at the heart again like a sharp arrow, and Naruto lowered his eyes. They all hate me, they are afraid of me, they hate me, they think that I am the source of disaster, even my comrades think so. Kurama, isn't this very funny? Naruto hummed twice and buried his head in the crook of his knee. Kyubi, Ninetales, the fox's closed eyes slightly opened 2 slits, and the boy outside the cell raised the corners of his mouth. Pursue power. As long as you have strong power, you will no longer be manipulated by others. If you can beat Uchiha Madara, who else will despise you? If you can become a 6 paths immortal, who will dare to spurn you? Hate, fear, disgust, it's all the actions of the weak. You are weak, dead boy. What? I'm not. No. Kyubi, Ninetales, looked at Naruto sneeringly. You said you weren't, but your current performance is not as good as the weak. The strong will only challenge difficulties, and no matter how big the difficulties will be, they are knocked down, and they will not choose to escape. What are you doing here? Do you want the old man to comfort you? I am Kyubi, Ninetales, the most powerful tailed beast in the world. Neither your father nor your mother, no kung fu wasting time with you. Kurama. Infuriated, Kyubi, Ninetales, raised his eyelids. It's better to think about how to become stronger if you have this skill. What should I do? Naruto clenched his fists and approached the cell door. Kyubi, Ninetales, laughed. Isn't this dead boy worthless? Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, I really want to see the faces of you who dare to play with the old man when you see this kid. Want more power? Open the door. Also has 1 chapter and 2 new volumes. Happy New Year's, brothers and sisters. I don't know when the firecrackers will stop outside all afternoon. How are you doing? 4. I love you forever. Text chapter 338_5 Shadows 5 Famous 5 Kingdoms. Who is the leader of the coalition? Raikage the 4th generation roared and left his seat, his hands slammed. Boom. Knocked hard on the table twice. I have no patience for arguing with you. Hurry up and choose a leader. Baidu Interesting Academy. Who to choose? Do you choose? The third generation Tsuchikage gave Yi a sideways glance. Choose me, choose me. Reikage continued to roar. It's better to let Lao Su do it than to give it to you, asshole. Kid Reikage, make it clear, what's wrong with this old man? Your predecessor, Tsuchikage, is a calamity. You are the apprentice he handed over by himself. Where else can the light go? Yi overturned the old man and hugged her arms. 2 days, Onoki was annoyed. I want to slander other people's teachers. Is this how you Kumogakur do? Okay, stop arguing. I propose Lord Reikage to be the leader of the coalition forces. Mifune stood up to stop the noise and said his decision. Onoki glanced at him. You proposed Tsunadeheim before, and now you are proposing this guy again. I highly doubt your level of resolution. Old man Tsuchikage. Yi roared angrily. No matter how loud you shout, how can you make people trust you with your irritable temper? Onoki stroked his beard and put his hands behind his back. The leaders of the coalition forces must always keep calm. Too much emotion will only make everyone fall into the enemy's set. Snares. Then who did you say come from? Yi stared at Onoki. Don't tell me, do you want to do it yourself? What's wrong with the old man being the leader? Has anyone here fought against Madara? It's only me who weighs Onoki for 2 days. I need to say whether that guy is Madara or not, but QB 9 Tails, the fox himself said that it is a fake. Hey168.com. Can you believe the words of the tailed beast? Onoki looked at Yi sarcastically. The annual ring people are just inexperienced, and such a big event, only the old man can withstand it. Now is not the time to argue. I choose Reikage. Gaara said suddenly. Onoki was annoyed when he heard this. Cage boy, what do you mean? Isn't this old man more reliable than this grumpy guy? Lord Tsuchikage, there is a reason why I chose this. Gaara put his hands on his chin. Now the only tailed beasts left are Yatai and Kyubi. 9 Tails, the Naruto guy fell out with Konoha. It is not easy to stabilize. According to the information, the rest of the 8 Tails only listen to Reikage-sama himself. Since this war is mainly about protecting the two of them, Reikage-sama is undoubtedly more suitable than you. Just because they have tailed beasts. Although I don't want to say that, but Tsuchikage-sama, Kumogakur village is the only one that has nothing to do with Akatsuki. Terumi May squinted Onoki to Yayoi. I also support Reikage-sama. So, what about Konoha? Mifune struck the ball while the iron was hot to Might Guy, who had been silent. Guy's heart is like an overturned grocery store, and he has all kinds of tastes. Since Cage and Mizukage-sama jointly recommended Reikage, Konoha is fine. Lord Tsuchikage. Mifune heard Guy's agreement and turned to look at Onoki. Sand, fog, Konoha has made a statement. What do you mean? I mean, come and help me. Yi suddenly spit out soft words. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, but if this goes on, the entire ninja world will disappear. Now, we must put aside personal likes and dislikes, sincerity and do. Kid Reikage, you still like to speak in such a commanding tone. It's really disgusting to hear it. 2 days of balance, Onoki said suddenly, but forget it. Compared to the entire ninja world, the disappearance wheel is a plaything in the hands of others. It's nothing to help you once. Or you won't even have a chance to fight in the future. Remember, just this once. Ha ha ha, stubborn old man, do you want another time? After a little joke, everyone got up. Mifune looked at Lang from left to right and said, since everyone has made a decision, then I will announce as the general of a neutral country that the Ninja World Alliance is officially established. The leader of the alliance is the 4th generation of Reikage Yayoi. Take office, and officially notify the names of the countries later. Quote. Definitely. Definitely. It seems that this time is really going to be together. Nagajiro stood behind Mizukage and smiled, looking at Aonao and wanted to kick him. Kankuro cut his voice, who might become a companion in the future. One by one, the troublesome script, and the mess was terrible. Kurathashi, maybe I should prepare a bigger bomb. Go back to the village and send out the sunny post. Bululu's liquid battery turned on the waves and sent electricity to the screen. In the Phantom of Zizi Lala, the 5 kingdoms of feng shui, fire, earth and thunder appeared. After listening to Tizong Daimyo's brief explanation, the Water Kingdom Daimyo sweated. Akatsuki has such a large number of tailed beasts that he can't let them go. But what if they form a ninja alliance? What if they are out of control in the future? Daimyo of the Land of Water, you don't trust your country's ninjas so much. The name of the country of wind, how can you be better than me? Do you trust you not to give them money? That's because our country's finances are tight. My lords, called twice, the ninja responsible for the communication wiped away his cold sweat. After all, it's a long-distance communication. Please make a decision as soon as possible, the batteries are running out of power. Quote. The Kingdom of Lei agrees. The leader of the country's hidden village was appointed as the leader, and there was no reason why the name of the Kingdom of Lei would disagree. The Land of Earth also agrees, just like the Land of Thunder. The old eye wiped his forehead twice, and the great name of the Land of Earth made a statement. The country of the wind is the same. It's not bad, the country of fire also agrees. Then, Lord of the Land of Water. Drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks, and the daimyo of the Land of Water nodded with great difficulty. When it comes to doubts about ninjas, he is the one who has been assassinated several times by Kurigakure missing nin. Ninja gods and horses are all unreliable things. The recorded image flickered twice, and the ninja in charge of manipulating the machine came to stand in front of the camera. Since everyone has agreed, the news of the establishment of the Ninja Alliance will soon be spread to the mainland. I am Tianhua, as the video recorder of the meeting. Testify here. Okay, hurry up, it's time to go home for New Year's Day. The 5th update of the main text of, I will give you 2 new chapters in the New Year's special chapter later. If you have a ticket, please give one. Thank you from the cloud. Happy New Year, happy yo. Text chapter 339 _ an increasingly turbulent world. The 5th group is to raise food, the 7th group manages weapons, the 8th group monitors ammunition, and the 9th group and 10th group will prepare the marching tent, which must be completed within 3 days. Interesting Academy is the first release. Yes, Tsunade-sama. A series of orders were issued. Senju Tsunade sat on the main seat, put down the document and stretched his waist. With golden hair draped behind her back, she is indescribably lazy and embroidered. Liamong yawned and poured her a cup of hot tea. Thank you so much, my good sister. Without you, I really can't handle these things. I didn't expect the war to be so troublesome. You bastard, what do you think war is? Do children play at home? Senju Tsunade took the teacup angrily and blew on the green leaves, a little fragrance to relieve his exhaustion. War is different from personal battles, and all aspects must be carefully considered. Otherwise one place can't handle. 043, which will lead to serious consequences. With your age and experience, it is impossible to preside over such a major war. Those nobles in the country of snow are abandoned. In this case nothing was wrong. Isn't this still you? Liamong scratched his head speechlessly. My good sister, I'll leave everything to you. Is it good? Senju Tsunade took 2 sips of incense. Let the legendary Sanin, the medical ninja creator, the great Princess Slug serve you. Should you give something? My good sister. Liamong pulled over a chair with a bitter face. Which one of us is with whom? If you think it is, what else do you want? Sit away, son of a bitch. Senju Tsunade pushed Liamong, who brought his hilarious face closer. We're not that familiar with each other. But it's not that raw. My good sister, you are too raw. Liamong leaned forward without any skin, and just sat side by side with Tsunade Heim. The howling cold wind blows the forest outside the window, and the snow in the snow country never seems to be enough. You really decided to take part in this war. Senju Tsunade was silent for a moment, putting down the teacup. Liamong looked at Feishui outside the window and sighed. This is impossible. There has been a major deviation in the historical line. I must actively participate in it. Otherwise, the devil knows what will happen, and those guys are difficult to deal with. You bastard. Senju Tsunade turned his head seriously. What do you know? Aha, my good sister. Liamong looked back at Tsunade. I've never told anyone about these things. It's just your words, so there's no need to hide it. After drinking 3 pots of hot tea in a row, listening to the story like a book from heaven, Senju Tsunade's beautiful big eyes flashed with a strong shock and strange color. Tell me about such a thing, and you won't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. I believe in you. Liamong smiled and stopped Tsunade from saying what he wanted to say. He thought that it was already like this anyway. Instead of fooling around on his own, it's better to find a smarter and more experienced help. Senju Tsunade crossed his fingers and crossed his fingers for a long time. Things have deviated significantly from what you said, but fortunately, a lot of information can still be used. Speaking of which, I really don't know whether to call you stupid or crazy. What? Even though I have such information, I don't know how to make good use of it. Instead, I almost put myself in it. If it were any of us, it wouldn't be what it is now. Quote. You mean Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Senju Tsunade sighed faintly and didn't answer, and the room fell silent again. Squeak. Pukun, it's time to go home for dinner. Master Tsunade, too. Eat, eat. The drenching rain Kabuto poured over the border of Shikoku, and the Takian village, which had stood in the cracks for hundreds of years, sounded a piercing alarm. There is an enemy invasion. Go to the southwest to support. Call Kenjiro on, bastard, who would it be at a time like this? The anxious ninja rushed into the fog with underwater breathing, leaning less, and the terrified screams cut through the sky. Really weak and humble existence, not even worth collecting. The fleeting figure disappeared under Yuhi's hooded Kabuto robe, and the already chaotic ninja world became even more turbulent. 3 Wolf Mountains, the 5 shadows who are about to separate turned their attention to the center. Have you made up your mind? Naruto nodded expressionlessly. I want to go back to Mount Myoboku. I can find me through the contact frog I left. Be careful to hide well, that place is not unbreakable. Gaara stepped forward and patted Naruto on the shoulder, turned around and left with Kankuro. Might Guy, who was standing opposite, wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a helpless sigh. Konoha owes this son so much that it's superfluous to say anything at this time. The 4th generation of Reikage and the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage left one after another with a few snorts, and the beauty who stayed at the last swiped his finger across Naruto's cheek. Cubit Ninetails, listen carefully. Your boss asked me to tell you, when you are confused, go to the ruins of the Kingdom of Vortex, where you will get the answers you want. Quote. The country of Vortex. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned when he heard Terumi Mei's words. And when he looked up to ask something, the person had disappeared from sight. Returning to the village of Iwagakure carrying 2 large suitcases, Kurafashi looked at Onoki like a gas bag. Grandpa, why don't you just kill them? You're too impulsive, my granddaughter. Kill those guys and face Uchiha Madara alone, without thinking about your little brain. Grandpa, don't keep pushing people's foreheads, it's all Yuhi. Kuritsuchi touched the forehead that Onoki tapped in dissatisfaction. People just look at those guys unhappy. Reikage looks like an uncivilized gorilla. Hokage seems to be only still evolving the beast. Kage 1010 is a stinky fart that doesn't have anything to do with other things. The most annoying thing is Mizukage, and I want to kill her with a bomb. Kuritsuchi, you are jealous. Shut up, brother, or I'll set your house on fire if you don't turn around. The fat, hill-like terracotta slapped him twice, with a grinning face like a meat bun, making Kuritsuchi mad enough to order your house when he goes back. Bang! Lord Reikage has news from Lord Killer Bee. Where is he? Did you all have a happy New Year's Eve? The cloud was almost killed by firecrackers, and it was just a crackling sound. I feel a lot older, and time has passed in a blink of an eye. I hope you all have fun, year after year, day by day. Hey, this day goes by so fast. Text chapter 340 _ when will these days end? Shark, idiot, this time it won't be the same as last time. It's easier to read on mobile m.heihei168.com. Killer Bee raps and sings and prepares Kisame Hoshigaki with his 2 index fingers. Kurigakure ghost shoulders against a large knife with a pointed kiba. Yow, it's useless to talk big. Really? Killer Bee looked back at Asan, who was riding a little raccoon and ran away, covered in dark Yuhi's chakra coat. Although it would be very disappointing to destroy this place, but to defeat this guy is the only way, that's it. Little 8. The bull that swept up from the ground covered the sky and shook its head. Asan, who was riding on a good little raccoon, turned his head and sighed. He was going to change houses again. I haven't met this guy since he was accepted as his apprentice. Have a good time. Hurry up, Mrs. Ben, I don't want to be hit by them. The big fluffy tail swung away like a wolf kiba's stick, and the little raccoon scratched its claws. You don't need to say that the bear also knows that if you don't run, you will hang up. Complete 8 tails. It's really troublesome to fight this kind of thing. Lord Rakage, look. While running, he suddenly stopped and pointed forward. He was very sensitive to chakra and pointed forward. After swiping a few times and jumping onto the treetops, Yui's old face swayed to the ground. Better than this bastard, what are you doing by releasing tailed beasts in such a place? X2 bull hole. Idiot, fool, I'll fry you to char today. The soaring bullhead spit out a large black light, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who fled with a big knife, narrowed his mung bean eyes. This level of chakra cannot be absorbed by the shark muscle. Where are you going? Killer Bee, standing on top of the bull's head, danced and sang a song. Seeing the sweat on the forehead of the 8-tailed ox, waving its claws, he vented his deep resentment on the fleeing ghost shark. Interesting Academy first release. With such a rambunctious person, Jinchuriki column. Damn, why am I waking up to such a hapless neighbor? Another tailed beast bomb failed, and the bull slapped down its octopus-like claws, roaring impatiently. Tailed beast bomb, who almost missed the passenger car, brushed past him. The 4th generation Rakage's face was black, as if he had wiped the bottom of a pot. Bye, you bastard, this time when you go back, you will definitely repay the iron fist of your love. Xiaoba, hurry up, I suddenly have a bad premonition. Killer Bee put away the songbook with a shudder all over his body, and looked around. You have to run away in a while. Such a loud voice will definitely attract attention, and it will be bad if you are caught back. The fiery face of Brother Fui in front of him, Killer Bee Jinchuriki column subconsciously tightened his neck. I don't care what that terrifying guy is doing, they say I'm terrifying, and I think he's terrifying. How many tables has that guy smashed so far? Poor Mabui, poor treasurer, I am so sorry for you. Maybe I should write a song for them. The name of the song is No Spring in Shidemu. Medicine, medicine, check the trouble, smash the table and drink poison. Medicine, medicine, check the urine. Who is that? Who did I see? Set up the west wind and step on the mines. Xiaoba, hurry up and run, Big Brother is here. Compare. The roar that penetrated Yun Xiao stopped the escaping figure, Yui charged with boiling flames. Big Brother. Killer Bee took 2 steps back in fear, and Yui smashed him into the ground with a fist. You bastard. Brother, don't do this, there is an enemy over there. Enemy. The big foot that was about to be kicked in the butt was slowly retracted, and Yui finally found Kisame Hoshigaki with a blue face. Well, we must admit that his face was originally blue. Fool, you're going to be screwed if you go on like this. A flat combination. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at Killer Bee and then at Moonlight Eye. I didn't think Kurigakure would have such a big face. Be enlightened. Yui shook her shoulders and raised her right arm. Seeing such a familiar gesture, Killer Bee also raised his arms. Kisame Hoshigaki looked left and right and ripped off his coat. Very good, it's not a waste of life to have a good fight. Let me see the benefits of the legendary EPUB combination. You will see it. Use your life. Ju Niu Lei Plow Hot Knife. The high-flying head sprinkled the sweetness that dyed Yuhi's sky, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who moved his head, smiled and said, "What a fast speed, ha ha ha, I can rest my eyes." Stupid, fool, still crap when he's dead. Bye, what are you running around for? Ha, big brother, I didn't run, I was studying the art of rap, do you understand rap? Stupid, you are one. What am I? Yayui Egwa clenched his fists with an old face, and beat Killer Bee unconscious with a violent hammer. Tarui, take him back to the village. Ah, yes, Lord Rakage. Touching his white-haired head, he resisted Killer Bee with no energy, and the Kumogakure village team set out on their way home. Not long after they left their forefoot, a grass appeared beside the ghost shark who lost his head. The plan is successful, we just need to destroy this one. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, the perceptive ninja didn't pay too much attention. White Zetsu, stop talking nonsense, it's mealtime. Black Zetsu, you're always so gluttonous. The pitcher plants that were joined together lay on the ground and spattered with blood, and the distant snow country was covered in silver white. Asshole, don't eat the head first, save the best for last. I still prefer to eat the best first. Go away and keep half of it for me. Anyway, it will enter a belly. Does it make a difference who eats it? We have two heads, of course there are differences. Quarrel, devour, clean, and there is one less body in the world. Liamong picked up the seal extremely irritably and covered the document with bang 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 bang. It's really boring work, when will it end? You bastard. Senju Tsunade slapped the table with a slap. You can't stand it if you stamp it. What about the princess? Look at all the shit you've done. Enla, don't be angry my good sister. I'll hammer your back, I'll make your tea. Hinata, bring me the cup. Chi-Chi Jiao smiled and put down the folder. The little secretary turned around and picked up the tea set. Liamong glanced at random twice and suddenly opened his eyes. This is... Happy New Year, everyone. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 341-360. Text Chapter 341 _ to to the pit. We have to go to Kumogakure. Heihei168.com. The Hula-La's propeller rose from slow to fast into the air. Liamong sat by the window and looked at the clouds outside. The little girl in her arms leaned against her chest, and the world seemed to be quiet. When this matter is completed, shall we go to the secret realm to hide? Brother, Hinata listens to you. Gently slapped the pink back twice and took a deep breath. Liamong slowly closed his eyes. Let the war gods die. The land of thunder Kumogakure. Seeing a familiar figure coming from afar, the villagers of Kumogakure boiled over. Hooray! Long live Lord Rakage. Long live the Killer Bee. Oh yeah. The great rapper, Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force, the tough guy in the world, Master Killer Bee is back. Cheers guys. Hooray. Hooray. Oh yeah, that's the rhythm. Killer Bee, who raised the grass and mud horse with his right hand, rubbed his nose hard, and saw the three apprentices from the corner of his eyes. Aren't you welcome to come back for the master? Welcome to die. Yuhi's flat-chested Kurui waved his fists and roared. Samui with yellow hair, blue eyes and big breasts flips the Byakugan hard. Omoy, who is suspected of being a Taliban refugee in Afghanistan, wiped away tears. Master, why did you come back? We have even prepared a morning haul for you. We have spent the old nose money and borrowed money from Silver Bank. Interesting Academy's first release, isn't your coming back all in vain? These things are taken out and sold, and no one wants them. Pit, you are really a pit, a big pit. Wind Country Sunagakure. Have you received the letter from Feimaru? Konkuro patted his shoulder and asked the ninja who was welcoming him. Received. How's the news from Daimyo's side? Water Country Kurigakure. Just received a message from the Daiming house. Terumi waved her hand casually. Just say it here. Land of the Earth Iwagakure. The speed is so fast, and the result is so fast. The ninja who greeted the 2-day scale pushed his glasses, because it's about the tail beast and Madara. The daimyo made a decision so quickly. Che, that guy's name is really useful. The old man Tsuchikage stroked his beard with admiration and contempt. Let's go, let's talk about it later. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Raikage will hold a general meeting of the Allied Ninja Army in 7 days, you see. That kid still can't change his impatience, but this time it's over. Onoki took a deep breath. Madara is not so easy to deal with. The old man has to work hard when he is old, which is really annoying. Tsuchikage-sama will leave everything to you. The Hula-La's propeller landed from the sky into the land of thunder and lightning. Liamong hugged Hinata and got off the airship, followed by Enko on the left and Tamari on the right. Senju Tsunade, who appeared in the pressure field, shook off his hair. Master Kuchiki, Princess Tsunade, the guild hall has prepared everything. Azabuye opened his big talking eyes and parted his body. Originally, Lord Raikage wanted to greet him in person, but just now, Cubit Ninetails, Jinchuriki, Column Force, there is news and I have to deal with it. Quote. The news from Naruto. Liamong paused for a while. What news did he send? Azabuye looked left and right. This matter is too important. Please ask the two of you to ask Lord Raikage in person. This is Akatsuki's information. In the 4th generation Raikage office, Yayoi pushed the information across the table. Lu Meng took it over and looked at it with wide eyes. He handed it over to Tsunade and asked, where did it come from? Naruto said it was given by a female ninja named Konan, with her introduction on it. Miss Nan. Are Konan and Naruto connected? Back on what happened that day, Liamong felt his head grow again, and he and Omegakure had a deep feud. But now, how will the woman with the gloomy eyes choose? How powerful is fate? Challenged several times and caught in a critical situation several times, Liamong suddenly discovered that history seems to have the meaning of moving closer to the origin. What is Lord Raikage going to do? Tsunade read the information and pushed back the information, folded his hands together. Yayoi handed over the information to Mabuyi, turned her eyes back and said, the specific method will have to wait 4 days before the meeting is over before making a decision. Princess Slug, are you here to represent an individual, or? I represent the country of snow and that kid. Yayoi squinted her eyes and looked back at Tsunade. At a time like this, is the snow country also going to step in? Uncle I, one more person gives more strength. Although the snow country is small, it does not produce cowardly seeds. Drink, it's the first time I've heard that there will be men in that country. 2 pairs of eyes, one big and one small, were in the air, and Liamong Yayoi's eyes collided, one strong, the other calm, strong like fire, calm without waves. Uncle I, Akatsuki is not only threatening the 5 major countries, but also the entire continent. Before coming here, His Majesty Kazuhana Koyuki has sent letters to the other small countries, including the Lord of the Bear Kingdom, the Lord of the Kingdom of Tien, and the Lord of the Kingdom of Sichuan. The Lord of the Kingdom of Grass has agreed to the participation of his Xian village, that is to say, Yin Yin, Taki Yin, Sao Yin, Xing Yin, and Jieshi will send the leader of the hidden village to attend the meeting. Quote. Where's Shuiyin? Yayoi stared at Liamong angrily. Other small countries have hidden villages to participate. As the host, doesn't the country of Shuiji send ninjas to attend? I am enough in the land of snow. Liamong clasped his arms arrogantly, making Raikage half dead. 4 days passed in a flash, and the village of Kumogakure was densely populated by ninjas. Takian village didn't answer anyone he saw, and 3 slaps couldn't make a fart. The grass hidden village will talk to everyone, not like a ninja but a businessman. Hey, hello, have you eaten today? He stretched out his hand to hold the passers-by, and the ninja from Kusakan smiled and leaned forward. Our village specialty costs you 3,000, do you want 2? 1 for 2, look how cheap it is, and it also comes with an antidote. Hey, Don't go, 2 free time is expensive, we can discuss it, 2 can't be less. Hey, if you think it's too much, the 2 head office. Brother, I said don't run away. Thousands of poisoned copies can't be sold, and the old-haired grass is hiding and selling Grand Fireball. Walk through, pass by, don't miss, the famous ninja from the Uchiha family, what are you waiting for? Wanliang, as long as 10,000 yuan too. These idiots. Lord Rakage, please rest your anger, their village has always been like this. Damn, these mice in the ninja world dare to act like this, what did they think of the conference? The head of Yinyan village is here. The Chinese New Year is approaching, everyone wears more clothes, and it's not good to catch a cold. Hey, Tenten is happy, aim. Text chapter 342 _ the tears of the old friend's persistence at the scene. Yinyan village, the head of Yinyan village is here. Hearing the doorman's high-pitched registration sound, Liamong let go of the hand that held Hinata's waist. The young man in white clothes, white hair, green eyes, and crystal eyes, came from a distance with a handsome face, and the girls on both sides of the road who saw him were all stunned. Mine, he's mine, he must be mine. Kurui, don't be crazy, didn't you hear his identity? I don't care what his identity is or not, the big deal is to marry him. Do you know what you said? Samui hugged Karui's waist tightly. Yuhi got angry at the airport. Okay captain, you tried so hard to stop me, do you want to come by yourself? I tell you, there is no way, that man and old lady have taken his fancy. I haven't seen you for many years, I didn't expect it to be you. Liamong smiled and got up and greeted the person who came. The atmosphere in the venue was a little depressing, and the vicious-eyed leaders of the hidden villages felt threatened. This young Yin leader is not simple. He should be strong. Be wary in the future. Is there such a powerful ninja in Tianjiguo? Hello, my name is Kagaya Kimamaro, and I am attending this time on behalf of Yinyan village. Aren't you the head of your village? In a word, the leaders of the hidden villages sat up straight. Kimamaro sat indifferently facing the burning eyes. The leader of Yinyan village will always be one person. Baidu Interesting Academy. Okay, now that everyone is here, Uncle you should start too. Liamong Gag diverted the conversation, stopping the possible questions from the hidden villages. Yayui Ai's old face was slightly sullen and stood up. Then, in the name of the 4th generation Rakage, it is announced that the first coalition meeting of the ninja world has officially begun. This meeting is mainly to solve Akatsuki. Do you have any suggestions to speak? I think. Fire Country Konoha. Yamanaka Ino's suggestion, the Shaoqings got together at the village gate. Inazuka Kiba brought Akamaru on the top of the pile of wood, and raised his lips condescendingly. What is the matter to call the big guys together? There is no time to waste now. That's why it's like this. Ino looked up at Kiba and pulled Haruno Sakura from behind him to the front. Liamong, Sasuke, and Naruto left one after another. Kakashi, Sensei and Jiraiya-sama were killed one after another, and now there is nothing left. There aren't many left, and Sakura needs everyone's help. What help? Get them back. Hyuga Neji, who was unexpectedly present, leaned back against the big tree and tilted his head. Those 3 guys, one is more troublesome than the other, what do you want us to do? You can come if you don't want to. Ino snorted angrily. Hyuga Neji looked around, got up and left. Lirock Tenten saw it. Not following. Che, the stinky master of the big family, what's so crazy? Okay, Kiba, don't say a word that no one thinks you're dumb. Shikamaru raised his toes with a troubled face, turned his head to look at Haruno Sakura. Tell me, since it was proposed by Ino, what do you want to do? I think, I want to get them back. Who to look for, Sasuke or Naruto? Shikamaru scratched his head and leaned to the side. Inazuka Kiba, Lee Rock, Tenten, Ino and a bunch of Shaoqing all looked away. Haruno Sakura cried, her eyes dropped. I think, I want to get them all back. It's impossible. Shikamaru spit out the weeds in his mouth and shook his head. If we could find it, we would have found it long ago. If the boss Liamong doesn't mention it, he will definitely not come back. I don't need to tell that guy's second assistant. You know, as for Naruto. Speaking of the idiot in the eyes of the last big guy, the Shaoqiangs present were all silent. That guy is stupid, but when it comes to persistence, no one can compare to him. But because of this, it is more troublesome. Sakura, you have to understand that wanting that kid back is not something you can just talk about. I know. Harunoye wiped his tears from crying Yuhi's eyes. I know that I broke his heart last time, so this time I will personally find him home. Home. Konoha is his home. Don't be stupid. Inuzuka Kiba sat on the top of the pile of wood and patted Akamaru's head. In the past, you wanted to find Sasuke, and everyone helped you, but until now you haven't found it. Now you are looking for Naruto, that guy. More trouble than Sasuke. No, they are not the same. Sakura. Shikamaru called out his name solemnly. Want to know what those three people look like in our eyes? Let's talk about Mr. Liamong first. From the first contact, I knew that it was a trouble. He has no belonging in his heart. He only does things according to his preferences, and the family village is just a meaningless symbol to him. So he left. We no one was dissuading him or thinking of calling him back. Besides Urzuzi, apart from you, most of us have no deep friendship with him, and he is not a particularly attractive guy. The reason why I agreed to your request before was because that guy is just like us. It's the ninja of Konoha Hidden Village, and it's our Konoha style to save him. Even if you lose your life, you won't regret it. Shikamaru. Listen to me. He raised his hand to stop Sakura's excited shouting, and Shikamaru continued. Sasuke's case failed, and Naruto chose to leave again. Seriously, comparing the two of them, we like it more. There is a little boy in the spectrum, although he is a little idiot, a little mentally handicapped, and often does some brain-dead things. But to be honest, without him, he really lost something. You agree? No, Shikamaru said, looking at Sakura seriously. I refuse. Why? Didn't you say that you both like him? Why are you unwilling to help me, earlier? This moment, that moment. Shikamaru sighed with a serious look. Naruto is different from Sasuke. Nisukako is purely a mentally abnormal guy. He doesn't care what others think of him. Naruto, the difference is that although he looks carefree, he is actually a guy who is more easily injured than anyone else, and he is very concerned about what others think of him. Once such a person is deeply injured, there is no way to save him. Shikamaru said and walked towards the village, sighing as he walked. As much love as possible, hate as much as possible. Forgive me, I cannot agree to this matter. I can say sorry to him, I can. Sakura. It wasn't you who really hurt Naruto, it was Konoha. Shikamaru turned his head solemnly. You can't represent the village, that guy won't come back. No, it won't be like this. I'm going to find him, I must get him back. There will be updates in the future. Everyone eat well, play well, have fun, and everything will be good for 4 years. I love you forever, this situation will not change. Text chapter 343_ Who is behind that board? Shikamaru. Don't we really help Sakura? Ino chased Shikamaru as he watched his friend who was crying and left. Interesting academy. Ino, you have to understand that this is not a question of helping or not. Whenever there is a slight chance, I will not choose to stand by. Although I am afraid of trouble, I will not ignore my friends. Naruto is a friend I recognize. I also very much hope that he can come back. But this time, I am afraid he will not come back. Mount Myoboku, the floating Shirakumo swept across the river. Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying on the big leaf, stared straight at Shirakumo and stared blankly. He was in a daze outside, and a group of toads were stupid in the house. The big toad fairy with a black square-brimmed doctor's hat on his head sat on the treasure seat, dumbfounded like a big pumpkin. Swollen eyes, wide chin, white belly without pants. A small toad spread out his hands and said, Master, Jiraiya once said before that he asked me to be transferred into Naruto's body, but now. Thinking about the state of Uzumaki Naruto now, the toads in the room were speechless. Little kid didn't know whether he was depressed or helpless and stood in the middle. He was originally the key to control the seal of the 4 elephants. It's better to call Naruto in and ask about it. It just so happens that I have something to tell him. Sir, what did you dream about? The snow-white fossils rustled with dust, and the passing breeze told the sorrow of time. 2 figures, one up and one down, confronted each other for a long time. Long time no see, Afe. The figure standing above greeted him condescendingly, and then corrected himself as if thinking of something. I'm sorry, I should call you Uchiha, Madara, now. How could you find this place, Yakushi Kabuto? Interesting academy. Madara's voice was cold, and there was an unstoppable murderous intent in his eyes. Kabuto, who showed a half-faced snake, smiled. As a spy, I have traveled between countries on the continent and stayed in Akatsuki for a long time. Don't underestimate the amount of information I have. You have to believe in professionalism. Do you believe in professionalism? Do you believe in your professional liar's professionalism? Madara's words became colder and colder. You, who used to be a spy under Sasori, dared to come back after betrayal. Then let me solve you here. Anyone who betrays Akatsuki must die. Kunai, Shuriken, Sharingan. A series of attacks shot in front of him, and Yakushi Kabuto, who was wearing a hooded yui-colored cloak, took 2 steps in a row and pressed his hands. Really impatient temperament, but unfortunately, I am no longer a trash fish at the mercy of others. Watch out. Spiritualism. Boom, 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 boom. 5 coffins in a row were thrown from left to right, and all the kunai shurikens were nailed to them. Uchiha Madara was stunned. Is this impure world reincarnation? Yakushi Kabuto smirked twice. Without the means to save my life, how could I come to see a dangerous person like you and say hello to your old subordinates? You were able to find them. Uchiha Madara squinted at the familiar figure in the coffin. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and smiled. I've been in contact with people anyway. It's not too much trouble for me to get something. What do you want to do? Uchiha Madara looked at the dead body that Yakushi Kabuto channeled from left to right, and gave up the plan to continue. Nagato, Kakuzu, Deidara, Sasori, Itachi, with these 5 guys teaming up, even he can't please. Yakushi Kabuto said coldly, I want to be with you. And work. What do you want? Uchiha Madara stared at Kabuto. There is never a free lunch. Yakushi Kabuto opened his arms and embraced the sky. I want to continue the journey that Orochimaru-sama has not finished, and search for the truth of the world. For this, I need a young and lively Uchiha tribe. You want Sasuke? Uchiha Madara's voice went cold. Yakushi Kabuto laughed. As expected of someone who survived from that era, he's smart. That's right, what I want is Sasuke Uchiha. What if I don't agree? Madara's voice was freezing. Yakushi Kabuto laughed. Evil smile. Spiritism, impure world reincarnation. Boom. Another coffin jumped out of the ground, and seeing the figure inside the coffin, Uchiha Madara froze. This is. Do you think I will come to you unprepared? You will never take my word, no matter if your name is Afe or Uchiha Madara. Good boy. Madara was irritated by Yakushi Kabuto's wild look. Where did you get that thing? Don't worry about that, but don't worry, it's still a secret at the moment. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Yakushi Kabuto stared at Madara with a cold face. I used to underestimate you. I really didn't expect a salted fish to turn over. Now entanglement with you will only drain the strength of both of us. You really know how to pick your time. So to speak. I agree, Uchiha Madara said, looking at Kabuto viciously, but Sasuke's business has to be put later, and I can't control that kid. You won't be able to control him. Don't underestimate that junior. If you give him time, he won't be able to surpass the sages. Uchiha Madara glanced at Yakushi Kabuto coldly, finally glanced at the coffin and turned away. Put it away, I don't want to see it again. Until you desecrate its soul. Also, even Kazusaku, I will watch you from now on. It doesn't matter. Yakushi Kabuto lifted the spiritism and jumped off the fossil, exclaiming to Madara, with admiration, as expected of Uchiha, he thinks so well about everything, but it's different. Put away your yin-yang tone. Uchiha can't be judged by someone like you. Pride of the family, you have that too. Yakushi Kabuto. The forward, Madara, paused and turned back slowly. S3 Tomo turned into a circle. Don't think that if you seize my weakness, I won't turn against you. Next time, I would never choose to be patient. Quote. I went to update the book, The Rise of the Infinite Comprehensive Fat Man. Brothers and sisters, come and take a look at it when you have time, give your opinions and spread the flowers, and collect them by the way. The cloud will bless you. 4. I love you forever, find your she or him, send him or her a flower, and harvest a pair of fat dolls next year. Text chapter 344_child fuck old man. Son of Destiny, there are differences in your path forward. I foresee the future in my dream. You will encounter extremely difficult choices in the first game of the interesting academy. If there is a slight error, the world will go dark. It's all about god horses and god horses, right? Naruto raised his head with a forehead, and saw the big toad immortal being stupid. The old bastard Fukusuo looked at this 205, and jumped up with a kick. Listen carefully to what the eldest man has to say. Immortal big toad, child of destiny, yo, where did I just say? Deep work. Shima. Master, you just said. Oh, yes, destiny child, you need to go to an island off the beaten track with countless historical sites. There are huge Uzumaki, galloping wind, and many small animals are very lively. In my eyes, it is a rare paradise on earth, a unique holiday destination in the world. Quote. Immortal Big Toad, what are you talking about? Naruto's head raised 3 question marks when he heard it. Can you always make it clearer? Idiot. The Lord's prophecies were all seen in dreams, so what's the name? Shenzuo Shanran, how can I find it without a name? Son of Destiny, someone has already told Yumingzi there, she is a very enchanting woman. Very enchanting. Naruto scratched his head and thought for a long time, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Remember. Well, I know where to go. Fukusaku nodded his head while holding Toad Claw. Very good, since you know the place, hurry up. But before that, I have something to tell you. Toad. The whole body was black and there were twill lines on the face, and the toad with a scroll-like belly jumped into the middle. Interesting academy. This is the key your father left you. Although it is no longer used, I think it's better to explain it to you. My father left it for me. Naruto pointed to little Toad. That's right. Fukusaku glanced at Toad Ming with a sad expression. At that time, little Minato divided Kyuubi, 9 tails chakra into 2, and sealed the positive side with the seal of 4 elephants in your body. I hope that one day you will use this power correctly. Toad is the key to control the seal. Father has already planned. Naruto glanced at the little toad in surprise and disappointment, and Namikaze Minato's bright smile appeared in front of him. Sighed with a long sigh with his hands on his back. The plan can't always keep up with the changes, but then again, although you and Kyuubi, 9 tails, made an agreement, but if you don't forcibly break it with the key, the seal will always break one day. Will be completely broken into pieces. So, the best way now is to hand this key to you. Give it to me. Naruto looked at the scrolled toad dazedly. Shenzuo coughed twice. Since you don't object, then we can start. Toad. The scroll opened by Ziyu revealed a secret tadpole rune, and the Uzumaki pattern wrapped in a black hexagonal ring was very eye-catching. Press your hand here to sign the contract. Fukusaku jumped to the side and pointed to the blank. Naruto pressed his hand as instructed, but there was no response for a long time. Fukusaku's eyes straightened. Chakra, You idiot, don't you even understand how to release chakra? Ah, to release chakra. If you want to let it go, let it go. What are you talking about, you idiot? Don't be angry, I'll let it go, I'll let it go. Puff. Whirlpool, vortex, Naruto, human. Ah, immortal Fukasaku, I didn't mean to. A strong reincarnation of grains spurted out forcefully, and the toad immortal, who had turned somersaults, went berserk. Looking at Fukasaku's increasingly dark face, Naruto waved his hand to accompany him. Listen to me, listen to my explanation. I'm here, I really didn't mean it. I don't care if you do it on purpose or not. Immortal Shenzuo copied out a ring ruler and slapped his palm twice. Stop for me. Stop. Can this stand? Boy, don't run. Immortal Shenzuo, if I don't run, I'll just go out for a walk. Naruto waved his hand and stepped back. Don't worry, I'll be back in a while, I'll be back in a while. Fuck you, blow the trumpet to call people. With a cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops meet. Uzumaki Naruto, who ran out of the gate, was dumbfounded. He saw that the outside of the main hall was full of toads, big and small, Yuhi-s green, purple and black, blue and white, tall and short, full of toads. Gave him a mess. He aimed at it. Didn't I just fart? What about you? This is too unhuman. Boys, let Lao Su catch him. 10,000 toads lifted their feet, and Naruto Uzumaki became Sparta. Radar, all up. Out of anger, Fukasaku dragged Naruto back, holding hands in the blank space. Chakra surged, and the running water like runes spread to the right arm. Very well, the first step is done, it's time to move on to the second step. What, there's a second step. In the first step, I was beaten to death by a fart. If I put another one in the second step, is there any way to survive? Immortal Shenzuo, can I have this key? Don't. Naruto graciously said, I don't really need it anyway, so I don't want it. It's up to you, you open your mouth to Lao Su. Open your mouth, what are you doing with your mouth open? Naruto looked at Fukasaku's malicious eyes, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Fukasaku smiled at him, of course it's a ceremony to enter Tibet, don't worry, if you want to get this key, there are 2 steps, one is to leave chakra on the scroll, and the other is. What are the 2? It's easy, you just swallow it. To swallow. Naruto glanced at the scroll toad on the ground, and he was good at gestures. Can this thing be swallowed? Can it be swallowed? Come on, open your mouth. I'm not open. With such a big toad stuffed into his stomach, he couldn't even run. Are you open? Hearing Naruto's unwillingness to open his mouth, Shenzuo's old face froze. Naruto shook his head into 2 big pieces. I won't open it, and I won't open it if I kill it. Fuck the kid. Come on, old man. Are you going to be a god horse? Let's work hard in the cloud, brothers and sisters, let's work together. It's been 4 years, hurry up and find a daughter-in-law. Text chapter 345_Hoshitaki Otokusuki proposes. I don't want to swallow toads. I don't want to swallow frogs. Why do you have to go in here? It's disgusting to death. Hey, do you really want to let me in? Toadming was half outside and half was fluttering inside. Open your mouth a little more. Big, this is already the biggest. Naruto Uzumaki raised his head and turned the Byakugan wildly. How could anyone tell a living person to swallow a toad? Fukasaku looked around to see where this was going. Fuck you. Come on, old man. When Shima heard the call of the child's father, she picked up her small apron and jumped into the air. Frantically flipped Byakugan, went silent. Old Toad's big feet. How is the old man? Shima clapped her hands and kicked the toad into Naruto's belly with 1 foot. Fukasaku raised a big thumb at the bottom. The boy did a great job. Then it's up to the boy himself. We'll help everything we can. The Kingdom of Thunder, Kumogakure, the noisy talks have finally come to an end. In fact, there is nothing to talk about. It is said that the coalition forces are essentially each family managing their own affairs. The most important thing is to share information to prevent Akatsuki from exploiting loopholes. Of course, the coalition also has to look a bit coalition. Proposal of the 4th generation Reikage, the 3rd generation Reikage added, the 5th generation Mizukage, the 5th generation Kazekage and the 6th generation Hokage agreed, and the other small hidden villages watched the play, and decided to divide all the troops into the combat group, the reconnaissance group, the intelligence group, the support group and the 4th army, respectively. To the command of the other 4 shadows except Reikage. Gaara is young and strong, as the head of the combat team. The reconnaissance team is the most outstanding because of Konoha, and Might Guy serves as the leader. The analysis work of the intelligence team was handed over to Terumi Mei, and women are always more careful than men. Baidu Interesting Academy. The last support group was handed over to the reluctant grandfather of 2 days. Well, this name was called by Senju Tsunade first, who made this old guy feel uncomfortable for himself. The Chattering Slug Princess, it's amazing that you've survived until now. It seems like you're the only one left in the Sanin. You have to take it easy. 2 days old grandfather, you should take care of yourself first. By the way, is your back pain really cured? The old man's waist, of course the old man's waist. Gah. My waist. I thought it could be fully repaired by Rinne Tensai, Samsara of Heavenly Life, but as I got older, my bones became brittle. Seeing how he was sweating before he finished speaking for 2 days, Senju Tsunade spread his hands innocently. Look, everyone, I said he has to be careful. There are a lot of old people who are not lying at home. This is a problem. Alright. Okay, now is not the time to quarrel. We should discuss how to hide Yahweh and Kyubi, 9 Tails. Gaara crossed his hands to stop the noise, and the little panda liked this action very much. Tsunade, Lu Meng suddenly interjected. Naruto and Killer Bee's combat effectiveness is obvious to all. Last time I was able to win by luck. Uzumaki Naruto contributed a lot. Hid the 2 of them, right? I thought so too. Anamu blinked, but this war is all because of the 2 of them. Just in case, they can't be allowed to fight easily. This is the consensus reached at the last meeting. Last meeting. And said, Senju Tsunade bang. The slap of the table. What we have to face is the old monster like Uchiha Madara. If we miss the opportunity because of the fighting ability, there will be no next time. For this, we should bet everything, not timid. Princess Slug, this is a war to protect the 2 of them, and you can't be on your own. Boy, you, Senju Tsunade got even more angry when he heard Gaara say this. I know him very well, Gaara said flatly. He will do anything for the sake of his comrades. That's the problem. That kid is too impulsive. As for the 8 Tails. Don't mention my unremarkable brother. He is more troublesome than Kyubi, 9 Tails. When it comes to Killer Bee, the 4th generation of Reikage feels a pain in the head. Mifune looked at Tsunade and said, Princess Slug, you are not a member of the 5 kingdoms. Please maintain a certain degree of customization and respect the opinions of the 5 shadows. Bastard, are you looking down on this princess? Ha, we're not here for the play. Yes, we have a voice too. Senju Tsunade burst out. Shingen and Kusakayan jumped out immediately. Kimimaro, who had always kept his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. Since it is an alliance of the ninja world, it is not the business of the 5 major countries. We, the small countries, have selected Princess Slug as a representative. He is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and the only one of the Senju clan. In the battle against Uchiha Madara, we in the village of Otonan believe that it is necessary for you to listen to his opinions. Quote. Second by Taki in village. The 4 generations of Reikage looked at each other, and banged the table. You. Lord Reikage, we are not the Chinese cabbage on the street, let alone the decorations on the counter. The leader of Cao Yin laughed, but the words he said were piercing. Don't despise us, we take it out alone. What to do, but if you really want to join forces, it's no worse than either of you. Is this your confidence? Yin, Kusao, Taki, Xing, Shui, the 5 small countries against the 5 big countries. The 4th generation Reikage was provoked, but as the leader of the village of Gracian said, although the 5 small countries are not comparable to the 5 big countries, they are really not afraid of joining together. Who, at least, like today's Konoha and Kurigakure can't be, and Sunagakure village can't be good alone. The rest of Kumogakure will not work, only the crushed portion. But then again, it is enough to be able to compare to the other 3. It's not enough, and it's more than enough. This is Liamong's courage to contact other countries. Now that the cards are shuffled, let's just shuffle more cleanly. Mifune looked at the vaguely opposing parties and coughed twice. Since you are so insistent, Princess Slug will be the representative of the 6th party, but in exchange, you will lose your right to speak. It doesn't matter. Chief Cao Yin smiled and spread his hands. Anyway, no one will listen if we talk. These bastards. Lord Reikage, let's discuss the hidden matter of Yahweh Kyubi, Ninetails, where to hide it. Last time we owed Kyubi, Ninetails, a lot of favors. Onoki graciously said, the old man owes him his life, why don't you hide it in our Iwagakure? Hiding the power of the Jinchuriki column from Kumogakure village to Iwagakure, old man Tsuchikage, do you think this is reliable? Kid Reikage, what do you mean? I just can't trust you. Don't forget Deidara. The 4th generation Reikage bit Kiba and stared at Onoki. Deidara was raised as the 4th generation Tsuchikage, and even got nominated by Tsuchikage before defecting, which is why he fought Tsuchikage to death. 2 days, Onoki stopped talking. Then where are you hiding? Kyubi, Ninetails, Jinchuriki column forces in Mount Myoboku, which is very safe, but if you change it to Uchiha Madara, you can't tell. So I have to choose another place. I have already thought about the place, and I will contact the Frog General after the meeting. He recalled and set off with Killer Bee. Wait, Liamong interrupted suddenly, I need to say something about Killer Bee. Cloud will continue to work hard, strive for more today, everyone pay attention to keep warm and have fun. Text chapter 346_ if you can't run, fight happily. Idiot, bastard, don't try to catch me stupid. Interesting Academy. Killer Bee looked back at the crowd chasing after him, screamed and threw off his legs. Reikage who were chasing behind were going crazy. Bye, stop for me, can you hear me? There's no way to do it, Lord Reikage. The plan that was foolproof had already set an ambush location. Who would have thought that Killer Bee would mistakenly think that everyone was going to destroy him? What is he aiming at? Brother, I have always believed in you, and this time is the same. Killer Bee, who was running, clenched his fists. However, I won't believe those guys. They didn't even want to grab my door. Catch him. The shadows of the 5 big countries and the leaders of the hidden villages of the 5 small countries joined forces to let the target run away. Is this still reasonable? Be sure to catch him. Youth, give me strength. Onoki, what do you want to do? The 4th generation of Reikage's eyes narrowed, interrupting the old man Tsuchikage's barrier, do you want to kill them together? Idiot, the old man is trying to trap him, Jinten particle style, as undead if it doesn't go through the 2nd stage. Onoki glared at Yuyai angrily, but he had lost the chance if he thought about it. Liamong looked at the crowd that had drawn into the line. Killer Bee is a ninja of both wind and thunder, and he is extremely outstanding in speed, not to mention that he is Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. If you can catch up, and if you can't catch up, return. Youth, it's not allowed to back down. I'll go first. The old man won't participate in the peace with you, hum. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage glanced at Yayui and turned back. Seeing the old man Tsuchikage leave, Taki and Kusakage, who didn't want to chase after him, stopped immediately, and Hoshiin, who had fallen behind early, disappeared. Kimimaro, 4 generations of Reikage, Might Guy, plus Gaara and Terumi Mei who are flying in the sand, Hulula chased behind Killer Bee. Hey, how did you provoke these guys? Consciousness Kairi Yao asked. I don't know either. Heihei168.com. Killer Bee looked back and wondered. Did they really want to kill you? I don't feel like it, but it's definitely not going to be good. Killer Bee touched his head, speeding up his run, pulling his 8 tails into a straight line. Liamong and the others who were chasing behind were all gasping for breath. You didn't say anything, and even called the tailed beast out to help. Immoral, so immoral, you are really called bare-ass riding a motorcycle, immoral, smoke and turn around. Bye, you stop first. Fourth Rakage put on his Thor armor and shouted loudly. If it wasn't for the fear of people running away, why would it be so troublesome as it is now? Killer Bee looked back after hearing the shouting behind him. Brother, I'm not an idiot, it's impossible to catch me. You idiot. 1 call and 2 calls, the chasing team hurriedly climbed the hillside from Kumogakure, ran from the hillside to the wasteland, and ran to the seaside in a blink of an eye. Seeing the water, Killer Bee is excited. Wait until my cat goes in to see how you guys can find it. Xiaoba, this time it's all up to you. I'm not an octopus, you idiot. I'm a fool, you're not an octopus, you're a cowfish with 8 claws. Compare. The fourth Rakage saw that Killer Bee was about to go into the sea, and couldn't do anything more in anger. Cage, throw me over there. I'm coming too, youth must be brave to challenge. The hand of sand that rose from the ground turned for 2 weeks, and the 4th generation of Rakage Might Guy played Fei Fei Xian. Guy, who was thrown into the air, was excited. Ah! The blue sky, the sea, the psychic. Bang! The 4 short legs of the tortoise that appeared suddenly opened their mung-bean eyes wide, and the soul flew away when they looked down. Guy! Borrow your back. Whoosh! Are you going to go too? Gaara glanced at the shrunken tortoise that fell in the air, and looked at Liamong and Terumi Mei. Do you think I look like an idiot? Brother Cage, older sister doesn't do that kind of unladylike thing. What about you? Liamong Terumi Mei refused, and Gaara looked at Kimimaro again. 2 sounds, the crowd fell to the ground, and Might Guy and Yayui stopped by the beach. Bye, put down the big knife behind you. Knife, are you here for this knife? Killer Bee looked at the 4th generation Rakage suspiciously, touched the shark muscle with his backhand, and realized that something was wrong as soon as his hand grasped the hilt. Chakra, this guy is devouring chakra again. GGGGGG. Idiot, throw the knife away. Of the 8 tails that were exposed outside, only 1 remained in the blink of an eye, and the 4th Rakage kicked Killer Bee on the head. How did you find me? The gloomy voice sounded, and Killer Bee looked at the talking sword in astonishment. It can talk. Idiot, is that the enemy? Zazazazazaza. Dozens of spikes pierced through the bandage, and Kisame Hoshigaki exposed his head from the shark's wide-open mouth. Might Guy is not calm. Is this a god horse, a rare insect, and it also has horns? I'm not a bug, you rare beast. Kisame Hoshigaki bit Kiba viciously, and being said to be a bug made him angry. Guy listened with a suspicious look on his face. Isn't it a bug? Ah, I see, you are a puffer fish, right? Big puffer fish, I heard that it tastes good. Well done. I make you feel good. Sweetened water style, water shark bomb jutsu. The chakra shark rising from the waves opened its teeth and jumped into the air, and the 4th generation Rakage Might Guy waved their fists in unison. However, compared to the strength of the 4th generation Rakage Thunder Chakra, Guy was a bit unlucky, and he played a split with his feet against the shark's mouth. Taking this opportunity, the ghost shark who saw Liamong and others rushed to the sea stabbed himself into the sea. Don't let him run away. Don't worry, this guy can't run. The thunder-type chakra ignited all over his body, burst into the water, and the Kurigakure freak turned into a twist in the violent waves. Catch him. Kisame Hoshigaki, who had no way to enter the sky, smiled. Sweetened water style, water colliding wave. Kabuto's head fell like a fly swatter, and the edge of the beach was full of ridicule from the strange Kurigakure. Fighting sweetened water style, ninjas by the sea, you are killing yourself. Sweetened water style, 1000 food shark. Become food in the mouths of sharks and devour them. With the power of one person, the madness of Kisame Hoshigaki is beyond words. The overwhelming waves poured down, and the stray Gara Terumi Mei floated in the air and widened her eyes. As soon as the expert makes a move, he will know if there is any, and the strength of the Kurigakure monster is simply extremely strong. Looking at Kisame Hoshigaki's arrogant aura, the big beauty's beautiful eyes were stained with blood. People who betrayed the village, I declare you to be executed in the name of Mizukage, the 5th generation of eyes. It's going to be night. What programs are brothers and sisters having? Have fun. Text chapter 347 _ a false past has no meaning of existence. The ambition of the ninja, there is death but not life. What does the name Mizukage mean to me? Standing on the top of the waves dozens of meters high, the strange Kurigakure known as the tailless beast tore off the forehead that symbolized missing nin. Interesting Academy first release. Terumi Mei's chest exploded with anger as she looked at the sign that was thrown at the beach. Kisame Hoshigaki, damn you. Hee, I didn't plan to live today. By so many cage-level masters and cut off by 4 generations of rakeage, the ghost shark is very aware of his situation. I'm afraid I'm going to die now. 5 generations of Kazekage, 5 generations of Mizukage, Liamong, Kimimaro, Might Guy, how can there be one to be provoked, not to mention that there is a Yayui at the back. Are you going to capture it yourself, or do you want us to take you back? Haha, trying to catch me, it's not that easy. Ghost Shark glanced coldly at Liamong, who was talking, crooked his neck and narrowed his mung-bean eyes. The salty sea breeze brushed over the onion-shaped head in the rushing waves, and the weirdest Kurigakure smile appeared on his face. In a trance, it seems to have returned to the past. Listen to the ghosts, you have to protect the safety of those guys and ensure the transmission of information. However, the members of the Secret Service must not fall into the hands of the enemy. No matter what happens, you must keep the intelligence, and this is the task I give you. Do you know what to do if something goes wrong midway? How to do? Mr. Kaki, come and eat with us. The female ninja who was traveling with her saw the ghost shark sitting alone under the tree, and called out very enthusiastically. She is very beautiful and has the gentleness unique to the land of water. The hair is like water and the long eyelashes, but the more this is, the more uncomfortable the ghost shark is. Don't be so polite to me. Hey, leave him alone, they're all like that. A ninja called back to his companions, he's different from us members of the code department who use their heads. One works with brains, the other works with physical strength, and everyone doesn't speculate. Interesting school. But we are carrying out the same task, it has nothing to do with the division of labor. The female ninja looked at her companion suspiciously, her pouting mouth was indescribably cute. The young Kurigakure eccentric was stunned for a moment, and his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden attack of the violent talisman. Enemy attack. The roaring fire splashed a large amount of scorched sand, and the Kurigakure eccentric held a knife in front of his companions. The attackers appeared, Konoha's ninjas, many times as many as they were. Surrender, you are surrounded. I know you. The young Kurigakure eccentric squinted at the talking leader, Konoha Anbu torture specialist, you did a good job this time. It's a pity. Ghost Shark, what are you doing? The blade that suddenly slashed towards his companion, slashed across his neck without any hesitation. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were stunned. What is he doing? He's actually killing his comrade. With a knife, he stabbed to death the last ninja of the village who wanted to run away, and the ghost shark silently dropped the blood drop. This is my exclusive mission. As a hostile country, you should understand that intelligence is sometimes more important than life. If they fall into your hands, they will soon confess and have to kill them all. Catch him. The rumbling waves were pounding against the reef all the time, and the siege suddenly began. The fist of the flamboyant Guy Raikage, the ubiquitous Suiten, water style Kaden, fire style, of Terumi Mei, and Kimimaro Gara are facing north and south to guard both sides, not giving the chance to escape at all. Kill him. The 5 small colorless crystals turned into powder, and Liuman's elbows, shoulders, and knees slammed into the ghost shark. Take my trick. Lucian rises to the dragon tyrant. Shameless to steal the ultimate move of Saint Seiya Shaoqiang, and hit the air from the sea. When the blue-white energy vortex hit his chest, Kisame Hoshigaki vomited blood and laughed wildly. What is he laughing at? No one knows, only that he is laughing all the time. There is a flaw, catch him. Take my final blow. Sweetened, water style, shark bullet. Resisting Might Guy's iron fist, the ghost shark who coughed up blood and flew into the air suddenly clasped his hands together. 4 generations of Raikage came up, and 4 generations of Raikage went down again. All the chakra lifted by the swinging fist was absorbed by the shark water bomb. The shark-shaped water bomb, which was originally only a few meters in size, swelled up like a balloon in the blink of an eye. Don't use chakra, that thing absorbs. I know now, it's too late. Shark shells, launch. Kabuto's head slammed down like a giant water bomb that went straight down from Kabuto's head, and Gaara, who was at the seaside, shot. Sand, countless sands, but faster than sand is a touch of gold. 100 Blossoms Ultimate Chi Mask. The golden enchantment, which is more than 10 times larger than the ordinary chanting mask, contained everyone. The big shark smashed down, and the roar filled the eardrums. It's now. Everything is paving the way for this moment, and the severely injured ghost shark plunged into the sea. A ninja, what can't be called a ninja? Creating possibilities out of the impossible, the Kurigakure eccentric who resisted dozens of heavy blows finally found a chance. Unfortunately, what greeted him was not heaven, but hell. Where do you want to run? Liamong, Kimimaro, 2 young people, one left and one right, crossed each other like death. The coastline was windy, and the squeaking robes were clinging to the body and pulled to the side. Several tidal crabs waving iron tongs climbed out of their hiding places and ran rampantly across the beach. The rumbling waves rolled up the colorful shells, and the 7.5 cage level lowered his eyes. Tarumi Me Liamong, Killer B Yaoi, Might Guy Gaara, Kimimaro pulled out 2 bone spurs and nailed the legs and feet. This guy is tough to deal with. The half-dead ghost shark was dragged to the beach, and Liamong kicked the muscle of the shark that flew over. Keep an eye on your pet, come over and cook and eat it. GGG. You treat you like a rooster, return a chicken. Killer Bee slapped the big knife's head with a slap, and Yuhi's tongue licked out of the shark muscle, and his face was covered in seawater. Liuman turned his head to look at the 4th generation of Raikage. You are the leader of the coalition army, how should this guy deal with it? Call the people from the intelligence department to come over, and leave professional things to professional people. The Cloud went to update the book, The Rise of the Infinite Comprehensive Fat Man. Work hard for a while to see if you can code another chapter. These 2 days are really tiring, but we will persevere. Brothers and sisters, come on, have fun, go to bed early at night. Text chapter 348 _ We are humans, not fish. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was maimed to death, knelt on the ground wearing a heavy shackle on his head, and Aoba, who was summoned from nearby, slapped his forehead with a single palm. Although a lot of information has been obtained from Conan, Madara's true identity is still unknown, and that guy has been hiding all the time. Who is he? The 4th generation of Raikage, the 5th generation of Kazekage, the 5th generation of Mizukage, the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage, and the 6th generation of Hokage, together with the head of the 5 villages of Shinyan-Taki Grass Snow, all surrounded the quartet. By so many cage-level powerhouses, Yamashiro Aoba explained nervously, if it goes well, you should be able to learn about Akatsuki's plans and information, as well as the true face of their leader. Although I have less interests than Mr. Inoichi, I will do my best to pay. Don't put too much pressure on yourself and start. Might Guy nodded encouragingly and turned his attention to Kisame Hoshigaki. A few wisps of light wind blew his hair and swayed slightly, and Shancheng Qingye suddenly exclaimed in surprise, I'm in. But it will be a little more troublesome next time. Spiritual body connection, past memory exploration, this guy. 427. This guy. It's hard work. Ghost shark, this guy is fornicating with foreign enemies. From now on, you are the new owner of the big sword shark muscle and my subordinates. Until I get killed by you too, the fourth generation of Mizukage. Sukazan pufferfish, who glanced slightly sideways on the ground, Kurigakure eccentricity put the shark muscle behind him. With a slanted gaze, the child with scars in the shadows revealed half of his face. Is he the fourth generation Mizukage? Ghost shark, I trust a guy like you. For the peace of the village and the stability of the country, you have been doing unknown deeds in the dark. It is because of this that you understand the falsehood of the world better. Don't tell me such nonsense. The strange Kurigakure who tied the sword looked back at Kuruya. I already understood this kind of thing when I killed my comrades for the first time, but as a Kurigakure ninja, I have to attack my compatriots. What am I like this? An enemy or a friend? Where is my position? Where should I go, and where should I feel at ease? I can only feel that I am a false existence. Quote. Born unknown, dead unknown Matsuri, being a ninja is miserable enough. However, becoming an Anbu ninja is even more miserable within misery. Kurigakure finished speaking and finally glanced at the fourth generation of Mizukage. Just as he was about to leave, he found a dark shadow appeared behind him. Yamashiro Aoba is excited. You are confused, then let me free you from confusion and create a home for you. Starting from this country, you have been dealing with the confusion of your companions, then you will be my companion. Underscore. Who are you underscore underscore underscore. In the dark shadow, a pair of Yuhi's eyes lighted slightly. A long time. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at the fourth generation of Mizukage and sneered. It turned out to be like this. The fourth generation of Mizukage in my eyes is actually you. You used Sharingan to control the real fourth generation. This world is really a fake thing. You can control the fourth generation of Mizukage Kureya who is a three-tailed Jinchukage, column power with your pupil power. Who are you? I am Uchiha Madara. A thunderbolt hit his forehead with a click, and Kisame Hoshigaki's Mungbean eyes glared. Impossible, that person is already dead. Who are you? If you want me to work for you, take off your mask. To see. The fluttering heart is like a speeding car, and the mysterious man in the shadow slowly took off the mask. Yamashiro Aoba's eyes are wide open, wishing to stick his head in. Out, soon, immediately. Click. The abruptly stopped picture shattered just as it was about to reveal its true face, and the mountain city Qingye, who suddenly woke up, was stunned. Kisame Hoshigaki, whose mouth was full of blood Yuhi, laughed wildly and raised his head, and the cage-level powerhouse's onlookers turned pale. He bit his tongue, in order to restore his consciousness and keep the information. You're crazy. No one wants to get news from my mouth. That world is my best destination. When the true is false, the false is true, and the false is true, and the true is false. Where in the world can the truth come from? Where is the fake? The eyes of the moon, that is a pure world without deception, and the world that Kisame Hoshigaki yearns for in this life. Pity. I can't wait for that day. Crazy struggling to raise his head, under too much force, the whole neck, chest and abdomen sounded the whine of bones. But the ghosts don't care. All his potential to get back up to the sound of the shackles cracking, the Kurigakure eccentric opened his mouth and spat out the blisters that encased him. All the ninjas around were stunned. This is a water prison technique. Terumi Mei's jade palm ignited chakra and walked out of the crowd, and Lingli's light flashed in her beautiful big eyes. Leave it to me, this is a family affair in our Kurigakure village. Mizukage chick caught it alive. Old Tsuchikage shook his beard with his hands on his back. There won't be another chance like this. He can't get away with us. Don't worry, Grandpa Tianli, how can I say that I'm also Mizukage of the 5th generation? It's very important to catch him. It was very difficult to say 2 sentences, and the self-confidence of the big beauty was turned into filth in the blood-colored madness. Want to get information from my mouth? Next life. Kisame Hoshigaki floated in the center of the water cell and looked around, somehow remembering what his teammates said. Lakeside, wooden bridge, fire clouds on black background. I'm the one who will team up with you in the future. You are Uchiha Itachi from Konoha, right? I've heard about you. I heard that you washed your own clan. The original Kurigakure 7 people, one of them, Kisame Hoshigaki, is here. Please take care of me in the future. Quote. Not talking. Looking at the silent man sitting by the bridge, Kurigakure bowed his head against his shoulders and bowed his head. I know very well about you, so I chose you as my teammate. Killing my compatriots is an indescribable feeling, right? Uchiha Ferret. Quote. You talk too much nonsense. Itachi glanced back. You said you know about me, but what about your own? A poor bastard who got lost in the fog and can't even find his way back. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's sarcastic words, Kisame Hoshigaki coldly forced down the sword. Let me tell you something interesting. Sharks are said to be ovoviviparous. It's just by letting the eggs hatch in the mother's belly, and some sharks have hatched as many babies as the original mother sharks produced. Not the same. Do you know why? The colder and colder the words are, the colder the air is, and the wind is blowing by the lake. Because of cannibalism, the larvae devour each other in the mother's womb from the moment they hatch, and as soon as they are born, they cannibalize each other. Except for themselves, everything is food, and everything can be eaten. From today, you and I are Akatsuki. My companion, you must be careful with me. Quote. To each other, to each other. Uchiha Itachi looked back and stood up and stared at the windmill Mangekyo. Ghost Shark looked at it for a while. Of course, we'd better get along peacefully, hoping not to become each other's final opponents. Itachi glanced at the Ghost Shark coldly. Those who attack your companions won't have good results in the end, you better have this consciousness. The Ghost Shark snorted angrily. According to you, we are all evil people. No, we are not fish, we are people. No matter who you are, you won't know what kind of person you really are until the last moment. Only when you die can you see yourself clearly. This is death, isn't it? Mizukage chick, get him out quickly. The old man has a bad premonition. Memories of the past were interrupted by Onoki's urging, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who bit his tongue, laughed and clapped his hands. Itachi, it seems that I'm not a very evil person. Psychic. The cloud has worked hard, and it does what it says. Although it was a little late, it still came out. It's really annoying as the Chinese New Year is approaching, drinking and dancing at night. Old Mrs. Jaley went to his house, and was completely speechless. Text chapter 349 _ the wound that will never heal. What is he going to do? This lunatic. An exclamation point resounded above his head, and the green-skinned and white-bellied big shark summoned from the water prison technique madly bit into the laughing Kurigakure weirdo, and even his head and slippers nibbled cleanly. Baidu Interesting Academy. Kisame Hoshigaki died. He died extremely proudly and tragically. To the death, this guy did not forget to laugh at the enemy who caught him. The ninjas surrounding him were all shocked, and even Lu Meng was shocked. Although I knew for a long time that this might be the case, I only understood what real shock was when I actually saw it. Tsuchikage's old man Yuhi's Lee's nose was dripping with oil and sweat, and he said, he actually used the shark he summoned to eat himself. The lunatic from Kurigakure really isn't normal. What do you mean? Terumi May turned her eyes when she heard the sound. Mizukage girl, don't you understand what I mean? Onoki tilted his old face provocatively, and his two sharp eyes met fiercely. Second generation Tsuchikage and the second generation Mizukage have a blood feud, which is a feud that will never be resolved. Ching, who also survived from that era, lowered his eyes, sighed in disappointment and shook his head. I didn't expect dried persimmons to die like this in the end. Is he really dead? Gaara asked the crowd uncertainly. This guy has played the trick of coming back from the dead several times, and he has to guard against it. It should be really dead. Killer Bee patted Gigi's weeping knife. It's sad, crying like a child, that guy really went. Knowingly escaping and ending his own life brazenly, this guy must have his own perseverance. It seems that Akatsuki also has things or companions that he values. This is really bullshit. Baidu Interesting Academy. The old face twitched for 2 days. Swallowing his beard, Akatsuki's people also have friends. It's a normal thing. There's nothing good or bad in the world, it's just people's subjective judgment. Case Cage Kid, don't talk about yourself like a saint. 2 days of Scales snorted unhappily. Even if the world is not really good or bad, we have our own position. What hurts us is bad, and vice versa is good. However, the guy is truly amazing. Quote. He chose to commit suicide in order to preserve information. He is a worthy opponent. Might Guy took 2 steps forward and stared at the pool of blood on the ground. He is like a real ninja before and after life. As colleagues, we should keep this name in mind. Let's gather the body for him. Even if you can't find anything, it's better to make an empty grave. Wait a minute. Yamashiro Aoba suddenly realized something was wrong. What do you think that is? The ground was full of filth, and the blood-soaked scroll was slightly exposed, and the leaders of the hidden villages all frowned upon hearing the sound. The nearest Might Guy leaned over, picked it up and wiped it. The scroll with black borders and moire and white surface was no more than the size of a palm. What will be in there? Fool. Idiot. How can the enemy's things move around? The scroll that was opened without any rush to stop it suddenly appeared more than 10 blisters and wrapped everyone in, and the big shark hidden in the blisters opened its mouth and bit. People in crisis are not calm. Guy, you idiot. The 6th generation of Hokage is too unreliable. Is it really possible to make an alliance with such a guy? Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Broken Fist. Weighted Rock. Various secret techniques and ninjutsu appeared, and the heavy water prison technique did not cause too much trouble for everyone. Spit out the first time he broke free. You don't forget the hand of the yin even after death. You are so good at Kurigakure. Is everyone alright? Gaara looked left and right, and everyone who came out of the water shook their heads and shrugged their shoulders. Kisame Hoshigaki's trick is a bad one, but it doesn't make much sense for cage-level powerhouses. But it's really disgusting, like a child who can't open his mouth and spit in a fight. I'm going to take care of his body myself. Ao stopped Kumogakure with a serious expression, and took the shovel to dig the blood-stained yuhi mud on the ground. Terumi May closed his eyes and sighed. Take it back to Kurigakure for burial, that's his home. It would be too sad if a ninja died without a place to return. Mizuka's chick, he's the enemy. I know. Terumi May turned her head and stared at Onoki, but he is also a miserable man. When it comes to hatred with Akatsuki, who can compare to our Kurigakure? The 4 generations of Mizuka were secretly controlled by Sharingan, and countless ancestors died in misfortune. They finally got out of control, and the 6 tails and 3 tails were taken away one after another. That was bad enough, but Akatsuki still didn't let Kurigakure go. Heavenly Path Pain is right with Shinra Tensei, almighty pushing the hatred between the 2 sides into the abyss. Tsuchikage, who knew about these things, snorted and kept his mouth shut. Ching, seal things up. The soil wrapped in cloth was sealed in the scroll and hidden in his arms, and Ching, who survived the blood mist, sighed faintly, and there was an indescribable loneliness and desolation in his complicated eyes. Chenjiro stared blankly at the ground, and subconsciously touched the flat-eye butterfly, with the name of the tailless beast. The most special existence among the 7 knives was just gone. Is this the fate of ninjas? Killing and being killed, when will there be an end? The Kingdom of Rivers, the ruins of Omegakure, an angel descended from the sky blocking the ruined gate. The rushing waves crashed against the icy shore, and Uchiha Madara, who stepped out of the shadows, stopped. I know you will come to me sooner or later, but I didn't expect you to chase here. Do you want to do something to your companions? Give Nagato back to me. Conan looked at Madara, with a somber look, and his voice was calm without any waves. But is it really like this? Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment. Sharingan turned around twice. Before I start, I want to ask a question. Why did you betray me? Betraying you. Conan opened his arms to face the never-ending rain. You have been betraying us. Hanzo of the Salamander was the first, and you, the second. Nagato, Miyoshi, Yan is wrong, and we shouldn't choose to make peace with others. For this reason, Mian is dead, and Nagato is dead, and I will correct this mistake. You want to kill me? Uchiha Madara sneered in Yuhi's pupils. Conan didn't smile. She was still calm without any expression, only the wound in her eyes that could never be healed. A Megakure village, the wind is blowing. The cloud is working hard today, everyone should be happy, the first update. For during the first weekend, brothers and sisters didn't go out to pick up girls. Well, it doesn't seem right to describe it like that. But that's what it means, the marriage that should be married, the love that should be in love, and the cucumber dishes will be cold after waiting, aim. Text chapter 350_death is never the end. Here, let's eat. It's easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. The vague memory gradually became clear in the rain. It was the first time I met Nagato. He was so stupid back then. When he took the bread, it was like a small airbag, but he had to give half of it to the dog in his arms. And then took him home by himself. Conan, who is he? Mian asked in a dissatisfied tone, looking back at the child Conan brought back. I think he's starving to death. Wong. And dogs. Did you make a mistake, even picking up the dog? Mian glanced at the ground speechlessly, then looked up at Nagato. What's his name? Call, little one. Little guy. What a strange name. Who named it for you? Mian looked at Nagato strangely. Is there anyone else with this name? Nagato waved his hands repeatedly and said, It's not me, I don't call Xiaobudian is this dog. Then you. My name is Nagato, Uzumaki Nagato. Okay, Uzumaki Nagato. My name is Mian, her name is Conan, you are welcome to join our family. Come on, shake hands, we will be friends from now on. And get ready for dinner after eating. Prepare dinner. Of course, what else do we eat? But it's up to the two of you. You do this way, I'll do this again. Please give us a little bit. Please, just a little bit. Go away, I don't have anything extra to give to you. You little beggars are so annoying. Please, just a little. Hurry up. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Conan, Nagato, retreat. Bastards, you thieves, put down Lao Su's fish. Uncle, it's just a fish, don't chase it so fiercely, be careful that the rest will also be stolen. Wait for me, you thieves, don't let me see you again. Nagato, do you have a dream? Dream? How can I have no dreams as a man? I have a big dream. I don't want to live like this all my life, I want to conquer the whole world. Hey, what are your expressions? Conan doesn't matter, what are you doing to Nagato? Men, you have to have the ambition of a man. Conquer the world. Yeah, if we can stand on the top of the world, we won't have to suffer from this crime again. We can't keep stealing like this, or our parents won't rest. Can conquering the world end the war? Nagato asked hopefully. Of course, it's like a god. Yan said very confidently. They were like two fools, and then the little one died. Konoha and a Megakure got into a fight, and a kunai with a detonating talisman dropped at his feet, and the little guy picked it up and ran away. That was the first and last dog we adopted. Nagato cried for a long time, and Mian swore to Xiaodian's body that he would become the god of this world, thus ending this troubled world. For this hope, we bowed to the master, and then the master left. That lecherous man left us the power to realize our dreams. Now, I will use this power to end our dreams. Because everyone with this dream is already dead. Uchiha Madara. I saw Juju in your eyes. Since you have already made up your mind to die, why do you still wear this robe? Akatsuki is an organization founded by Mian, and the Yuhi cloud on this robe symbolizes the war that rained blood on a megakure. Although Akatsuki fell into your hands, this robe represents our dreams, not yours also. Rinnegan is the eye opened by the ninja Nagato of a megakure village. It also does not belong to you, it belongs to this country, it belongs to the treasure of this village. Quote. I think you may be mistaken. Uchiha Madara explained while dodging the hexagonal plum blossom paper shuriken. You won't live long anyway. It's nothing to tell you. Behind the back push me in to create Akatsuki. It was me, and it was I who gave Nagato Rinnegan. Akatsuki was never yours. He always belonged to me, my Uchiha Madara. Quote. In my eyes, you're just a little girl who doesn't know anything, just like your ridiculous dream. Shut your damned mouth, you conspirator. Conan suppressed the deep shock in his heart, his melancholy eyes overflowing with unstoppable sadness. Is everything this man's calculation? Do not. At least Mian and Nagato's hopes are not, nor are our dreams. Yo, the little girl is angry. Uchiha Madara smiled and turned his body into nothingness, letting the snow-like pieces of paper pass by. Are you trying to win by numbers? It seems that you have done a good job of preparation. It is very difficult to think that it is very difficult to seize the materialized gap and launch an attack. Simple. Sadly, it's useless. Whether it's useful, you'll know right away. Go to another world with me. These are the detonators. Nagato, Mian, I'm here to find you. Blast me. Rumbling snowball-like flames blasted through the watery rain curtain, and Conan suddenly found himself back in the past. Is it memory? It turns out that people remember the past before they die. Conan, take care of Nagato, he is the heart of this organization, the man who has the power to change this country and the world. Going forward, you have to put all your thoughts on him. Mian. I know what you're going to say, but I'm different from him. People gathered around me because they believed in me. But to really realize the dream, he had to. Nagato is the bridge to peace, and my mission is to be the bridge Jinchuriki column that supports this bridge. This country is still crying as always, the pain is spreading all the time. I used to hate this country so much, but now, I want to save it. Quote. Actually, I'm very similar to him, we both cry the same way, so I can't leave him alone. Mian, have you become a Jinchuriki column? Nagato, have you become a bridge? Without the Jinchuriki column, the bridge will collapse, and without the bridge, the Jinchuriki column has no meaning. A bridge can't have just one Jinchuriki column, let me be another. May we meet again in another world and build this bridge of hope to peace successfully. Die. By no means the end. This chapter has been revised several times, and I am finally satisfied. It's hard to express one's heart. Hope you all enjoy watching it. Take a look. Text Chapter 351 The Elegy of the Angel of Akatsuki. A roar like an angel lit up in the ruins of a megakure village. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The hula laws paper made up a small half of his body, showing most of his face. Conan, who wanted to be buried in search of his best friend, stared at Madara, who had lost his entire right arm. It's my fault for underestimating you. After all, you are also the elder of Akatsuki. Uchiha Madara covered her broken arm mockingly, Sharingan Fishy Yuhi under the mask that shattered a small half. Do you want to self-destruct and get rid of me the moment I inhale it? Your plan was good, but it failed. All the explosions were sucked away by me, and I was one step ahead of you, only slightly injured, and even saved you. So, should you thank me? Madara, I have a question. Conan's voice was still calm, as cold as a still lake. Uchiha Madara grabbed his broken arm and got up. Innocent little girl, what do you want to ask? Have you ever had friends and dreams? Friend. Dream. Conan stared blankly at Madara, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his mouth, a smile comparable to that of a rainbow. What are you laughing at? I am laughing at the most ridiculous person in the world. From your expression, I can feel that you are sadder than us. We have friends and dreams. Even if we fail, we have been persistent, happy, and hardworking. And you will never understand this. Quote. You finished. Uchiha Madara, the Sharingan exposed outside was unusually cold. Conan is still laughing. Even more beautiful than flowers, have you finally started to kill? Madara, in fact, I never thought it would be so easy to get rid of you, so I prepared a second hand. Funeral here. In this ever-crying country, in this ever-mourning village, for us, for those innocents, for all those whom you have deceived and played with. Uchiha Madara, you must die. The ocean that slammed into the two sides was divided into two sides by countless pieces of paper, and it seemed to be straight to the sky. Interesting academy. Madara, who looked left and right, narrowed her one eye and moved from the village to the sea. She didn't expect to step into such a trap. Catch him for me. The detonating charm sticking to the body bang 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 continuously exploded. Conan stared at the bursting firelight and fixed his bright eyes. The time and space transfer failed. Don't you think I stayed by your side for so long? When you inhale your body, you must materialize, which is slower than inhaling other things. Madara, you are dead. The detonating talisman that exploded continuously without stopping. Uchiha Madara jumped back and forth in embarrassment, and at the same time, he was also glad that the choice just now was to let the explosion pass through, otherwise it would be really dangerous. Surrounded by such a large number of detonating talismans, the time and space transfer is almost equivalent to abolition. It is unexpected that this naive little girl will grow to such a degree. Madara, opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. You can only last for 5 minutes at a time. For this reason, I specially prepared 600 billion detonators, enough to explode continuously for 10 minutes. Go to hell, you fellow living in intrigue and betrayal. Conan complained loudly with anger and anger. You said that you encouraged Mian to create Akatsuki, and you said that you gave Nagato Rinnegan. I don't know if this is true. Even if it is, Mian Nagato is based on actions of their own will. They are not puppets in your hands, and they are not playthings in your hands. No matter what the situation is, they fought for their dreams to the last moment. Because of this, we can understand and support each other. Quote. I, the White Tiger of Akatsuki, the Angel Conan, will never let you desecrate this lofty ideal and hope, and let me die in this boundless explosion. 600 billion. A full 600 billion. The explosion of a full 600 billion detonators. From the beginning of the day, it has brought a different shock to this weeping country. The waves are roaring, the rain curtain is screaming, and the messy raindrops are mixed with the salty seawater. Between the sky and the earth, between the wind and the rain, compose a dirge called funeral. Uchiha Madara, your fate is death. Shinra Tensei, almighty push, is right. A louder muffled sound suddenly sounded from the depths of the constantly roaring paper sea, and countless pieces of detonating talisman paper were rolled upside down and turned to both sides. The rumbling sound of the explosion came to an abrupt end, and the boundless sea water poured down. Looking at the slowly emerging shadow, Conan was stunned. Madara, you desecrated Nagato's eyes. Innocent little girl, I remember I said earlier that this was originally mine. Now, it's just taking it back. Since you want to see them so much, I'll give you a ride. The iron rods that Pukai pierced from behind were familiar, and Conan slowly lowered his head, feeling the tingling in his heart. Stupid betrayer, you actually listened to the mad words of a little devil and went to find some peace. There has never been peace in this world, let alone hope. Nagato did that because he was aware of this, and he should have responded before he died. What did you say? Stop clinging to your dreams, we hope you can live a good life more than those. Nagato, have you really given up? Listening to Madara's malicious reminder, Conan couldn't help thinking of the promise left by his best friend before he died. Will not. That is our hope. How can we give up when we say we give up? Will not. Certainly not. Jinchuriki column that supports this bridge. Mian is the bridge to peace, and it is his will that influences us. The words the two friends had said echoed in their ears, and Conan raised his eyes with lowered eyes. A beam of skylight fell diagonally, and Uchiha Madara was stunned. "Mian, Nagato, are you here to pick me up?" Conan raised his smiling face happily, looking at the rainbow with a smile. "The sun will also fall in the Omegakure village, which has never stopped raining. Madara, have you seen it? Our will is like the morning sun after this rain. Even if it is blocked by the rain curtain, it will not die. Even if it is death, it will keep it going. Uzumaki Naruto, or anyone else, peace and hope will always remain in people's hearts. And those of us who died, will be the bridge's Jinchuriki column, supporting this dream to continue until it finally succeeds that day." Quote. "Nagato, forgive me, I can't keep my promise with you. For our hope. I have our dreams. For our perseverance. It doesn't matter if my flower withers here, I must end the bastards who play with us, betray us, and hurt us. Come with me in the funeral, Madara. Let's start here and end here. Innocent little girl, I thought you made progress, but I didn't expect you to be so innocent. Naive." The iron rod that was pulled away from his chest dropped drops of fresh yuhi, and Conan fell down slowly. Life is as splendid as summer flowers, and death is as quiet and beautiful as autumn leaves. Madara, I'll be waiting for you below. Mian, Nagato, here I come. Brothers and sisters, ask for support, union feels good, everyone is having fun and watching, keep working hard. Text chapter 352 _ a flap for memories. Friend. Dream. Sitting on the lonely broken wall, looking at the woman who passed by with his arms crossed, Uchiha Madara's eyes are complicated and incomprehensible. Heihei168.com. The sparse rain fell in a continuous line, and the clear sky was covered by the rain screen again as Conan passed away, and the raindrops that fell from the sky seemed to be 3 points colder than before. Raising his hand and slowly taking off his mask, Uchiha Obito silently burst into tears as he silently stared at his familiar and unfamiliar self amid the waves. I have tears too. Is this your mockery of me? Turning to look at Conan's dead smile on his lips, Madara put on the mask again and hugged the body in his arms. The white cemetery, like a wedding hall, is covered with a sea of paper flowers. This is a holy flower that never dies and a smile that never changes. Lonely Mian lay in the middle of the sea of flowers with her hands folded on her chest. Uchiha Madara watched silently for a moment, put Conan on the right, and then put Nagato on the left after thinking about it. Since this is where you choose to go, it will keep you here forever. Ridiculous and innocent dream, even the iconic yuhi hair of the Uzumaki clan has turned pale. What are you still holding on to? Your so-called attachments are just like the strands of hair, so pale and powerless. Dream. Hope. Friend. What do these mean to me? Farewell, naive children, even though you are grown up, you are still children. Conan is on the right, Mian is in the middle, and Nagato is on the left. What's this? Looking at the lecherous uncle in a frog suit, the three curious babies raise their heads. It's called a frog board. Frog board. Uncle Pervert nodded. It's yuhi colored on the front and white on the back, so you can turn it over like this. Snapped. Turn it over to the yuhi side when you're squatting, and flip it to the white side when you're out. By the way, this frog smiley face means coming back right away. What are you doing? The young Mian asked with a small mouth and looked at the flamboyant uncle. Even if you are a Tota mortal, you don't need to do everything like a frog control, right? Look at our family has become what's it like. Frog suits, frog hats, frog pillows to learn how to jump. Can you not make these disgusting things? Idiot, there is a reason for doing this. Uncle Lecher raised a finger angrily. The area we are in is not safe now, and we may be targeted at some time. Once exposed, it is likely to be attacked. Sneak attack. So, if someone is absent and the board is yuhi colored, they have been kidnapped. Conversely, if someone is present and the board is white, the enemy may have turned into a fake. With these boards, weak abnormalities were discovered at the first time. Quote. Aha, Conan is just smart, not like Mian. Actually, I know it well. Mian raised her arms quizzically, and Yuhi's impetuous face caused laughter from her companions. The uncle of the lecher laughed twice, and clapped the board seriously. Anyway, this is a secret code that only the four of us know. We must always pay attention to and confirm each other's existence. That is to say, even if we are standing on the spot, we can't take it lightly. In addition, just in case, I dug up the secret room and passage here, and if something happens, you escape from here. Also, the board on the opposite side of the wall is mine. Quote. Why don't you put the boards together? Yan looked around, feeling the distance. Uncle of the pervert snorted, a master, what does it look like to stay together? Let's go, it's time to train and not care. To cultivate the endurance like a frog, you can be indifferent to anything. Okay, let's go. Look at you, you just said you have to be patient, and then you get excited like this again. It's alright, master, we're happy, and you will grow old. Mian, you're still so unlovable. Snapped. 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 Ellipsis. Conan. Nagato. Jiraiya. Mian, do you really understand the meaning of this board? After waiting, and waiting, Conan looked at Mian in confusion. Yan, who finally woke up, was excited. Of course I know, I just didn't remember it. I will become very strong and change the country. Idiot, go and turn the frog board over before you change the country. Flip, flip, flip. Snapped. My teacher is leaving. Master Jiraiya. I am different from you after all. I firmly believe in my dream, and it is time to go back as a teacher. The distant figure left a lonely flap, and the child standing in the rain suddenly understood why the frog board was so far away. Grow, fight, until the same chooses to leave. We are going to say goodbye to here today. We are here to change and grow, and everything starts here. Now, we set out for our dreams, and in the future. Snapped. Conan, you're always so fast. You are too slow, do you want me to attack? Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. The detonating talisman shot suddenly bang. Boom. The explosion sounded, and the attacker charged in with kunai in hand. What about people? Where have people gone? I didn't expect this secret room to come in handy in the end. Mian sighed out of the tree hole. It's an embarrassing way to leave, but it's also like the feeling of this country. Nagato, Conan, let's go bar. Finally, I glanced at the hut full of memories, and the grown-up child embarked on the journey. We set out from here for our dreams. In the future, if our dreams come true, even if everyone is scattered, one day, we will definitely come back here. Then the three of us will celebrate together. Don't forget to call Jiraiya then. Conan turned his head with a smile, and the paper flowers on his temples seemed to be laughing too. That's it. Mian slammed her fist hard. There will be no less toad. You say yes, Nagato. Well, definitely. Surely. Snapped. As the last flip turns dark Uchiha Madara, headband that came out of the secret room with 6 paths Samsara 3 Tomo black and white mask, holding the Uchiha family symbol Sharingan fan, 2 black belts floated high behind him. All the troubles settled, the war is next. Brothers and sisters, how do you see it? What are the shortcomings? Give advice, newcomers and new books. Union hopes to become better with everyone. Text chapter 353 departing to Dewangba Turtle Island. Ah, it's so boring, it's getting hairy. Lu Meng stretched his waist and looked out the window. The little secretary smiled and handed the teacup. Brother, if you're bored, you can go out for a walk. Still shopping. Liamong shivered and shook his head. He didn't do anything else for the past few days, just went shopping. How about we go play with Killer Bee? Stinky boy, do you want to act with Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force? Enko pushed the door open while holding to Kushimaru. I heard that this is a secret. No one except Reikage knows the exact location. They don't know I know. That place is very nice. Let's go, let's discuss it with Uncle I. Liamong wanted to play with Killer Bee, and the 4th generation Reikage responded after a moment of hesitation. Senju Tsunade got the news. That pretty face with black face is about to become a dead end. Damn, 277, bastard, tell me, are you the representative of the Snow Country or am I the representative of the Snow Country? You are. Me. I want a share, 50%. Tsunade gestured for 5, and stars appeared in his brown gold pupils. This princess has done so many things for you, so half is not much. My good sister, half is not more than that. Liamong coughed twice, his eyes bubbling with air. It's only that little money in total. You need half of it when you say it. You are too dark. I'm black, am I black? Senju Tsunade folded his chest pretending to be serious. Shizune, Karen, is this princess black? Master Tsunade is not black at all. Master is old. Look. Senju Tsunade shrugged. They all say I'm not black. Interesting academy debuts. My good sister, you are you. What's wrong with me? You're fine. Liamong wiped his nose silently. He couldn't hide from me if he couldn't offend me. 50%. Tsunade grabbed the Liuman who wanted to escape, and gestured for 5, give me 50%, or you won't even want to go anywhere. At most 20%. Liamong reluctantly compares to 2, at most 20% for you, 20% is already a lot. 40%. Tsunade halved, her beautiful big eyes widened, if you lose 40%, don't do it. 25. Liamong stretched out 3 fingers and bent halfway down. Shizune, Karen, Anko, Tamari were all speechless. Can they change the game? Every time I'm arguing about it. Oh my god, did the master and the big bad guy lose their money? Pulling his fingers and arguing with each other for a long time, Liamong finally spit out helplessly and agreed to share 3. Tsunade is very happy to get a share. It's over if it's like this. You kid is really ink. My ink. Lu Meng made a gesture of vomiting blood and turned around and left. Hu-kun, you're so out of position. Anko glanced back at Senju Tsunade, who was almost blurry, and pouted his lips angrily. Liamong laughed. His stomach was about to explode. If she wants it, give it to her. Now let's not say 3. It's 8. What's the point of giving it to her? Hu-kun, don't you have a fever? Tamari reached out and touched Liamong's forehead, blinking his eyes in confusion. Liamong shriveled. I can't be generous in your eyes. Are you generous? Anko raised his voice suddenly. If you want to be generous, there will be no deductions in the world. Last time, you gave Inuzuka Kiba little dog food. You clearly said that, you had to lose half a caddy, and you even asked the boss for a rebate. Last time, you gave Shino some bugs. They want to sell you a little more. You don't want to live or die. Great last time. Sister Anko. Liamong pinched his waist and shouted, can you not get rid of the old bottom? Do you understand that I know how to live? If I'm not so diligent and thrifty, what do you eat? If I'm not so economical, you wear what? We have no food and clothing, so what are we going to do? So, money is a penny less if you can spend a penny. Things that can be solved with 50 cents should never be spent on $1. Things that can be solved with $1, never spend $2, $2. Hurry up and stop. Anko raised his hand and paused. Don't spend $1 or 2. If you don't leave, you'll be wasting time. Obediently, I sat on the cruise ship Silly Bamboo and headed to the little island of Turtle. Before leaving, the 4th generation Rakage slapped Killer Bee on the shoulder. Okay, big brother, I promise not to come back. Killer Bee agreed very happily, longing for freedom, unlimited freedom, no limit to my chicken feelings, oh yeah. Be serious, this time eldest brother is telling the truth. Stupid, fool, don't be so loud. Boom. Bye. 4th generation Rakage punched Killer Bee heavily. Don't play tricks with me, look me in the eyes, and promise me. Big brother. Killer Bee slowly climbed up from the ground and pinned his aching head to the side. Look at me. 4th Rakage raised his voice. Okay, I'm not coming back. Killer Bee snapped Yi Yi's hand that was moving to the head. If you have nothing to do, I won't come back. You're not allowed to leave that place, whether or not I have something to do. Big brother. Killer Bee paused as he walked towards the cruise ship. Are we brothers? Of course we have always been brothers, from the day we met. Then you shouldn't say that. The steam-powered oil tanker rides the wind and waves to the deep sea. The observation room on the second floor is surrounded by transparent glass windows. If you look around, you can see nothing but water. Liamong shivered with his legs, opened and closed his mouth, and held a piece of squid mouth in his hand. Are you sure this thing can be eaten raw? Of course. Kumogakure, who was blind in one right eye, nodded and stuffed the squid that was still squid into his mouth. Dip some mustard, it will have a very fresh taste when you swallow it, and it will move when you enter it. Don't talk about it. Liamong picked up the napkin and wiped his hands, his stomach filled with sour water frantically. Hinata, Tamari, and Anko sat next to each other, each with a bruised face. Don't you like it? This, you should eat it yourself. Liamong gently pushed the plate in front of him, and the squidgugo, who was still squirming, made his whole body feel numb. Blind Kumogakure shrugged. I won't enjoy it, you can't eat this outside. That, Yamato Tianzang, who was traveling with him, saw that Liamong didn't speak, and quickly took over the topic. When can we arrive? Don't worry, soon, Lord Killer Bee will ask friends for help. Ask a friend to help. What friend? Go to the cloud to update the new book. Come back and update this book. There should be 2 chapters. Check out, The Rise of the Infinite Manga Fat Man. Text chapter 354_brother. Can you tune in a sentence? This is the friend you were talking about. Liamong stood by the front cord window and looked at the big squid outside, feeling his head lacking oxygen for a while. Interesting academy. This is too big for him. Although there are many animals in the Hokage world, like some tailed beasts, toads, poisonous snakes, just come out, they are all like a mountain, but most of those things are on the road. Now this guy in the water is really turning the river into a sea. Yamato Tenzo looked at the squid, swallowed his saliva, turned his head and asked Kumogakure, are you sure this is a helper, not a sea monster attack? Don't worry. Kumogakure, who was blind in his right eye, smiled teasingly. Master Killer Bee is the king of this sea area, and any creature will obey him. Is there such an interest in that rambunctious fellow? Idiot, fool, head to Turtle Island for fish eggs. The good wind breaks the waves. I am watching from the boat. Oh yeah. This guy. Liamong's face was twitching and his ears were shaking, and he shivered unbearably. It really corresponds to what Uncle Benshin said. Others sing for money, you sing to death. Can you sing a sentence on the tune? Go ahead, I'm Seaman. Depend on. Why don't you say you are Ultraman? With the help of the strange giant squid, the steamship simply turned off the propeller, and was completely resisted by free labor. You don't need to say, this big squid is not ordinary, that brain gate, that big eye blisters, that big claws, the thief is bright. It's the first time I've heard of anyone sailing in this way. Yamato Tianzang sighed and shook his head, and Aoba, the mountain city next to him, was speechless. Looking out at Yulun, who was resisted by the squid on his head, who would have thought that this time he would go out to sea in this way. The 8 claws swiped and pulled hard, and they rubbed out for hundreds of meters, and with another swipe, it was several kilometers, and the big squid shot into the ocean like a missile. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Arrogant, domineering, and arrogant. It looked like a thief, but in fact it killed the entire ship. The big squid doesn't know what it means to move at a constant speed. The entire sailing process is variable speed. It will be fast and slow. When it is fast, its stomach can spit out, and when it is slow, its intestines have to be rolled. Even if the ninja in Kumogakure village was blind in his right eye, he lost his previous smile, and his face was bitter, like a bitter gourd. Brother, I feel uncomfortable. Hinata's pale face leaned against Liamong's arms, and Anko Tamari was not much better. I can't take it anymore. Yamato Tianzang hurried to the door with a wow, and vomited endlessly. The sour breath floated into the nostrils along the open hatch, and several people covered their mouths. We're in the sky, we can't stay in this damn place. Spirituality morning dew. Summoned beast west wind. The beautiful and holy swan girl, the king of beasts with golden hair and black stripes, left the boat and hugged Hinata, finally feeling a lot more comfortable. What he aimed at, he would never be a squid again in his life. This is really terrible. Shake it again, shake it 3 times, shake it 4 times. When the little island of the 8 turtles came into view, one of the ninjas on the cruise ship vomited. Bandit Aoba's little face is green, just like that green cabbage leaf, and Yamato Tianzang's face is white, just like bleaching Ji. The rest of the Kumogakure ninjas aren't much better either, with green yuhi, purple, white, and black, just like opening a grocery store. You deserve it, you deserve it. Lying on Zaifeng's head, he slapped 2 yellow hairs vigorously, causing the tiger to squeak twice, and Liamong turned his attention to the little island of the turtle. Said to be a small island, in fact, this island is not small at all. The island is covered with spikes that protrude outwards, like spears and swords pointing to the sky. Killer Bee jumped up excitedly when he saw it. Oh yeah. The uncle is back, he's back, he's back. 3 distant calls spread out, and I saw that on the small island, those with long arms, long hooves, long claws, hairy, shelled, and bladed, all ran away like death. No shadow. Killer Bee is back. Brothers, run. That mental illness is on the island again. Oh yeah. The uncle is still so popular. You can go home squid, and you can save it from now on. Holding the gesture of drafting a mud horse high, Killer Bee turned somersaults and jumped to the island, and when he was about to fall, a few octopus-shaped claws became his leverage tool. This uncle goes first. Idiot, take your time, oh yeah. How do we get up? Shancheng Qingye glanced at the back of the brain-dead child leaving, turned and asked the captain. Before the Kumogakure ninja could answer, a deadly howl came from Kojima. My grandpa's concert is officially starting now, open your eyes and take a good look. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force Killer Bee, S rap art. Oh yeah. Aiming for musicians, tiptoe. Ninja is a profession. Fate is tied all over the world, with 8 on its back, head to head. As soon as you go out, you will meet this uncle. Pop, dance, jump. Perseverance, benevolence and righteousness, this uncle will stand up. Uncle, I am a ninja genius from Kumogakure village. Lord, I'm crazy like a natural disaster. Potted plants learned from Mr. Asan. Although I tried it, it was still mediocre. Oh yeah. Farewell. Liamong covered his stomach with one eye and 2, I'm going to die anymore. 9 lines of lyrics, 18 lines are out of tune. What level is required to sing such a life-threatening song? It's too deadly, it's bloody. Lord Killer Bee seems to be very happy. Hello, I'm G. The figure who suddenly jumped out brushed the head of the Saiyan and waved hello. I will be in charge of this reception, and please follow me to the camp to rest. Have you finally arrived at the place? Yamato Tianzang staggered and straightened his waist, turning his head to look at his companion. How are you, Shancheng? Captain Yamato, I'm okay, how about you? I can do it too, that is, the legs and feet are not very good. They stumbled and supported each other and climbed to the island, and when they saw the people in the boat landed, Liamong also landed with his woman. As soon as the big guys got together, a black shadow appeared on the top of the head, with a pointed head, a wide forehead, a slate-like chest, and iron Jinchuriki column-like arms. When it fell, it was a big pit. Yamashiro Aoba looked at this thing with a green face, and pulled out the shuriken, but didn't dare to throw it out. Stinky boy, let's bake him. Hukun, Sister Enko's proposal is good. Can such a big orangutan eat it all? There is another chapter. The cloud gets up in the morning, and strives to be before 9 o'clock. It's too late. The more you code, the more chaotic your head will become. The state of staying up late is so bad, and Meow Meow is sleepy to death. Text chapter 355_people without goals. Listening to the words discussed by the three human girls of Enko Tamari Hinata, the gorilla who fell from the sky was angry, and two iron fists slammed into the chest. Baidu Interesting Academy. Roar. Lord Liamong, please don't be impulsive. Kumogakure, who called himself Ki, stepped in and stopped in the middle, waving to the gorilla and explaining, the animals on the island have been trained by the killer bee, and it's here to welcome you. Quote. Welcome. Roar. Are you really here to welcome? The gorilla held his fist in front of Liamong with a fierce look, and raised his middle finger abruptly. That middle finger is taller and bigger than Liamong's whole person. Brother, my brother is despised by gorillas. Hinata's face turned to Yuhi, her surprise turned upside down. Ha ha ha, stinky boy, you actually laughed at me to death. Enko squatted on the ground clutching his belly, tears streaming out of his eyes. Is it really that funny? Fu-kun seems to be very fond of animals. Tamari winked mischievously. Don't talk about the three of you, this is also called liking. The three girls looked even happier as they looked at the gorilla with grief and indignation. Its name is King Kong. Kumogakure glanced at the gorilla, waved for everyone to follow, and explained as he walked, Master Killer Bee has trained all the beasts on the island, and is the well-deserved king here. As long as he is around, it is absolutely safe. In addition, the Master Kumogakure has also set up a barrier around the island, and if there is a foreign invasion, you will know it immediately. Quote. Sounds good. Yamato Tianzangshan Castle Aoba looked at each other. We will use the contact frog to notify Naruto, and then call him over to stay with the killer bees, and the island's vigilance work will be left to you. Baidu Interesting Academy. Don't be so polite, this is what I should do. And, Kumogakure, whose head was combed into a Super Saiyan, paused for a while. It is a great honor and joy to be on duty for the superheroes in the village. Superhero? Liumin asked strangely. Yes, Lord Killer Bee is the superhero of Kumogakure village. Kumogakure Ninja said with admiration. Not only beasts, Lord Killer Bee can even control the 8 tails, it's a complete control. Just like Naruto, Yamato Tianzang frowned. Although he had already received the news, the Jinchuriki column power of the person who can completely control the tailed beast is still very surprising. They were astonished, as was Kumogakure, who called himself Ki. You guys from Konoha, Jinchuriki column force, can also completely control the tailed beast. It's hard to say what kind of state he is in. Yamato pondered for a moment, but couldn't find an exact adjective. Did Naruto control the tail beast, or did the tail beast control Naruto? In the eyes of outsiders, the Jinchuriki column force of the Kyuubi, 9 tails people at this moment is very dangerous. Of fire, Konoha, Kaharu Udatain Homura Mitokado sat in the dark basement and looked at the 2 rows of ninjas stationed. They wore uniform hooded cloaks and various animal masks. We need a new leader, the 2 advisors, and please accept our allegiance. The number of people here doesn't match what you said earlier. Kaharu Udatain frowned as he sat on the stone chair. The ninja who spoke below looked up and said, because of the death of Lord Danzo, we are divided. A small number of people decided to go into seclusion, and some people took refuge in the daimyo. So, are the rest of us here? No, there are still some people who choose revenge. The basic words of his words have always been very calm, as if they will never have feelings. Kaharu Udatain Homura Mitokado met his eyes twice. Take off your mask, you will be Anbu directly under the elders. Yes, my lord. Pair after pair of Anbu masks were taken off, and the root ninja knelt down to express surrender. Into the sunlight, Homura Mitokado looked back at the basement and asked, is it really good to take them in? Will this make some people in the village uneasy? After all, they were once under Danzo's men, and Danzo was once a servant. These are just sad people. Kaharu Udatain interrupted his friend with a shake of his head. The ninja trained at the root is a tool with the ultimate goal of cutting off all emotional fetters. The ninja trained in this way can no longer be called ordinary people, but only know how to obey orders. It was no surprise that they would come back. because they had nowhere else to go. Without leaders, these machines can't even see the way forward. Minion, they need us, we need them as well, and now Konoha must cherish every strength. You are not afraid. What are you afraid of? Kaharu Udatane suddenly increased his tone. When did you become timid too? It's not like you. I'm not afraid, but worried. The current village can no longer withstand any unrest. If something happens again, we are likely to become the sinners of the village. Aren't you afraid? Kaharu Udatane glanced at his friend with contempt. We are the village's advisors, we have given everything for the village. Even if they don't understand, our achievements cannot be denied. We are just some root ninjas. Well, forgive those guys who didn't dare to say anything. Besides, with these people, we can also take action against the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column. What do you want to do? Homura Mitokado suddenly felt so friendly and strange in front of him. I'm taking it back, and Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, can only, and must, be owned by Konoha. You're crazy. I'm not crazy, it's you who are crazy. You guys have released the most important fighting force of the village at such a time. That's because, Madara, Kaharu, other people don't know the interests of that man, don't you know? We are the ones who survived that era. Kaharu Udatane snorted coldly, because he knows how strong he is. He can't let Kyuubi, Nine-Tails go. In front of that man, what role does the tailed beast have? He can only be a thug. Column force defecting regardless. This battle is nothing, but after this battle. Menyan, you and I have cooperated for so many years, can't you even understand this kind of thing? Quote. Kaharu. Whether this battle is won or lost, we at Konoha will be in danger. Kumogakure is ambitious, Iwagakure is not giving in vain, and Sunagakure has a precedent for betrayal. Once the war is over, it's time for everyone to share the fruits of victory, don't think about it. You know, we Konoha don't get much. So, you can guarantee they don't care. What do you want to do? Brothers and sisters are happy to watch, the cloud is full of code, and all the efforts are made. Text chapter 356_Tears in the Sun. What do I want to do? I want to. On the beach where the wind was howling, a few fiddler crabs waving iron tongs into the mud and sand, and Naruto Uzumaki sat on the top of the reef and launched a foolish act. Is this the country where my mother grew up? Really, what did the boss ask me to do in such a ghost place? It's been days and I haven't found the so-called answer. The dull sea breeze, the whirling eddies, the dilapidated houses, what a boring place. The answer, what is the answer? The answer is always in your heart. Who is speaking? Uzumaki Naruto stood up in astonishment, and he didn't find a figure even after turning around twice. Front, behind, left, right, overhead, underfoot. Giggle giggle, it's so cute. Who are you? Where are you? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head back and forth, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. The female voice who spoke laughed even more happily. Didn't you say it just now, little idiot? Just now. Suddenly awakened and immersed in the sea of consciousness, Naruto opened his eyes and suddenly found that he did not reach the place where Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, was sealed, but came to a place full of sunlight. Naruto. What's going on? How could someone exist in a place like this and know my name? Uzumaki Naruto stared at the woman standing pretty in the sunlight, his eyes widened in shock. Yuhi's hair like a waterfall draped behind her. One look at it will last a lifetime. Guess who I am? There is a reward for guessing right. Naruto listened to the woman's words and blinked, and suddenly showed an expression of sudden realization. You are. Guess it. The pretty woman was very relieved, but this relief was immediately shattered. I said Kurama, when will you play this trick too? Even if you want to learn from me, please learn it a little bit. How can you wear clothes with embroidery? Bastard, what are you saying, you bastard? The pretty woman heard such hateful words and rushed over to hit Naruto's head with a fist. Naruto, who was beaten, was stunned for a moment, then got up and pointed at the woman and roared, Okay, Kurama, how dare you hit me? Do you think I won't recognize you if you change into a vest? Bastard, I'm not that stinky fox. Boom. Aren't you Kyubi, Nine Tails? Naruto, who was punched again, touched the bag's forehead strangely. You said you weren't Kyubi, Nine Tails, so who are you, savage woman? Savage, am I savage? The pretty woman touched her hair awkwardly. The speechless Naruto pointed to the two big bags on top of his head, and the woman was even more embarrassed. I'm so sorry, I've been like this since I was a child, and I haven't changed much after getting married. But you look fine, more like your father, and as handsome as him. Married, father. The two words struck each other like thunder, and Naruto's astonished eyes gradually stained with ripples, and Yuhi's hair, looking at the woman, shed a scorching stream of joy or bitterness. Looks like you guessed it. You are your mother, you are my mother. Mother. Crystal tears splashed and wet the front of her clothes, and Kushina hugged Naruto, who threw herself into her arms, overflowing with a happy smile. Only a mother is good in the world. A child with a mother is like a treasure. When thrown into the arms of the mother, happiness cannot be enjoyed. Only a mother is good in the world. A child without a mother is like a grass. If you leave the arms of your mother, where can you find happiness? Naruto cried, whimpered, and trembled as he plunged into Kushina's arms with all his strength. The dark and distant place, Kyubi, Nine Tails, fox flashed inexplicably in the eyes. Is this the greatest maternal love of mankind? Che, this old man has no mother. But the old man should be. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, in a blink of an eye, it's been so many years, how are you? What is the other world like? Mom, I've always wanted to see your mother. Don't leave me, okay? Don't leave me. What a silly boy. Kushina lightly patted Naruto's back twice. How could Mom leave you? Mom is always in your heart. As long as you remember Mom, Mom will never leave. I don't want you to go. Stay, okay. Naruto wiped his tears excitedly. I know you will disappear. Tell me how, I don't want you to go. Have you met your father? Naruto cried and nodded, but he refused to let go of his grasping hand, for fear that once he let go, he would never be able to find it again. What a silly child, my mother won't leave, at least not now. Kushina gently wiped Naruto's tears. This chakra was originally intended to help you control Kyubi, Nine Tails, but now it is not needed. Quote. Snort. From a distant and unknown place breaks the warm picture, and the Kyubi, Nine Tails, fox declares its existence with its dissatisfaction. Naruto wasn't happy anymore. Kurama, what are you doing here? As a friend, you should disappear automatically, okay? Don't be too arrogant. The old man just promised to make peace with you. When will I promise to be your friend? Little idiot, it seems that you have a good relationship. Kushina clucked her lips while listening to the quarrel between Kyubi, Nine Tails, and Naruto. Kyubi, Nine Tails, the fox turned black. Uzumaki Kushina, your good son. The words of anger or admiration gradually dissipated, and the mother and son under the sun burst into laughter in unison. I didn't expect you to use this method to get the approval of the stinky fox. Speaking of which, you are better than your mother. Of course, am I your son? Naruto patted his head proudly, but immediately showed a disappointed expression. Don't do this. Kushina rubbed Naruto's head comfortingly. As long as Mom's leftover chakra is not consumed, it can still exist for a long time. Really? Of course, I don't want to leave you so soon. Kushina pinched her waist in a funny way, and she didn't look like a mother at all. Uzumaki Naruto was excited for a long time, then suddenly he rubbed his hands in front of him. Mom is such a beautiful woman. Ha, thanks for complimenting the little idiot. But don't make that funny face, it's ugly. What's so funny? It's curiosity, is it okay? Besides, I'm very handsome. Handsome. Ha 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 ha. Little idiot, your hair looks like your father, but your face looks like your mother. Aren't you very disappointed? Your father is a handsome guy. No, I feel like I'm very handsome now. Uzumaki raised his chin stoutly. If I can have my mother's dazzling Yuhi-colored straight hair again, I'll definitely be able to kill that idiot Ursukuko in seconds. Little idiot, don't talk about Sasuke like that. Kushina raised his hand and tapped Naruto's head again, but I am very happy to be a mother when I hear your son's praise. You are the second to praise your mother for her beautiful hair. The second. I'm the second, the first. You are so stupid, little idiot. Of course, the first one is your father. Otherwise, my mother would not have married him. Aha, is that so? I remember it. Naruto slammed his palm hard. Kushina blinked strangely, remembered. Yeah, Naruto nodded vigorously. I remembered a question that I had to ask no matter what when I saw my mother. That mother, how did you get on with your father? The cloud continued to work hard, and the brothers and sisters were happy to watch. Text chapter 357 _ find the answer of the mind. This is so embarrassing. Baidu Interesting Academy. Kushina lowered her head in embarrassment, her hair covering her pretty face. Tell me, Naruto urged curiously. Kushina gave the curious son a stern look, and then put on a happy smile. Mom moved to Konoha from another village. At that time, my mother was a genin and didn't know much about Konoha. When I met your father, everyone there still kids. Your dad, Minato, gave me the first impression of being a girl, not reliable at all, like a kid. Shou, did dad really look like a girl when he was young? Naruto blinked in surprise, and the image of Namikaze Minato dressed in women's clothes appeared in his mind. It seems, does look like a woman. Kushina smiled and nodded. Your father looked very gentle and quiet back then, quieter than most girls. He was still very beautiful, and had a weak air, much worse than your mother. Then you. Just listen to me. Kushina glared angrily. The day I moved in, the teacher asked everyone to talk about their dreams. Mom didn't want to be underestimated by others, so I said it. What did you say? I said I was going to be the first female Hokage. Mom is going to be a female Hokage. Naruto hammered his thighs when he heard Kushina clenching his fists. As expected of my mother, she really looks like me. Little idiot, you got it the other way around. You should be like me. Kushina slapped Naruto with a hand. Then what? Then. A new girl who dared to claim to be a Hokage as soon as she entered the class is too arrogant. It's so arrogant. Since I started playing at the school, my mother was always bullied by the boys in the class, and she was given the title of Nishi Yuhi for this. Quote. Naruto looked at Kushina suspiciously. Nishi Yuhiki, why? With a big round face and hot Yuhi-colored hair, it looks like a Yuhi persimmon when tied with a headband. Kushina said very helplessly, actually, my mother wanted to accept her fate, and Yuhi persimmon was just a persimmon. Yuhi, but those guys don't give in. Naruto's eyes lit up. According to the plot in the novel, at this time, Dad will definitely come out as a hero to save the beauty, and then you guys. No, not at all. Kushina shook her head and raised her fist proudly. Your mother taught those male classmates who called me Nishi Yuhi persimmons, and beat them all into Nishi Yuhi persimmons. So she danced with Yuhi color. Embroidering hair, beating boys to half dead. Your mother and me have a new nickname, Blood Yuhi Pepper. Sounds great, doesn't it? Great. Is great. No wonder Shikamaru Inuzuka Kiba and the others said that their mothers are a kind of terrifying creature, and mothers are really terrifying. Hey, little idiot, what's your expression like? Isn't Mom's nickname funny? Pull the wind, pull the wind. Naruto shrank his neck and quickly changed the subject. Then what did Dad say? You mean Minato? Kushina smiled happily. He said he wanted to be a great Hokage recognized by the villagers. Are you recognized by the villagers? Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head lonely. Kushina shrugged off Cassie and said, Mom heard this and thought, how could someone as unreliable as your dad be a Hokage? Your dad is so stupid. What, isn't Dad very strong? Little idiot, your dad was still very young at that time, how could he be strong or not? Kushina mumbled angrily, suddenly showing a complicated and happy look. I looked down on him at that time. Until that happened. That matter. My mother used to hate her Yuhi hair very much because of her nickname. But after that incident, my mother changed. It was your father who made your mother like your hair color. What is it? Kushina's voice suddenly turned serious. Mom's chakra is very special, and the village of Kumogakure kidnapped me for coveting my mother's chakra. It's them again. Kushina sighed in a trance. On the way to being taken away, in order to leave a traceable signal, my mother tore off her hair when they were not paying attention. Although Konoha quickly organized a search team to find, but I couldn't find it. When I was about to reach the border, and my mother didn't have any hope of her own. Father is catching up, Naruto said with certainty. It must be so, right? Kushina graciously said, your father is the only one who came to save mother, and he was the only one who found Yuhi's hair left by mother. He told mother that mother's Yuhi hair is very beautiful, and you can see it at once. So romantic, Naruto shouted. Yes, at that moment, my mother felt that your father is really a great ninja. He will definitely realize his dream. The most important thing is that he also changed me. Kushina dragged her chin happily and said, it is because of your father that my mother fell in love with her Yuhi hair, which originally hated my mother, but brought the most important person in my mother's life to her side, and it became my mother's karmic line. Quote. That's how mom fell in love with dad. Ellipsis. Kushina nodded happily. Since this incident, my mother has fallen in love with her Yuhi hair, and she has fallen in love with your father. Listen, Naruto, I will only say my own to the man who praises my hair. From my heart. I love you. The gentle Yuhi lips kissed the cold forehead. Uzumaki Naruto breathed the sweetness that was close at hand, and suddenly felt warm in his heart. Konoha yellow flash and Yuhi colored pepper will give birth to the best son. Naruto, you have to believe in yourself. Mom and dad are watching you. We will always be by your side, don't be confused anymore. Mom. Naruto stared blankly at Kushina, who was encouraging him. It took him a long time to show a smile, but the smile was very reluctant. My father was recognized by the villagers as the fourth generation of Hokage. I never knew about this. I am proud of it when it happens, and I firmly want to be like him, to be the hope that Hokage will continue to guard. But this is not possible. Uzumaki Naruto sighed and lowered his head, burying his sunshine-like hair into the darkness between his legs. They don't agree with me at all. For me, they only fear, hate, complain, and they even want to kill me. How can I protect such people? Mom, can you tell me? Aim, continue, squinting and continue to code. In the future, I won't be able to stay up late at night, my state is not good, and there are still few yards. It's better to save enough energy and have a good time, aiming. Text chapter 358_See Your True Self. Master Liamong, this is the real waterfall where Master Killer be practiced. Heihei168.com. The rumbling water jumped down from the top of the rock dozens of meters high, and the splashing snow mist reflected the surrounding hazy, like the hair hanging down from the ancient goddess, and like the mirror lake embedded on the towering mountain wall. This is a very strange waterfall. If you don't look at the waves that are turning up at the bottom, and don't listen to the roar in your ears, it is like a transparent mirror. The branches on the edge of the rocks, the grass on the shore of the lake, and even the birds in the sky can all find their own images in it. The most amazing thing is that in the center of the lake there is a small circular island with a radius of 2 meters. Kumogakure ninja Kiji Kojima who came along said, if you want to see your real self, just sit there and close your eyes. It's fun to listen to. July 20 inches. Anko blinked curiously, his expression moving. Kumogakure Ninjaji sternly reminded, although talking with the real self can help you understand yourself more clearly, sometimes it is not a good thing. Many ninjas will change their temperament after coming here, some become murderous, some it has become rare, and some have no fighting spirit at all. Therefore, a long time ago, this place became a forbidden place for Kumogakure. Only those with the strongest will and recognized by modern Reikage are qualified to set foot here. Is there anything else that needs attention? Liamong looked at the square inch in the middle of the lake and tilted his head, obviously making up his mind. He shook his head seriously and finally said, "Let me tell you the origin of this place. Before the Six Paths sage invented ninjutsu and spread him, this is the secret place of Shangshilyu, which is the predecessor of our Kumogakure." Quote. Your predecessors were samurai. Liamong was surprised when he heard this, but it wasn't surprising when he thought about it. Yes, the predecessor of our Kumogakure was indeed a samurai, and it was still a very big school at the time. It was an interesting academy, so the swordsmanship of Kumogakure was the first of the 5 kingdoms, and it was generally more inclined to physique. What does this have to do with this place? Tamari picked up a stone and tossed it up and down bored. Because this is the place where the warriors of the Shengshui River were quiet and enlightened. Ji pointed to the waterfall proudly and said, as a famous school in the whole continent at that time, anyone who wants to join must understand themselves here. It is because of this where there is, can Shengshui Lu have that kind of strength? Quote. Then why don't you Kumogakure pass on this tradition? His eyes flashed with complicated light, looked at the waterfall and said, ninjas and samurai are different after all. The era of samurai has passed, and there is no point in sticking to those things. Okay, let's discuss what those old antiques are doing. Who will try it first? Liamong said, looking at Yamato Tianzang and Shancheng Qingye, full of bad water and bewildered. You don't want to see the true knowledge. This is a very rare opportunity. Quote. I'll forget it. Yamato Tianzang turned his head to look at the waterfall, and shrank his neck in fear. Ninja from Anbu, it's best not to touch this kind of thing, and... Thinking about his origins and the secrets buried in his heart, Yamato felt that this waterfall was very dangerous. Yamashiro Aoba also declined the good intentions. Since it is a secret place spread in Kumogakure village, it's better for us Konoha not to contact, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble. Timid is timid, and what excuse is there? Although Ji, whose brain is coned into a Saiyan, is contemptuous in his heart, he does not show it on the surface. He turns his head and looks at Liamong, wanting to see how the VIP that Mr. Kumogakure has specially explained to him will choose. I'll try it. Brother. Don't be impulsive, brat. Anko grabbed the sleeve of his robe and shook his head. It's better not to touch this unknown thing. Who knows if anyone is making trouble inside. This lady must be on her guard. What I said was not a lie. Who knows? Tamari shot the stone in his hand at the waterfall and thumped through it. Kay was stunned, woke up and hurriedly defended. There is indeed a secret room behind the waterfall, but there is a major secret of our Kumogakure village. Please forgive me and can't explain it until I get the order of Lord Hokage. But about this waterfall, you can do it below. Guaranteed your life, absolutely did not deceive you. Quote. Okay, Anko's sister Tamari, you take care of Hinata, I know what's behind that. You know. Ji looked at Liamong in astonishment, not knowing whether this was true or not. I'm going to try, maybe this place is the only place that can solve my doubts. Are you really going? Liamong nodded seriously. Then I'll be with you. Anko stood beside him without questioning. And me. Tamari also stood up. I'm going too. Hinata gently pulled at the hem. He, Yamato, and Yamashiro, looking at the 3 girls, felt a flutter of gold stars in their heads. As expected of a well-known scourge in the ninja world, it can make women so determined. 3, that's 3. Not 1, not 2, how on earth did he do it? Is this the reason why Hokage-sama is special? Hinata, Anko, Tamari. Don't say Fukun, we believe in you, and please believe in us. Okay, then let's go together. Stepping on the ripples, he walked towards the small island 2 meters in diameter in the middle of the lake, and Liuman slowly sat down. What is the real me? Silently recalling the bits and pieces that came to this world, a deep confusion filled my heart. Inadvertently, a greeting from Lai Yangyang suddenly sounded in his ear. You're here. Who is talking? Little by little, the figure came out of the waterfall, wearing familiar and unfamiliar blue jeans, white basketball shoes covered with sand nets, small broken hair, flat mirrors, and yawning two steps. Look carefully. Okay, how lazy is this person? The two shoelaces were tied 1.5, and the crotch of the open door bulged twice. This he is aiming at the real me, and the real me is this bird. The cloud continues. Brothers and sisters are happy to watch. Please feel free to speak if you have any opinions. In addition, I have the cheek to learn from everyone. Because I am a newcomer, I hope you can give your opinion on the new book. The Rise of the Infinite Manga Fat Man, please. Text chapter 359_Forgive me mom. The rushing tide kept slapping the reef, and the splashing waves leapt into the air with joy. The fishy sea breeze of Baidu Yui Academy blew through, and the teenager sitting cross-legged seemed to have passed through eternal. Naruto, don't let the darkness in your heart affect your will. Mom understands your feelings very well. You understand, you don't understand anything. Uzumaki Naruto glanced up at Kushina a little, then lowered himself immediately. Father also said something similar to me, but he doesn't understand anything at all. Of course he is different from us after all. Naruto was taken aback by Kushina's words. How can you understand the pain of human Jinchuriki, power without becoming a human Jinchuriki, force, my silly boy? Mom is your previous Kyuubi, Nine-Tails person, Jinchuriki, force. Kushina stroked Naruto's cheek pitifully. Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. Mom, is it the former Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, man Jinchuriki, force? Kushina said helplessly or painfully, it's really complicated to say. My mother was chosen to be the Nikyubi, Nine-Tails person Jinchuriki, lean. More precisely, my mother is precisely because she wants to become Kyuubi. Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, force, was brought from the country of vortex to the country of fire. Quote. Why is this happening? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kushina with extreme excitement, and he felt how hard it was to become a Jinchuriki column. Why does a mother from another country have to become a Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, force? Shouldn't this kind of thing be found in this village? Who can't choose? Why choose mother, they and them? Silly boy. Kushina took Naruto into his arms with relief and remorse. This is also impossible, although it is a different country and a different village. But the country of fire and the country of vortex, Konoha, but they have a very deep relationship with Uzushiogakure village. Heihei168.com Konoha, Senju clan and Uzushiogakure village's Uzumaki clan are blood relatives from afar and have always been inseparable. Quote. Kushina sighed while patting Naruto's back, because the lives of the clansmen are very long. My mother's village is also known as the longevity village. We, who are good at sealing, live in it, although everyone's temper is violent. The seal of the 4 elephants on your stomach is the art of our village, and Minato, your father's seal art was also taught by your mother. And the sign behind you is actually the family emblem of the village of Uzushiogakure. As a friendly witness, Konoha, it is still in use to this day. Quote. Is that right? Naruto's head was low, and Kushina didn't notice his abnormality. Now my mother's country no longer exists. In that era of war, the seal technique was regarded as a threat, and my mother's village was attacked and eventually disappeared. Even those who survived were incognito, scattered all over the world. Quote. If that's the case, why is mom doing this? Naruto asked in a low voice, his voice cold. Kushina's expression also looked a little lonely. It's because of fate. In Uzushiogakure village, my mother seems to be born with a powerful chakra that can control Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. And my predecessor, Jinchuriki force, is also a female ninja from the village of Uzushiogakure, which seems to have become the norm. Quote. Who is she? Her name is Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. And my mother, the wife of the 4th Hokage. Isn't it amazing? Naruto raised his head blankly. His eyes were complicated like a hemp. You know the battle between the original Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In that battle, in order to help Senju Hashirama defeat Madara with the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, psychic beast, Uzumaki Mito sealed Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, into his body and became a human Jinchuriki, force. After that, Konoha having Kyubi, 9 tails forever. When Mrs. Mito was dying, Mom was brought to Konoha as a container for Kyubi, 9 tails. Quote. How can they do this? Naruto stood up abruptly after listening to Kushina's words. Silly boy, it's all over. Mom didn't know it when she was brought to Konoha, and she was really shocked when she found out. They didn't tell you. This matter is classified, except for the third generation and several high-level executives, even Sanin does not know. Old man. Master Jiraiya. Kushina sighed faintly. The pressure and loneliness of becoming a human Jinchuriki column force made my mother suffer a lot, but Mrs. Mito told my mother that we were brought here as containers, but before that we fill it with love. That way, even if you want to live as a Kyubi, 9 tails Jinchuriki column force, you will be happy. Quote. Naruto stared blankly at Kushina. Is my mother happy even if she becomes a Jinchuriki column force? Kushina nodded vigorously, and Uzumaki Naruto was speechless. The sun-filled space suddenly split into two, and an invisible line divided the mother and son into two worlds. Kushina stood up in horror, not understanding what was going on. Naruto Uzumaki looked at his mother in the sun, wiped his tears, pulled off his shirt, touched the seal on his belly and choked. Is this seal technique from my mother's clan, so what the boss said is true. Now. Silly boy, what are you talking about? Mom turns out to be a fool too, just like my father. Naruto you, Kushina looked at her child in astonishment, not understanding what Naruto said and changed. The darkness, the Kyubi, 9 tails, fox stepped through the void. Stinky fox, are you the one who influenced my child? Don't push the old man when something happens. Little girl, what you are doing now is no different from those idiots in Konoha. The only difference is that you are wronging the old man, and those guys are wronging your children. Singer. Mom, Kurama, it's true. Years, I've grown up and I'm not a kid who doesn't know anything. And, I know a lot more than you guys. The right hand that emerged from the key pressed against the seal and turned, the metal swiping sound of clack-clatter. Kyubi, 9 tails, real body appeared behind. This way it saves a lot of effort. Little girl, you not as good as your son. What the hell are you talking about? Don't come here. Naruto stretched out his hand to stop Kushina in the sun. I don't want my mother to be stained with sadness and hatred, and my mother will live in the light forever. My son will come to see you when he has time. Can see mom's happy smile, really happy, so happy. Naruto. Kurama, let's go. No, Kushina cried out sadly, looking at her son who disappeared with Kyubi, 9 tails, into the darkness, a sigh that shattered her heart. Forgive me, mother. Brothers and sisters are happy to see, and Union continues to work hard and take aim. Text chapter 360_ as a father. Damn boy, do you really give up that little girl? Kyubi, 9 tails, fox flung his tail and glanced at Naruto who was sitting down. Although I don't understand your human feelings, I can see that the girl cares about you very much. Interesting academy. I know. Naruto didn't raise his head, but he still didn't have an answer in his heart. Kushina's cry is always in my ears, but I don't know how to face it. Father, mother, master. Taking off the forehead guard above his head and holding it in his hand, Naruto trembled and took out the kunai. To draw, or not to draw? The fishy sea breeze and the rushing waves splashed on his body. He was cold in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto became more and more confused, and he was stunned with one hand protecting his forehead and the other with kunai. When a person dies alone, everything disappears. His past, present, and future will all be reduced to nothingness. Many people will die in war or on duty, and very easily. Some of those who died also had dreams. Everyone has the things they cherish the most: parents, brothers, sisters, friends, lovers, mates in the village, and others who are very important to them. Living with people who trust and help each other, and who have always felt important from the moment they were born, will form a bond, and this bond will become stronger and stronger as time goes on. This is not a big reason, but people who have this kind of tie will do so because they feel cherished. Mr. Uruka. I cherish you very, very much, but have you ever cherished me? The short-lived memory crossed the apex of his heart, and Naruto closed his eyes tightly, trying to stop the tears from flowing out of his eyes, but big drops of tears still overflowed from the corners of his eyes and splashed on the forehead guard. On the sign that symbolizes the hidden village of Konoha, a song called Bitterness is sung. Mom, what should I do? Uzumaki Naruto raised his head blankly, looking up at the quietly rising moonlight biting the corner of his lips. The anguish in his heart was comparable to the endless ocean. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. I have been working hard, persevering, and looking forward, hoping that they can look at me and open their hearts to accept me. However, I have tried so much, why is it still not accepted by them? Is this the fate of the human Jinchuiki column force? No, that's not the case with Mom, and neither is the original Kyubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force. Uzumaki Mito found Senju Hashirama who loved her, and her mother found her father who cherished her. But what about me? Who did I find? Who will take care of me again? Sakura, Sasuke, or the elusive boss? Familiar figures appeared one after another before breaking into pieces, and Naruto Uzumaki faced the starry sky and the night with a desolate howl that was comparable to the silent night sky. Is it hatred or loneliness? Naruto doesn't know. Naruto only knows that his heart is empty. The mother is calling again, but what will I do to face her? With this full of hatred. Mom is the light, but I can't see the light. Heavy steps towards the hazy ruins in the dark night. Uzumaki Naruto absent-mindedly stroked the traces left by Uzushiogakure village. He touched very carefully, from every sign, to every inch of doors and windows, to every stone Jinchuriki column. The sun rose and set, the moon came and went, and when the night fell, the child who was tortured by hunger and exhaustion finally fell. Before falling into a coma, a golden flash became the last picture. Little guy, didn't you say you didn't plan to see him? I changed my mind. Okay, uncle. Should you be called senior, or grandpa, uncle? Are you that old? It's just a title anyway, don't care so much. Little guy, you can't ignore it. It makes you older, how can I bully you in the future? That's what you're doing. Of course, what do you think? The crimson armor clattered out of the shadows, and the black-haired man came to the fire. Is he your son? Yeah. Looks good, considering my seniority, it should be my grandson's grandson. Haha, I can also be an ancestor, it feels so good. Brother, when can you be serious? Brother, why am I not serious? The man in crimson armor turned his head, and the man in water-colored armor in the shadow pouted. Would you like to be the ancestor and go to Xiaoging and let her have one? Wouldn't it be better? That's right. The man in the crimson armor nodded, but immediately lost his mind again. Is Xiaoging in his 50s this year? It's 54 years old. You're still her grandfather, and you can't even remember the age of her granddaughter. It's so big. The man in the crimson armor sighed in amazement, turning his head and grimacing again. Brother, can you still have a child at such a young age? It feels very unreliable. Besides, Xiaoging doesn't seem to have a boyfriend yet. When she gets married, she will not be 60. By then, it will be too late. You're an idiot, brother, I mean it. Brother, treat your family with respect. The man in crimson armor turned around, with a look of anger on his face. The younger brother in the blue armor simply ignored him. You are the head of the family, and I am also the head of the family. It's really interesting to talk about this status. I'm your brother. I don't have a big brother like you. Bastard, I think you need to clean up. 2. Can you both be quiet, Naruto? The noisy voice pierced into his mind like a scratched old gramophone disc, and the yellow-haired boy who faintly woke up was startled. You. Little devil, don't look at us with those strange eyes. Be careful, this old man beats you. Shodai, first, Sama. Little guy, you have fouled again. Don't mention these 2 words in front of me again. Yours, understand? I see. The boundless murderous intent just said that he would leave, and the man in the Yuhi helmet stepped into the shadows again. Let's go, brother, the father and son are reunited, we don't need to be a light cannon here anymore. Singer. I have something I want to ask you, do you regret it? Uzumaki Naruto barely propped himself up and looked weakly at the bonfire. The blurred man scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to answer for a moment. They killed you, killed your wife, and even took care of your children, you really have no regrets. Naruto suddenly raised the tone of the questioning. Tell me, as a father, tell me, do you, Namikaze Minato, have any regrets? Brothers and sisters are happy to watch, it's night. I updated the new book in the cloud, and I came back to update this one again. I found that my mental state was worse, and I don't know why. But since today is Sunday, I have to stick to it, and sleep well tomorrow to make up for it. Everyone pay attention to rest, don't study like the cloud, this is a bad habit, it's really not easy to take aim. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 361-380. Text Chapter 361_something underestimated. The face of his son's questioning, the fourth generation of Hokage was extremely embarrassed. Even in the state of impure world reincarnation, the Yuhi color on his face could be clearly seen. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato without blinking, the father and son's eyes met, and the fourth generation of Hokage was silent. This is the symbol representing the Konoha ninja, and it's also a graduation gift from Iruka-sensei. Naruto raised the forehead in front of Minato, and said with a self-deprecating tone, it's strange, why would Iruka put the forehead in front of Minato? His forehead was given to me, when I was young, I didn't understand anything. But now I know, it was actually a play that put me to the test. Naruto raised his head as he spoke, Mizuki-sensei is an idiot, and I'm not much better than him, and Iruka, that bad guy, has also become an immortal pawn for 3 generations. You can't say that 3 generations of adults, he is all. It's all for the village. Naruto looked at Minato and said, are you trying to say this? I remember the boss once said such a paragraph, the most disgusting thing the superiors do is to disguise their shamelessness and selfishness with righteousness. Use the dirty things of disgusting people in the name of righteousness. You died at a young age, don't you understand this? Son, you can't think like this. Namikaze Minato pressed Naruto's shoulders with both hands to persuade him. It's too dark for you to think like this. We must turn our hearts to the light and believe in the beauty of this world. My heart is bright, but there is only darkness left in front of me. Naruto snapped Minato's hand on his shoulder. You still know that I am your son, so do you know how I came here all these years? You gave everything for the village, not only for yourself, but also for your wife, my mother, and finally you brought your son and me in. Namikaze Minato, Naruto said, raising his voice abruptly, do you think I'm very rare to be your son? My name is Uzumaki, have you heard Uzumaki? They won't even tell me your name. It's easier to read on a cell phone. m.heihei168.com is such a group of guys, but you want me to protect them. Naruto, what are you doing? Why did I suddenly change? Uzumaki looked at Minato with complicated eyes and said, last time you advised me to forgive others with tolerance, to fill the village with love, and to drive out the darkness with your own sunshine. I believe following your words, I followed Master Jiraiya back to the village and worked hard. But what was the result? Do you know? They don't need me, they drive me away, they say I'm a disaster star, the source of the scourge, and the demon fox who should have been killed long ago. Naruto, let's go. Sakura's words resounded in his ears again, and Uzumaki Naruto growled hysterically. The face of his son's frantic and angry venting in resentment, Namikaze Minato stretched out his hands stiffly, wanting to touch, but couldn't use the strength. In the darkness, 2 men sitting side by side on the ruined stone Jinchuriki column showed different expressions. I didn't expect that the village would become like this after our brother left. It seems that your will, brother, is completely over. What's the point of talking about it now, We are dead, okay. Don't worry about the living. Are you running away? Senju Hashirama held her cheeks in both hands and tugged at her feet like a child. Senju Tobarama was disgusted. Can you not do this mentally retarded gesture? I'm thinking. Think. During this time, I've been thinking about why things turned out like this. Senju Hashirama tilted his head and glanced at his brother. We've all been leaders of the village. Compared to me, you, a great inventor, have contributed to the village. Much more than my brother. From the mouth of the little guy, I learned that the ninja school and various ninjutsu systems you invented have made indelible contributions to the development of the village. It's rare that you really praise me once. Am I that bad as a big brother? Senju Hashirama gave Tobarama, who was sitting beside him, a hard look, but then again, you do a lot of things right, but you also do a lot of things wrong. Chief among them is that the wrong leader was chosen. Quote. Don't put the blame on others. I'm different from you. If you die, you can leave the blame on me. Who can I put the blame on? There were only 8 people at the time. Danzo. Senju Hashirama said, a person who took Senju Tobarama by surprise. Brother, this is not like you. We have collected a lot of information during this time. Among the 8 people who were with you at the time, after careful consideration for my brother, I am afraid that the one who is really suitable to take the position is that guy. Why? Senju Tobarama knew his brother wouldn't joke about something like this. Senju Hashirama sighed deeply, because he is ruthless. The superior can lack everything, but the determination cannot be lacking. Everything else can be made up by subordinates. As long as he can listen to others, he is a good leader. Monkey is too weak at this point. He's a soft-hearted guy, and Konoha has an inescapable responsibility for what he has become. Ellipsis. Senju Hashirama turned his head very seriously and said to Tobarama. Repeated compromises, repeated concessions, will only fuel other people's ambitions and become out of control. Little monkey sucks at this point. Advisors, roots, it's all beyond Hokage's control. Ninja village is not a country. It does not need to act like a country at all. It only needs a strong leader. I am like this, you are like this, but your chosen heir is not like this. Senju Tobarama looked at Hashirama fixedly, and did not speak for a long time, until a gust of wind blew. Let Shimura take the throne, our family will also disappear. You're right, Senju Hashirama said with a wry smile. Power is something that can easily degenerate, especially when people's strength can't match power. They will think about weakening what they can't control. At this point, you and I both ignore it, because we are both standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world and looking down on everything around us. Brother, you and I both underestimate people's hearts. The next chapter of the Cloud Code will be sent in the morning, and the state is still not good at night. Tomorrow, make up sleep well and continue to make progress with everyone. There is no room for sloppy work as a writer, and Union is going to take this as a profession, so it will naturally take it seriously. I sincerely hope that you can give more opinions here. Text chapter 362 _ happy times are about to fight. How powerful is the human heart? Senju Hashirama does not know, neither does Senju Tobarama. Interesting Academy. This is a very empty, large, and difficult to explain topic. However, it is difficult to explain and difficult to explain. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama have experienced it personally. And the price, not only accompanied them, but also accompanied their family, and even distant relatives were wiped out. Senju Tsunade, who is still alone, and the Uzumaki clan, who are still alive, there are no traces of the two clans in the world. With the passage of time, it doesn't take too long. After more than 10 or 20 years, what Senju and what Uzumaki will become legends. After 100 years, even the legend may not be left. Have you ever regretted it? The words of Uzumaki Naruto's question to Minato came to his ears, and the two strong men who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world were speechless. 230, for a long time. Senju Tobarama said, this is the matter, let's go, there is nothing to miss in this world, he doesn't belong to us anymore. Ah. Senju Hashirama shrugged her shoulders, her drooping legs swayed. I have to make arrangements for Xiaogang. That girl is really worrying. She's about to become an old woman and she doesn't know how to get married. Quote. Senju Hashirama's voice seemed to be complaining, but it wasn't the case if you listened carefully. I'm afraid it's him who is really complaining. Eat fish. I'm not hungry. Naruto Uzumaki stared at the fire without raising his head or opening his eyes. His stomach was rumbling, but he didn't pick up Minato's grilled sea fish. Are you gassing? Namikaze Minato didn't say anything, just shoved the fish into his son's hands. Naruto cried. He has been crying a lot lately, and the tears flowed down when they said they were flowing. Baidu Interesting Academy. The father and son sat next to the fire next to each other. The jumping flames reflected Yuhi all over their bodies, and their golden hair was like two little suns. I've seen senior brother. Brother. Well, his name is Uzumaki Nagato. Naruto briefly explained the matter, and the more he said it, the more bitter he felt. Dad and master are both liars. Hope was delivered to me and I didn't know how to do it. Quote. Son, you have to be strong. What is being strong? Uzumaki raised his head with blurry eyes. Am I not strong enough? If I wasn't strong enough, I would have died. But what's the use of being strong? Big drops of tears slid down the small face full of sadness. Namikaze Minato's heart pumped together, and he wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know where to start. A cold sea breeze blew past, and the father and son slapped one on the head. Boom. Boom. You two idiots. Kushina. Mom. Aren't you happy to see me, to show such an expression? What's wrong with you, Mom? Naruto stretched out his hand in a daze, fearful that he wanted to touch it but didn't dare, for fear that his mother would be lost if he touched it. Kushina looked at the two men with a funny look. It's the help of the Stinky Fox gang. With their support, I can come out and beat you guys. Kurama. Don't be so strange, your mother is a former Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, column force anyway. Chakra is born with it, and borrowing from each other is not a troublesome thing. Little idiot, your mother is very, very interested. Oh, you say so, Minato. Of course you are very interested. Fourth Hokage scratched his head and smiled twice. In front of Kushina, he would never be able to put on airs. Uzumaki Naruto looked at his father speechlessly, then turned to look at his mother. The genders of the two were definitely reversed. Hulula is not a bang-bang flame, reflecting a happy family. Minato of impure world reincarnation. Chakra materialized Kushina. Plus Uzumaki Naruto this fool. My daddy, our child seems to be in trouble. Kushina took Minato's grilled fish, threw it to the side, and put on a new one to bake. It's been so many years that I haven't gotten any better. It's a shame my son can eat. It's also impossible. I can't compare with you. Son, your mother's cooking skills are very good. Stop talking about it's useless. Hurry up and appease our son. It's all your fault. Kushina glanced at Namikaze Minato angrily. If you listened to my words and took Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, away, it wouldn't be right. There will be trouble now. Little girl, you'd better be careful what you say. If you offend the old man, don't blame the old man for letting go. Stinky Fox, can't you come out and make trouble? Kushina angrily gave Naruto a fist. Do you know that disturbing family reunion is a very hateful behavior? Little girl, will the old man be afraid of being hated? But forget it, this time the old man won't tell you it's useless. Fourth Hokage, let the old man's other half out. The old man has something to tell him. The chakras of yin and yang meet in midair, and Yuhi makes a fire. Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, talks on it, and Naruto Minato is speechless below, until Kushina rebaked the fragrant sea fish, and the two of them didn't say a word. Little idiot, eat your stomach first. Your dad doesn't need it. He's in such an ugly state now. The roasted golden sea fish took it in his hands, and Naruto, who was belly gurgling and beating a drum, bit his mouth hard, and his hot tongue was blistered. So hot, so fragrant, so delicious. Little idiot, you can't be careful, you're all stupid with your father. Kushina couldn't help but smile as he remembered the first time Minato ate his own food. Minato looked at his wife's happy smile and couldn't help but hug her into his arms. After many years, the couple who got together again cuddled with each other. Naruto, who was eating grilled fish, was silent and raised his head to look at Kyuubi, Ninetales, in midair. Two Kurama's real brothers. Damn boy, stop thinking about it. Young, is this your host? Don't speak so yin and yang. Yin, your temper is really bad. Where do you think you can get better? Naruto's head hurts and he looks left and right. Two foxes in the sea of consciousness are desperately pinching each other. The yellowish on the left, the dark Yuhi on the right. They can't bite and roar. Their tails are like street gangsters, they were drawn together like a gang fight. Dingguang is a violent hammer. Uzumaki Naruto sparred out. Are they two doing magic? I went to bed and finished the code at 3:30. The brothers and sisters were happy. Text chapter 363_cowardly and rationally madly intertwined heart. This is the real me, and the real me is this bird. Liamong exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the birdman sitting on the opposite side with his legs stretched. Liamong in blue jeans yawned and took off his flat mirror. Whatever you say, you or me, I am you. Don't talk to brother about the only son. No matter how bad brother is, he won't be reduced to your level. Look at you, like you haven't slept in 800 years. Your melancholy eyes, that decadent temperament, how do you look at you? Like pick up rags on the street. Jeans Rowden pinned the flat mirror to his chest, raised his chin and made a joke. Recognize yourself. In fact, we're slackers, can lie down or not sit, can sit if you don't stand. You have to find something to lean on when you are standing, and the matter is already hanging up high. Isn't this the most realistic portrayal of you and me? Quote. Looks like, probably, like, maybe, like this. Liamong nodded his head several times, and suddenly hugged his true self. Do you like money? Of course. Do you like pretty girls? Certainly. Then what else do you like? Of course I'm sleeping. Real Liamong yawned again. The breeze blows across Penghu Bay, and the white waves stand on the beach. Do you still remember this tune? Ha ha ha, how can I forget this? The breeze blows across Penghu Bay, the white waves stand on the beach, and in the days when there is no little girl, I am lonely and lonely. We are not alone now, brother, I have something I want to ask you. Tears dripping from her milky white eyes, Hinata stared at herself crying in surprise. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Are you the real me? Crying and shedding tears all the time, Hinata, who came out of the real waterfall, has a small face covered with tears. I don't believe it. I'm crying all the time. I'm hesitating all the time. It's you and me who can't find the real support. No, it won't. Hinata shook her head vigorously. I still have a brother. Brother. But apart from him, what else do you have, and what do I have? Our Hyuga family doesn't need a waste like her. Just look at your heart, just like these tears, you have never hated them. The crying Hinata suddenly raised her face, and a flame of anger ignited under Iwa's rainy face. The little secretary Hinata was frightened. How are you? Look, you are weak again, can't you even recognize yourself? We have hatred in our hearts. No, it's enough for me to have my brother. How long do you want to hide? Have you ever looked into your heart? The crying Hinata choked and cried, bloodshot in her milky white pupils. The little secretary Hinata was startled. You. Forever fragile heart, forever sad soul, it is because of you that I can never let go of these endless tears. Now, you are running away again, don't you dare to admit your true self. Hyuga Hinata. Me. Hinata's little secretary uneasily pulled at the front of her shirt, looked at herself who was questioning loudly, and stumbled back 2 steps. Hate, do I have hate in my heart? Who do you hate, your father, or those who have bullied you? No need, I just need my brother. What are you laughing at? What's your posture? You want to beat me, or kill me? Hinata of Real Waterfall looked at the little secretary who spread his hands and got angry. This move is my own decision. Standing here is my own will. Before, I could only cry, and I would give up many times in the early days. You should know that too, right? Hinata stroked the perfect circle with both hands, until it swayed to both sides like a swan. My brother is always striving to move forward for us, and I also want to stand by my brother's side forever. So whenever I have to take even one step forward. Quote. The suddenly opened Byakugan shot out two firm determinations, and Hinata launched a challenge in a tender voice. The real me, or the cowardly me, can you understand this will? I have never run away from my heart. I put all my hopes on my brother. Let's fight. The two golden-faced and black-boned iron fans slammed back and forth, colliding with each other, and the soldiers crashed into each other, splashing a large amount of sparks. Tamari to Tamari, Tamari to Tamari. You say you are the real me, but I don't believe it. What this waterfall really reflects is not the so-called truth, but the other side of the heart. People always have various impulses, but it makes people distinguish which impulses can be moved and which impulses cannot. You should be the thoughts that I suppress in my heart. It's a very smart and rational analysis, but can you really stay rational all the time? I don't like him. You should understand the meaning of this with your IQ. That is to say, you don't actually like that man in your heart, and you don't like him. Rotten wood shimmers. What does that matter? Tamari waved the Samsung fan indifferently, fighting with the so-called true self. I don't like him, but I love him. You are not me, so you don't understand. We are all one. What am I not understanding? The 3-star fan collided with two clangs, and the 3-star fan unfolded, and the lilac robe fluttered as the hula Lakama Itachi fluttered. Tamari looked at the opposite and smiled. Although we are one, we are actually two minds. This waterfall will be originally one. My heart, showing both positive and negative sides. You are me and not me. Forget it. This battle is really boring. Let's end you here. Quote. Futon, wind style, wind killing Murray. Fake, or a suppressed heart. You have been suppressed by me all the time. What ability do you have to resist me? The icy hurricane shattered the false reality, and before it dissipated, Tamari let out a roar of resentment. I'll be back. I'm in the depths of our hearts and you'll never be able to destroy me. The 3-star fan that clattered and slammed into the ground. Tamari stroked her hair charmingly. The existence of the negative side. It is impossible for people to destroy themselves. I just need to keep suppressing you. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. The golden white fireballs and the jet black shuriken collided with each other under the interweaving flames. Enko looked at himself with the curse marks all over his body, and pursed his thin lips charmingly. This is the so-called truth. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a crazy woman. Isn't it the same as calling me a mad woman? Our lives are full of betrayal and conspiracy. Why don't we take revenge? Why don't we go with the master? Brothers and sisters are happy to see, and Union continues to work hard and take aim. Text chapter 364 Dreams are like moths to fire. I thought you were me, now it seems you are not me. Enko held back the kunai to block the attack, and raised his cuff to release the poisonous snake. More than a dozen flower Madara pythons bit together, entangled, and strangled, unspeakably disgusting and strange. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Enko, who came out of the real waterfall, was swimming with purple-black curse marks all over his body, and his almost black pupils were full of resentment. Enko sneered at her, unmoved by the other's provocation. I have my perseverance. I have my consciousness. What's the use of you saying this? I am you, you are me, why choose to forget? No, Enko snorted coldly after flying the shuriken again. I have never forgotten, and it is because I have not forgotten that I can see more clearly. The jingling shuriken collided with each other and kept falling. The splashing water, the broken green grass, and the small island 2 meters in diameter in the middle of the lake were all tied into hedgehogs in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru is important to me, but the village is more important than him. Then why did you choose to leave? Because I know the truth of the matter and the falsehood of the past. Enko's silver kiba clenched and stared at the other self. Don't try to reverse the order. Maybe knowing this in advance, I will choose to go with Orochimaru, but at that time I didn't clear. Are you guys trying to break my mind? I am you, how can you say that you can't break through? Idiot, we don't have any secrets, why do you have to hide it? Anko sneered and shot out the kunai in his hands forming fingerprints like flowers and butterflies. Noonwei has Chen Sun Ugly Yin. Kaden, Fire Style, Fire Dragon, Fire Bullet. The collision, the explosion, the addition of fists and feet, the two similar figures hit the sparks, and the lake water splashed. Interesting Academy first release. There is light and darkness in people's hearts. Either the light overwhelms the darkness, or the darkness overwhelms the light. As the dark side of your heart, do you also want to have a bright future? Go and dream. Since you know it all, why do you still choose? Anko, who walked out of the real waterfall, filled his chest with resentment and pulled out the ninja sword. Anko, who was also pulling the knife, slightly raised his mouth and sighed, because I have love in my heart. How can you, who are driven by resentment, understand this? 8 trigrams 64 palms. The hands that collided continuously, burst out the chakra-light patterns visible to the naked eye. Hinata to Hinata, Byakugan to Byakugan, two little girls stared at each other and fought together, one with a smile, the other with tears, one confident and strong, the other weak and sad. You or me, I am you. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. The two groups of azure eddy currents that collided violently, collided with the rubbing tone of the tire and the ground when breaking suddenly. The two girls with the same appearance but completely different temperaments spun and collided, until their hands met and their eyes met. I'm sorry. Hinata smiled and burst into tears. I'm really sorry to make you carry this, but for my brother, I have to win. Is he that important to you? Another Hinata opened his eyes angrily. The little secretary smiled. He's everything to me. Slowly Lin Feng brushed across the flat ground in the middle of the lakeshore. Yamato Tianzang frowned at the time. Don't be nervous, Kumogakure explained, folding his arms. They're talking to the other selves in their minds, we'll just wait here. Is there really no problem with this waterfall? Yamato Tianzang asked again. The war is imminent, and every combat power cannot be lost, in case there is any accident. Kumogakure shook his head. It's not the waterfall that has the problem, it's the human heart. People's minds are always complicated and changeable, and different people come here and get different answers. Because everyone's heart is different. In the same way, many people don't know what their true self looks like for a lifetime. Quote. Have you practiced here? Yamashiro Aoba pushed the small black sunglasses. Ji was stunned for a while. Naturally, I have practiced, but I have never been successful. You failed. Yes. He sighed in disappointment. I have never defeated another self. My heart has long been incomplete. Don't ask. Yamato stretched out his hand to stop Shancheng, who still wanted to talk, and slowly shook his head. It's better not to do this kind of inquiring about other people's. That's right. He asked suddenly, as if remembering something. What about your Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, column force? According to the agreement, this time should be. I'm sorry, although I have contacted Mount Myoboku through contact frogs many times, those frogs always shirk, saying that it is not time. This is not in line with our previous agreement. I will report this matter to Lord Raikage, and please forgive me. Ji carefully looked at Yamato Yamashiro and made a blunt reminder. Yamato Tenzo smiled awkwardly. It's our fault, but the toads at Mount Myoboku are really difficult to get along with. Don't bother us again, the little devil will go back when it's time to go back. Why are you annoying when you are old? Why are you more irritable than our toads? What happened to Naruto over there? Daddy, Mommy. The warm dinner came to an end with the last grilled fish stuffed into his belly, and Uzumaki Naruto burped contentedly. Kushina smiled happily and Namikaze Minato folded his hands together. Son, we must have a good talk. What are you talking about? Naruto threw the leftover fish bones into the fire. Namikaze Minato looked at Kushina in his arms. took a deep breath and said, "About the village and your future." "My future? What future do I have? Do I still have a future?" Naruto looked at the fire with lost eyes. The fish bones thrown in earlier had turned into charcoal. "I have worked hard, I have tried, I have struggled." "Then try again. If you don't try, you will definitely fail, but as long as you strengthen your beliefs, you will surely succeed." "Did you succeed?" Naruto turned his head with complicated eyes and looked at his father who was hugging his mother. Kushina smiled softly. "Of course it did, your father is the fourth Hokage." "But, how long have you been a father?" Naruto looked at the burnt fish bones in the fire, and felt that his dream was flying towards the moth to the fire. "Go to sleep and continue, brothers and sisters watching happily. The cloud worked hard, but it didn't last night, so I got a good night's sleep." Text chapter 365 break the confused heart. My surname is Uzumaki, not Namikaze, and I have an inseparable relationship with this withered country. The first boss of the interesting academy asked me to come here to find the answer. I thought the answer was under the ruins. But after listening to my mother, I found myself unable to love the country either. Quote. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the fire with a bitter look on his face. Dad, mother, son has been searching for the meaning of his existence. I thought I found it, but now I find that it's all false. I'm like that rootless float. Ping, will never find her own roots. Quote. The picture scrolls of the past continue to flow through my heart, and they are broken into bubbles. Everyone has a meaning of existence. What about me? What is the meaning of my Uzumaki Naruto existence? Kushina opened her mouth and turned to look at Namikaze Minato, at a loss for her son asking such a profound question. Little son, can you understand what he is saying? This. They are so interesting. No, I can't take it anymore. Senju Hashirama looked at the family of three beside the fire, banging his head into the ground, his legs swaying like a bastard for a long time, and finally pulled himself out. Senju Tobarama sat on the stone Jinchuriki column and covered his face, not knowing whether it was shameful or helpless. Hashirama, who pulled his head out, laughed loudly and patted his belly, thumping and thumping. Your family is so interesting. The son is not like the son, the father is not like the father, the mother is not like the mother. Brother, can you be more serious? Am I not serious? I'm Senju Hashirama. Uncle. Namikaze Minato turned his head and shouted, and after contacting him in a short time, he also felt a headache for this powerful senior. This guy always came up with something inexplicable. Little devil, can't you find the meaning of your existence? The old man can tell you. Shodai, first, Sama. Don't mention these two words. Senju Hashirama raised his hand to correct like a traffic policeman. I want to call my ancestor, or grandpa. That old, too, grandpa. It's so good. Senju Hashirama nodded with satisfaction, and put his arms around Naruto's shoulders. Come on, let the ancestors tell you how to solve your confusion. I was also confused by your ancestors, so I established a relationship with Madara. Konoha, do you have someone you cherish? Uzumaki Naruto blinked blankly, first nodded, then shook his head. Senju Hashirama wondered, is it there or not? Yes, but they. Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, Teacher Uruka, Uncle Ichiraku, familiar names came to mind. Naruto bowed his head bitterly. I have people I cherish, but those I cherish don't cherish me. That's like they proved. Senju Hashirama patted Naruto on the shoulder vigorously. Little devil, you are not accepted because you are not strong enough. Learn from us, only the strong will be convinced and thus accepted by others. Respect. They stay away from you and avoid you because you are in trouble, and you must understand these. Since you cherish them, you cannot hurt them, and it is the most correct choice not to meet until you have the power to protect them. Senju Hashirama said to Naruto seriously, this way, it's good for you and them. Is that so? Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at Hashirama, and these words seemed familiar, as if his friends had also said, is it really because I'm not strong enough? Little devil, in this world, only the strong can dominate everything. This is the lesson that my ancestors learned with blood. You can't repeat our old ways. As a descendant of the Uzumaki family, you are obliged to revive this country. You want me to revive the kingdom of Vortex? Naruto looked at Hashirama in astonishment, not expecting to get such an important task out of thin air. Senju Hashirama said affirmatively, yes, since you are confused, why don't you bravely fight the thorns? The people who have fled to all parts of the world are waiting for your call. They need your help, need your protection. Be strong, little devil. Only then can you use your power to protect everything you hold dear. Protect everything I hold dear. Naruto stared blankly at Hashirama for a long time, looking at this man known as the god of ninjas, and gradually there was a hint of enlightenment in his heart. Seeing that Naruto didn't speak for a long time, Kushina wanted to say something, but was stopped by Minato. Little son. The son has grown up, let him choose for himself. Choose what? All kinds of mixed thoughts, all kinds of bitter or sweet memories, good, bad, bitter, sweet, sour, beautiful, one after another, one by one, passing through my heart like running water. The confused teenager gradually found a glimmer of light. Little devil, do you understand? Senju Hashirama stood in the wind with his arms crossed, and the bonfire reflected Yuhi's already Philippine armor. Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly, Grandpa, I want to become stronger. Ha ha ha, the old man really did not see you wrong, you are more worthy of support than your father. A slap to the forehead one after another, the heroic laughter cut through the night. Senju Hashirama had had enough, and suddenly said to Naruto very seriously, being stronger is not something you can talk about, but for you, it is very simple, there are 4 of us, 4 of us, 4 of ghosts, 4 of grace, Allah, there are 4 of us who don't know what it is. Minato. Kushina. Tobirama. The senior is talking nonsense again. What do you mean by not knowing what it is? Dude, he's such an idiot. Hey, what are you looking at me for with those weird eyes, am I wrong? We're people, no, ghosts, no, things. Big brother. Senior. Minato, don't pull me, I'm going to fuck him. Kushina, don't be impulsive. Namikaze Minato hugged his wife who was punching and kicking, looking at the fire with a bitter face. Senju Hashirama was startled and made an X. It's been a long time since I saw the ninja in Uzushiogakure village get angry. Little girl, you are very similar to Mito. Ms. Mito. Ha ha ha, Mito was just like you when he was young. Senju Hashirama looked at Kushina, who had regained her tenderness, and warm memories flashed in her eyes. It's time to find her now, little devil, my brother and I are both strong men standing at the peak of the ninja world. Of course, your ancestor I am the strongest, Tobirama is worse than me. Your father the strength is not bad, and in the end your mother is also not easy. With the help of the 4 of us, even an idiot will become stronger. Now, I need to ask you one last thing. Have you become stronger? There are still at least 3 chapters today, brothers and sisters are happy to read. Text chapter 366_ have to make them obedient. Brother, you are my brother, can you not bother me? In front of the real waterfall, another Liuman covered his forehead speechlessly. Baidu Interesting Academy. Liamong stepped up and gave him a kick. Don't play dead crabs there, get up and work quickly, I need your help. Brother, you are my eldest brother. I can't even be your uncle. Lu Meng urged impatiently, I am a diligent man, how can you have such a lazy heart? Please, you don't have time to be lazy now, okay? If you have time, you have to be more lazy than me. Don't talk nonsense. Liamong was at a loss, hurry up and start the fight, it's rare to have a guy like you to accompany you, so you don't have to take care of many things. My eldest brother, how many times have you done this? Do you count the lines yourself? I'm getting bored to death by you. Can you spare me? I said, why are you so inked? We were originally 1, and if you don't do anything at this time, who will contribute? Brother, my eldest brother, it's fine without you, why do you have to pull me? I beg you, hurry up and leave. Another Liuman said as he was about to return to the waterfall. Liamong standing on the island raised 2 fingers. I count 3, 1, 2. The fist that was suddenly swung collided with the raised knee when it was about to reach the chest, and the slacker burst into tears. Didn't you say 3? Why did you start the fight with 1 more point? Didn't you hear it? Liamong grinned. That's right, I counted it in my heart. You are so shameless you. Stop talking nonsense and get to work quickly. In the morning shot through the window towards the head of the bed, Enko pushed open the door, looked at the kitchen and asked, the stinky boy went to find another him. The little secretary stood by the pot and wiped his hands. Brother said to hurry up and practice. Interesting Academy is the first release. What the hell is there to practice? Enko pouted with his back to the door, and somehow remembered Orochimaru. Is that guy really dead? Thunder, Kumogakure, and 2 Anbu Bangdang pushed open the door. Lord Rakage, discover the Akatsuki base. Send the information to the Mizukage chick. What does this information tell me? Ah yes. Looking at the 2 men who disappeared and left, the 4th generation Rakage slammed the table with a headache. The coalition still does not trust each other, not only in our village, but also in other villages. This is impossible. Azubuye rolled his eyes and smashed the cracked tabletop. There is a deep hatred between the hidden villages belonging to the 5 great powers. We and Konoha, Sunagakure and Iwagakure and Kurigakure and S, really want in terms of relationship. I am afraid that there is no better relationship between the 2. Even Sunagakure and Konoha, who were allied before, didn't have a war during the Chunin exam. Quote. These old masters all know. I flipped through the 2 documents in annoyance and threw them back. The coalition forces are not in harmony, so the combat power cannot be integrated. This time, we are facing old monsters like Uchiha Madara. Gotta figure something out. In the dark limestone cave, 2 figures walked in front of each other, and the crystal water droplets slipped down from time to time. Suddenly, the figure walking behind said, Wait, leave Kyubi, 9 tails, to me. What do you want to do? The figure walking in front paused slightly. The shadowy figure behind him laughed bitterly, and the whole cave was chilling. We just cooperated, and the way we reached the cooperation was not very friendly. In order to enhance the cooperative relationship between us and strengthen trust, this is the best opportunity. And next to Kyubi, 9 tails, Jinchuriki column, there is a 1st generation replica named Yamato Tenzo, which is also the test object I want. If it really doesn't work, the one here can also divide the body. Give me some. I think you won't be too stingy. You know quite a bit. That Orochimaru guy secretly investigated. No way, adults have to guard against people like you, don't you think? With a cold snort, the figure walking in front lowered his gaze. Looking at each other for a long time, the figure behind said, according to the intelligence that the ghost shark has exchanged for his life, this coalition can be roughly divided into 5 major, 5 small, 10 countries, and march from 8 directions at the same time. Compared with ours, our combat effectiveness is serious. Not enough, but since you dare to declare war in public, you must have certainty, and this certainty should be absolute. Quote. Sometimes it's not a good thing to know too much. Haha, don't scare me. Relying on the information of the master in my hand, plus the research results inherited from Master Orochimaru, I can add more strength to your combat power. I dare not say that my strength is doubled, but more than 30% to 50% is no problem. Quote. Conditions. The conditions will wait for you to show me the content. Taking a deep look at the partner who was holding the winning ticket, the shadow in front turned and continued to walk deep into the cave. The time was not long. The 2 entered the depths of the underground one after the other, pushed open the secret door, and the figure walking behind was shocked. This is Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, sitting cross-legged on a huge flower-shaped platform, bites the horizontal wooden hand with shackles, and the fork that protrudes down from the belly the iron rod does not know where it leads. Follow me, what you're looking for is below. Looking back at the shocked partner, the figure walking in front walked towards the edge of the giant flower-shaped platform. Ellipsis. Leaning over and looking down, a shocking name came to mind. This is Senju Hashirama. Yes. It's impossible. Don't be too surprised, it's just the product of the guy's cell that he got from that battle after being nurtured. It's not conscious. In fact, what I'm going to show you is still below. Still. Ha ha ha, as expected of a legendary figure, I am very, very looking forward to the surprise you bring to me. Tell me, what should I do? In the Kumogakure conference room, Yi glanced around for a week with her arms in her arms. The eyes of the 6 people who were invited here exchanged a few times, and the old man Tsuchikage spoke first. Forming a coalition is not an easy thing to do. With the relationship between us, it is not easy to integrate reluctantly. If we want to work together, it is impossible. Quote. 2-day-old man, can you stop talking nonsense? Kid Rakage, this old man is telling the truth. How can the hatred between villages be resolved so easily? Even if the enemy is present, it is impossible to just let it go. I didn't let them go. After this war, I can't control their heads. But now, they have to obey me. Must, understand. The cloud will update the book first, then come back and update 2 chapters. The last chapter may be late, so you can read it in the morning. The next chapter is estimated to be before the point. Adjusting the time is very tiring, physically and mentally exhausted. Text chapter 367_ an unresolved blood feud. Lord Rakage, please don't get angry. Getting angry at this time won't solve any problems. Interesting academy. Then what do you say? Yi roared angrily. The general of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune, who stopped him by speaking out, lowered his gaze and looked at the other leaders in the meeting. Onoki, the 3rd-generation Tsuchikage for 2 days, was speechless. The 6th-generation Hokage Might Guy sat there with Kiba. The 5th-generation Kazekage slightly wrinkled his panda eyes and didn't know what to think. The 5th-generation Mizukage Terumi may simply yawn there, and the rest of Senju Tsunade posed a pair of vices. It doesn't matter to me, I can anger someone alive. Everyone, the matter of the coalition is very important. If you have any opinions, don't hide it. General Mifune, it's not that we are hiding this matter, but there is no way to solve it. Terumi May sighed faintly. The hatred between our hidden villages can be traced back to before the establishment of the village. The blood feud that has been passed down from generation to generation, how can it be ignored? If nothing else, the feud between the 2nd-generation Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village and the 2nd-generation Mizukage of Kurigakure village cannot be resolved. This is still high level, and there are more ninjas at the bottom. Mizukage chick, what are you doing? Why don't you say Konoha and Sunagakure? Our village did something inappropriate in the Chunin exam, but we have already compensated Konoha. Gaara glanced at the 3rd-generation Tsuchikage lightly, so don't mention these things, and the integration of combat power is the most important thing right now. Things. Kazekage kid, you want to unify your combat power without breaking things down, do you think it's possible? Gaara chokes a few words, and Onoki's stubborn temper reappears. When it comes to feuding, Sunagakure and Iwagakure are equally many, and even 3 points more than Kurigakure. The head of the general of the country of Iron heard again, everyone, calm down, please keep calm, business matters. Let me give an opinion. Senju Tsunade looked around and bit his fingertips and said, break up all the squads and reorganize them, so that they can run in for a while. No way. The old man Tsuchikage blew his beard furiously and said, don't even think about it. Princess Slug from the interesting college, break up the village teams and regroup. You can think of it, you want them to stab each other in the back. Asshole. Senju Tsunade slapped the table angrily, if you don't even have that bit of trust, and you're still forming a coalition, why don't you just let the fire go away? You don't have to spend the whole day in this ink, and you don't do anything serious and talk about it. I think it's a good proposal. Terumi May glanced at Tsunade who was angry. Integrating the coalition will help ninjas in each village build initial trust. Although it can't completely eliminate hatred, it can be effectively prevented. I agree, too. Gaara thought about opening her mouth in support. In that case, we at Konoha also voted for it. What about you? Mifune watched Mizukage Kazekage Hokage's statement one after another, and turned his attention to the remaining two. The fourth generation of Reikage Yayui, the third generation of Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoki. One was stubborn, the other was irritable, and the two nodded their heads in thought. Since there is no other good way, this is the only way. How about you, Lord Tsuchikage? Do you have anything to add? 2 days later, Onoki blew his beard and squinted at Reikage for the fourth generation. I have no other opinion, I just hope that some people will restrain their subordinates so as to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Better look after your own people first. 2. Mifune stretched out his hand again, depressed and vomiting blood. Since everyone agrees, please hurry up to integrate, form an organizational system as soon as possible, and improve your combat power as soon as possible. I hope you all give up your heart. We Konoha definitely have no problem. Might Guy showed the big board. Kiba took the lead. Neither does Sunagakure. Gaara nodded. Kurigakure too. Terumi May smiled. I will restrain my subordinates. Yayui glanced at Onoki. As long as others don't do it first, we at Iwagakure will be fine. Then, the matter is settled like this, and the notice will be issued immediately. After the announcement that the Union Army was going to break up the squad and reorganize was posted, the teams in the hidden villages were all in an uproar. A ninja from the village of Iwagakure gave up at that time. What? Let's work with those water rats instead of killing me. What did you say? What's wrong with me saying you're water mice? Iwagakure rolled up his sleeves when he saw Kurigakure yelling at himself. Seeing that the two of them wanted to do something, the two village ninja hula gathered together. Sunagakure ninja who found something wrong next to him quickly dissuaded him. Don't be impulsive, we are a coalition now. Go to the coalition forces that he has. They killed Lao Su's father by their Kurigakure. It is impossible for Lao Su to form a team with them in the next life. If you call your father when you die, what about my mother when I die? My brother and my sister are also dead. Kill these guys. Yes, fuck them. The gunpowder cartridge is lit at one point, and in the hostile villages, which family has no blood debt, it's okay not to mention it, and the nest will explode as soon as it is brought up. Shuriken, kunai, and shinobi, although they did not dare to say hello to death, they still saw blood in the blink of an eye. What are you all doing? The yellow sand that suddenly appeared poured into the crowd, and all the ninjas who were tearing up stopped their hands, and those who didn't want to stop were also held in place by the sand. Lord Kazekage is the doll leader of Sunagakure village. Che, such a small shadow looks unreliable. Hearing that he is also the leader of the fighting force, being commanded by such a person really makes people lack confidence. Young and inexperienced, the battlefield is not like a child playing a house. If you follow such a person, you will die. That is. Quiet. Gaara raised his chakra to amplify his voice, suppressing the discussions of the ninjas in the hidden villages. I know how much you are dissatisfied with me being the leader of the battle force, and I also know that there is blood hatred between you. However, on this occasion in times of crisis, please put down your hatred and focus on the overall situation. Quote. It's easy to say, you haven't died of your parents and wife, and hatred can be forgotten by opening your mouth. Children, hurry home and get some milk. The battlefield is not something you can play at your age. Why do you want us to give up our hatred? Why? Just because I'm a human Jinchuriki column force. Gaara blurted out a word, and the bottom genin fell silent. There is another chapter. Everyone, let's get up tomorrow morning. The cloud code is set at 6 o'clock. I overslept this afternoon, so sorry, should be back tomorrow. Text chapter 368 Gaara's appeal. Human Jinchuriki column force. Is this young shadow the force of Jinchuiki column? Gaara blurted out a word, and all the ninjas below were shocked. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. One present does not know what the Jinchuriki column force is. If they feel sad because of the loss of their parents and relatives, then the human force itself is the sadness of sadness, and their sadness is still understood by others, but the sadness of human force can only be compensated by themselves. Loneliness, fear, hatred, all bad words can be found in Jinchuriki column force. Gaara stood on the high platform and waved away the yellow sand, looked at everyone and said, "For our own country, for our own village, the ninja world has gone through 3 wars. We hurt each other, hate each other, and these hatreds make human beings fight against each other. Strength was admired and ultimately led to my birth." Quote. I used to be a person driven by the hatred of power. Jinchuriki column power. I hate this world, and everyone in this world. The biggest wish is to destroy it all, just like Akatsuki now. However, there was a great being who saved me. Maybe the word great is not the right word for him, but please forgive me for not being able to find other words to describe it. Cut, that guy can also be called great. Kankuro looked at his younger brother who was giving a speech on the high platform, and the image of a dazzling fuck could not help but emerge in his mind. Great, come on. Gaara's speech continues. This great existence did not despise me because of my identity as a Jinchuriki column force, nor did he get rid of me because I had murderous intentions towards him. He told me that people must be tolerant and know how to cherish and care for yourself and the people who care for yourself. It was him who made me get out of the curse of Jinchuriki column force. Now, I also hope that everyone can be like me. Gaara said with a sudden increase in tone. Akatsuki's purpose is to destroy the whole world, and their success means our death. Heihei168.com. There are no enemies here now, because everyone is suffering from Akatsuki's pain, and now there should be no more Konoha, Kumogakure, Kurigakure, or Sunagakure, Iwagakure. There are only us ninjas. If you still can't forgive Sunagakure, then take my head after the war. I am willing to use my body to resolve this blood feud that is getting deeper and deeper. The crowd below was shocked. As ninjas, we should not only remember hatred for each other, but we should also remember hope. Akatsuki is the enemy of the whole world, and they try to subvert everything. I am young and have little experience. I can't resist Akatsuki's attack at all. So, I need everyone's strength, and I want everyone's help. As long as we are united, nothing can defeat us. Akatsuki will be the past, and we must welcome the good tomorrow. That kid said it well. Are we underestimating him? Mr. Gaara. Helping him is also helping ourselves. If the world is gone, what kind of hatred is there? Everyone's expressions are changing. Has my brother succeeded? Kankuro looked at Gaara, who was calling loudly on the high platform, and raised his arms abruptly. Destroy Akatsuki and we'll meet tomorrow. Destroy Akatsuki. Kill those bastards. We are invincible. Now, please raise your right hands, raise your fists, and say no to Akatsuki who is destroying the world. Do not. Do not. Do not. Gaara, you are amazing. Kankuro waved his arms in relief, feeling deeply proud of his younger brother. Senju Tsunade, who was standing by the window, yawned at the shouting crowd outside. It's over, I'll leave it to you next. The Slug Princess. It's better to thank the kid outside. Senju Tsunade turned his head and looked out the window again. I'm just making an idea, it's that kid who really benefits. He's a lot stronger than you guys. Humph. If I change the old man, I will definitely do better than him. 2-day old man, how shameless are you? Rakage of the 4th generation pouted and sneered. Just stand outside with your old arms and legs, those ninjas will listen to you. Kid Rakage, they don't listen to the old man, can they listen to you? 2, please stop arguing. The 3 boats and 1 head and Gwazi and the 2 stopped again. Since Lord Kazekage has successfully integrated the coalition, then we must study the problem of regrouping. Everything is difficult at the beginning, please be careful. And be careful, don't destroy the hard-won results. Kurigakure agrees to open the database. Terumi-Mei rolled her eyes at Mifune and took the lead in taking the initiative to retreat. Might Guy lit up and Kiba tinkled. Konoha agrees too. These two bastards. Onoki's old face twitched and his cheeks twitched, and he immediately guessed what Terumi-Mei and Might Guy were fighting. Kurigakure and Konoha were badly injured due to pain's attack, and their strength was drastically reduced. At this time, the database is opened, and the good ones are based on the overall situation, and the bad ones are just trying to get a bargain. Anyway, we are all like that. It is better to change the data for data. At that time, it will only be the Iwagakure Kumogakure 2 who will keep you all intact, and you will not be pitted. Trying to understand the joints, old man Tsuchikage's forehead is about to explode. But the words of refusal can't be said, the righteousness is there, and at this time, no matter how disgusting it is, I have to swallow it. We Iwagakure agreed too. Rakage boy, how about you? I'm fine. Who are you, Lao Su? On a large pot of black threads, the general of the Kingdom of Iron had the urge to slash people with his sword. Can these two guys have a day without quarreling? Since the establishment of the coalition, there has been a big quarrel for 3 days and a small quarrel a day, and there is never a time when they are not quarreling. God, let's kill them with a thunderbolt. Gaara's speech successfully led to the mixed reorganization of the allied forces of the ninja world. The leaders of the hidden villages, who knew that the matter was urgent, did not dare to delay, and they brought information as quickly as possible. This group is not good. Kumogakure's father died at the hands of Kurigakure, so there will be conflicts in this group. Then take him out and come in with a non-contradictory one. Damn, why are these guys either dead father or dead mother? Look at this, the whole family, young and old, from the grandfather's generation to death in battle, until the grandchildren's generation, he's got it, and if I were him, I'd never finish with Sunagakure. Okay, don't talk anymore, hurry up. Points, I'll give you a duck egg. Are there any points for these things? Cloud went to sleep, so sleepy, and Meow Meow had to make up for 2 more hours during the day. Text chapter 369_Pursuit or Death Squad. The whole house was filled with piles of materials, and there was not even a place to stay in the house. The ninjas buried in the pile of materials were grouped with pain in their heads. Interesting academy, but these 2 generations of ninjas and 3 generations of subordinates, which family has no blood feud, and trying to find a balance in this complex relationship is not better than finding a needle in a haystack. Captain, I can't distinguish this Sunagakure. The middle-aged ninja with a man on his head pushed the information to the chief in charge, and the blue veins floating on his forehead collapsed. The person in charge took a look at it and was dumbfounded. Grandpa died in the hands of Konoha, Grandma died in the hands of Kurigakure, the youngest son was beheaded by Iwagakure, and his wife disappeared in Kumogakure. Transfer him to the logistics department, or throw him into the support force. The older ninja glanced slightly. Such a person is not stable anywhere, it is better to leave the front line. But the rear troops are also very important, in case nothing is wrong, and there is no other way to solve it now. It's important to finish the division. I heard that the Akatsuki base was found above, and an assault team should be organized to observe. Discovering Akatsuki so soon. The older ninja stroked his beard and sighed worriedly. If you find out, you will find it true and false. And even if it's true, it's not necessarily a good thing. Always have a fight. Spell. The older ninja glanced at the person in charge, thinking that it was right to take human life to fill it. But this is really impossible. War always kills people. Since it's an assault force, we must do a good job in reconnaissance. Pick someone from Konoha's Hyuga, Aburame, and Inazuka, and then find a perception ninja from Kurigakure to cooperate. Finally, leave the attacking force to the other 3, and Sunagakure pick a puppet master. Be stronger. Interesting academy. How is Konkuro? The ninja sitting on the left flipped through the puppet troop information and found the unlucky one at a glance. He's the older brother of 5 generations of Kazekage, choose him. Let Lord Konkuro go. The Sunagakure ninja in the room replied, at this time, no matter who you are or not, the ninjas in our village believe in their brothers. Lord Konkuro is very strong. Well, then Kumogakure should send Omoi there. He is the apprentice of Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force. Although he is a bit of a snarky, he is very powerful. It is good for attacking or defending. Where's Iwagakure? The person in charge looked up to the opposite side. Our village dispatched flying ninjas, and the pursuit troops lacked talents in this area, so we just complimented them. Well, since everyone has proposed candidates, please sort out the name information and send it to Lord Rakage later. Omoi, be careful. Why would I do such a thing? According to the laws of science, people will die. Brother, take care. Don't underestimate me, Gaara. Be careful. Don't worry, we're not as weak as you think. Standing at the entrance of the village and saying goodbye to their acquaintances, the assault team headed by Konkuro embarked on the journey. The fourth generation of Rakage squinted Gaara slightly, and his heart couldn't help but burst into admiration. Kazekage kid, aren't you afraid of something wrong with your brother? I trust him. Gaara turned to Onoki, a confident smile brighter than the sun. The old man Tsuchikage coughed twice, his twitching old face turning Yuhi. Deep in the underground cave, Yakushi Kabuto looked at the giant square filled with milky white figures and couldn't help but exclaimed. This is too profitable, when did you do it? It's also risky. The Madara, with a full coverage mask on his head, said solemnly, just making these almost exhausted the chakra of the tailed beasts in Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. I think reserve as much as possible. After all, if the resurrection of 10 tails is delayed, it means that my plan will be delayed. Quote. How many of these things are there? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, an unstoppable excitement rushing to his chest. Uchiha Madara waved his hand calmly. Probably 100,000. 100,000. Yakushi Kabuto was stunned, then laughed and said, is this your trump card? Complete the conditions you promised earlier. Uchiha Madara did not answer, and turned his eyes extremely cold. Besides, tell me the secrets of the impure world reincarnation technique, including how to cast and disarm. What if I refuse? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses again, and their eyes collided. Then not only will you not get what you want, but you will have to post it backwards. For example, Uchiha Madara's cold voice paused slightly, then continued with murderous intent, for example, your life. Ha ha ha, it seems that we really lack trust between us. Today's friends may become enemies tomorrow, and what is good for you may threaten me. But I promise you. Yakushi Kabuto hides his face in the Kabuto hat gloomily, and it is not time to fight Rinnegan, let him be happy first, and it is not too late to play the game of Wang Jian Wang after collecting enough information. Say the conditions of the spell and perform it here once. Here. Is there a problem? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. There are no living people here. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Madara with a smile. You should know that impure world reincarnation needs living people to make Matsuri products. Wait a minute. Uchiha Madara's expression didn't change and slowly disappeared, and after a while, he grabbed 2 living people and returned. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at him and tutted twice. It's really ruthless. My subordinates give up when they say they give up. Although they are only outsiders, but if you go on like this, you won't be afraid of them. These people are useless. Uchiha Madara bent down coldly, and twisted the neck of the person on the left. The conditions should be satisfied. Use your technique to kill this person I just killed. Call back. You're really cautious. Yakushi Kabuto raised his lips mockingly, took out a scroll from his cuff and opened it. Let me explain in advance that this technique is actually a kind of psychic technique. Accelerate, it's coming soon. Konkuro opened the map in midair and compared it twice. In the distance, an underground cave like a monster's mouth came into view. Let's go down. I woke up a little late this morning. Brothers and sisters, please forgive me. Recommend the book, Kyubi 9 Tails, Naruto of Hokage, a veteran author with guaranteed credibility and trustworthiness. Text chapter 370 _ the greatest invention in the world. Impure world reincarnation is a technique for summoning the souls of the dead from the pure world after death and returning them to the present world through the filth. Therefore, it requires a part of the body of the resurrected person, that is, a certain amount of flesh and blood. As Yakushi Kabuto spoke, he took out his kunai and stabbed the dead unfortunate in the chest. Uchiha Amadara stood silently watching. Yakushi Kabuto pressed the removed flesh and blood in the middle of the unfolded scroll. This is to obtain the DNA information of the resurrected, otherwise impure world reincarnation will not be possible. In addition, the soul is not there. The Pure Land world, that is, sealed in other places, also cannot be reincarnated. Quote. Kabuto paused slightly when he said this. Master Orochimaru once summoned the first and second generations of Hokage during the Chunin exam. At that time, the soul of the fourth generation of Hokage was taken away by the god of death. In order to successfully resurrect the fourth generation, the Lord spent a lot of time cutting the belly of the god of death. Guarantee the success of the surgery. Quote. That guy beat Reaper? Uchiha Amadara asked suspiciously. Yakushi Kabuto smiled. This is another piece of information. Let's talk about impure world reincarnation now. Because of the second generation Hokage and some other reasons, the impure world reincarnation of Orochimaru-sama was unlocked at that time. I tried it before, and the three summoned can't be called. 2. You mean the first generation, the second generation, and the fourth generation. This is very bad news, isn't it? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Madara, sadly, and Uchiha Amadara's face darkened. None of those three guys are easy to deal with, in case. HMPH, even if they were there, as long as the plan was successful, it wouldn't be a problem. Who else did you reincarnate? None of them are very important characters compared to the previous four. You have to know that collecting their flesh and blood is a lot of trouble. Because many people's corpses are badly decomposed, or just useless bones. Interesting. So, there are a lot of failed works. Look good, I'm going to start. The scroll placed on the ground surged with the chakra, and released a pattern like a bird's wings forward, and the dark ground in the center happened to enclose the Matsuri product. Uchiha Amadara narrowed his eyes slightly, one writing wheel and one reincarnation. Is this the spell of impure world reincarnation? Open your eyes and take a good look at the world's greatest invention. Wailing resounded through the sky with the launch of the Yakushi Kabuto forbidden technique, and countless filth spread over Matsuri's body like a glass piece. Struggling, screaming, wailing, dying, reincarnating. By the time the dust settled, Matsuri had already turned into the appearance of the resurrected. Yakushi Kabuto took out a kunai with a spell in his arms and walked over, explaining as he walked. This technique is definitely the most powerful technique in the ninja world today. It was originally created by the second generation Hokage and completed by Master Orochimaru. The greatest heritage in this world. Use this charm to restrain the personality and give orders, so that the reincarnated will regain their former abilities and become undead pawns. Quote. Yakushi Kabuto buried himself in pain and looked back and smiled. Even Sharingan, Rinnegan, such a rare Kekkei Genkai, will be preserved as is. But unfortunately, Uchiha Shisui's body cannot be found anyway. Although that guy Danzo has a right eye, it is a pity that the number of DNA too few. It will not meet the requirements of the surgery, otherwise. Don't be too greedy, Uchiha Amadara snorted coldly. Inexplicable flashes flashed in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes. Yeah, anyway, I have enough chess pieces in my hand, and one less of him doesn't have much impact. What's the price for such a useful technique? Uchiha Amadara asked the most wanted question. The more powerful the technique, the stronger the restrictions. This is almost the truth of the ninja world. Someone is coming from outside. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly turned his head to look at the way he came from. Madara, who also found it, snorted, just a few little bugs. Little bug, just let you see my collection, and let you appreciate impure world reincarnation more intuitively. Come out, my collection. Bang, 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 bang. Several coffins emerged from the ground, and several swaying figures came out. Seeing the faces of these people, Uchiha Madara, eyes shrank to the extreme. This is the 7 ninja blades. Well, it should be the 6 ninja blades. You should have seen them, right? Of course I have. Former owner of the big sword Shark Muscle, Sukazan Fubuki. Former holder of long knife needle, Kuriarer Kushimaru. Dull knife Kabuto Cuts. Former holder, Akabi no Jinin. X-Blast knife dropper, Munashi Jinpachi. Former holder of Thunder Blade Raikiba, Ringo Amayuri. The former holder of the double sword Flat Current Disc, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. There are only 6 knives here. Why don't you cut the peach land again? That guy is probably still alive. I haven't been able to find specific information. He once appeared in the snow country, and then disappeared. If you can't find it, you can't find it. It's just a small character. Where are their knives? Since you can find the body, there's no reason why you can't find the weapon. I'm sorry. Yakushi Kabuto shrugged helplessly. The only ninja knives I can find are long knives, suspicious needles, dull knives Kabuto cuts, and blasting knife droplets. Only 3. The big sword should be in Zaibujin's hands. The Thunder Sword is said to be owned by Kurosuke Kiba, and he and Zaibujin have both disappeared. The double sword Harami disc is in the hands of Mizukage's guard Chengjuro. As for the big sword and Shark Muscle, you know it even if you don't say it. Let me see the strength of these people. Uchiha didn't bother too much about this matter, and narrowed his eyes to look at the 6 reincarnators. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and waved them out of the cave. Kankuro, who was slowly touching the door, was covered in cold sweat, and the Hyuga tribesmen who came over said uneasy. Captain, let's retreat. That number of enemies is not something we can defeat. Everyone has come. You have to find out, and you said, they are not active, so they are not necessarily living creatures. But in case. Thinking of the terrifying images they had observed earlier, the Hyuga people who followed them couldn't help but numb their claws. How much is that? 90,000 or 100,000, if they. Watch out, someone's coming out. Swish swish, silhouettes of 6 paths jumped into the air in a row. The assault team's eyes widened in astonishment, and the Kurigakure ninja almost scared the soul away. They. Brothers and sisters are happy to see. He took a look, he was hit a little today, and he opened a new book. Text chapter 371 Broken Flower Pot, Ominous Omen. What happened to them? They are the 7 ninja swordsmen. Baidu Interesting Academy. The ninja who followed Kurigakure swallowed and looked around with indescribable fear. Being surrounded by such guys is a big problem this time. Why don't the 7 people who can't bear the sword of 7 people can't bear the sword of the 7 people? Won't it be over if you kill them? Shut up, you idiot. Although I don't think Kurigakure is happy, their reputation for 7 knives is real. Are they famous? Little devil, you are too young. The 7 knives of Kurigakure are quite terrifying in World War I, World War II, and World War III. Besides. Also, these 6 are the strongest among the 7 knives. The Kurigakure ninja shivered and stepped back, and Kankuro pressed his shoulders. Don't panic, be timid before you fight, this battle will end. No need to fight. 807. But. No but, take your courage and don't forget the promise before departure. Mizukage-sama, I will definitely not disappoint you. No matter what happens, I will bravely face it. 7 knives, Mizukage, 7 knives. Captain, I'm sorry. Come on, work hard, don't embarrass the Ninja Alliance. Kankuro patted the Kurigakure ninja on the shoulder again with encouragement. Tell me, since you are so afraid of them, you must know their information. The Kurigakure ninja gave a gracious voice and raised his voice to shout. Listen, everyone, these 6 people are not easy. Time is critical. I will start with the one with a knife in his hand, with long yellow thorn-like hair on the left side. wearing the guy with slender limbs in Anbu's mask is named Kuriarer Kushimaru. He holds a long knife, needle, in his hand and has the ability to pierce everything. When fighting with him, be careful with your feet. Besides, this guy is indistinguishable between us and enemies. What? The enemy is indistinguishable. Kurigaku's face was ashen and he continued to remind, the guy whose head is covered with bandages, one-eyed, hair and beard bundled in bundles is called Munashi Jinpachi. Be careful of the explosive droplets in his hand. That guy is the same enemy, known as the Ruthless Duo. Quote. Another enemy and I do not distinguish. Hey, I said Kurigaku, are there any normal ninjas in your village? I want to know that too. The Kurigaku ninja tugged at the collar and pointed to the third one. This guy's name is Akabi no Jinin. He is holding a blunt knife kabuto cut. Don't think about blocking his attack, the double cut of the knife can break all defenses. The rest, the three of you should be easier to deal with. The 7 ninja swordsmen who don't have big swords in their hands, that is, the slightly stronger elite Jonin. Really, boy, do you despise me so much? The figure that suddenly appeared behind him raised an index finger to his heart. Kurigaku, who turned his eyes to the back, was horrified. Ghost lamp full moon. Since you know me, you should know how stupid your words are. No. The art of water and iron cannons. The index finger on the back of the heart shot out a little fishy yuhi, and the assault team headed by Konkuro was stunned. What was that just now? It's definitely not an instant body technique. The instant body technique can't be so fast. Everyone, be careful. If I remember correctly, that guy used the hydration technique, the blood descendant born in the Ghost Lamp clan. Be careful of his fingers, it will also be fatal if you get hit. Yo, here's someone who knows the news that our Kurigaku information has been lost so badly. What a group of unsatisfactory juniors. Akabi no Jinin had a big axe in one hand and a hammer in the other, and his eyes stared at Iwagakure who was speaking with murderous intent. Things don't seem to be going well. The land of thunder, Kumogakure Ninja Village. Gaara stared at the flower pot that suddenly shattered and froze in place. This ominous sign. Come on, inform Lord Rakage that I'm going to hold a meeting. 7 chairs formed a circle. Terumi Mei shook off her wet hair and raised her chin. Brother Kage, why are you calling my sister up so late? Everyone is going to bed. Everyone, I have an ominous premonition. Gaara spoke in a hoarse voice. Lord Konkuro, take the rest of you and go first, and I'll stay behind. No, when we come together, when we go. Sir, Kumogakure took a deep breath after asking for his life. We had 28 when we came, and now there are not even 8 left. The information here is very important. You hurry up, I still have a trick to contain they. You. Let's go, don't let me sacrifice in vain. Kumogakure waved his hand with lightning flashes all over his body, then turned around as if thinking of something and said, tell my brother, be my brother and love him. At the conference table, the old man Tsuchikage stroked his beard and asked, Kage boy, what did you find? The house pot is broken. Gaara crossed her hands and looked at Onoki. The old man Tsuchikage froze for a moment, and then everyone fell silent. The flower pot is broken, and this matter may be funny if it is changed to an ordinary person. But to the point where they know more or less that this kind of thing is abnormal. Very bad omen. Which troops have been dispatched recently? Senju Tsunade glanced at Terumi Mei, who is in charge of intelligence. Because of the reconnaissance of Akatsuki's information, a lot of troops were dispatched. However, according to Kage's younger brother's performance, the problem is most likely the assault team. Is that base real? I'm afraid it is. Terumi Mei looked back and forth in a low voice. Send someone to support you. I want to go in person. Gaara raised her panda eyes and said, since it's a problem I found, it's up to me to solve it. No, you can't go. The old man Tsuchikage grabbed his beard and shook his head. The ninja coalition has just been disbanded and reorganized, and they all trust you. If you leave, there may be trouble. What about the assault troops? The old man can go. The old man. Tsuchikage glanced at Terumi-Mei. Don't always think of the old man as an old man, I am very scary. Grandpa Lillian, are you really okay? Senju Tsunade yawned and turned towards his old waist with extreme suspicion. Third generation Tsuchikage's face darkened. The little girl who plays with slugs, your mouth is still so unforgiving. If you can't trust this old man, you can go by yourself. Me. Senju Tsunade stretched his waist lazily. I don't care, this princess is not interested in participating in this matter, you should play by yourself. Humph. The old man will let you know the horror of the old man. I am a Onoki for 2 days. Look at it, you are so tired after a sleep. The brothers and sisters are happy, and the cloud continues to work hard. Text chapter 372_brother. You are my brother, you are my brother. Grandpa, are you sure this will improve your strength? Uzumaki Naruto hung upside down from the tree, his head dizzy full of mosquito coils. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Senju Hashirama's wooden doppelganger sat next to him, and whenever he meant to fall asleep, it was a stick. The stick was as thick as a child's arm. In order to prevent Naruto from blowing up, the one who practiced here was not a shadow clone but an entity. Little devil, you should be honored to be taught by the old man himself. I would rather not have the honor. How many days, a week or a month, how many sticks has this crazy man beat him? Boom. Don't sleep, continue to comprehend. How can someone as smart as me have a younger generation like you? Although the blood relationship is a little weaker, and they are distant relatives. But, you shouldn't be so stupid. Positive chakra. Make you feel positive chakra using senpo, sage art, not make you sleep in the sun. Quote. Grandpa, I really can't feel it. Uzumaki Naruto's small face stinks into a deathly grin, and when he hears the positive chakra head of this Lao Shizi, his head grows big. Senju Hashirama went berserk. Little devil, let me tell you, this old man has grown up and has not met someone as stupid as you. Obviously there is QB, 9 tails, to help, but he can't understand it. Ready-made things are in front of you. You paint like a cat the fox should be drawn to. But look at you, after all these days, you can't even realize the slightest positive chakra. How stupid do you think you are? My grandfather, I really can't understand it. If you can't feel it, then continue to feel it. Hurry up, hurry up. From morning to night, from dawn to dark, for 18 hours a day, Uzumaki Naruto never slept well. Interesting Academy first release. Most importantly, this exercise is not one-on-one, but N-on-N. Remind by Liamong, the shadow clone training method, which has been frequently used since he learned, has become the source of Uzumaki Naruto's suffering. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, one person led a large number of Naruto to accompany training there. If such a luxurious training group were to speak out, it would be enough to make all the ninjas in the entire ninja world stare out of envy. But, as a classmate of Naruto, I don't think this is a good thing at all. Senju Tobarama said that you have to strengthen the actual combat experience, so Naruto's shadow clone died 800 times a day. Namikaze Minato said that you need to keep improving Rasengan and take full control, so Naruto died 800 times in one day. Kushina loves her son very much. She told Naruto, Mom doesn't force you, you just need to learn seal art from your mother. Back then, your father was also taught by your mother. As his son, you should also learn these things. OMG. Sealing. You ask a super idiot who is born with a brain without a root string and can't understand hand seal to study this kind of esoteric thing. Isn't it like teaching monkeys to talk? Uzumaki Naruto was suffering, but at first Kushina was able to remain gentle, and tried to teach carefully and repeatedly. But over time, the fiery temper gradually revealed. A frying pan in one hand and a large spoon in the other, is this the rhythm of beating Big Wolf? Well, let's pay tribute to Uzumaki Naruto. May the great Hokage world number 1 brain damage live forever. Flowers, applause, salute. Boom. Immediately give the old man insight. Snapped. Keep training. Tom, can you be smarter? Naruto, are you really born by me? Your mother is not as stupid as you. Help, who can help me? Brother, you are my brother, you are my ancestor, you are my ancestor, can you, I beg you, let me go. Brother, ancestor, it's no use calling you father, hurry up and practice. I can't do it anymore, please forgive me. Liamong in the real waterfall, lying on the ground with a shameless face, refused to get up when he said anything. Liamong glanced at the guy who was half dead. You can't get up, count 3. 1, 2, 3, I've counted it for you. The man who came out of the real waterfall pouted his ass. The big deal is to be beaten by you. Anyway, you will be beaten sooner or later. It's better if you beat him now. I said, why are you so lazy? I'm lazy. The man in the real waterfall jumped up, pointed at his nose and scolded. I'm lazy, you're too diligent, okay. How many times a day do you say you come? There are not 10 times, but there are 8 times, and each time I have to pester me for an hour or 2. God damn it, it's only a few o'clock a day, isn't it bad for you to go home with your wife and have children? Why do you have to bother me? The more he talked, the more angry, the more he said, the more grief-stricken the man jumped his feet, his mouth full of spittle. I'm a man, I'm a normal man, not a beautiful woman. If you say you keep chasing me and don't let go, just do it. It's like that mad dog biting. I've had enough, I can't take it anymore, or you'll just kill me. To kill you. Liamong rolled up his cuffs with a smile. Where can I find a sparring partner if I kill you? Hurry up, there are still 4 hours today, let's study dazzling 100 flowers. Why your sister, why don't you die? Don't worry, even if you die, I won't die. Liamong walked over with a grim smile on his face, grabbed the other himself and slammed the hammer. Kumogakur Ninja Ki stood straight in the distance, and Aoba Yamashiro was also very surprised. Don't you say that this waterfall is used to defeat the real self? What about that guy? I don't know. Ji shook his head into 2 big pieces. He has never happened before. In front of the real waterfall, he is either defeated by his real self or defeated by his real self. But no matter what, the time spent no more than 3 days. Quote. Then I don't know what's going on, maybe Lord Killerbee will know. Yamashiro Aoba pushed his glasses and raised his eyebrows. Sir Liamong is very important to the coalition, can you contact the Killerbee? I'm afraid this won't work. Looking at the doubts in Yamashiro Aoba's eyes, Kumogakur Ninja Ki, whose head was combed into a Saiyan, sighed, I don't have that qualification. Encountered a troublesome incident. The new book had a problem. The great god instructed the cloud to stranded first and then start a new one. Hey, the mood is so complicated. But think about what people said is very correct. It is better to choose the popular Hokage in the initial world. Everyone thinks that starting from World War III, or World War II, there is unlimited flow, and it's the kind of wear that goes back and forth. If you have any comments, please leave a message. Please, the cloud needs everyone's help. It is really difficult to write this book. Text chapter 373 _ Confessions of an Ordinary Ninja. Since Liamong hasn't finished his training yet, he, who has enough time, tells Yamashiro Aoba a story about the power of Jinchuriki column. Heihei168.com may have been in the bottom of his heart for a long time and couldn't find anyone to talk to. Hei said very detailed and serious, and also mixed with many of his own insights. Ji is an ordinary ninja, just like many of his peers in the ninja world. He is not an outstanding talent, nor does he have any special blood. But his experience is enough to make everyone pay attention. He took a serious look at the mountain city, then looked at the water pool and told the story slowly. Powerful power can make people feel terrified and uneasy. After the Killer Bee became a human Jinchuriki column power, the villagers were very repelled and disgusted by him, and he became completely different from the original. This may be the sad fate of the Jinchuriki column force. Ji let out a long sigh. but Lord Killer Bee did not choose to bow his head to fate, nor did he become depressed or complain about it. He always used his cheerful personality to make the people around him feel relaxed and happy. Most importantly, he never shies away from his identity as a Jinchuriki column force, but is proud of it. Be proud of being a Jinchuriki column force. Yamashiro Aoba was very shocked and puzzled. He nodded affirmatively. Yes, Lord Killer Bee is very proud of his identity, and he often writes songs to express himself. Although it was difficult for everyone to accept at first, but then gradually got used to it, and even thought it sounded good. Yamashiro Aoba turned dark and glanced at Ji, who was sitting beside him. What is this called? Since you can't resist, should you learn to enjoy it? Speaking of which, the fact that Lord Killer Bee can accept the identity of Jinchuriki column force so calmly is probably inseparable from his elder brother, Lord Rakage. Fourth generation Rakage. Of Ki's eyes slanted back down the mountain city, in order to prevent the defection of the human Jinchuriki column force. For a long time, the brothers, wives, and other people who are very close or related by blood have been chosen to become the human Jinchuriki column force. Heihei 168. The Jinchuriki column power of .com people is the power to protect the five shadows, the leader of the village, and it is also the presence that shows the strength of the five shadows to the outside world. The reason why the Killer Bee Sama is determined to become a great person is the power of the five shadows, probably because of Rakage Sir. How did Jinchuriki column force of Kumogakure village choose this way? Yamashiro Aoba looked at Ji in shock, and Naruto's figure could not help but appear in his mind. Ji looked up at the flowing light under the waterfall, and then turned to the waterfall again. It is said that when Lord Killer Bee accompanies Lord Rakage to practice here, he succeeded once. I admire such Lord Killer Bee from the bottom of my heart. Hero of Kumogakure village. Quote. Since you know so much about Jinchuriki column power, and you admire Killer Bees so much, I think you must have a good relationship with him. Why? Do you want to ask me why I said what I said earlier? Ji Luo glanced at Shancheng lonely. I'm not qualified, because I once wanted to kill Mr. Killer Bee. Yamashiro Aoba looked at Ji in shock, and after a long time he pushed his glasses and said, Can you tell me, if you don't want to? He stared at the ground and sighed, I don't want to, just tell me if you want to listen to me. People have to face the mistakes they make bravely. Speaking of which, that was more than 30 years ago. 30 years ago. In the past, the people of our village, Jinchuriki column, could not fully control the Eight Tails. It has repeatedly harassed the village, and the previous third-generation Rakage and the village elites also subdued it many times. It was returned to the seal pot, but our village also suffered heavy losses. Quote. Yamashiro pushed his glasses and looked at Ji, who smiled bitterly. This is the bitter fruit of blindly pursuing power, but we have to do it again. There is a potential threat to the power of other hidden villagers' Jinchuriki column, and we know it is very dangerous, so we have to continue the experiment. Come to think of it, everyone is like this. Every experiment will kill people, and every experiment will bring grief. As the number of experiments increases, the number of deaths gradually increases, and the village's hatred for Yao also grows, and finally all transferred to the person Jinchuriki column force. Quote. Ji raised his eyes with a complicated expression, and there was regret and loss in his eyes, as well as a trace of hatred that could not be dissolved. One of the dead and wounded was my father. Did he put your father so you wanted to kill him? Nope. Then why are you? The man who killed my father, Jinchuriki column force, died when the Eight Tails were stripped from him. He was a previous generation, and shortly after his death, Lord Killer Bee was chosen as the new successor. Since you are friends, then you, Yamashiro looked at Ji with a very puzzled look, and it was difficult to understand this intricate relationship. Ki's eyes became even more lonely. At that time, I felt that it was impossible to control Yao, and continuing to do so would only increase casualties. Because of this, my hatred for Yao grew day by day. Although I was still young at that time but I feel like I should avenge my father. Quote. Have you attacked the Killer Bee? Yamashiro's eyes widened in shock. He didn't raise his head, and gave the answer in silence. It took a long time before he continued. After being chosen to become a human Jinchuriki, column force, the Killer Bee-sama hasn't changed much. He is still laughing and laughing all day long. I started to hate him. With that indifferent smile, I transferred all my hatred for Yao to him as a Jinchuriki column force. I thought that if I killed him, Yao would also die. You said, am I stupid? Yamashiro opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. He sighed again. He'd sighed many times today, but it certainly wasn't the last. I once tried to sneak up on Mr. Killer Bee from behind, but I failed. I was so scared that I ran home. Although I covered my face at that time, I knew that Mr. Killer Bee would definitely know that it was me. After that, I would never dare to speak to him. Yamashiro looked at Ji in amazement. Since such a thing has happened, then you are now. Hate doesn't mean that you can't have it without it. After that, I've been following behind Mr. Killer Bee and monitoring him. It's not just me, many people in the village are doing this. Although everyone knows in their hearts that it's not Lord Killer Bee himself, but reason can't replace reality. The village wants to accompany the supporters of Jinchuriki column, and we also want to take revenge. However, this revenge cannot be avenged because of the village's reasons. Under everyone's grievances, they naturally reject and hate the Killer Bee-sama. He took a deep breath and let it out again. Master Killer Bee has always been isolated by the villagers. Ordinary people can't bear such a life at all. In fact, what he has to bear is far more than the rest of us. We can vent our hatred on him, but he has to bear everything. These words I originally wanted to tell him personally, but I haven't been able to summon the courage until now. Lord Liamong is about to wake up. Thank you for listening to me. No, it's me who should say thank you. Yamashiro pushed his sunglasses and stood up. It's you who made me understand the existence of human Jinchuriki column force. Maybe we should change our attitude towards Naruto. There is another chapter. The brothers and sisters are happy to read, and another chapter at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The cloud has adjusted its state and faced everyone with new vitality. It is really difficult to live a life of meow meow. Text chapter 374 please let me go. Look, it's that kid. Interesting academy, a parent pointed. Don't go near him, you know. Another parent instructed the child. Go away, the big guy yelled. We all believe in you, you are a hero. I, who have been nearly killed by my biological father's assassination, have become a thorn in their side that they desperately want to get rid of. Speaking of which, why should my legacy exist and why should I live? Gaara is Kazekage, be careful with your words, you little brothers. He's quiet, cold, tough, handsome, and elite. Squeak. What are you thinking, Kazekage brother? The fifth generation Mizukage looked at Gaara standing by the window and greeted curiously. Terumi Mei. Ha, it's not cute. Hearing Gaara calling her name, Jiaodame raised her glass and raised it. Don't worry, they're all right. I'm not worried about Kankuro, I have confidence in him. So sure. Terumi Mei was taken aback. If he dies, I will give him revenge. Gaara said plainly, like a meal. Jiaodame was really stunned. What was growing in this kid's head? How could he not understand? Hey, I said brother Kazekage, since you don't worry about them, did you just now? I'm thinking about the meaning of my existence. Gaara looked at the night without looking back. I've been thinking about this question for a long time, and I've been thinking about it for as long as I can remember, and I haven't found a specific answer until now. The responsibility of the shadow, and carry this responsibility forward. But in fact, I still have confusion in my heart, unable to find the meaning of my existence. Heihei168.com. Don't you have a village? Terumi Mei took a glass of wine and sipped yuhi. We are all shadows of the village, and the meaning of our existence lies in the village. No, Gaara shook her head. It may be true for you, but it is different for me. The village, Kazekage, means nothing to me but a responsibility. I am willing to carry him because the village people need me, and it has nothing to do with finding meaning in existence. Quote. How old are you? What do you think about these old men? I'm different from you. Gaara turned her head bit by bit, her panda eyes exuding confusion in the night. As a Jinchuriki column force, I have asked myself this matter more than once. Why is it with you? Saying this, I want to inquire about the next 4 generations of Mizukage. I am very similar to him, so I want to get the answer from you. Do you want to ask Kuruya for information? Gaara nodded and looked out the window again. Terumi held the wine glass and thought for a long time. I don't have much information to give you about the 4th generation of Mizukage. He is controlled by Akatsuki most of the time, and the Age of Blood Mist is his masterpiece. It wasn't intentional, but that dwarf was really unpleasant. By the way, it was your sister and me who ousted the 4th generation of Mizukage. Gaara looked at Terumi with a sluggish expression, and then drank her yuhi wine with a sly smile. Go to bed early, my sister is going back. Actually, you are so cute. Cute. Gaara's face twitched, and the corners of her mouth suddenly rose a bit. Although I haven't found the answer, my mood is much better. Is the meaning of my existence a responsibility? How long are you going to bother me? In front of the real waterfall, the slacker roared hysterically. It's night, it's already night, do you understand, can't you stop it? One more time, go back to sleep after playing. Wow, go, you mentally ill. Perhaps it was the nervousness of the imminent war, or perhaps because of his own lack of strength, Liamong started a special training that was neither black nor white. The real waterfall, a magical place that can reflect the heart, was used to the maximum by him. Fighting 8 times a day, each time for 2 hours, the almost continuous fighting made the other one miserable. Liamong in the real waterfall has gone crazy, begged, mad, and gave up, but no matter what, it can't change the heart of Liamong going on. While Lu Meng made up his mind to practice hard to the death, there was a kid who was also being practiced badly. He is the child of destiny in this world, a collection of thousands of fortunes, and the owner of the world's strongest ninjutsu mouth escape, Uzumaki Naruto. Look at who trains him, Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, and Senju Tobarama, known as the god of water. His dad Namikaze Minato, his mom Uzumaki Kushina. Aha, is there anyone happier than him in the world? Practice, practice until death, and keep practicing as long as you don't die. There is no free lunch in the world, and there is no such thing as sitting at home and paying RMB. If you want to repay, you must pay. The tormented other self, Hashirama Tobarama and Minato Kushina, are also training Naruto to death. Different attitude, similar situation. Yamato Tianzang looked at the frog in front of him and was about to vomit blood. When will Naruto come over? I don't know. How long will Naruto stay at Mount Myoboku? I don't know. Then where is he now? You should know. I don't know. I said, can you have something to know? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, asked 4 questions, and gave 4 sentences of, I don't know. Yamato Tianzang swallowed the frog in front of him. You'd say you don't know, right? The green frog raised his eyes and looked at Yamato, who was mad, and quacked 3 times. Yamato Tianzang fainted after hearing it, and he didn't know how it sounded. I don't know, what do you know? The morning sun shines through the fog and shines on the island of the turtles. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column knocks down the opposite panda with a bang. Oh yeah. On this island, the uncle didn't do anything. Putting you down is like eating and taking a bath. This idiot. Can we not accompany him crazy? God, who can save us? Wen Xiaojin, you were still too weak. The 2 pandas looked at Killer Bee helplessly, and the panda with the pointed hair on its forehead pretended to be a dead dog. The black and blind people surrounding them raised their big palms and dragged their faces. Black, white, except helpless or helpless, their faces were full of XYZ. God, just kill him quickly. Master Killer Bee, Master Rakage urgently. Just now, there was a fight in the family of Chinwei, and I accompanied my mother to persuade them to fight. Hey, it's not easy to get married these days, and it's even more difficult after marriage. I'm about to get a divorce. What about the children? Text chapter 375_Konkuro's Way of Ninja. Brother's Letter. Killer Bee reached for the rolled note, flipped it twice, and cut it. Interesting Academy first release. Bored, thought it was something important. No, this letter. Lord Konkuro, let me do it this time. No, I will stay if I want to stay. The exhausted assault team had less than 5 fingers left. It has been a day and a night since he was about to enter the cave and was discovered. The team that was chased as a dead dog did not dare to find local news. You can't go where there is water, and no one knows if an arm will suddenly emerge from the water and snap your neck. The ground also can't stay for a long time, and it is not clear when the feet will be broken into. Are they playing us? Just like a cat chasing a mouse, before actually killing the prey, he always likes to play with 087. The group of 7 and 6 of the ninja knife obviously regards them as mice under the cat's claws and claws. Randomly teasing, chasing, killing one from time to time. Konkuro knew that his team members had reached their limit. Escape for life is different from rushing on the road. Under normal circumstances, ninjas have no problem rushing without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But escaping for life is different. The mental consumption is far greater than the physical strength, even if there are drugs. Inuzuka tribe, who provided the ration pills, never came back during the 10-10 black hunt yesterday. When everyone rushed over, they only saw the ninja dog lying in a pool of blood. The Inuzuka clan will never give up their fighting partners under any circumstances, even if they die. There are very few examples of ninja dogs dying in battle and their masters still alive. One person and one dog will accompany most of them for a lifetime. Interesting Academy. Sometimes, the relationship between a man and a dog is even greater than that between a wife and a child. The ninja dog died in battle, and the owner disappeared. Just think about it and you will know that it is more fortunate than for luck. With a keen sense of smell, the members of the Hyuga clan also left one after another. Byakugan for a long time to observe, and the gap during the shift change at dawn cost him his life. That's 2 steel threads from a broadsword needle. The sudden burst of steel wire hung the members of the Hyuga clan who cancelled Byakugan on the treetops, and before dying, they stared at the ground with angry eyes. Konkuro fled with the team, and he didn't even dare to take back the body. How long can we hold on? Turning to look at Omoi, who was paralyzed by the tree, and then looking sideways at the members of the Aburame clan, Master Sunagaku's heart was cold to the bottom, and big drops of cold sweat kept sliding down his oiled face. You two go first. Captain, let me stay. Konkuro looked at the members of the Aburame clan who asked for orders again, and shook his head firmly. Your skills are of little use to impure world reincarnation, so let me stay. Captain, your puppet technique doesn't work either. It's up to me to keep it. Forget it, you two don't fight, this time I'll stay. Omoi pulled out a lollipop and stuffed it into his mouth, without raising his head and arguing over the topic. I am a member of the attack team, this kind of thing should have been left to me. You two leave, I will break. No, you are the fastest among the 3 of us, and that's why we have kept you until now. If you want to escape, you are more likely to survive than us. There is no hope anymore, Captain. Omoi raised his eyes decisively. The 6 guys are obviously playing with us. If they really want to do something, we can't live to the present. So, it is the same for whoever stays behind. The result. Leave you, you die. Leave me, I die. Leave the bugs, and the bugs die. Since they are all dead, I will come first, at least I can delay for a longer time. When it comes to procrastination, who can compare to a puppet master? Captain, you are in a normal situation, and the current situation is abnormal. Omoi always insisted on his decision. Puppet dolls are better than weird, hard to guard against, and they are coated with poison, so they can be good. But there is a predicament. The problem is that we must deal with living people. Unfortunately, What we are dealing with now is a group of dead people, or a group of dead people that can be continuously resurrected. Quote. From 28 players, only 3 were left. Among them, there are many players who have exchanged their lives for their lives. But in the end, the group of 7 of the ninja swordsmen and the group of 6 were still chasing behind them like dead dogs. Drawing lots. Who's next? Shueyu Manu Song flicked the water droplets with his fingers and sucked it into Kiba's mouth full of sharp points. With a pale face and yuhi-colored lines grunted, let's solve it together. Sukazan, you don't want to be fat like a ghost, you really think of yourself as a gluttonous ghost. There are only 3 left in total, what else would you play if you died? We are doing this now, is it considered to be an enemy? Akabi no Jinin raised the blunt knife Kabuto and said suddenly. The other 5 knives who heard this were all stunned. Enemy. Ghost Lamp Full Moon chirped, what kind of enemy is Z? It seems that many people here have defected. The village seems meaningless to us. I just want to kill people, it doesn't matter if the enemy is himself. Kuriarer Kushimaru coldly stroked the long knife and stitches, and the slender eyes on the mask showed cold light. Munashi Jinpachi, who is as famous as him, slammed the explosive knife to the ground, revealing countless detonating charms. What kind of village is not a village? Since it can be revived, how can it be hidden without slashing everywhere? Isn't it bad to kill someone casually? What's wrong? It's already dead anyway. We don't treat people as people before we die, and we can manage those after death. After I die, even if there is a flood. Ha ha ha. What we're saying is that the meaning of our existence is to kill people. Let's draw lots and kill these 3 little mice first, so that we can participate in the war. Choose 1 out of 6. The only woman among the 6, Ringo Amayuri, who had double flowers and long temples, threw away the dead branches. Don't say it anymore, this time I'm here. Konkuro couldn't refuse and took out the scroll. The 2 black ants I brought have seals painted on their stomachs, and they should be able to control them. What about the rest? The survivor of the Aburame family pushed his glasses. There are 6 of them. Take a gamble. Konkuro firmly grasped the scroll that was turned out. There were only 1 person in each of the previous attacks. I can make some fuss about this matter. As long as the first one is solved, I can give it to you. Take your chances. If you can solve both, your chances of escaping will increase greatly. What if you can't solve it alone? Omoi pulled out a lollipop. Kanjuro raised his eyes and looked at him, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. My ninja, even if I die, I have to pull people to bed. Cloud went to sleep, really sleepy. Mind you, life is full of surprises. Text chapter 376 _ the battle belonging to the puppet master. Caracala's puppet doll was deliberately exposed as a bait, and the Konkuro cat showed 2 eyes in the tree hole where it was only curled up, and the hole covered with leaves well blocked the enemy's sight. Baidu Interesting Academy. Only 1 chance. Gara, brother is a hero this time. It's really bloody. I didn't expect that one day I would stand up for others, or for the enemy ninjas. While thinking about it, Konkuro touched the scroll that sealed the puppet doll. Most of the puppet master's power was on the puppet doll. And the production of puppet dolls is very troublesome. In order to maintain the mystery, most puppet masters will do their own research. For them, secrecy is everything. A secret that 2 people know cannot be called a secret. Because of the particularity of puppet dolls, puppet masters can install mechanisms on their bodies and launch surprise attacks from all kinds of unexpected places. Hidden knives in elbows and needles in mouths are trivial. The clever puppet master can transform the whole body of the puppet doll into a weapon. In this transformation, the puppet masters are divided into 2 factions. One is called White Secret Skill, the representative character is the old lady Chio, and the other is called Black Secret Skill, the representative character is Sasori of the Red Sand. Konkuro is the heir to these 2 factions, first inheriting the White Secret Skills from Chio, and then taking over the puppet body of Sasori of the Red Sand. This time, let me use it to decide the outcome. The scroll in his hand tightened, and under the afterglow from the corner of his eyes, a figure came over. The long double-flowered brown temples floated by his ears, and his hair flew behind him like water, and his two silver-white pupils could freeze his heart with just a glance. Woman. Konkuro's pupils shrank, and instead of being contemptuous because of the gender of the enemy, he was more cautious. Due to birth defects, female ninjas are mostly inferior to males. However, the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. I don't know Sanin's fat sheep Senju Tsunade, 5 generations of Mizukage Terumi Mei, a woman who can make a name in the ninja world, no one is good. Konkuro will not forget the information given by the previous Kurigakure ninja. These 6 are the strongest among the 7 swords in history. In other words, the woman outside is very strong, not just ordinary. Why don't you get a man? 2 ninja knives. 2 ninja knives are at best top-grade ninja knives. Just one interlaced, the puppet doll outside becomes tattered. Konkuro, whose cat was in the tree hole, was sweating. What happened at that moment just now made him lose another 3 points from his lack of confidence. 1%, 1% none. Impure world reincarnation is simply the natural enemy of the puppet master. Because it is already dead, the poison is naturally ineffective against the reincarnated. The infinite recovery brought about by it also dissolves the strange mechanism into invisible. Without these 2 things, what is left of the puppet master? Right and left, 2 ninja knives slashed the crow into 8 petals, and Ringo Amayuri Silver's white pupils looked at the tree hole like sharp arrows. Not good. Been discovered. A cold wave rushed to the top of his head, and Kanjiro decisively chose to retreat first. Just as he jumped out of the cave, his hiding place was pierced by lightning. If Liamong is here, he will definitely scream, and his aim is too much like the 4th White Thunder. After a single blow failed, Ringo Amayuri unhurriedly swung his 2 knives, and in the blink of an eye came behind Konkuro. What a great speed! Sunagakure's puppet master's forehead was sweating wildly, and the pursuer, whose body was covered with lightning, was expressionless. No matter what he looked at, his silver-white pupils seemed to be looking at a dead person, cold, silent, and piercing. Is she really a woman? Konkuro's heart tightened. What he didn't know was that Ringo Amayuri was a true Raiden, Thunder-style, genius, capable of manipulating thunderbolts to attack at a very young age. If he hadn't suffered from an incurable disease and died, he would definitely be famous in the ninja world. However, even if he died young, he had gained a lot of fame. Gotta find a way to deal with her. Quietly looking at the trap prepared in front of him, Konkuro quickened his speed. He is faster. Ringo Amayuri is faster. Faster than Ringo Amayuri is the current she shoots. The thickness of the thumb is half a foot long, and the attack swish-swish hole formed by the thunder chakra wears everything. The tree pulled at the 2 of them hugged, the rock that was more than half a person high, and everything it attacked, all made the scalp tingling through the front and back. Konkuro was running for his life. Konkuro was running. Dozens of electric currents shot through the open space, and Konkuro won the lottery. It was a thunderlight that passed through the 2 tree poles, and shot obliquely from under the feet to the vest. Injury is not a good thing. The electric light pierced through the shoulder not only hurt the body, but also ruined the right arm. The puppet master's method of controlling the puppet is all on 10 fingers. Now half of his body is paralyzed and one arm is weak. How can he grab the enemy? Attack early. Konkuro was extremely unwilling to glance at the ambush point that was about to arrive, if there were not so many ifs in the world. Fight. The 5 fingers of the left hand, which are still active, can be pulled, lifted, and retracted, and countless kunai shurikens are shot down. There is information that the previous companions have exchanged their lives for their lives. Hundreds of detonating symbols are mixed in these attacks. Just resist it a little bit. With his mouth, he bit off the string tied to the reel and unfolded, and in the white smoke that exploded, a young man came out. Yuhi-colored shattered hair fluttering, and a pale scythe in the distance. Who else could it be if it wasn't Sasori of the Red Sand? Red secret technique fire bullet. The black iron pipe protruding from the center of both hands spewed out the flames of molten gold iron. Kankuro ran away after putting off his skills, not observing his own record at all. Because, that doesn't make any sense. Amayuri, whose legs were smashed and half of his body was burnt to charcoal, recovered as before in the filthy earth floating in the hulula, and caught up again after a short delay. Kankuro is suffering. Although the early attack saved his life temporarily, but at the same time it also disrupted his original plan and lost the restraint of those ninja tools. Can he still catch this woman? 10% sure. Half of it is gone now. Trying to move the injured left arm, Sunagakur Puppet Master gave a wry smile. How to mobilize 2 black ants with only one hand. I am not Chio mother-in-law. 10-finger technique. If you know the 10-finger technique. Banpei's sunshine shot through the gap in the forest to the black-clothed youth stationed in the station. Ringo Amayuri walked over with a pair of knives. The wind is blowing in the open space, fishy wind. Black secret. Raiden Thunder style. Union is conceiving a new book, and is temporarily preparing to write from the Third War, with unlimited flow, 1 story every dozens of chapters, aim. Text chapter 377 _ chasing the undercurrent behind. 2 ninja knives, 2 ninja knives held, 1 forward and 1 reverse, 2 ninja knives held by Ringo Amayuri. Heihei168.com. The world knows that the Kumogakure village, the country of thunder, has the highest swordsmanship in the contemporary era, but this refers to the overall strength. In terms of individual inheritance, the village of Kurigakure deserves to be the first. Of course, there is no moisture in it. Because Kurigakure's swordsmanship is not a sword but a big sword. It's not that their swordsmanship is not harmful, but their big sword is too famous. This also creates a false image to the outside world. When the big sword user loses the big sword, the strength will be reduced a lot. Although this is true, there are always exceptions. Example, the full moon of Ghost Lights, and another example, Ringo Amayuri. The shackles of the big sword on them were not as strong as they had imagined. What can 2 knives do? 2 knives can push Kankuro into a corner. Sasori of the Red Sand's head flew out and never came back, and the bomb loaded in it didn't work at all. 2 black ants, well, it should be said that there are 2 big-bellied black ants in tandem, occupying the right time and place to carry out sneak attacks, not just a joke in the lightning sword slash. Kankuro hid behind a tree and glanced at the tattered woodland, his throat twitched hard. He touched the scroll on his back with his backhand, but reluctantly put it down. It was useless, the only black ant with the ability to seal was broken, and although the Sanjiao fish could also be sealed, it wouldn't last long when sent. That woman is so fast. Is this the power of the Thunder Blade user? This is still the case that Lei Kiba has not been obtained. If she is allowed to get the weapon in hand, how far will Pervert be? Kankuro thought gloomily and bitterly, with unwillingness and resentment. If he was facing a living person, things would never have turned into this field. Impure world reincarnation, it's not human. Where will he hide? Ringo Amayuri Silver's white pupils glanced back and forth, identifying the hiding place bit by bit. For ninjas, many places that ordinary people can't hide have become their first choice. Therefore, it is very troublesome for ordinary people to find out, but it is much simpler for the peers. The places are just those places, and it is good to exclude them one by one. Up tree, under tree, tree left, tree right, grass, rocks. Kankuro leaned back against the tree pole and shrunk his body with all his strength. For fear of revealing the slightest flaw, his sharp gaze swept across the hidden tree pole and moved away slightly. Did you make it? Wrong. Is found. He kicked up his feet with force and scurried forward, and the figure that jumped into the air filled with the aroma of meat, like a roast duck on a sizzling iron. I still have a chance. Using the last puppet to activate the body transformation, Kankuro covered the burning wound and ran forward, unable to hide his figure any longer. 3 or 5 times, every time I hide, I can't escape the pursuit, and now I can only choose to run. If they can't escape, they have to run. As long as they live 1 more second, they will have 1 more second to escape. He jumped on the tree pole and stepped on the branches and jumped high. The chakra line released by the 5 fingers shot at the branches in front, paused for a while and jumped over. Relying on the chakra line to change direction, Kankuro seems to have transformed into Spider-Man. Ringo Amayuri was chasing him silently, and the 2 ninja swords emitted blue and white electric currents from time to time, reminding the enemy to hurry up and run away. The sun gradually rose into the sky, and Kankuro stopped panting. In front of the empty woodland, the rushing river was roaring with waves. An obstacle that usually only takes 2 vertical jumps to pass, has now become a life-threatening thing. Kankuro understood that as long as he dared to jump, the woman who came after him would kill him. Is it going to end here? Gaara. Tamari. His hand to touch his constantly heaving chest, Sunagakur Puppet Master showed a relieved smile. Brother, sister, I'm going to be a hero too. Ha ha ha, that bastard Liamong is right, heroes always like to die early. The last scroll was pulled out and unfolded, and the desperate Puppet Master looked at the woods when he came. A soothing river wind blew through, and Ringo Amayuri stepped through the darkness with a pair of knives in hand. Since the meeting, she hasn't said a word, and even her expression has not changed at all, as if she is not a human at all, but a cold machine. In fact, the 7 knives of Kurigakure were kept as killing machines. Never underestimate the consciousness of a ninja. My name is Kankuro, the captain of the puppet army of Sunagakur village in the land of wind. The scrolls spread on the ground showed dense seals. This was Kankuro's final means for preparing for this war, and it was also a tomb for himself. Don't think about it if I die. The upper and lower Kiba snapped their thumbs and swiped to the scroll, and Ringo Amayuri launched a bold charge. And bloodthirsty madness appeared in the eyes of the Sunagakur Puppet Master. The river wind blew the rattling cloves, and the crackling thunder light spread on the raised blade. Die. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. Ping. The suddenly appearing square transparent block wrapped the rushing figure, and the old man Tsuchikage flew down from the sky with a crooked mouth. Kankuro looked up in astonishment, and then collapsed tiredly. This is the 2nd generation Hokage technique, is it Orochimaru's work? Lord Tsuchikage. Kankuro weakly took out a scroll. Quickly send a report to the coalition forces, we have found important information. The records in triplicate were taken away by 3 people, and the puppet master of the old man Tsuchikage finally felt relieved. 2 days, Onoki opened the scale and looked at it. Big Yuhi's nose and eyeballs were all drawn together. Boy, hold on, this old man will take you back. Grabbed his shoulders with one hand and flew into the air. Not long after the old man Tsuchikage left, Ringo Amayuri, who had turned into an ion, gradually recovered. Tell me what the price of this technique is and how to remove it. He, you still don't trust me. Yakushi Kabuto stepped out of the shadows and glanced at Madara, then turned to Ringo Amayuri, who was recovering slowly. Also came out, Uchiha Madara, said solemnly, do you think you are trustworthy? It's a bad feeling to be threatened. However, since you want to know, it's fine to tell you. The method to relieve impure world reincarnation is very simple, seal the soul inside, or control me to bear a child ugly Shinyan Chen Haiyan and say, solution, it's easy for you. Its price. Ha ha ha, the biggest price of impure world reincarnation is that there is no price. This is a true art of perfection, and perfection should be worshipped by the world. Go to sleep and continue, brothers and sisters are happy to see, take aim. Text chapter 378 _ is it war or conspiracy? You say it's the perfection. That's right. Interesting academy, Yakushi Kabuto said beyond doubt, impure world reincarnation doesn't have any risks. If I have to pick one, it's that this technique is too powerful. The caster will become famous because of it, and I'm not sure when it will be. I will become a ninja more famous than you, than Uchiha Madara. But for me, who is not interested in this, I don't want things to be like this. Don't be too arrogant. Madara looked at Kabuto with stern eyes. Everything has 2 sides, you can do it yourself. Thank you for your advice. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and raised the corners of his mouth. When it comes to risks, telling you all of this is the biggest risk. I should go, and it's better for those who work hard to find a safe place to hide. In the end, I asked a little more. Why didn't you leave the old man Tsuchikage behind? You and I teamed up to attack, the old man couldn't get away. I need him to bring the information back to make it easier to do things. Didn't you say that the Kyuubi, 9 tails, belong to you? Take this scroll and it will tell you where they are. Yo, you are really powerful. Where did this news come from? Yakushi Kabuto took the scroll and glanced at it, and looked at Madara in amazement. You don't need to know about this, you just need to bring Yahweh back to me. I originally wanted to bring Kyuubi, 9 tails, with me, but that kid doesn't know where to go. No problem. Yakushi Kabuto took the scroll he read into his arms. This is the first time we have officially joined forces after we cooperated. You are holding back, and I will launch a surprise attack from behind. Come back earlier. Uchiha Madara turned around and warned, if you can't catch the 8 tails, you can crush it from the front. Your undead army should come in handy. Yakushi Kabuto nodded sullenly, and the two of them crossed each other with a gloomy smile. As long as I have impure world reincarnation and that art, I am invincible. Waiting for the first release of the interesting academy, one day I will unlock all the secrets of the 6 EPUBs immortals, realize the unfinished wishes of adults on me, and become the ultimate individual in the world. Did you put White Zetsu's spores on him? Uchiha Madara asked, listening to the sound of footsteps walking away behind him, tilting his head into the shadows. The pitcher plant that emerged from the ground nodded. Don't worry, things like this can't go wrong. Very well, Black Zetsu, act according to the plan. Yakushi Kabuto, whatever you're calculating, can only be the cannon fodder for me to complete the plan. Captain of the 3 ships. There was news from the base camp just now that the enemy army is likely to advance towards us from the ground. Underground. The general of the Kingdom of Iron took over the information and flipped through it. His eyes shrank to the extreme. It was possible to hide from the perception personnel ahead. It seems that the enemy is not an ordinary human, so bring the map here. Old man Tsuchikage, the information you sent back this time is very important. Hokage, the 4th generation of the Allied Army headquarters, rarely said a good word to Onoki. 3rd generation Tsuchikage stinks and strokes his beard. Of course, this old man goes out in person, there is no reason to fail. However, there is a user of impure world reincarnation among the enemy troops. Is that Orochimaru guy? The 6th generation Hokage. I hope at this point, Konoha can explain. Quote. Might Guy turned his head and glanced at Onoki. According to previous information, Orochimaru has been beheaded by Uchiha Sasuke. It should not be him. Then who else can do this rogue ninjutsu? Onoki was very angry for 2 days. After impure world reincarnation was developed, their Iwagakure was the first unlucky person to suffer. Might Guy scratched his watermelon head awkwardly, and suddenly turned his eyes to Senju Tsunade. Tien Jiguo Yinyan should have news, right? Even though Orochimaru created the village of Sound Hidden, he is already dead. Among the remaining people, there is only one suspect who can use this technique. Who? Looking at his eyes, Senju Tsunade pointed out his name in a playful language, Yakushi Kabuto, a super spy from Konoha. It's him. Grandpa Lillian for 2 days, this guy is not an ordinary person. Senju Tsunade emphasized the word, Grandpa, heavily. The 3rd generation of Tsuchikage was so angry that this little girl who played with slugs held a lot of vengeance. Didn't she just run on her before? Even if you grab it, you won't let it go, and you don't know how to respect the elderly at all. The 4th generation Hokage's mustache is raised. About the information about Yakushi Kabuto, please explain carefully to Princess Tsunade. The name, Kabuto, was given by the director Yakushi Nono when he was at the Konoha orphanage, and the surname of Yakushi was also inherited from Nono's surname. As for the specific information, it is very interesting. It's very troublesome to say. The involvement is also very broad. and everyone should not have the intention to listen carefully, as long as they know that this guy is a work that Shimura Danzo raised and defected. Shimura Danzo, isn't he Orochimaru's subordinate? Why is Shimura Danzo involved again? Cough cough. Might Guy coughed dryly after listening to the question of the fourth generation of Reikage. The detailed information about Yakushi Kabuto will be sent to everyone later by Konoha. Now we should discuss how to use the blood of youth to solve the enemy. There seems to be something wrong here. Are all mature guys, who can't hear what Might Guy is hiding, but as he said, now is not the time to turn to old accounts. The number of enemy troops exceeds 100,000, and impure world reincarnation's undead are involved. How are we going to defend? Fourth Reikage raised his elbow and pressed it against the table. Terumi May raised her eyebrows and pointed to the map. The 5 generations of Kazekage Gaara and the General Mifune have already rushed to the front line, so there should be no problem in a short time. According to the intelligence of the assault team brought back by Grandpa Tsuchikage, the enemy is not an ordinary human, and the strange marching method forced we have to stop it as soon as possible, and only by preempting can we get the first chance. Quote. Choose here. Senju Tsunade clicked on the map and said narrowly, no matter how weird they can't move from the bottom of the sea. It's just right to choose here. Choose here. The fourth generation of Reikage stared at it for a long time, and finally decided, that's okay, just do as you said. First call the surprise troops, and then send the assembled coalition to the designated location to determine the formation. Similarly, be responsible for the rear. Supporting medical units should also prepare ninja gear. Quote. No problem, leave the medical team to me. Senju Tsunade took over the task with great confidence. 4 generations of Reikage turned their attention to Terumi May again. We will do a good job of intelligence work, Ching, and inform the induction force. It's Mizukage-sama. Then, everyone, 4th Reikage stood up and said, the war has begun. Continue to work hard on the cloud, take aim, and start studying the new book tomorrow. Tired. Text chapter 379_Naruto said my mother said I was handsome. Naruto, work hard, we will go to help at the critical moment. The interesting academy will start. Senju Hashirama stood in front of Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. Namikaze Minato looked at his wife gently, Kushina, the son will be handed over to you. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Let's go. Senju Tobarama waved his hand, skimming Naruto like a fly. Wipe the cat urine showed a big smile and was channeled back by Mount Myoboku. Looking at the empty beach, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Namikaze Minato were speechless for a moment. Minato sighed. 2 seniors, do we have to wait until the last minute to make a move? Now is not the time to be zealous. If you want to promote world peace, this is the best chance. We go out too early, and we will only destroy the rare opportunity. Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and walked towards the ruins. The great chaos can only be managed after the chaos. I want it is impossible to accomplish unification without going through a major war. Quote. Brother, you are still so ruthless. Are you sentient? Senju Tobarama glanced back at Senju Hashirama. You are sentient, and the world has not been truly peaceful in your opinion. This time, it has to be according to my plan. Okay, it's my fault. By the way, you are a dead person, why do you worry so much? This is what we owe this country. Senju Tobarama touched the Uzumaki symbol on the stone art beside him. You who miscalculated people's hearts led the disaster to our distant relatives. Now that we know all this, we must make up for it. This mistake, I'm atoning for you and wiping your ass. Hey, Tobarama, am I the big brother or are you the big brother? Hashirama, if you want to be a big brother, you have to look like a big brother. Baidu Interesting Academy. Why don't I look like a big brother? Senju Hashirama opened his mouth angrily, his cheeks twisted and ashes fell. Senju Tobarama glanced at him as if looking at an idiot, then turned and left without saying a word. Boy, do you think I really did something wrong? Seeing his brother leave, Senju Hashirama asked Minato with a smile. I thought that if the tailed beasts were distributed to various countries, they would stop the war. In today's situation, a distant relative country has been destroyed. You say, what is the reason for this? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a while, but instead of answering the question, he asked, why didn't seniors unify the continent in the first place? If you join forces with Uchiha Madara, it should be enough to wipe out the nations. You are still too young. The war has reached that point, and everyone has no intention of continuing to fight. No matter how strong Madara and I are, we can't match the general trend. I just didn't expect peace to be so short-lived. Maybe Madara's original idea was right. It's a pity that now he has gone astray. When do we act? Wait until the coalition forces are fully integrated. Going too early will only make the rest of the 4 countries take precautions, and there may be a situation of fragmentation in Jieshi. Senju Hashirama looked at the beach and sighed softly. If he and his younger brother were on the battlefield, the riots would definitely be no worse than Madara's. Too much strength will inevitably break the hard-won balance. So they can only wait. No matter how urgent they are, they have to wait. Then again, does it have anything to do with how many people died in the coalition? Looking back, looking into the depths of the ruins, Senju Hashirama's heart couldn't help but burst into self-blame wounds. Mito, I'm sorry for you. People who are not of me will have different hearts. I overestimated their character. People like this are really terrifying to be selfish. Captain Yamato, where is this? Uzumaki Naruto jumped into the well and drilled his head out, turning Gululu into a goldfish. Yamato Tianzang said with a sweat on his forehead, this is the secret realm of Kumogakure village, and it is also the place to protect you and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column. You and Yao must stay here until you are allowed. Aren't we going to fight? Uzumaki Naruto shook his shoulders in confusion. I'm very interested now. Naruto, this battle is not a joke. You need to consider not only yourself, but everyone. What are you talking about so serious? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback by Yamato Tenzo's serious tone, and then he thought of something and jumped up. You said there is Killer Bee Jinchuriki column power here, can I summon him? Say hello to him. Yamato Tianzang's face twitched, and he covered his forehead speechlessly. As you wish, as long as you don't get out of this small island, do what you like. Besides, Lord Liamong is also on the island. Lord Liamong, which one is Lord Liamong? Deadwood Liamong. Yamato Tianzang was defeated and reported his full name. Uzumaki Naruto was excited. Boss, is the boss here? Tell me, where is the boss? Sister Anko, send this information out. Tamari, Hinata, prepare, it's time for us to collect the fruit. Hukun wants to start the plan. Liamong nodded. This war is not only an opportunity for the ninja world, it is also an opportunity for the mainland, and it is also an opportunity for us. If we play the chicken and egg thing well, it will have unexpected results. Keep an eye on it. News from the daimyo and dignitaries of various countries. When the war begins, our troops will go to the battlefield. Quote. Understood, I'll go. Boss, where are you, boss? The sudden call came from far away, and Liamong was stunned for a moment. This idiot is back. Boss, look at how I am I handsome again? Uzumaki Naruto stood at the door and pointed at his nose. My mother said I was a handsome guy. What your mother said? What my mother said. Naruto. Liamong grabbed his younger brother's shoulders. You have to understand that there is no mother in the world who would call her son ugly, so you can't take your mother's words too seriously. But my mom said it. Naruto struggled twice. My mom said it. I know what your mother said. My mom said it. Shut up. Liamong squeezed Naruto's neck. Now you listen to my mother. Boss, what did your mother say? The cloud continues to work hard, and the new book has probably been completed. I hope friends can help me to come up with ideas. As a newcomer, Union is very eager to get everyone's advice and support, please wait. Text chapter 380 _ It's a great mission. My mother said you were a big head. Naruto said that he was dizzy and smooth and gave him a stern shot, and asked casually, what did those 3 guys on the island teach you? Listen to you meaning, you have met your mother. What is the Baidu Interesting Academy? I can't figure it out now. I figured it out. Uzumaki pursed his chest with burning eyes. I want to be king. Puff. What did you say you wanted to do? Liamong coughed twice, staring at Naruto in astonishment. Uzumaki Naruto patted his chest and shouted, I said, I want to be king. Are you the king? My mother, my 2 great-grandfathers have told me that I must shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the country of Vortex, and I can't bear my name alone. Uzumaki Naruto shouted his goal impassively, and said embarrassedly, in addition, they also gave me a task. What mission? 527. They call. What's it called? What are you talking about? They call me. Are you going to tell me? They asked me to marry Tsunade. A mouthful of old blood spurted 800 meters. Liamong's chin shattered and asked, what did they ask you to do? They asked me to marry Grandma Tsunade as my wife. Naruto rubbed his hands embarrassedly. Boss, don't tell anyone about this, that woman is too old. Brother, I sympathize with you, really. Lu Meng patted Naruto on the shoulder hard. What kind of head can come up with such a brainless idea? But it seems that someone seems to have forgotten, and he himself has no good intentions. Uzumaki Naruto grinned, obviously not wanting to carry out the order. Eyes turned to his mind, otherwise, you can go after Uzumaki Karen. Look, your surname is Uzumaki, and her surname is Uzumaki, how good are you? And compared to Senju Tsunade, Karen is about the same age as you. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Really, boss? Of course it's true. Liamong patted Naruto on the shoulder to encourage him. Naturally, he didn't really intend to marry Karen as his wife, but ran towards the disgusting person. I really want to see the image of that little girl being pursued by this idiot. It must be so handsome and cool, and the intern doesn't have to sweep the floor. I said Naruto, you have to seize this opportunity, or if you pass this village, you won't have this store. Then what, boss, does she have big boobs? Big. In order to harm people, Liamong can't say that it's not big. Is it that big? Naruto gestured with an apple. Liamong shook his head, it's bigger than this. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he made another pair gesture. Mang slap. He slapped him. Can't you make your gestures bigger? How big is that? You're talking about basketball, not breasts. I said how stupid you are, you bastard, her place is so big. It's really that big. It's so big. Boss, is this right? What's the matter with you? I can't do it. Ming shrank his neck. Liamong became angry. Why can't I do it? Sakura. Naruto spit out a name lonely, and the movement was not much stronger than the buzzing of mosquitoes. Liamong looked at his lost expression and sighed, are you still thinking of her? Naruto sighed, and his expression was very lost. The fishy sea breeze swept across his cheeks like bitter tears, and Liamong patted Naruto on the shoulder. Man, chase after him if you want, how can you be so caring? But she doesn't like me. How do you know she doesn't like you if you don't chase? Naruto looked up at Liamong, she likes Sasuke. Stupid, stand up and look at me, look me in the eyes, do you really like Haruno Sakura? Yes, but. Yes, it's fine, there is no but. Liamong straightened Naruto's head and said, if you like her, chase after her to save you from regretting it later. Boss, I like Sakura, but I don't want her to be sad. He aimed, this is still a lover. Hey, boss, where are you going? Go out and say hi to Killer Bee. Killer Bee. Killer Bee Jinchuriki Column Force. Liamong waved his hand and walked into the woods, and Naruto quickly chased after him. In the depths of the dark jungle, The muffled sound of rumbling sounded again after a while. It's effortless to beat you all, this uncle is invincible. That uncle, the boss, is the 8 tails you said. Naruto opened his mouth and opened his mouth, pointing at Killer Bee, who was holding the grass mud horse gesture. Yo, here's a newcomer, how about my new song? Forget about your new song, come and see this kid, he's the same breed as you. What do you mean? Killer Bee bowed his head as he stood in the treetops. Liamong dragged Naruto in front of him. Let me introduce you formally, this kid is called Uzumaki Naruto, you should have heard about him. This yellow-haired boy is the Kyuubi, 9 tails Jinchuriki column force. Roar. A sudden roar, the leaves fluttered all over the floor, and the phantom of the Kyuubi, 9 tails fox emerged from behind Naruto. Killer Bee's face changed. How did you manage to completely control the tailed beast? Uncle Gabby, I never wanted to control Kurama, we are friends. Naruto smiled and raised his right hand, scratching Kyuubi, 9 tails chin. Liamong was watching from the side with black lines all over his head and Yamato Tianzang, who was watching from behind a tree, simply came for a dog to grab shit. This. Honey, old friends are here, why don't you come out and say hello? Stinky Fox, it's not good to see you. 2 giant beasts appeared in the air, Yuhi's ears were red, and Naruto Killer Bee's big eyes narrowed. When Lu Meng was bored, he licked his ears, casually glanced at it, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. No, things seem to be wrong. Naruto, didn't you learn positive chakra with Brother Shueishu on the way? Feel the body of the guy opposite, I hope my guess is wrong. What did you find, boss? Stop talking nonsense, let you feel it, and you will feel it. Uzumaki Naruto, who turned on positive chakra, scratched his head. This weak breath. Hey, Uncle Gao, how can you have the breath of Grandpa Hashirama? What are you two talking about? Killer Bee blinked strangely, looking around. Liamong tilted his head. Naruto, force him out and kill him. Hey, are you guys trying to challenge this uncle? This uncle chops people like cutting vegetables, and this uncle's singing is very exciting. Depend on. Are you serious? There is another chapter. Code out at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Cloud will conceive a new book, ready to publish.